I'm Terahashi XIN, and I think it's safe to say my life is far from normal, especially when Twitter trends about me. And dog poop. Yes, you read that right. Somehow, the fact that I dodged some dog poop while filming has blown up, and now there's even a video of it going viral. I tried to brush it off, but the comments kept flooding in Terahashi dodging poop like a hero or for Terahashi. I'll clean the streets today. It's absurd. When I saw the video, I couldn't help but groan. Who took this footage anyway? Some fan, no doubt. My fans are usually supportive, but sometimes they go overboard. And now, I'm trending for dodging dog poop. Seriously, I have no idea why the poop is censored but not my face. It wasn't just me who noticed this mess. Even my co-star, Shirhei Chi, pointed it out, joking about how my face was put in slow motion for extra effect. Great, just what I needed. Honestly, I didn't want any of this attention. I'm an actor, after all, not some viral sensation for stepping over a mess. But there's no avoiding it now, it's everywhere. My expression in that video has even been turned into a meme. While all this was happening, my mind wandered. I thought about my little sister who stayed up late worrying about me and made me a pot of tea. I ended up drinking all of it, and even though I'm supposed to avoid water late at night, I couldn't waste her efforts. Back on set, I couldn't focus. The comments, the video, they were all stuck in my head. I had a big interview coming up, and all I could think about was how ridiculous it was that a dog poop incident was overshadowing my work. But as usual, I composed myself, smiled for the cameras, and played the part. I was in the middle of my interview when something unexpected happened. My face disappeared from the screen, but it seemed like the excitement only grew. Fans had already recorded the short clip of me talking, and it instantly went viral on Twitter. Comments flooded in. People were talking about how I said, "The only person I'm into right now is myself," and somehow, that simple line hit them harder than any confession. My fans were even arguing over who was worthy of me. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, the police had arrested a criminal who was still crying and saying he couldn't bear to be hated by me. When they took off his mask, he begged to have it back, worried that I might see his face later. It was ridiculous. He was obsessed with me, even while being arrested. I was still clueless about all of this. I continued the interview, trying to handle tricky questions with my usual charm. I knew the hosts were trying to stir up drama between me and my co-star Shirhei Chi, but I handled it smoothly. The interviewer couldn't even look at me directly, afraid of losing focus. But then things took a serious turn. My manager, Matsushima, rushed in, clearly shaken. He told me that there had been a message saying someone was planning to hurt me during the show. I felt a jolt of shock. Before I could process it, a gunshot-like sound filled the air. A bullet grazed my hair, cutting off a lock. My heart pounded, but I stayed calm, trying to reassure the panicked crowd. Even with all this chaos, I couldn't help but mourn my hair, the perfectly styled lock now lost to this madness. I was just thinking about how I might be separated from my sister, which made my mood drop even more. I figured I should text her with some excuse, like going on a business trip or something. But while trying to message her, I accidentally sent the message to my friend, Four Eyes, instead. And worse, it was a long, caring message. I panicked, hoping I could take it back, but it was too late. He read it and didn't even reply right away. The nerve. While I was stressing over that, my phone was suddenly snatched by Shirhei Chi, my co-star. He warned me about the danger, explaining that the hacker behind the threat could track my phone. He even insisted on keeping my phone and handed me a backup. At that moment, Matsushima-san, who had been passed out, suddenly regained his energy, pledging to protect me no matter what. It was a bit dramatic, but I couldn't help but let him guide me back to the dressing room. On our way, I wanted to know what exactly was in that threat, but Matsushima-san brushed it off, telling me the only thing that mattered was my safety. He even went so far as to declare that the world couldn't live without me, which, surprisingly, a lot of people have said before. Honestly, I'm not sure how to feel about it. As we were about to exit, someone mentioned that the door was stuck, as if something was blocking it. Just when people started to panic, the door opened, and police officers entered. It was a relief to see them, but something felt off. There were so many of them, and they were all staring at me like I was some kind of rare creature. Then, Out of nowhere, he appeared whirling, with his golden hair and piercing blue eyes, standing out even among the police. He looked more like a model than an officer, and as he reached for me, Shirhei-chi swatted his hand away. The tension between them was palpable, but I had bigger things to worry about, like staying safe amidst all this chaos. I never expected things to get this complicated. A few months ago, Shirhei-chi, a high-ranking member of the Mafia, was supposed to be dead, killed by the infamous European assassin, Verlaine. But somehow, everything changed the moment I showed up at their bar. That day, I kept calm even in the face of danger. I smiled and invited the dangerous assassin to take a break. The tension in the room disappeared, and even Verlaine seemed confused by the peaceful atmosphere. Since then, it feels like I've become the center of all sorts of strange events. Verlaine, now standing in front of me, keeps trying to get close. He makes these bold comments, talking about how he'll protect me from the threats I'm facing. But all I can think about is how awkward it feels to be around him. I'm not sure why he's here in Tokyo, and when I asked about his uniform, he made a joke about becoming a cop, which didn't help at all. Shirhei-chi, on the other hand, seems just as tense, blocking Verlaine every time he tries to touch me. He suggested taking me to Yokohama, to a secret apartment no one knows about, but the idea of going there with him made my skin crawl. I politely refused and instead stuck close to the police. As if things couldn't get more overwhelming, I ended up surrounded by cops in a small room, signing autographs. Even in this tense situation, they were more interested in getting my signature than anything else. Just when I thought it couldn't get weirder, my friend Ida Haru burst in, convinced I had been assassinated. He hugged me so tightly I could barely breathe, and all I could do was reassure him that I wasn't dead, just being threatened. Now, I'm sitting here, trying to stay composed, but all I can think is, how did I end up in this mess? I managed to escape that chaotic day, but I didn't get the gift I wanted for my sister. Time was tight, and I had to head back to work. In the end, I exchanged contact info with the guy who helped me out. His name is Ida Haru, a police academy student. He turned out to be a decent guy, not one of those overly excited fans. We got along surprisingly well. Our friendship grew over time, though there wasn't any major event that brought us closer. Ida always seemed to be there, looking out for me, whether it was kicking away a stray soccer ball, blocking paparazzi cameras, or even warning me about dog poop. Well, I'd rather forget the dog poop incident. The real turning point in our friendship came late one night when I admitted that I wanted to become so famous that the entire world would know me. Ida looked at me with wide, surprised eyes, like he thought everything came easy for me. But I told him the truth. Being Terahashi Xian takes effort, and I'm far from reaching my goal. Fast forward to today, 2 hours after receiving a death threat, and we had made no progress. Then, another message came in this time. The threat promised a series of terror attacks over the next 3 months. It felt like a sick game, with the criminal daring the police to stop him. He even teased us by saying the previous threat was a joke. The police were furious, but I stayed calm, thinking this person didn't actually want me dead, at least not right away. The police were doing their best to protect me, but they couldn't help being charmed by my presence. They kept sneaking glances at me, and one of them even asked for my autograph. I couldn't say no, so I signed while staying composed, but all I could think about was the real danger I was in. The criminal hinted at exposing one of my secrets, which made me more anxious than the threat itself. That secret. It has to do with my sister, Terahashi Kimi. If anything were to happen to her because of this, I wouldn't forgive myself. Before his sister was born, the world revolved around Terahashi Nobuyuki. When he was born, he was featured in newspapers and was named the most beautiful baby in Asia. Countless reporters came to interview his parents, and every photographer marveled that Terahashi Nobuyuki's photos were their most perfect works to date. After that, he was praised wherever he went and treated preferentially no matter what he did. Terahashi Nobuyuki's childhood was once inflated. He got everything too easily. If he stared at the candy he wanted for more than 3 seconds, passers-by would scramble to buy it for him. If he said in the classroom that he didn't want to go to school, the teacher would be relentless and let him go play alone. His friends would come to him as long as they waved, and he would receive countless inquiries about his well-being just by changing his facial expression. It can be said that almost all the requests made by Terahashi Nobuyuki were met. Everyone is giving him the best, but Terahashi Shin doesn't understand what giving means. Giving me this kind of thing, it is already the greatest honor for them to see me. What else do they expect from me? This idea was imprinted in Terahashi Nobuyuki's mind, almost as deeply rooted as an instinctive cognition. Until Terahashi Kokomi was born. For the first time, Terahashi Nobuyuki realized that there was a peer who was not inferior to him, or even better than him. The most beautiful baby that made the doctors who delivered the baby blush was not known to many people this time, and was only spread among a small group of people. Because the Terahashi family learned to protect their special child. Lessons learned from Terahashi Nobuyuki. Human love is not just pure appreciation. The negative emotions it breeds drive plunder and destruction. Twisted guys ignore the constraints of the law. Terahashi Nobuyuki experienced 3 kidnappings when he was young. The first 2 times he was playing alone in the park and was picked up and run away by passers-by. It was an impulsive act, and it can be said that he did not achieve true success. Terahashi Nobuyuki showed a little panic, and the kidnapper himself was overwhelmed by guilt. And the last time, Terahashi Nobuyuki's personality changed drastically, as if he had become a different person. To use the words of a psychologist, he was once autistic. The criminal is a teacher at the kindergarten named Terahashi Nobuyuki. There seemed to be a companion in the cellar, but Terahashi Nobuo later forgot about it. His whole cognition was subverted, so he didn't know whose hand he was holding. Child. The teacher happily described him in the tone and words that Terahashi Nobuyuki was most familiar with, while leaving behind the hastily prepared food. It really feels great to be needed by you. Just like a pet kept by an irresponsible person, it is only responsible for providing emotional value to people, but is deprived of its inherent freedom. Terahashi Nobuyuki had once shown him a pitiful expression, retaining a sense of closeness to the teacher he once trusted. Normally, no one could stand this trick, but it didn't work on the prisoner. It would only increase his abnormal desires in some aspects, so from then on, Terahashi Nobuyuki suddenly understood. All those who approach him and show kindness to him because of his appearance are superficial fools. When he was a child, he used all kinds of disgusting things to describe these strangers: cockroaches, monkeys, air pollutants, and humanoid frames without brains. But when he grew up, Terahashi Nobuyuki learned to ignore them coldly. Does he like you? Really? Thank you then. Isn't it natural that you like me? Similarly, it is natural for others to like his sister Terahashi Kokomi. Because they are all children created by God, with appearances that others envy, as if they were given more privileges than others at birth. Brother, you should have said thank you to your friends just now. Huh. The 12-year-old Terahashi Nobuyuki closed the door to see the guests off, and turned back to look at his sister in a daze. The little girl was just as tall as his waist, and now she was clutching the hem of her skirt angrily. Your friends are here to celebrate your birthday. Why do you have that expression? A serious and cute blame. Terahashi Shin said coldly, No, I didn't invite them. They came on their own. Even if it's a surprise, I don't need. That won't do. They even prepared gifts with all their heart. Terahashi Shinmi stared with her round eyes. Brother, you just made them feel embarrassed, idiot. What does their embarrassment have to do with me? Terahashi Shin quarreled with her half seriously. As long as I feel comfortable, it's fine. After all, we are so cute. Of course we have to do cute things. Cute people will respond to other people's kindness with their heart. Then everyone will feel happy. Everyone. Feel happy? Terahashi Shin repeated slowly. Why? What why? Beauty that causes sin and war is not worth mentioning at all. What's the most powerful thing is to make everyone live in peace and admire it unanimously. And isn't it polite to receive a gift and then say thank you? Only people with low quality would do that. Forget about that. Terahashi Shinmi frowned slightly. She was more worried about her brother's friendship than anything else, and she was also aware of Terahashi Shin's psychological problems. Brother, you will have no friends if you continue like this. You should get along well with others. Oh my God, Angel. Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes widened slightly, and he suddenly felt his heart pounding. In the same situation, they are most familiar with each other's characteristics. Terahashi Shin chose to watch indifferently and sneer with disdain, while Terahashi Kokomi decided to maintain this strange harmony with her heart. Do they like you? Yes, of course. Their love is soft and yearning. In this case, I will gladly accept your love. In a way that doesn't hurt you. Sincerely and calmly say to you, thank you. So my sister just needs to live a peaceful life, have ordinary friends, and only worry about minor disputes. A perfect girl can't worry about bad things. Terahashi Nobuyuki was filled with anger and said in a deep voice, anyway, I won't hide. If I let that guy wreak havoc in my city because of my personal reasons, it would be unacceptable. He, Zhao Qiaoxin, is a child blessed by God. No matter what, we will send someone to protect you 24 hours a day. Inspector Jingling adjusted his mood. Just tell us if you need anything. I'm thinking. This matter needs to be kept secret. Zhao Qiaoxin looked at the police officers present. It's really exaggerated that more than 20 people came at once. It's simply telling others in a big way that I'm in danger. Or it's just playing big. I originally hired a bodyguard, and at most 2 more people will follow me closely. Although he said so, before the police could come up with a conclusion, Terahashi Nobuyuki received a call from his boss. Ishihara Hoshiro's voice was particularly low, and he spoke with a pinched throat like a behind-the-scenes boss. Tong, I will arrange everything for you. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Are you reading the script for my next domineering boss drama? Ishihara Hoshiro coughed. Isn't it? It's too artificial. It doesn't make people respect it sincerely. The other side was not discouraged, and still had the same tone. Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you. After talking with the boss, Terahashi Nobuyuki pinched his brows and put the assassination letter aside, but his fingers touched something warm and cool. The golden-haired man grasped his fingertips, his cold eyes faintly revealing delicate warmth. Are you tired? 4 or 5 hours had passed since the threatening letter arrived, and everyone's face was more or less tired. Compared to me who has been waiting, everyone who works is working harder. Terahashi Nobuyuki pulled back his hand and rubbed his fingertips unconsciously. Compared to this, you are still here? Haven't you given yourself away? He stared at Verlin's recognizable face. Even if you're wearing a police uniform, how can you, a European, be a police officer? Pretend to be a mixed race. Verlin said lightly, after all, my Japanese is pretty good. A casual and laid-back guy, he pursues the freedom defined by his heart and acts according to his own behavioral logic. Terahashi Nobuo leaned back in his chair, holding his forehead and pursing his lips. Are you going to protect me? Of course. After all, I am your pursuer, right? Terahashi Nobuyuki quickly covered his mouth. That night, as the assassination letter incident had just happened, the boss did not let Terahashi Nobuyuki go home alone. He was escorted by a police car all the way to the Metropolitan Police Department, the safest place in the city. Oha! The police officers still on duty looked at the human-shaped light bulb walking in the dark and exclaimed knowingly. 6th divine power. He's even better looking in person than on TV. What is he doing here? Did he lose something? Is he going to report a crime? Can I take charge of this case? Leave me some space so I can take a look. Let me take a look. The usually steady detectives all crowded their heads to the door to look inside. Terahashi Nobuyuki was sitting in the conference room, holding his cheeks in a deep manner, which was in line with the atmosphere of the scene. He stared at the female police officer in charge of recording with a firm look, and occasionally lifted his hair from the bottom to the top. Pa. The policewoman's hands that were tapping on the keyboard had stopped working at some point, and she herself was unaware of it. At this moment, she was staring at Terahashi Nobuyuki blankly with her lips slightly open. Ida Ko, who was beside Terahashi Nobu, pressed his head down. Okay, stop and restrain your charm. Huh, what are you talking about? Terahashi Nobu glared at him in displeasure. I am cooperating with the work seriously. He listed all the suspicious people he had seen so far. Ahem. The inspector, who also saw that his brain had stopped thinking, coughed softly. Go on. Terahashi Nobuyuki straightened his collar, then looked at the policewoman opposite him with a more serious look. Suddenly, his aura changed swish. It's like the holy light of Buddha. Oh no. It's the dazzling light of a top handsome guy. The policewoman's eyelids twitched, and she pushed her glasses down as seriously as possible, and mechanically turned her eyes away from Terahashi Nobuo's face and stared at the computer screen. The 48th one is Ichino's Tokishi, who debuted at the same time as me. He was quite active as a member of Hayato, but he was replaced by me on an important stage once, and his fan votes are always lower than mine. The policewoman's fingers trembled. As for Hayato, I remember he was only 15 years old. Well, actually he should not be a suspect, but after all, I have to name all the people who have conflicts of interest with me. In addition to conflicts of interest, there are also people who covet him excessively. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't say. This is the 48th, there are 31 more to come. Terahashi Nobuyuki replied very naturally. There was a small gasp in the room. Mr. Lucian, you have a really good memory, someone said awkwardly. Terahashi Nobuyuki remained non-committal. In fact, he just pulled out names and events from the information storage in his brain. He had a personal information sheet for all the people around him, accurate to birthdays and blood types, but if the person really stood in front of him, Terahashi Nobuyuki was a guy with face blindness. He won't bother to remember people he doesn't need to care about. Nowadays, friends and colleagues only leave an impression in his mind by looking at their faces. By the time he could finally rest, it was already past 10 o'clock. If he didn't sleep anymore, it would be considered staying up all night. Although Terahashi Nobuyuki knew that his face would not show any signs of fatigue tomorrow, it was necessary to have a good work and rest schedule like a robot. He used his backup phone to send some trivial messages to his parents who were far away abroad, reviewed his work schedule for tomorrow, and then lay down on his relatively comfortable bed. 10 minutes later, Terahashi Nobu turned over several times, and finally gave up and got out of bed, quickly drawing the curtains and opening the window. I have a problem, he said seriously. I can't sleep if there are strangers within 10 meters of me. Outside the window, two handsome men who shouldn't have appeared and had different auras and seemed to be at odds with each other turned their heads at the same time. The PR officer cosplaying as Spider-Man hanging from the roof. Exion, do I bother you? Verlin, standing on the railing like a son of the wind, said, I am not a stranger, am I? They greeted each other calmly in this strange scene. Terahashi Nobu secretly complained about their abnormal thinking, and then emphasized, this is the 4th floor. Verlin sneered, it's too dangerous. Anyone can invade from outside. He stood lightly on the guardrail less than 3 centimeters high, using only the front half of his feet as support. His satin-like blonde hair was covered in the cold moonlight, and his white suit swayed in the night breeze. It is a charm that is breathtaking and fascinating at first sight. However, Terahashi Shin will automatically filter out anyone's superior appearance, because no one is superior to him. There are only 2 types of people in this world, Terahashi Shinmi and ordinary people other than Terahashi Shinmi. He is the only one who can match her. After a dangerous speech in his heart, Terahashi Nobuyuki still looked at Verlin with his eyes that were more accurate than a ruler. This pose is great. Let's try this pose next time we film a scene. Oh yes, the thinking can't be biased. Exion, we are worried about you. After all, the other party is very likely to be a mutant. The public relations officer stood at the other corner of the windowsill, stepping steadily on the inside of the guardrail. I have never found a chance to repay you. Now that you are in danger, I can't slack off. Repay me? Repay me for what? Terahashi Nobuyuki searched his mind for useful information, but found no glorious incident of saving lives. The PR officer looked at him hesitantly and finally lowered his brows helplessly. Yeah, you're always like this. Terahashi Shin was puzzled. Perhaps Terahashi Nobuyuki's expression was too innocent, and the PR officer was a little itchy for a moment. Nobuyuki, we are friends, right? Is this considered as seniors and juniors trying to build a relationship? Terahashi Nobu felt strange about his sudden kindness, but still accepted it. But his tone was a little slow. Yeah, right? You may find it abrupt, but in fact, you saved my life. The darkness of the port mafia breeds extreme emotions. Some people trample on kindness, while others treasure it deep in their hearts. The PR officer's expression was blurred in the night, but his eyes were shining. He stared at the blue-haired young man, as if he was looking at a desirable miracle born in the light. I fell earlier than you. He said something that had a profound and obscure meaning, and it seemed like a misunderstanding. TSK. What a shattering sound. Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his head and saw cracks on the railing under Wei Erlin's feet, and there was a tendency to continue to spread. You should lose weight, Terahashi Nobuyuki said mercilessly. Maybe. Wei Erlin jumped off the railing without a care, and the hem of his suit in the air fell half a beat slower. I heard something I didn't want to hear. Well, I feel like I was preempted. After all, he knelt on one knee and took Terahashi Nobuyuki's hand. If we ignore the first come, first served issue, I must be the one who fell the most. Terahashi Nobuyuki got goosebumps all over his body. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he lowered his eyes as if he was looking at the dog that he had just avoided yesterday. No, in short, he was looking at the guy that made his hair stand on end and wanted to avoid him. Thank you for your love first. If you want to develop this kind of relationship with me, your behavior at this time can be called a sightseeing fan. Are you playing dumb? Wei blinked. We are not the fans' admiration for idols. What happened? Did these two guys take the wrong medicine late at night? Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyebrows jumped, and he was just trying to find something to say to evade the question when a light voice came from downstairs. This is an obvious refusal. Assassinate Mr. Wong. The black-haired boy stood downstairs without knowing when. He was looking up slightly at this moment. The single eye that was not covered by the bandage was filled with the night. His skin looked a little pale under the moonlight. All your confessions were rejected. This guy now wants to wash his hands 3 times after you touched them. Beside him, the ochre-haired boy shook the hem of his windbreaker and said, As for suitors, this guy has no shortage of them. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at the two people downstairs. Terahashi Nobuyuki was confused. Terahashi Nobuhiro glanced at the sky again. Why are you here? Wei Erlin raised his hand and said briskly, Hey, Chuya. As soon as he saw his brother, his attention was immediately distracted, and his grip on Terahashi Nobuyuki loosened a little. The blue-haired young man took his hand back and wiped it on his pants. The PR officer also turned around, looking a little surprised. Chuyi, why are you here? Whether or not, both of them immediately ignored the black-haired boy next to him. It's an important job. Nakahara Chuya pressed down the brim of his hat, lowered his eyes, and didn't look at Terahashi Nobuyuki. We are here on a business trip. Then he glanced at Dazai Osamu, almost laughing arrogantly. The bluefish has completely become a background board. Then, the next second, Terahashi Nobuyuki said in a businesslike tone, Good evening, Dazai. Nakahara Chuya choked. Dazai Osamu sneered and looked up. Good evening, Lucian. Are you here on a business trip? Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at the conspicuous sign next to the gate. Police station? Nakahara Chuya was silent, then nudged Dazai Osamu beside him with his elbow. Dazai Osamu tapped lightly on his phone, and he had obviously found a reason to use it. He raised his hand and pointed the page at Terahashi Nobuyuki, knowing that the other party would be able to see the contents on the screen clearly in the dark. We saw some interesting news. There is the latest information on it. The latest famous scene. The 6 gods are riding in a police car. The famous 6 gods are riding in a police car. The picture shows a bored and cold face of Terahashi Nobuyuki sitting in the back seat of a police car. He props his cheek with one hand, and the night lights on the road shine down from above, illuminating his face. Dazai Osamu calculated his reading speed, slid his fingertips, and the comments immediately came up. Magic detective. I saw a magic detective. Amai Kinmei-kun. This shot is like a scene from a TV drama, where the detective is pondering over clues to the case in a police car, his star-like eyes drooping aimlessly, yet seeming to be staring directly into the abyss. At this moment, Lucian is Yinming, and Yinming is Lucian. Dazai knew that fans' flattery was just for reading, and they would forget it after going through their minds once. He just wanted to show how many people were discussing this matter. I happened to be on a business trip, and I came to see if you were in any trouble. Dazai's eyes fell on Wei Erlin, and his voice became a little lighter. Then I will help you get rid of the trouble. More than 3 months ago, Terahashi Nobuyuki first came into contact with a public relations officer. At that time, He had just entered the entertainment industry and had been active in the public eye with the role of a detective. From then on, his fame soared. Because there was so much material for licking his looks, and there was overwhelming discussion and praise, Terahashi Nobuyuki won a lot of endorsements and follow-up collaborations. With his qualifications, unless he has someone behind the scenes, he would not have the opportunity to work with the public relations officer so early. In fact, Terahashi Nobuyuki never paid much attention to the entertainment industry because, in his opinion, there was no need to remember all the faces of the people, and TV dramas were a waste of time. But the moment he decided to step into this industry, everything became different. He looked for all the competitors who were worthy of his attention. Terahashi Nobuyuki's arrogance could sometimes make those who knew his true thoughts itch, but his arrogance was also based on the fact that he was indeed stronger than his opponents. He knew that there were many areas in this world that he had not set foot in, and that he was actually just a young junior. The arrogance of ignorance would only make him look ridiculous. The name Ishiguro Chi became famous abroad and won several genuine gold awards. Terahashi Nobuyuki spent a whole day looking through all his works, and in the end, he gradually admitted that his face was more outstanding than others. As a junior, he had to follow the itinerary of his seniors, so Terahashi Nobuyuki came to Yokohama with a subtle sense of awe. It happened that they also had work in this city, and several scenes of Terahashi Nobuyuki's new drama had to be filmed in Yokohama. Then, on his first day in Yokohama, he deliberately got rid of his agent in order to bring local specialties to his sister and to prevent others from knowing that he actually had a sister. This has been done many times by Zhao Qiaoxin. Otherwise, you know what will happen. The newspaper headlines will become, "Shock. Lu Shintong actually has a secret girlfriend." Who did the rising star actor buy the gift for? Thinking about that scene gave Terahashi Nobuyuki a headache, not because of whether his reputation would be damaged, but because they would dig deep into his girlfriend who actually existed. In the cool autumn weather, Terahashi Nobuyuki was wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, so his movements were inevitably a little sneaky. He asked the navigation system to reposition himself, then followed the indicated route and walked straight ahead. In the end, he found himself in a very unfamiliar place. What? I got lost. He got lost following the letter from the bridge. How could that be? Terahashi Nobuyuki stared at the navigation with his pupils trembling. He would never do such a thing that only a fool would do. This kind of personality has nothing to do with him. The scene in front of him was completely unfamiliar, and it also had a faint sense of decay and decay. Countless containers were stacked randomly, looking like an uninhabited abandoned site. Zhao Qiaoxin turned around and looked at the alley he had just walked into. Where was the alley? Where was the winding alley? Terahashi Nobuyuki pulled down his sunglasses slightly, checked carefully, looked at the malfunctioning navigation, and finally touched his forehead in sudden realization. Sick? Out of his mind? How on earth did he get here? Suddenly, it seemed as if someone had asked this question. Terahashi Nobuyuki paused for 2 seconds before realizing that this was not his imagination, but someone really was talking to him in this remote place. He turned his head and gently raised it upwards. His sunglasses made him fearless of the glaring sunlight. He saw a thin boy sitting on a container. Terahashi Nobuyuki, whose eyes were like rulers, gave him a cursory look. The shoe size is right, the fabric is expensive, the black color is very dull and boring, but overall it is suitable and pleasing to the eye. He is not a homeless person or a lost child. The baby fat on his face has not disappeared, but his body is very skinny. He either doesn't like to eat or has a bad stomach. The exposed skin is wrapped in bandages, but it seems that there is no injury. What is this? Is it a second-year syndrome? Four Eyes has a friend who seems to have a second-year syndrome. Don't you understand what I say? Dazai-Osamu looked a little unhappy when he didn't get a response from Terahashi Nobuyuki and felt the obvious scrutiny. This is not a place for just anyone to enter. There are warning signs outside. This is his territory. The port is a place that no one in the Mafia will set foot in. Legend has it that anyone who accidentally breaks in will be cruelly punished. In the middle of the night, you can still hear the cries and screams brought by the wind. This is the forbidden place of the psychological trainer of the port Mafia, who is feared by everyone and the darkest man in the underworld. Ah, it's just a rumor though. Terahashi Nobuyuki said coldly. The navigation system failed. Even if it failed, you have already reached the depths of the abandoned site. Didn't you have any doubts along the way? It told me that Carly is ahead. Carly, the jewelry store that Terahashi Nobuyuki had been thinking about for a long time. Yes, a jewelry store. He wants to buy the biggest and most dazzling gem for Terahashi Kokomi, although this gem can't match her 1/1,000,000th of brilliance. Carly, the product spokesperson of this brand, has always been Ishiguro Chi, but according to the implicit revelation of Mr. Agent, that position will soon be Zhao Xian, who also said, no one can match the brilliance of Lan Haijian better than Lu Shenong. No, it is only Lan Hai's words that can match the brilliance of Terahashi Nobuyuki. They used such a sincere attitude. Terahashi Shin didn't have any special feelings about the fact that he was going to be the spokesperson for a big brand. Nor did he have any feelings about the Lan Haijian that they were promoting, because he felt that it was too stingy and small, and not worthy of Terahashi Shinmei at all. Terahashi Shinmei deserved a gem bigger than a pigeon egg. Terahashi Nobuyuki was also moved by his own aesthetics today. He once gave his sister a lifelike puppy apron. The 3D printing was so realistic that it was uglier than a spoof. A puppy knife storage box. The puppy's head was full of knives. And a puppy scale. I have to say this was also ugly. But his sister didn't seem to like them and was very depressed. In the end, she became happy because of a puppy water cup that she took by mistake. Terahashi Nobu felt like a failure. After receiving Carly's invitation to collaborate, he thought he should give her a better gift to make up for it. Carly? The black-haired boy seemed a little surprised to hear the name, and then he burst out laughing. Why don't you choose a reason that's not so stupid? It's in the city center, the most prosperous area, and the sign is big enough for anyone with eyes to see it. Good, very poisonous. This was the first time that Terahashi Nobuyuki was addressed with such sharp words. How should I put it? It was a bit fresh, because he was always praised by people around him. Of course I know. But Terahashi Nobuyuki was still not convinced. While experiencing a feeling of frustration he had never experienced before, he was excited to have a good quarrel with others. There must be someone who has thought about it, to find a chance to have a good quarrel with others. Terahashi Shin has never argued with others. When others see his face, they lose. Ah, the pink-haired four-eyed frog does not count, that rascal who always pesters Shinmei. Every time he is aggressive and wants to settle accounts with someone, the four-eyed frog has a helpless and disgusted expression. Of course you know. Then did you walk here and directly apparate like a magician with magic? Dazai Osamu made a sarcastic joke. Running around without knowing anything will get you killed. Huh. Terahashi Shin found that he was getting more and more impolite. It's too much to just curse people to death. Does this wasteland have an owner? Dazai Osamu lowered his eyes. His gaze he glanced at Terahashi Nobuyuki's tightly wrapped face. He suddenly changed the subject. Are you a wanted criminal? Terahashi Nobuyuki touched his mask and trembled like a frightened cat. Dazai Osamu continued. I feel like you look familiar. No, it's your illusion. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was inspired by his occupational disease, couldn't help but want to take a step back, but he held back and tried to bring the topic back to the quarrel. After all, why are you asking me the reason? If you're just mocking me instead of trying to help me, then the sudden stranger should just pass by. Where I go is none of your business, right, impolite boy? Or is this your way of getting my attention? Yeah, what a childish guy. Is his IQ average? Dazai Osamu looked down at Terahashi Nobuo with a distracted gaze. There was actually no other reason why he noticed him at first sight, except that someone had intruded into a place where he was never disturbed, and he also discovered something interesting. Golden ratio. This person's body shape and all the data meet the most recognized perfect standards of the human body. Even if he was covered tightly with clothes and his face was wrapped up, he would not be recognized even if he went out to rob someone. The fingers, the curvature of his shoulders and neck, the length of his leg bones. Judging from the arc of the mask, her face can't be that bad. That's why she said something like that just to get his attention. Are you someone who is used to being admired in life? The way he suddenly stopped and looked around was a little funny. After talking to him, I found out. He is a simple guy who gets carried away once provoked. Dazai-Osamu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that he had done something stupid by chatting him up on impulse, and suddenly lost the interest that he had finally built up. Terahashi Nobuyuki noticed that the man's temperament had become even more gloomy. The fight didn't start, and he felt a little bored. He gave up and took off his sunglasses, lowered his head, and studied the navigation on his phone. "Aren't you leaving now? I have to find the right route. Go east, and you will reach the main road, where there is a bus stop to the city." Terahashi Nobuyuki was stunned. "Oh, thank you." The black-haired boy changed the subject again, "but it would be good if you could return alive." His tone was somewhat indifferent, and his eyes shifted vaguely. "Went somewhere else?" Terahashi blinked. "Are you talking about the guy who followed me?" Dazai-Osamu widened his eyes slightly. "Ah, this kind of thing happens often. I think it must be a paparazzi." Terahashi turned his head and looked at the container on the right. "But no matter what, I still get angry when my photo is taken." His tone changed. Contrary to the silly look I had guessed, he now seemed extremely calm and at ease. "Forget it. There's nothing to hide at this time. There's definitely no third person in this place besides us." Terahashi Nobu took off his hat and mask quickly. Wrapping up so tightly in this weather is suffocating. He adjusted his hair, then looked up. "I will take care of that guy. Thank you for your guidance." For a long while, Terahashi received no response to his letter. He tilted his head. "Why do you look like that? Did you have a stomachache?" "Oh." The black-haired boy covered his mouth, and the deep pupils trembled. What sound was he trying to make?" "Oh-ha." Dazai-Osamu doubted himself for about 3 seconds. Then he slowly stood up and jumped off the container swiftly. When he landed, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Terahashi Nobuyuki out of the corner of his eye, and his feet slipped. His whole handsome and agile moves became a waste, and he fell backwards and hit the ground with a thud. Dazai-Osamu. Dazai-Osamu gazed at the sky, which was exceptionally blue today. The sky was cloudless and the sunlight was shining obliquely, so it was not dazzling. For some reason, everything in my field of vision suddenly became dazzling. His brain had never thought so slowly before, and Dazai-Osamu realized belatedly that someone was looking at him from above. His eyes were deeper than the quiet sea, as if they were filled with all the love in the world. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his fine hair drooped slightly due to gravity, but it couldn't hide the face that made people yearn for it. "Are you okay?" Terahashi Nobu asked casually, and he didn't laugh out loud because of his professionalism. If Four-Eyed Frog falls down, he will laugh mercilessly until he slaps his thighs and his stomach hurts. Dazai-Osamu. Dazai-Osamu's pupils trembled even more. The thing that was so dazzling was actually this guy's face. He covered his mouth, turned around with a dark face, curled up his legs, paused for a moment, and then stood up quickly. The movement was too violent, and Terahashi Nobuyuki collided with his head. "Ouch!" This strange exclamation was finally uttered along with a cry of pain. Terahashi Nobuyuki's ears automatically filtered out these 2 syllables. He covered his aching forehead, and no matter how shocked the black-haired boy beside him was, he still felt something was wrong. "Will it swell later? Oh, how can I work then? Can my bangs cover it?" He muttered to himself for a while, then turned around in annoyance. Let's solve the problem over there first." Just now, his sensitive ears caught a clear click. This is the sound of a camera shutter. Terahashi Nobuyuki strode over there, rolling up his sleeves and loosening his collar as he walked. He neatly opened his jacket with the zipper pulled to the top. The wind was particularly kind to him at this time, making his casual posture look like that of a bad leader going out to war. There were hurried steps coming from inside the container. Terahashi Nobuyuki picked up a wooden board from the ground and fastened it to the only door of the container. Then he placed one hand on the glass next to it and took a look inside. There's no one inside. But Terahashi Nobuyuki was certain that someone had been standing at the window and peeping. He estimated the height of the window, took 2 small steps on the spot, then suddenly jumped up, grabbed the container, and kicked the glass with his knees crash. Everything was like slow motion. The flying debris reflected tiny flashes of light. The young man who broke in through the window squatted on the window frame nimbly, his clothes still fluttering in the air current. He heard the tense breathing of another person, so he turned to look at him. His eyes were cold, but his whole body was covered with brilliance. Like a god. The paparazzi hiding against the wall were stunned. The camera in his hand slipped from his fingertips without him noticing, but fortunately it was caught by the rope hanging around his neck and did not break into pieces. Six gods. He murmured dully. Terahashi Nobuyuki reached out his hand to him. His voice was emotionless. Now that I've discovered it, just delete it. After getting the paparazzi's film, Terahashi destroyed it manually. Oh, by the way, one more thing. He looked at the paparazzi who was reluctant to leave. Do you know the way back? The way back? The paparazzi seemed a little confused. Where to go back? Of course, to the city. Terahashi looked at the navigation. I have to say it's too far from me. I don't remember how long I walked. You must have been following me. Did I miss my stop? The paparazzi's eyes were a little straight, and it was unclear whether he was lost in doubt about his life or simply attracted by Terahashi Nobuyuki's face. After a while, just when Terahashi Nobuyuki was too impatient to listen to his answer, he mumbled, Mr. Lucian, you got on the wrong train, and when you got off, you were staring at your phone, so you walked here without realizing it. Terahashi Nobuyuki scratched his head. Ah, really? It seems so. He thought for a moment and gave up exploring the details. Anyway, it's getting late and I should go back. Mr. Ishihara is about to show his crying face like an old man. Are we still going to Carly? Dazai Osamu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. Terahashi Nobuyuki gave Dazai Osamu a strange look. He had just been squatting in the corner planting mushrooms with his hands tightly wrapped around his abdomen. Terahashi Nobuyuki wanted to ask him if he had eaten something bad and whether he should be given some space to eat it on the spot. I always feel like something is wrong with him. Zhao Qiaoxin was distracted and thought, why did he suddenly become quiet, and his attitude softened strangely? We don't have time. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was quite serious when working, said, I don't know if we can get a taxi here. It's too far from the city. The taxi is coming. Dazai Osamu said suddenly. HM? Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his head in a daze and heard two horn sounds coming from the motorway in the distance. Let's go. Dazai Osamu said, I'll take you there. His attitude and voice are so bland that it's easy to follow. In other words, he used a commanding tone. Terahashi Shin hummed a few times due to the unexpected help. Oh, thank you. I misunderstood this guy. Although he is a rude boy, he is still kind-hearted. At that time, Terahashi Nobuyuki was simply thinking so, and he was just a little confused. There seemed to be some characteristics of the other party that were different from ordinary people. There is something in the pocket close to the waist. Where does the smell of gunpowder on your body come from? These did not arouse Terahashi Nobuyuki's vigilance. Because some parts of the scrapyard are filled with messy and pungent smells, you can put anything in your pocket. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't care about the black luxury car that was called to pick them up. When getting in the car, Mr. Paparazzi was ruthlessly left behind because Dazai Osamu only invited Terahashi Nobuyuki, and Terahashi Nobuyuki had no objection to this. In the car, Terahashi Nobuyuki took out the mirror he carried with him and observed his red and swollen forehead. Have you practiced before? The boy next to him asked unexpectedly. Huh. Oh, you mean that? Terahashi Nobuyuki rolled his elbow. This is obvious, right? His arms have smooth muscle lines, but they are not exaggerated. Body management is very important, although I don't deliberately maintain it. His appearance is a gift, and it is also something that is easy to maintain, because Terahashi Nobuyuki has no great desire for food. He will follow any recipes designed by his agent, and at most he will eat the porridge cooked by his sister. Six Gods debuted with Magic Detective and can be called a star that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His career is developing very fast. It will probably be the top of the entertainment industry in a short time. Thank you for your blessing. Terahashi Nobuyuki replied lightly. Are you planning to make an action movie next? Dazai Osamu glanced at him obscurely. Although this is the plan, I currently have a youth idol drama that has signed a contract. Terahashi Nobuyuki was not dissatisfied with this arrangement. He answered Dazai Osamu in a businesslike manner, without any greetings. With such an outstanding talent, You won't be rejected no matter what you want to do. Dazai-Osamu tilted his head and stared at him. In a spacious enough space, they sat opposite each other. The black-haired boy crossed his legs, his upper limbs not relaxed in the soft chair back. His expression at this moment was chillingly distant, and his gaze towards Terahashi Nobuyuki was penetrating and scrutinizing. Even if you directly oppose something you don't want, no one will have the heart to say anything accusing. What are you talking about? Talent? Terahashi Nobuyuki showed a clear self-deprecating smile for the first time. I wish I had the ability to do whatever I want. In that case, the face of the blue-haired girl flashed through Terahashi Nobuyuki's mind. That way I can. The car was speeding very fast, or rather, too fast. Terahashi Nobuyuki was trembling with fear as he held the handle, but the boy opposite him was calm and collected. You're speeding, you'll be stopped by the traffic police. It doesn't matter, they can't stop you. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked out the window. There's a police car chasing us. Let the driver keep driving and we'll get out. Terahashi Nobuyuki? After a thrilling chase, Terahashi Nobuyuki, who had not yet recovered from the shock, was grabbed by the collar and dragged out of the car door. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the vehicle behind him sped away. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Dazai-Osamu turned back calmly, and just as he was about to say something, the first thing that came out of his mouth was "Oh." It was a voice that was cold and ruthless, yet could not be restrained from overflowing. Terahashi Nobuyuki should have been thrown into a mess by the exhaust gas, but the dust spiraled around him and became the background of his atmosphere. There was even a confusing Tyndall effect around the blue-haired young man, making him shine like a holy light. Dazai-Osamu murmured in a trance. Is this also possible? Lu Shenong reacted quickly and put on a hat and sunglasses to fully arm himself. He coughed twice, and his attention was completely attracted by the store in front of him that was located in the most prosperous area and had the most high-profile decoration. Carly, the largest jewelry store in Yokohama. Seeing him staring at him intently, Dazai suddenly mentioned the matter that had just made Terahashi feel uneasy. His tone was somewhat tentative. Don't you care about the driver? Terahashi Nobu asked back. Didn't he go to distract the traffic police? Having said that, I hope there won't be any rumors of me speeding tomorrow. So capricious. He was just struggling with whether he should obey traffic rules. No, it should be. Indifference. What an arrogant guy. Dazai-Osamu glanced vaguely at the end of the street corner, then followed Terahashi Nobuo into the store. That's what should be done. This is the right thing to do. Terahashi Nobuyuki walked into the store eagerly, but suddenly stopped. 1, 2, 3. 8 martial artists? Although it is true that this is a jewelry store that is easy to be robbed, isn't 8 a bit exaggerated? Terahashi Shinko used his ruler-like eyes to take a closer look at the security guards. TSK, are the wrinkles on these clothes a weapon? A gun? Terahashi Nobuyuki's gaze was not obviously restrained, and no one could notice it behind his sunglasses, but it seemed that his outfit was too conspicuous, and he received many wary looks. However, Terahashi Nobuyuki did not realize that he was considered a bad guy. He walked over, coughed twice and lowered his voice, pointed at the promotional page on his phone, and said to the clerk seriously, I'm here to pick up the one I ordered before. The atmosphere in the store changed subtly since he came in. Then, another person walked in from the automatic sensor door. This time, the air was even more stagnant. The shop assistant hesitated and smiled. Please show us your ID and facial features. We need to verify your identity. Terahashi Nobu came closer and lowered his sunglasses, slowly revealing his blue eyes. He shifted his gaze slightly suggestively, and even the curve of his eyelids was graceful. There are too many people here. It's a bit inconvenient for me. Do you have a VIP service room? The salesgirl stared into his eyes in amazement. There was no response for a moment, so Terahashi blinked and asked, Miss? Slowly, the salesgirl uttered, Oh. At this moment, she suddenly understood that the feeling of looking into his eyes is like sinking into the deep ocean is real. So there really are people in the world who are so handsome that they can take your heart away, even if it's just a pair of eyes. No, that's not right. Is this the 6 divine powers? The clerk suddenly reacted, but before she could get excited, she caught a glimpse of a familiar dark figure behind Terahashi Nobuyuki, and her hot brain cooled down like ice. "Please follow me," she said with restraint. Terahashi Nobu followed her to the VIP reception room and heard Dazai Osamu's footsteps following him closely. At this moment, he was like a ghost, and Terahashi Nobu felt that he was like a sticky chewing gum. "Why are you following me?" Terahashi Nobu asked directly. His eyes were very straightforward, and the black-haired boy looked away as if avoiding him. But his answer came almost immediately. "I am also a VIP customer." He raised his wrist, and a luxurious but inconspicuous gem was inlaid on the cuff. "The thing I want has been reserved in advance. It's okay for me to take a quick look at it." His tone was casual but firm, making it hard for people to feel that he lying. Terahashi Nobuo said casually, "You are so rich, but you live in a wasteland. I really don't understand your habit." While they were waiting for the clerk to pick up the goods, they heard screaming and commotion outside. Because the VIP meeting room was sufficiently closed, the sounds were muffled by the shackles and just sounded very noisy. Terahashi Nobuyuki stood up from his seat. "What happened?" "Just a small incident. Just a small incident." Terahashi Nobuyuki uttered a word. "Is it a robbery?" "Maybe. Aren't you going to call the police?" "No need." Dazai sat on the soft chair with his arms crossed leisurely. "The police can't do anything. Just stay here. The door is locked. This room is not connected to the warehouse, so people outside won't bother to rush in." At this moment, I don't know whether to complain about his calm expression or the fact that he knows what to do better than the criminals. Terahashi Nobuyuki paced back and forth. The commotion outside had gotten worse. He seemed a little annoyed. "If it's a robbery, just tell the hostages not to move." "Isn't it just a simple robbery? A murder newspaper?" "Maybe." Dazai Osamu said calmly, "Given their style, they will do whatever they want." Terahashi Nobuo glanced at him. It was obvious that Dazai Osamu knew the identity of that group of people. Terahashi Shin didn't want to pursue this point, as he was distracted by something else. Someone committed a crime in front of him. Someone affected public security in front of him. "I have a question for you, Mr. Lu Shan." The black-haired boy's clear voice floated into Terahashi Shin's ears. "When we were in the car, you said, 'It would be great if I had the ability to do whatever I want, then I could.' What does this mean?" Terahashi Nobuyuki looked back and saw Dazai Osamu looking at him with a smile. It was a smile, but in fact, there was no smile. Terahashi Nobuyuki's acting was terrible, but he easily discovered the fakeness of the smile and the deeper, indescribable qualities hidden behind it. "Although I'm not surprised that you also have desires, but what do you want to do?" The phrase "do whatever you want" is wonderful. This means that a person will not be denied anything he does and has privileges that are above laws and rules, which are taken for granted by people. Fame, wealth, praise, an identity and appearance that would not be rejected by others. Dazai Osamu guessed almost immediately what kind of tolerant environment the Six Divine Two grew up in. Rather, he actually experienced it. Even he couldn't help but approach and forgive the face, and the strange joy that rose from the bottom of his heart when he was looked at by those eyes. Even if he killed someone, others would excuse him. This thought was so strong that it did not need to be confirmed. So this is a proud guy, because it seems like you can get anything. If that's the case, then the things that he longs for but cannot reach, or that he must pursue with caution, do they really exist? The atmosphere is rendered just right, and a heavy pressure hangs on people's hearts. Terahashi Nobuyuki tilted his head and snorted with a look of contempt and disdain. "Ha! Why should I tell you?" His voice was frivolous and matter-of-fact. "Dazai Osamu, do you know how private the question you are asking is? Don't think that I am close to you just because you gave me a ride." "Yeah, I understand this. I am not in the mood to chat with you for the time being, sorry." Terahashi Nobuyuki rubbed his face. "I am very angry now." "Angry? Why should ordinary people go through such a scary thing? Ordinary people are just passers by here at Zaokyoxen." However, as long as he thought that his sister might be among these people, or that Terahashi Kokomi might be involved in a violent incident after school, Terahashi Nobuyuki's anger seemed to burn his heart, making him eager to do something. The memories that he had buried deep in his memory, which had actually faded, still reminded him again and again how despicable and ridiculous the malice of this world was. Terahashi Nobuyuki had long been extremely disappointed with that part. If only he had the ability to make his mind go his way and do whatever he wants. Terakashi listened attentively to the noise outside the door, took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police, with his other hand on the door handle, as if he would impulsively turn it open in the next second. It sounds noble and a bit childish. In this way he could create a world where Terahashi Kokomi would be absolutely safe. It is a utopia where delicate flowers are protected, a world where you will not even receive information about crimes, and where you will not see tragedies in the news and then show sad expressions. Terahashi Shin didn't care how unrealistic his idea was. Ordinary people. The voice of the young man behind him was unclear, but the absurdity in it was not difficult to discern. Do you care about this? Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly turned around and pulled him up, dragging him away from his original position. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the thickened door of the VIP reception room was blown away by something and hit the soft chair heavily. Are you okay? Terahashi Nobu asked anxiously, his voice almost shouting. It looked like he had no time to modify or disguise his expression, and the worry on his face was extremely vivid. Dazai Osamu was speechless for a moment, and his expression seemed to be stunned for a moment, while Terahashi Nobu he was pulled back several steps. This was the first time he encountered such an intense violent incident, and his brain only responded instinctively to the danger in front of him. A fully armed man walked in. He didn't carry any heavy weapons, only a small and exquisite pistol. That's why I hate rich guys the most. He muttered these words. As he said this, he kicked open the iron door on the other side that was half closed as if to vent his anger. Terahashi Nobuyuki stared at the flying door in shock, and then looked at the wall that was connected to the door and had been damaged to the point of being gnawed by dogs. Is this something a human can do? Is this door a cotton prop, or is he driving a tank? With this glance, Terahashi Nobuyuki quickly took in the scene outside. The situation outside the door was more chaotic than Terahashi Nobuyuki had imagined. There was a big hole in the wall, and the exquisitely decorated ceiling had been attacked by some unknown force and had countless cracks. There were several people lying on the ground in a mess, and the guests who were still awake were squatting in the corner with their heads in their hands. The area of the hall was roughly divided into two, with the armed forces on the left and the man in a suit with a gun in the jewelry store on the right. Then, another round of bullets streaked through the air. Flashes of fire appeared from time to time, hitting the roof and walls and bouncing off the thick glass to other places. It's not just a simple robbery. Terahashi Nobu was stunned. This was more like a gunfight. So I really hate rich guys. The man who broke into the VIP reception room mechanically repeated this sentence while pulling the trigger. Bang! Terahashi Nobuyuki subconsciously closed his eyes, and the hand that was holding Dazai Osamu's wrist tightened unconsciously. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out one after another, and a faint breeze brushed against Terahashi Nobuyuki's cheek. Only when he had emptied the magazine of the pistol and the instrument could only make futile clicking sounds did Terahashi Nobuyuki open his eyes. He and Dazai Osamu stood there unharmed. The murderer held the gun steady with his arms raised, pointing it directly at Terahashi Nobuyuki. His face was covered by a mask, so his expression could not be seen clearly. Your hands are shaking. This doesn't look like the hands of a murderer. Dazai Osamu actually used a calm and sarcastic tone to stimulate the criminal, even though the distance was so close. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was outlined by the human body, felt something was wrong. Why does this scene feel like? Etc. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked outside the door again. He suddenly noticed that the gunshots had stopped and instead, the sound of fighting, a short, ochre-haired boy moved nimbly among the enemies and could easily make a hole in the floor with just a kick. Then a man appeared on a motorcycle in a cool way and flew 2 meters high. On the motorcycle was a young man with an unruly demeanor. He turned his wrist and stepped on the sole of his foot to break the motorcycle. Chuyi, don't be so cruel. The boy wearing goggles raised his voice and said jokingly, "It will cost a lot of money to decorate this store." Do you want public funds to reimburse you? Compared with his voice, his facial features flew more violently. It's broken. It's broken. You broke a gym worth millions of dollars. Chuyi. Nakahara Chuya, who had been provoked by him, frowned and stepped on the enemy, shouting, "Silly bird. Shut up if you don't want to help. What if this is on the news? We have to control the surrounding surveillance equipment." There was a familiar voice outside. Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his head and saw a handsome man with long hair. He was talking to a guy dressed as a doctor. "Aren't we responsible for the surveillance around here? I hope the damage is minimal." He kicked the corpse lying on the ground. His gesture was skillful and unrestrained. "It looks like they have been dealt with, but according to intelligence, they have a person with special abilities, who is Ishiguro Chi." Terahashi Nobuyuki recognized him at a glance. The internationally renowned actor was standing there leisurely with his hands in his pockets. "Oh, Zhao Shinfu reaches the heart. I understand. No wonder the door flew away when it was hit. No wonder Dazai Osamu was so calm. No wonder the gunman was always outlining the human body. Is this the filming location for international stars? Or is it a rehearsal? The script is probably about a competition between some organizations. The protagonist is surrounded by companions with very different characteristics. They have various top skills, such as doctors, mechanics, violent thugs, and dark autistic children with weird personalities. They all have distinct personalities that can be remembered at a glance." Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes sparkled, and the hot blood flowing into his heart was replaced. "Ahem, should we improvise a scene next?" Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his head and stared at Dazai Osamu. Dazai Osamu, feeling the burning gaze, said, "Terahashi Nobuyuki, brush." The holy light appears. Dazai Osamu's eyelids twitched. Terahashi Nobuyuki took Dazai Osamu's hand and said something that he thought was very cool. "Don't be afraid. Even if no one comes to save us, I will protect you." Dazai Osamu's lower eyelid began to tremble like a sieve. Terahashi Nobuyuki stepped aside to block Dazai Osamu behind him, then showed a regretful expression and a lost and difficult cold laugh. "I really didn't expect that my goal in life is to arrest all criminals and bring them to justice. Is this the end now?" He squeezed out a few tears. "I really can't accept this. Osamu Dazai?" The man who had just been provoked and faced this scene put down his gun tremblingly, gnashing his teeth and muttering to himself, "I can't do it. Who the Hades could do something to Lu Shuntong, especially when he showed such a regretful and desperate expression? Me." He stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki's face, and every cell in his body told him to shoot the bullet next to him. Why not have someone come and give him a quick death and keep him away from this torture? The next moment, someone kicked him out, and the armed man fainted from happiness on the spot. A faint red light was visible in the rising smoke, and Terahashi Nobuyuki could only catch a wisp of flying ochre hair. Hearing this, Nakahara Chuya rubbed his ears and looked over, comforting him casually. "Don't worry. You're not dead yet. You can still pursue your goals." He was stunned. Then, Terahashi Nobuyuki recited the classic lines of the Magic Detective in his own TV series. Apart from the strangely punctuated "so, that's how it is," he also has other famous scenes, such as standing on the Ferris wheel in the dark, holding the dazed heroine in his arms, with his shawl flying freely, and saying with a greasy, crossed-out expression, "My goal in life is to arrest all the criminals and bring them to justice." Actress. Hey. The Magic Detective put his index finger to his lips. "Don't worry about me. My life is so persistent and passionate." The heroine shed tears of emotion. "We are so lucky to meet you. You stand on the side of justice, like the sun that can illuminate the darkness." The lines are exaggerated, but the audience likes it very much. They love to use all kinds of adjectives to express emotions that are more complex and sensitive than a hair. Terahashi Nobuyuki was quite satisfied with his performance in this scene. Even though his acting skills are terrible, he has understood the character's inner qualities well. Not to say 90%, but at least 50%. And with that face, the effect exceeds 120%. He couldn't help but feel a little narcissistic and excited. I feel that the role of a hero who dies bravely with his dreams in his arms is not bad. When will there be a script like this where he can play the role? Dazai Osamu beside him murmured in a low voice, as if talking to himself, "Can you even do this level?" The ochre-haired boy standing in front of him had a straight look in his eyes, and something seemed to be shaky in his pupils. "It's just that. You no longer. No longer." He slapped his forehead with his hand and covered his eyes. His cobalt blue eyes were silent for a while. Then he put his hand down and covered his lips lightly, but he still stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki with a spirited look. Dazai Osamu, who was standing behind Terahashi Nobu, laughed and took a few steps forward. "Slug, are you so stuttered that you can't speak?" Terahashi Nobuyuki was still acting like a rescued person who was not too excited to express his relief, and used his 6 divine powers. Deep contemplation generously. I thought I would never see the dawn. I'm so glad I was rescued." He narrowed his eyes and gave a standard smile. Nakahara Chuya. Nakahara Chuya covered his chest and took a step back with difficulty. "You don't look at me like that." Terahashi Nobuyuki thought that his acting was not good enough. "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing is wrong." Nakahara Chuya turned around. He turned around and kicked the armed man who seemed to want to wake up again. He felt that this kick had some personal emotions. He supported his forehead in self-abandonment and inserted his fingers into his hair. "When I see you, I really can't even speak." Dazai Osamu, who was trying to joke, was stunned instead. "What's wrong, Chuya?" The public relations officer who heard the noise came closer. "What's wrong here?" "Lu Shin?" The Port Mafia PR officer, who had been in the entertainment industry for many years and had first-hand information, was also stunned at this moment. "Are you 6 divine power?" Terahashi Nobuyuki turned to look at him and said politely, "Ishiguro-senpai." "Who is who? Who is Lucian?" Sillybird jumped over and pushed the public relations officer away with one hand. "I seem to have heard of this name." "Public relations officer, you mentioned it to me." "Oh." The young man stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki with his sincere eyes, and then exclaimed, "Wow, PR officer, he is much more handsome than you. I always thought you were one of the most beautiful people." The public relations officer smiled and said, "I have to admit that it is true." He took out his disguise to face the outside world, and his companions tacitly agreed with this. "These are my friends. We are, The public relations officer looked at Terahashi Nobu hesitant, but Terahashi Nobu had been captured by their thrilling action scene just now. At this time, he was so excited that he ignored his explanation. "Your skills are really amazing." Terahashi Nobu stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. "I am so lucky to meet you here, Ishiguro Sr. I am Lu Shintong." There aren't many people that Terahashi Nobuyuki can sincerely admire, and those who can really get close to his heart. Terahashi Nobuyuki will reveal a slightly simple and enthusiastic side of him. Is he actually the public relations officer's colleague? Nakahara Chuya came closer with his blushing face. Strangely, Dazai Osamu did not tease or mock him. I wonder what he was thinking. Speaking of which, PR officer, this guy is very brave. He just stood in front of Dazai. Nakahara Chuya felt a slight stomachache when thinking of that scene, but he had to admire Terahashi's courage. He said his goal was to send all criminals to prison, but he was able to protect others with the regret of not achieving it. I guess he owed him this favor. Public relations officer. Dazai Osamu. Terahashi Nobuyuki. What's wrong? Are you still in the drama? You're so hard-working. His hand was held by someone, and Terahashi Nobu sensed a hint of caution and trepidation. Ishiguro Chi, just call me Chi. Unconsciously saying the name that represented intimacy, the public relations officer calmly curved his eyes in the surprised eyes of his companions. I have a feeling that we will cooperate many times in the future, and it seems that we will be together for a long time. I always feel that there is something profound in his eyes. Terahashi Nobuyuki responded seriously and noticed that the ochre-haired boy was staring at him. It just so happened that he also wanted to ask for advice on fighting scenes. You are. Terahashi Nobuyuki extended his hand to him. The other person shook his hand. His palm was not soft, but warm. Nakahara Chuya. The ochre-haired boy scratched his hair and took a deep breath. Are you here? I'm here as a customer. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked around. But it feels like this place has been badly damaged. I might have made a wasted trip today. Nakahara Chuya stood up straight and pulled the collar of his suit with one hand. No, it will be back to normal in 10 minutes. You want a gym, right? Which one do you want? I'll give it to you. Public Relations Officer. Stupid bird. Dazai Osamu's eyes were numb. Chuya, you. The meeting seemed perfect to Terahashi Nobuyuki, except that it seemed like each of them had something hidden in their eyes, and Terahashi Nobuyuki couldn't read minds. He finally followed the saleswoman to pick up the gems he had reserved. When he came back, he found that the chaotic scene had been cleaned up and everyone looked normal. So it turned out to be a rehearsal as agreed beforehand. Terahashi Nobuyuki almost believed it. After meeting Ishiguro Chi, Terahashi Nobuyuki took his car to the worksite. But when they parted, he felt the gazes were more anxious and passionate than usual. From fellow public relations officers, the emotion in their eyes seemed to be more than just simple appreciation, mixed with something else. Or maybe it was because his love had crossed the line, and the love that he usually refused to show could make his heart boil and burn as long as a little flame was ignited. Lucian, Dazai Osamu called him. See you next time. There will be a next time? Terahashi Nobuyuki thought this was just a small talk, but when he thought about it, the other party was a friend of Ishiguro Chi, so they would have many opportunities to meet again. See you next time. It has to be said that the meeting was quite fast, but it was not in person, but on Twitter. Terahashi Nobuyuki saw that face again. It was a candid photo with perfect composition, capturing the profiles of the two people. The blue-haired young man held sunglasses in his hand and stood in the sunlight with his head slightly raised. He was more dazzling than the sunlight. He stared at the slender black-haired boy on the container. His eyes seemed to contain thousands of words. The person whose face was hidden in the shadow had a stunned expression, as if he had looked directly at a miracle. This picture was directly pushed to the top of the popularity list. I want to know what plot this is right now. Is this a new drama by Liu Shintong? Where is the background? A wasteland. Is this a work about redemption? The sixth divine power looks like a god in this photo. The contrast is so sharp, the dark and injured boy and the shining young man. To be honest, the acting is very good. The boy seems to be unable to take his eyes off Lucian. When it comes to acting, Master Lucian is the one who speaks best with his eyes. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Acting? Eyes? He didn't have these things at the time, but was Dazai Osamu's expression like this? He couldn't see it clearly when it was backlit. Terahashi Nobuyuki scratched his hair and let out a sigh of annoyance. Wasn't this film destroyed? That paparazzi actually had a spare copy. TSK, he was careless. On the other side, Dazai Osamu was also browsing the latest gossip. He glanced coldly at the fancy flattery and typed the name of the 6 divine powers into the search bar on Twitter. Then famous scene. 6 gods eat ice cream. 6 gods eat ice cream. Here we go again. Lucian umbrella. The famous Lucian umbrella. 6 gods walking posture. Ah, it's the 6 gods walking posture. A famous scene. Dazai Osamu. Dazai Osamu quickly glanced through the garbage, trying to find some negative comments about the 6 divine powers on the internet. None. At least not in a search engine with the highest authority, there is not a single result. The worst was just one sentence. I feel like the performance here is not quite what I expected, but it's okay. The world is actually so tolerant towards him. Dazai Osamu was lost in thought until he finally realized that there seemed to be something strange about the environment he was in. He turned his eyes away from the phone screen and looked around. What's going on? Is he very noticeable today? Dazai Osamu's brain was working frantically, and he felt that if the gazes piercing him had substance, he would probably be drowned and suffocated. Pedestrians on the street, white-collar workers looking out of office buildings, and drivers in passing cars glancing to the side. Their prying eyes were barely concealed and very straightforward, unlike the style of the enemies in the other world. Yes, excuse me, are you filming with Liu Shintong? The gangster with a cigarette in his mouth next to him was the first to ask. Dazai Osamu. Dazai Osamu took a deep breath. Why didn't he think of this earlier? What about browsing gossip? He is at the center of gossip. The gangster patted Dazai Osamu's shoulder without any restraint. You acted well. What's the new drama? Can you tell me? I don't know you. So is the collaboration with Lu Shun your debut work? That's great. What's your name? Dazai Osamu sensed something was wrong and took a step back. The next second, someone stood behind him and asked, "Excuse me, is Lord Lucian filming here recently? Is there anything you can tell me about his schedule?" Oops, it seems too late. More and more people came over here. Are you Lu Shintong's partner? I'm rooting for you. Please sign an autograph for me first. I think it will be hard to get one later. Isn't Master Lu Shintong so handsome? Dazai Osamu's eyes became empty. He looked weak, pitiful, and helpless as he was drowned in the crowd. The idiot bird flying the helicopter carrying Chuya saw this scene and laughed mercilessly. Ha! Chuya, the bluefish you hate is being besieged. He is going to debut. Ha ha ha. Ah, the 6 divine powers are really troublesome. After that, Terahashi Nobuyuki stayed with Ishiguro Kei for several days. They were responsible for shooting an advertisement for a famous liquor. The creative theme was traveling. The short 30-second video had many transition shots. Halfway through the shooting, they started waiting for the heavy rain predicted by the weather forecast. So Terahashi Nobuyuki took the opportunity to tour Yokohama, bought a bunch of aesthetically pleasing souvenirs for his sister, and took some tourist photos with charming angles and sent them to date Ko. Ida-ko, is it really not a photographer who took this photo? Terahashi Nobuyuki, take it as a compliment on my photography skills. Ishiguro Kei's acting is very good. So good that he completely won over Terahashi Nobuyuki's heart and made this guy, who is always so arrogant that he can't see clearly between himself and others, feel admiration for him. A sense of worship. This word is very unfamiliar to Chao Xian. He couldn't sleep all night because of a sudden change in Ishiguro's eyes while he was working, and he began to wonder if he had taken the acting industry too lightly. He had achieved success too easily. So he had been studying so-called acting skills, but he seemed to be trapped in loneliness and had never seen what true disguise was. On the first night of working with Ishiguro, Terahashi Nobuyuki stayed up late and watched all of his movies again. It turned out that he was just watching the changes in the character's face. The movement of muscles and the manipulation of the modeling were not as good as the eyes that contained thousands of words. What should I do? I have to shoot a youth love drama next. Terahashi Nobu muttered to himself, mixed with his irritable anxiety. He read the script that he had already obtained over and over again, staring at the character introduction of the male lead as if he wanted to pierce a hole. Miyamoto Kodo, a guy who is so affectionate that it seems that love is the blood flowing in his bones. So the next day, Terahashi Nobuyuki stayed with Ishiguro Chi all the time, and humbly asked him for a lot of knowledge. Eyes? The public relations officer was caught off guard by this apprenticeship action. Aren't you already good at it? Terahashi Nobuo was speechless. It's because everyone is affirming me that I can't see myself clearly. The abstract description gave Terahashi some insights. He observed the PR officer more carefully until the international superstar, who was working hard, covered his face and lowered his head. That's enough, Tong. Stop looking at me. His voice was very hoarse. I can't help it. Terahashi Nobuyuki. If you really want to improve your acting skills, the PR officer whispered, why not try integrating the character into your life? This method was the first one I mastered. The young people in the port Mafia all have unspeakable, miserable, and hard life stories. The public relations officer first learned to disguise himself under the watchful eyes of the outside world and became an excellent liar. Now, his disguise has become his job. Integrate the role into life? I see. This is what it means to study the script and acting without sleep and forget about food. In comparison, always thinking about acting is too superficial. He is the protagonist, and he wants to live like the protagonist. During those days, Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was full of energy, studied his acting skills like a madman, and read various scripts every day to experience the personalities of other characters. The PR officer's friends would come to visit from time to time, and Terahashi Nobuyuki had heard their conversations, even though they were all avoiding him. Why are you here again? Do I look good when I'm working? Haha, PR officer, you must know we're not here to see you. Silly bird laughed and stretched out his hand to embrace Nakahara Chuya, but was ruthlessly slapped away by the ochre-haired boy. Chuya's eyes were straight that day. This is the bean sprouts blooming. What? Beans? Bean sprouts blooming? This description shocked Nakahara Chuya, so much that he rushed up and grabbed his collar. Who are you talking about? Silly bird. Chuya is not even 16 years old. He's still a child. Although his face was serious, the PR officer thought this joke was very fresh, and you didn't even dare to say hello when you got right in front of me. Don't call me a child, PR officer. Nakahara Chuya said in a deep voice. His aura calmed down from his previous impetuous state, and he looked a little scary. There are no children in the port mafia. Are you looking down on me? What? Are they acting against each other? Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his head blankly, and the people over there all trembled, as if they were struck by an electric current. Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes were fixed on the shortest guy among them, because he seemed to be the most suitable height for the heroine and would play opposite him. Terahashi Nobuyuki cleared his throat and walked over there with great interest. If you looked closely, you could see flickering lights in his eyes. Being stared at directly by him, Nakahara Chuya's legs trembled. Show your deep affection for the heroine. 6 supernatural powers. Terahashi Nobuyuki opened up a stronger holy light like a peacock spreading its tail. Nakahara Chuya. Then, he turned and ran away. What are you doing? Silly bird shouted behind him. I still have work to do, really. Zhongyuan Chuya used an emphatic tone, as if he could convince himself. I came here just to take a look at Carly's spokesperson. After all, it's the gem channel that I manage. To leave. Nakahara Chuya covered his violently beating heart with his hands across his chest. If this continues, it will be bad. Terahashi Nobuyuki stood beside the PR officer in confusion. Is he in a hurry? The PR officer had a bad idea. It's nothing. He's just shy. Terahashi Nobuyuki blinked. Is it social phobia? He looks about the same age as my sister. I didn't expect he's already entered society. The silly bird turned around. Sister? He is quite good at choosing keywords. This response excited Terahashi Nobuyuki so much that he said, I'll go find him first. He also fled away, and then put his arm around the ochre-haired boy's shoulder. Nakahara Chuya accepted the other party's invitation in a daze, and came to the dating place that is usually only chosen by couples, the claw machine shop. There's an arcade next door. Why are we here? Nakahara Chuya stared at the plush toys displayed on the counter in a daze. The colorful lights on the claw machine were reflected in his pupils, and the already bright cobalt blue color was mixed with flashing spots of light. Terahashi Nobuyuki put on sunglasses and started to scratch the fur. What was in this scene? The heroine was happily lingering among the toys, happily praising his skills, and happily chatting with him about her tragic life experience. But the heroine beside him was so silent and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Terahashi Nobuo put his arm around his shoulder, and Nakahara Chuya trembled a little. Then he heard a voice more elegant than a pianist saying, "Want to play?" 5 minutes later, the dazed look turned into Terahashi Nobuyuki. Nakahara Chuya's skills are superb. He can hit whoever he wants to catch, and although Terahashi Nobuyuki is not ridiculously bad, he was completely beaten. Moreover, Nakahara Chuya was getting more and more addicted to catching dolls. Although catching dolls was not as exciting as esports, competing with another person had a different meaning. The young man, who had always been competitive, raised the corners of his mouth and looked arrogantly at Terahashi Nobuyuki, his eyes shining as if a flame was ignited. And the heroine's ex, both interactions were past. Terahashi Nobuyuki was squatting in a corner planting mushrooms with a doll hat on, looking depressed. When he was not one of the 6 divine powers, he actually had no burden, but now he didn't even bother to behave. Seeing this, Nakahara Chuya, who had just won a game, laughed from his throat. It was a little hoarse, but very pleasant to hear. So you have moments like this too. I thought you were good at it. After all, you picked this place on purpose. Terahashi Nobu's eyes were dull. It seems that I am not suitable for catching dolls. Well, it's okay. Nakahara Chuya came close to him, his hands in his pockets. I'm surprised that there are things you can't do. Huh? What are you talking about? The internet says that Lord Rokushin is perfect and can do anything. That's it. Nakahara Chuya's tone was a little disappointed. I've seen the work of a public relations officer. Although it seems quite leisurely compared to us, it's really hard work. It's an area I'm not good at. The public relations officer is responsible for covering up the activities of the port mafia, and almost all the work of negotiating with the outside world is his. At the same time, he also has to act to maintain his popularity and ensure the stickiness of his fans. He is clearly wearing multiple hats. This kid is too naive. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at him. Aren't you two in the same line of work? I see you did quite well. He was referring to the fighting scenes. Nakahara Chuya was stunned. Thank you. Your personality is so distinct, and your appearance is very memorable. I quite like this. This kind of role is usually favored by the audience. Nakahara Chuya. What is this guy talking about? Nakahara Chuya turned his head away and scratched his hair. If you're talking about personality, I'm not a very likable guy. Sheep's betrayal, shy racist ridicule, and now in the port mafia, the surroundings are also vigilant and sharp. Huh, I don't think so. Terahashi Nobu said bluntly, there are not many people I want to contact because I care about personality. Personality? This word particularly touched Nakahara Chuya's heart because he was still struggling with whether he was a human being and whether he possessed such noble things. Most people value appearance, but that kind of thing is too elusive. Terahashi Nobu said indifferently. Nakahara Chuya looked at him in astonishment. You think so? Someone who is blessed with good looks might say something like this proudly. With eyes blinded by illusions and wishful thinking, I am not willing to explore the inner world at all. Just like few people know what Terahashi Nobuyuki's true personality is like. At this moment, Nakahara Chuya suddenly felt that the person in front of him was not so out of reach. But what was even worse was that the distance between them was shortened unexpectedly, and he felt like he was completely controlled. After feeling that he and Nakahara Chuya had barely gone through the male and female protagonist scenes, Terahashi Nobuyuki was somewhat happy. 2 days later, his new drama Fantasy and Youth premiered on TV. Only 3 episodes were filmed, and the rest had to be changed based on the audience's response. The scenes also had to be changed with the change of seasons to show that time in the drama was passing. Although it is a campus romance drama, the perspective is not from the heroine's perspective. People always like to watch ordinary girls encounter extremely popular princes on campus, which makes them more involved and feels great. However, the screenwriters looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki's face and frantically changed the script overnight, and it finally became a drama with a hidden male lead. It's probably about the hero who is excellent and perfect in every aspect, but has a dull life, a withdrawn personality, and a traumatic childhood. How can he be won over by the heroine's unexpected actions time and time again? The focus of the plot is on the hero's heart-beating moments. The director knows very well what everyone wants to see, isn't it? They just want to see Lu Shenong fall in love. I feel like I'm in love with Lu Shen HHHH, so cool. I want to bully him. Ah, heroine, come on. He doesn't dare to kiss you. You take the initiative and push him against the wall and kiss him. It is as popular as Magical Detective, and because Terahashi Nobuyuki's face is so well suited to the campus prince, Miyamoto Kotatsu's popularity is about to surpass that of Magical Detective Kinmei. What should I do? I saw the face of Lu Shintong appear in the play, and I forgot the plot. Help. How on earth could the heroine reject Lord Lucian? I have to say that I admire her for this. New husband. Miyamoto Kodoche of the Six Gods card. Look at that guy who is eager to hold the heroine's hand. In the past, I only watched dramas where the heroine was crazy about the hero. I have never seen a drama where the hero was so obsessed. During those 2 days, Terahashi Nobuyuki received a lot of congratulations, and Nakahara Chuya even gave him a gift, a low-key yet luxurious bow tie. The PR officer watched this scene and said jokingly to Chuya when he was alone, "Your progress in interpersonal communication has impressed me, Chuya." Huh. This kind of thing can be used when dealing with customers. But I always feel that this gift is different from the others. The PR officer narrowed his eyes slightly. If I'm not mistaken, it's Lanhazian? The gemstone that was sold for hundreds of millions in the outside world was just hanging lightly on Terahashi Nobuyuki's neck. Nakahara Chuya uttered a single syllable with an ambiguous meaning. Actually, in comparison, He is like a sapphire, an extremely dazzling sapphire. Terahashi Nobuyuki still gets lost from time to time. This is very strange. He would forget how he got lost. The navigation failed so many times that Terahashi wanted to change his phone. So why didn't you change it? Because someone gave it to me. Terahashi was very upset about his phone. Does anyone know that you have such a bad sense of direction? I told you that the navigation failed. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked up numbly. Having gotten lost more than 3 times, his mood had gone from disbelief to self-doubt to giving up thinking. And the end point of every lost journey is Dazai Osamu. When Terahashi Nobuyuki got lost for the 2nd time, Dazai Osamu turned around and walked away the moment he saw him, as if he was about to jump off the edge of an unfinished road. Dazai Osamu was strangled to the point of having difficulty breathing. He was somewhat amazed at the method and strength with which Terahashi Nobuyuki suppressed people, but he was more attracted by one of his words. Is this? It's too dangerous anyway. It will hurt if you fall down. Terahashi Nobuyuki held him and backed away. Dazai Osamu was smaller than him, so he easily picked him up. Huh, you're so thin. You seem to be even thinner than last time. Dazai gritted his teeth. Who do you think it's because of? Terahashi Nobuyuki was very familiar with his condition. Did you overexert yourself and become dehydrated? Dazai ran for a long time to get rid of the pursuit of passers-by and sneered mercilessly. He followed the blue-haired young man obediently away from the edge of the building, and then asked softly, "Are you dissatisfied with this world?" Huh. Terahashi Nobuyuki was very surprised. No one had ever asked him such a question. Oh, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Lie. I don't want anyone to know my inner thoughts, so I put up a defensive lie. Dazai Osamu recognized it immediately. What is said impulsively is often more truthful than what is said after careful consideration. After that, Terahashi Nobuyuki got lost repeatedly. He was so scared that he ran to the hospital to give himself a full-body checkup. He stared at his brain CT scan again and again, and consulted 3 doctors because of nosebleed. The final result was, he was very healthy and had no disease. The inexplicable things are all forced in the end except, Dazai Osamu occasionally hesitated to speak. His iris-colored eyes always concealed a deep color. Terahashi Nobuyuki grabbed his hair and sighed. His eyes drooping, I was just wondering. Why do you always appear in unexpected places? The first time was a wasteland. The second time was an unfinished building. The third time was a cliff. Where is it this time? Dazai? Dazai? After not getting a response for a long time, Terahashi Nobuyuki raised his eyes and saw the black-haired boy covering the lower half of his face and turning his head away. Why are you ignoring me? Terahashi Nobuyuki was a little unhappy when he suddenly heard a sound similar to sobbing. He turned around and saw a group of strong men in black following Dazai Osamu with their shoulders shaking. Behind their sunglasses, 2 conspicuous wide noodles of tears were left. I am so sad. I am so sad. So sad. One of them raised his head as if he couldn't bear it anymore and shouted as if he was ready to die. I'm sorry, Dazai-sama. I really can't bear to see this. The other strong men nodded frantically. I don't want to see him sad. Especially when I can't comfort him. The world that makes him look like this must be wrong. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at Dazai Osamu, who was hiding his face and avoiding him. Ohu. More than half of the commercial has been shot, and Terahashi Nobuyuki's role was tailor-made for him, a commercial process that only requires a handsome spiritual mentor-type man to say the key lines. Originally, he only needed to smile, but Terahashi Nobuyuki was impressed by the public relations officer's acting skills and suddenly didn't want to follow that routine anymore. Since it is an advertisement of an appeal nature, the protagonist shows an idiotic smile that shows he is ignorant of the sufferings of the world. Terahashi Nobuyuki gets goosebumps just thinking about the effect. He had been trying his best to make himself appear mysterious these past few days, because if he wanted to say something philosophical, he couldn't have clear stupidity in his eyes. The moment of enlightenment is so exciting that Terahashi Nobuyuki even goes out at night, risking becoming ugly from staying up late. That night, Terahashi Nobuyuki's tendency to get lost seemed to strike again. He wanted to go to the highest observation deck in Yokohama to see the night view. because he had an important confession scene to be performed in the dark, lonely, and dim environment, and he wanted to find the feeling. You have been my fantasy for several years, my youth and dream. Terahashi Nobuyuki muttered his lines and pushed open the door of the observation deck. Outside the door was an alley. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Hiss. This is so horrible. Is he in a nightmare? Terahashi Nobuyuki touched his forehead, and because he was too frightened, his eyelids fluttered and his body swayed, and he fainted. The fainting time was not long, because when he opened his eyes again, Terahashi Nobuyuki found himself still in that dark and unfamiliar environment, but he had forgotten where he wanted to go and how he appeared here. Speaking of which, the perspective is shaky. Terahashi Nobu bowed his head. Terahashi Nobuo's body froze. Even big stars can get exhausted one day. The boy's clear voice seemed even more hollow in the silent night, as if it was tainted by the dampness in the air. If you just stay there, who knows what might happen? Terahashi Nobuyuki unconsciously retracted his hand and accidentally touched the boy's cheek. He then discovered that the other person's body temperature was exceptionally low. Perhaps his own body temperature was too high? He was lying on Dazai Osamu's back, and he was carrying him on his back, step by step, without any bumps. Terahashi Nobuyuki couldn't see his expression clearly. Terahashi Nobuyuki compared his own height with Dazai Osamu's thin body. Thanks, but please put me down. Dazai Osamu was not polite. After leaving Terahashi Nobuo behind, he began to roll his shoulders and neck. His voice was scattered, more like he was bored than lifeless, but Terahashi Nobuo always felt that it was fake. I'm so tired. I'm so old and still faint on the side of the road. Why do I always run into you? After all, I saved someone. But in the end, you only say this. A sarcastic brat. Terahashi Nobu rolled his eyes. I haven't finished talking yet. What kind of reward do you want? He checked himself, as if there was not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Anything is fine. Is talking about rewards all the time the way rich people get along? You mean you are rich? Dazai Osamu sighed softly. To use money to clear a favor is too cheap. How did this guy get tangled up? But it doesn't matter. In Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes, Dazai Osamu and Nakahara Chuya are the same. Both are little kids the same age as his sister, not to mention that the other one carried him all the way. Anyway, thank you sincerely. I completely forgot why I came here. Maybe I'm really too tired recently. He was talking to himself, but in fact he was still a little scared. Being alone in the dead of night could bring people closer together. He felt that Dazai Osamu had become much cuter. After stroking twice, Terahashi Nobuyuki naturally put his hands back in his pockets like a heartless scumbag. After 2 seconds, he realized that the people around him were motionless. Terahashi Nobu turned his head and looked. It turns out that this kid really does look stunned. His eyes widened slightly, and then froze as if in a trance. He looked carefully and even held his breath. Dazai Osamu tried hard not to tremble. Horrible. Horrible. Just a casual touch. Dazai Osamu felt the coolness between his hair in a trance, and the other person's warm palm had long gone. Is he even capable of this? Is this his so-called charm? It was such a joy that it could make people burst into joy. If he hadn't been able to control his expression stiffly, Dazai Osamu even suspected that the corners of his mouth would have risen uncontrollably. There's a bar in front. I'll go in and ask if I can borrow an umbrella. I feel that the smell of the air has changed. Is it going to rain? Terahashi Nobuyuki gently sniffed and said, Are you going? Although minors are prohibited from entering because they can't drink, it's okay to ask for a favor. Ask for a favor? No one can refuse your favor. Dazai Osamu glanced over with a drowsy look. Then he lowered his head slightly. I won't go. My subordinates will come to pick me up later. Subordinate? Terahashi Nobuo glanced at him. Your bodyguards seem to be pretty good. Are there any who want to change jobs? Recommend a few to me? Dazai Osamu looked at him dimly. I also want to change my personal bodyguard. The current one is always distracted during work. The reason for distraction is obvious. Dazai Osamu looked at the other person's face. For ordinary people to work around him, It was a sweet burden and a painful reward. See you later. Terahashi Nobu waved, ran briskly to the door of the bar, and reached out to hold the deliberately old handle. The door was opened inch by inch, and surprisingly, the light inside was not ambiguous, but exceptionally bright. Terahashi Nobuyuki thought that this kind of place would have a better atmosphere. After all, it was a place for entertainment and relaxation. He heard the noise. The noise was particularly lively, like a gathering of people, swaying their young lives, speaking in intimacy and without restraint. Chuyi, your ball skills are still so good. Didn't the wine make you drunk? The boy's teasing voice reached Terahashi Nobuyuki's ears. He matched it with the tone he had heard before in his memory and was slightly surprised. You lose, stupid bird. Chuya is in good shape today. It looks like he can beat several of us. It was the public relations officer. Senior Chi? Zhao Xiaoxin greeted him. So you were having a party here. The whole scene was as quiet as if the pause button was pressed. Everyone stopped moving. Nakahara Chuya turned around in astonishment. He had never expected that Terahashi Nobuyuki would appear here. Oha! The silly bird uttered these two syllables in a low voice, and only he could hear them. He moved closer to Nakahara Chuya, put his hand to his lips, and pretended to whisper, but he did not deliberately lower his voice. Chuya, you are so lucky today. You can get information about your life experience and meet the person you have a crush on. Secret love? Nakahara Chuya's face was visibly flushed, and his eyes were originally filled with a hint of drunkenness, but now it seemed as if the heat had evaporated. That is enough. There is a limit to how much you can joke with me. This is the flag-off meeting of the Port Mafia, a celebration ceremony for Chuya Nakahara. Tong, we are lining up Chuya for admission. He has been with us for a year. It has been exactly 1 year since Chuya Nakahara joined the Port Mafia. Terahashi Nobuyuki hesitated. Did I disturb you? No. Shirahiki smiled. We welcome you very much. Even so, there were 3 strangers in their group, an elegant young man, a doctor with a listening device around his neck who had met Terahashi Nobuo once, and a gloomy young man who stayed in the corner. However, several people had no objection to Hashi Nobuyuki's joining, because they could see at a glance that Nakahara Chuya was close to and fond of the blue-haired young man. This guy doesn't hide his thoughts at all. The PR officer shook his head helplessly. It was too easy to guess, Chuya. Don't tell me that I taught you how to manage your facial expressions. It just so happens that we wanted to hold a celebration for you, to celebrate the launch of your new drama. You acted very well. Okay. The PR officer was good at talking. He naturally poured a glass of champagne and handed it to the blue-haired young man. He saw Chuya tighten his breathing uncomfortably from the corner of his eye. Stay, you should relax for a while. At the cordial invitation, Terahashi Nobuyuki joined the party. He remembered what his sister once told him, that one should not easily let down other people's kindness, especially on important days. I'll find another opportunity to leave later. Terahashi Nobu thought to himself. Being with so many actors, Terahashi Nobuyuki was eager to act, and he began to think about finding Ishiguro Chi to check his recent learning results. Well, let's change his status first. He is now the male lead in a campus romance drama, Miyamoto Kodoche. The next second, Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes changed. His demeanor became elegant and calm, because Miyamoto Jinchei had a wealthy family background and excellent upbringing. The public relations officer was keenly aware of this change, but he couldn't tell the reason. He just felt that the young man in front of him was walking towards them slowly, with a cold and distant look like a cedar. Are you playing billiards? Nakahara Chuya gripped the cue. Wanna come? The experience of being brutally tortured irritated Terahashi Nobuyuki. He was just about to find a reason to refuse when he suddenly heard a strange voice behind him. Huh? It's amazing. Your bones are completely symmetrical, which is almost impossible in biology. The voice said briskly, your muscles are also well-proportioned. It's hard to explain this phenomenon. I can only say that you are a lucky person created by God. Everyone present felt a chill and shock in their hearts, because they had not noticed this person's arrival at all. He seemed to have no breath and had harmoniously blended into this illusion. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Adam, and I am an Interpol officer. The young man who looked like a European said, I think I need to borrow Mr. Chuya's help. Huh. Nakahara Chuya raised his eyebrows, his aura full of hostility towards the intruder. Do you need me for something? Adam blinked, as if he had not noticed the change in atmosphere at all. A polite smile appeared on his handsome face. An international wanted criminal has escaped here. His name is Paul Verlaine. According to my intelligence, his target is you, Mr. Nakahara Chuya. But the other party's focus is not here. The silly bird poked Chuya's arm and said in surprise, Chuya, did he see the 6 gods? He saw them completely, right? Of course I know about this. Zhong Yuanzhong didn't even glance at him, still staring at Adam vigilantly with his cold eyes. But his ears were listening to the words of the stupid bird. Foolish bird. He wasn't surprised at all. This guy was totally indifferent after seeing the 6 gods. Terahashi Nobuyuki was confused again. Foreigner? Foreigners who speak Japanese? What does this machine call itself? But compared to these, this guy was not really amazed. The silly bird's whispering did not escape Terahashi Nobuyuki's ears at all, and the blue-haired young man was also a little shocked and frustrated by the refreshed cognition. How could it be? Adam quickly became friends with the people in the room, in a one-sided way. He had no way of reading the air, and seemed to be insensitive to embarrassment. He even performed acrobatics in the bar like a clown in a circus, and he was very good at it. He threw billiard balls into the air one after another, and the lines were so perfect that they looked like a circle that didn't move. This move made the young people in the Flag Association excited, especially since this person was still chatting distractedly. So you really don't feel anything when you look at this person? Silly Bird put his hands on the top of Terahashi's head and under his chin, as if holding Terahashi's head to show it, I don't believe it. How could you not have any reaction? The Chuya in your mouth was so stuttering when we first met that he couldn't speak at all. Nakahara Chuya scratched his hair in embarrassment, but he could not deny this. Come to think of it, they have actually accepted the fact that Terahashi Nobuyuki's face is a walking killing weapon. It wasn't something shameful that couldn't be used for jokes, and they didn't think being attracted to someone was weak, especially when that person was Zhao Qiaoxin, a guy so perfect that he couldn't even be slandered or found fault with. Feeling? What do you mean? Adam said while playing with the ball. Is it the human instinct to court a mate based on appearance? The scene fell into an awkward silence because of this unreasonable description. Nakahara Chuya complained. What word did you use? Did I use it wrong? Sorry, after all, I don't need to woo a mate. Although it sounds a bit hurtful to male self-esteem, I don't have that function, Adam said frankly. Now, the awkwardness in the air suddenly turned into pity. Chuya's expression was very interesting. You? Actually. Everyone looked at Adam's navel. Can you say that without any care? The young people's sighs were filled with shock and, in a sense, admiration. At this time, Adam showed a triumphant expression as if he had successfully told a bad joke. Haha, you all have been fooled by me. In fact, I am not born with a disability, but I am not a human being. I am a robot police officer. He even said the words haha with great emotion. But Mr. Lucian is indeed as beautiful as a work of art. If he is willing, I don't mind starting a human-machine love affair with him that only appears in works of art. Flag Association? Terahashi Nobuyuki? RoboCop? Human-robot romance? Is this some new kind of self-praise? How could the current technology tree create such a human-like robot? The other party is so humorous. Looking at the PR officer's face again, he looked thoughtful and had no doubt at all. Everyone in the Flag Club looked relaxed, which made Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was struggling, seem too abrupt. So Terahashi Nobuyuki realized with a familiar look, oh, this is the PR officer's friend. This is a tacit joke between them. It probably means that his abilities are as strong as a robot, and his thinking is so meticulous that it is not disturbed by emotions. Terahashi Nobuyuki thought he should go along with the joke if everyone thought it was funny. So he took a step forward, raised his hand and lightly held Adam's face, and said with the eyes and tone of a love Saint Gong Bin Yenche, "So do you want to fall in love with me?" His voice was deliberately lowered and became gentle, as if he was expressing his deep affection and forbearance. Suddenly, someone gasped, "Pa pa pa." the sound of billiard balls hitting the ground one after another. Adam's hands that were tossing the billiard ball stopped at both sides of his body, as if he was going to hug Terahashi Nobuyuki. The smile on his face did not change, but it gave people a sense of frozen stunness, probably because his eyeballs no longer moved slightly. Terahashi Shin got no response. Didn't connect? Pa. A faint sound of electricity came from somewhere. Adam froze in place for 5 seconds, then slowly put his hand on his chest. The doctor said something to me. Terahashi Nobuyuki? If I can't decide on something, I'll just follow my heart. Adam raised his eyes, his expression becoming a little excited. But I actually couldn't feel what the so-called heart was until just now. I suddenly felt that I had found it. I felt that it was the feeling of a human heartbeat, because my program was messed up without any signs just now, just like a human falling in love at first sight when caught off guard, and the brain was dizzy due to hormone disorder and accelerated heart rate. The other party's description made everyone present a little stunned. The PR officer pinched his chin. So it's a crash? Terahashi Nobuyuki. Chuya pulled Terahashi Shin over and said, What machine? This is a hooligan. There will be no result in a human-machine relationship because robots don't have the right to vote. Adam seemed to be disappointed and said, At this moment, I felt excluded. The banter made the atmosphere more relaxed. They chatted for a few sentences, and it seemed that it was finally time to get down to business. Adam wanted to talk to Chuya alone, and the people from the Flag Society had no objection until something unexpected happened. Adam shot out steel wire from his elbow, tied up Chuya Nakahara and tucked him under his armpits, and said seriously that he wanted to borrow him for half an hour. Nakahara Chuya paused in his struggle. Why does this scene feel a little familiar? He said to himself. Adam left quickly with Chuya in such an indescribable posture, leaving everyone in the billiard bar. Chuka was kidnapped in front of us. Isn't the situation bad? The public relations officer asked. It's not good. The pianist said, Wait 30 minutes. If he doesn't come back, we will send out a search team. Before that, let's drink and wait. I also want to be carried and transported, said the surgeon. Their attitude was as if this was not something worth worrying about. Because although Nakahara Chuya is young, he is actually a person with special abilities who can take on an entire organization single-handedly. How could a famous gravity user get into trouble so easily? Terahashi Nobuyuki was shocked by Adam's series of tightrope, carrying, and running movements. Wonderful, wonderful action scene. When will I ever get a role in a martial arts movie? Oh, no. My current character is the male lead in a campus drama, Miyamoto Kodoche. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Who would go out of their way to ring the doorbell of a bar? At this place and at this time, everything seemed strange only in the eyes of the Flag Society. Terahashi Nobuyuki happened to be standing by the door, and he opened it without thinking. Flag Association. In their eyes, the gorgeous blue-haired young man opened the door rashly. There was a tall figure standing outside the door. He was wearing the most inconspicuous clothes, a hat that was neither beautiful nor ugly, a pair of big sunglasses covering his face. The brim of the hat was pulled down very low, and his whole aura was extremely indifferent. They were very familiar with this outfit. He was the postman of the Port Mafia, responsible for conveying some secret instructions. But the strange thing was that when they saw this man for the first time, their hearts inexplicably tightened, and some parts of their bodies even felt a faint tearing pain. Silly Bird asked curiously, Is it an urgent task? We have already asked for leave. Does the leader need to summon us for something at this time? The words of the Silly Bird awakened the others who were immersed in the strange feeling. Maybe it's about a promotion? The piano man smiled and said, Call Chuya later. The Silly Bird's slight dissatisfaction also disappeared. He was promoted to a cadre first, and Zhong would cry too. The public relations officer pressed his shoulder, his whole body tense, his eyes full of vigilance. From his angle, he could catch a glimpse of a small part of the face of the person outside the door, but even that was enough. The man had snow-white skin. His blonde hair was somewhat suppressed, but his facial features were clearly the three-dimensional and handsome European. When did the Port Mafia accept such a person? The implicit message conveyed by the public relations officer's action stimulated Silly Bird's nerves, causing him to tighten the gun in his hand. Something is wrong. That's right. 6 gods. The blue-haired young man faced the visitor outside the door. The silly bird's question had been asked for a long time, but the postman did not answer it immediately. Although the brim of his hat was pulled down very low, his vision was not blocked. He was just hiding in the shadows, as dangerous as a lurker. He had anticipated who would open the door and had prepared his lines in advance, but at this moment, the words were stuck in his throat because his tongue forgot to move and his lips forgot to open and close, as if his limbs were no longer controlled by his brain. No, even his brain had gone blank. He was so stunned by the young man who was more beautiful than Sapphire that he forgot what he was doing there. Terahashi Nobuo looked him over suspiciously, focusing on his physical features, such as his height and frame. Another foreigner? After a while, the man whispered, "What a surprise. I didn't expect that the first person I saw would be you. Why are you here?" He looked at Terahashi Nobu through his sunglasses. "Terahashi Nobuyuki. Have we met?" "No." The young man shook his head. Terahashi Nobuyuki leaned over and asked, "Do you know each other?" At that moment, hostility spread, because someone else finally entered the postman's field of vision, and it was none other than the target of his trip, Chuya's partner Hatakai. It was a terrifying feeling, as if facing a huge monster. The public relations officer, who was the least skilled in fighting, was frightened to the point that his hands and feet became weak and he knelt on the ground on the spot. "We'll die. We'll be crushed to death, kill them like ants. This is fundamentally different from any enemy we have faced before." The strange young man glanced at them with a cold gaze, as if they were not living beings, but dead objects that were more unlucky than garbage. He said, "I have an extremely important task to assign to you. For this, I have to disturb your vacation." The voice was a little dry, but not obvious. "But before conveying the task, I have something to ask you." The tone here became relaxed again. The people in the room looked slightly moved. The hostility just now seemed to be an illusion to them. After giving them such a big blow, this person actually started chatting casually in a Western-style dress. "What do you think of Chuya?" He asked such a strange question. "Chuya? What does this have to do with Chuya? Do you think Chuya should continue to stay in this organization?" It seemed that it didn't matter to him what the answer was. The blond young man raised his eyebrows slightly with a somewhat arrogant look. It seemed that this sentence was not a question, but a strange rhetorical tone, as if he thought it was ridiculous that Nakahara Chuya stayed in the Port Mafia. The leader of the Flag Society, the piano man, said with caution, "What is your relationship with Chuya?" "Me? I'm his brother." "Brother?" The fool bird said strangely, "Chuya has a foreign brother? Do you want to take a look at your facial features before you say such things? What is your purpose for Chuya, you guys who showed up inexplicably tonight?" The boy's words were in defense of Chuya, as if they were on the same side. "The connection between us is not just superficial." The young man was a little unhappy. "I left the country and traveled thousands of miles to come to this remote village in the Far East, just to see my brother." The atmosphere became stiff and suffocating, and an indescribable tension spread. It seemed that the battle would be triggered in the next second. The pianist and the cold-blooded man who were good at fighting took the lead and took 2 steps forward. Something seemed to pass silently in the air. A damp and cold wind blew through the open door. The wind chimes covered the young man's already whispering voice, and the warmth in Terahashi Nobuo's body dissipated completely, causing him to shiver slightly. "Ah, whatever it is, come in first." Unexpectedly, Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't read the air at all, or was deliberately avoided by malicious intent. Speaking Miyamoto Kotobuki, the character smiled faintly at the blond young man. "Really? Then the journey must have been quite tiring. Traveler from the cold and dark night, would you like to come in and rest?" At that moment, the tension and oppression in the air disappeared instantly, replaced by a harmonious and wonderful atmosphere mixed with some unspeakable meanings. Wei Erlin's slightly widened blue eyes flashed with tiny light. "I know you," he said. "Chuyi has been paying attention to you recently." However, due to insufficient intelligence, Verlaine did not temporarily include Terahashi Nobuyuki in the assassination list. That's right, a list. A list of people that Chuya cares about. These people are a burden to Chuya, and they are the shackles that make Chuya waver and voluntarily be trapped. Only by killing them can Chuya be truly free. Verlaine thought so. As subjects of supernatural experiments, they are neither human nor gods. Their personalities are artificially created. They don't even have their own thoughts. Only by getting rid of emotions can they truly become independent and powerful. He walked into the bar, and as he stepped in, the silly bird bent over in pain. The only surgeon in the Flag Society who was skilled in medicine supported him, and was horrified to find that the arm he was holding was as soft as randomly kneaded rubber, as if the bones inside had been knocked into pieces. The terrifying transcendent, Paul Verlaine, the supernatural experiment subject named Arabato, glanced at his face indifferently, and then invited Terahashi Nobuyuki to sit at the bar with great interest. "I am very interested in you," he said. "I need to talk to this person, so let's put off the bloody stuff for a while." Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Don't say such gay things, he'll turn pale. In the strangely quiet atmosphere, Terahashi Nobu sat next to Wei Erlang. "I always feel that you are very tired," he suddenly said, bristling and bringing up another topic. "Why? To be frank, there is a desolate look in your eyes." Terahashi Nobuyuki. Eyes. It's eye acting. Look at me performing eye acting. Wei Erlin was stunned for a moment. "That's what I wanted to ask. How do you endure living in this world?" Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki? Terahashi Nobuyuki. Just remain tolerant and expectant? People are particularly obsessed with you, right? I've heard of your fame to some extent. The blond young man took off his hat and inserted his fingers into his hair. He stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki as if he saw through something. Only when you really see it do you realize how superficial your previous views were. You are surrounded by a bunch of messy guys. You are misunderstood every day, and you have expectations and imaginations imposed on you. Does anyone care about your personality? He is an outlier. The moment he saw Terahashi's letter, Verlaine understood. This existence, who could make his heart skip a beat and act as if his breathing was a miracle, was definitely not a simple guy. He is not a human being, and his personality is not something complicated and cunning. He has the charm to attract the superpower experimental subjects. What kind of position does this person hold? Terahashi Nobuyuki stared with his eyes wide open in confusion. What's wrong with this? Isn't being an idol like this? What's wrong? Are you an actor or a poet whose thoughts and souls are studied by people? Why do you say that? People say that not being understood is loneliness. I once had a trusted partner, but he didn't understand me either. But loneliness is not just that simple. It's like being in a vast and dark universe, not being seen by others, and not even being able to feel yourself. That's loneliness. Terahashi Shinko was annoyed. You are in the crowd, but no one can see you, Verlaine said, referring to the bridge letter. Terahashi Nobuyuki searched his mind for the spiritual phrases he had crammed in the past few days. Loneliness is the norm and a subjective thing. As long as you don't think about it, you will be lively. Humans are inherently difficult to communicate with. He read numbly, I don't need to be understood, nor do I need to be so-called seen, because there are more important things than that. Distance creates beauty. Wouldn't it be better if we all stayed a little further apart? What's more important? Terahashi Nobuyuki covered his lips with his hand, staring at the wine glass shaking in front of him. He counted 5 seconds in his mind, and when he felt it was time, he turned to the blond man with a face that was immersed in secret joy and a little bitter. I have someone I love deeply. For her, everything in the world is beautiful. Love, madman. For the first time in Verlaine's barren life, he felt his whole body boiling as if fresh blood had been injected into it. Of course, he knew why this was the case. This was a heartbeat that this artificial body had never felt before, or even had no function to feel. This person seems to be the closest close to God. It's as if he's looking down on the world from the perspective of a god, ignoring the actions of his fellow men, indifferent and unrestrained. Yet, like humans, he's willing to be bound by the painful emotions that burn him. So, what does it feel like to be loved by him? It feels like falling in love even when being watched. We chatted for about another 15 minutes. Terahashi Nobuyuki was almost talking nonsense, and even began to praise his sister unconsciously. Wei Erlin stood up as if he was finally satisfied. It started raining outside. He didn't even take an umbrella and walked into the curtain alone. Maybe today is not a good time. After saying this ambiguous statement, he swept his eyes across the flag association with a knife-like gaze. I always feel that letting him see this kind of scene is somewhat defiled in his eyes. He disappeared. The moment it disappeared, the old world collapsed. This building had long been chopped into pieces by Weilon's special ability, but due to the manipulation of gravity, it had not collapsed and remained in a precarious state. Terahashi Nobuyuki blinked and looked at the ruins around him dully. They sank into the night, but above Terahashi Nobuyuki's head, a light was still stubbornly on. The light shone from directly above him, falling on his dark blue hair and straight nose. Such a deadly angle of light actually made Zhao Qiaoxin look extremely holy. Qi Hui, who predicted the safe point a second before the collapse and rushed over, looked at him in bewilderment. Terahashi Nobuyuki, why are you guys looking at me like that? To be honest, this house is so old that it will collapse if it rains so hard. Well, it's dangerous. It needs repairs. What do you mean by repairs? We need to rebuild it now. Terahashi Nobuyuki loosened his collar and muttered to himself, it's so strange. I felt so nervous just now. I suddenly found that I couldn't breathe. Did I hold my breath just now? What on earth did that guy do here? He instinctively realized the danger, but ignored it due to his hazy cognitive gap. The PR officer looked complicated. Tong. You. On the other side, Dazai Osamu put down his hand that was lightly pressing the headset and silently dialed the phone. Mr. Mori, the plan may be changed. New possibilities have emerged. If successful, mobilize all the Port Mafia Wailuan, who is determined to encircle and suppress them with all his strength, might be the first to give up. Perhaps the only people who can make the gods stop are those they recognize as their kind. After about 15 minutes, the rain still showed no sign of stopping. The boss was trying to rescue the useful things, and Chihuey and others were also helping. Silly Bird leaned aside to rest with his broken arm. Xian asked him what was wrong, but he only replied that his old injury would hurt when it rained. The boy even gave Xiao Xian a relaxed smile, although his brows were still slightly wrinkled due to the pain. Suddenly, amidst the noise of the heavy rain, there were staggering and hurried footsteps. The man arrived first with a panicked hoarse cry, "Piano Man! Chuya!" The piano man was stunned. "Are you okay?" It looks like there was a fight." Nakahara Chuya looked extremely disheveled. In addition to his torn and wrinkled clothes, his body was covered in mud, and his wet hair stuck to his face. But compared to all that, his expression was more touching. It was a look of hesitation and trembling, as if a corner of his heart was broken, as if he had just experienced a life and death separation with an important person. He smiled with relief. "I'm glad you're all right." A silence spread out. They all knew what had happened. It was probably the biggest threat in their lives so far. It wasn't until Terahashi Nobu sneezed from the cold that they seemed to wake up. "What are you doing?" Terahashi Nobu muttered. "Don't stand there like an idiot. Go take the idiot bird's car back." "Why are you addressing each other so strangely? Are you so immersed in the play?" In the car, Terahashi Nobuyuki pinched the listening device off his collar and threw it out of the window. Black box, they seemed to see the bar called Old World would have been reduced to complete ruins, with the bodies of several young men buried inside. The ochre-haired boy swallowed the blood foam that was always surging in his throat, knelt on the ground and roared hoarsely in the rain, tears mixed with raindrops dripping down, and the boy in front of him fell into eternal sleep with the beautiful fantasy of saving his companions. Everything is black. Everything is terrible. The bar was open as usual the next day, and became semi-open air. The intact area above Terahashi Nobuo's head made this building, where ruins and intact things coexist, particularly unique. The slogan is still, "An island with warm lights in the desolate ruins of the soul." In a sense, he is also a marketing talent. It's just that maybe the Flag Club will have to move to a secret location for the gathering. Ishiguro Chi suddenly asked for a long vacation with an uncertain return date, so the advertisement was temporarily put on hold. The heavy rain that day did not make any use of it, and the construction period was suddenly extended a lot. Terahashi Nobuyuki was still balled with the drama he was filming. because he simply could not attract the heroine. The subsequent plots were all about heartthrobs, crazy heartthrobs, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not imagine her face to be beautiful. So is it so difficult to act in a love scene? Nakahara Chuya was also in a delicate state of loss of contact. Ever since he was sent to the crew that day, Terahashi Nobuyuki had never seen him again. But when they met for the last time, the emotions revealed in those cobalt blue eyes made the slow-witted Terahashi Nobuyuki tremble. I always felt that his eyes were too heavy, so heavy that Terahashi Nobuyuki doubted that he had saved his life. Unable to find the heroine of his favorite to act with, Terahashi Nobuyuki even made a video call to his sister, trying to get the feeling. The blue-haired girl is reviewing. After all, she will take the entrance exam this year. You are still working so hard on the weekend. Terahashi Nobuyuki held up his phone and said to her, "Didn't your brother do the same thing when he was in his third year of high school?" Terahashi Kokomi placed her phone on the table. Even if it wasn't intentional, she instinctively found a perfect angle. "I'm also combining work and rest. I'll watch your new drama on time in the evening." Rub. Terahashi Nobuyuki's arrogance immediately rose. When he thought of his sister waiting to see him in front of the TV, he became more excited. "How about I call you later so it won't bother you?" Terahashi Shinmi stretched like a beautiful girl. "It's okay. I just need to take a break," she said so considerately. Terahashi Shin felt that his soul was purified. He told her a bunch of messy trivialities, but it was too nagging and meaningless. The next sentence came out before the last sentence was finished. He talked for so long that he forgot the time. Finally, Terahashi Shinmi couldn't bear it anymore and hung up the phone impatiently. Terahashi Nobuyuki. "Well, Shime is also very cute today." He put away his phone and planned to go out again. After buying some things for Kokomi, less than 10 minutes after leaving the house, Terahashi Nobuyuki saw Chuya speeding on the street, with a team of police cars following behind him. Terahashi Nobuyuki. What just flew by? He turned around the alley in disbelief and saw the shadow of a vehicle appear at the end of the street. They were playing so vigorously that the hum of the motor hurt people's ears. Terahashi Nobuyuki stood by the roadside, watching excitedly. Racing is a man's dream. Car scene. Is it an exciting car scene? Brush. The front car flipped over. Terahashi Nobuyuki? There was a curse coming from the car. "Chuya, your driving skills are terrible. You might as well let this big idiot drive." Adam's voice continued. "It is illegal for a minor to drive. But Chuya is a good driver." The accident happened only because his adrenaline surged too fast, his heart rate was unstable, his breathing was rapid, and his attention was seriously distracted. Nakahara Chuya crawled out of it unscathed. "Shut up." He patted his own corner and put one hand on his forehead, as if he was hopeless. After a long while, he uttered, "Sixth God. Why are you here?" Shiraise Fuichiro climbed out with the help of Robocop and sneered, "Oh, so you forget about beauty." "Oh." He immediately became stammering. 66666 magical power? Terahashi Nobuo glanced at him and said coldly, "Hello? It's Lu Shentong." "Hello. It's really Lu Shentong?" "Hello." Adam whispered to Zhongyi, "I feel like Mr. Lu Shan is more like a robot than I am." Then he added, "Is human-robot love really impossible?" Chuya sneered, "Shut up, toy boy." The traffic police team behind them were about to catch up, so Adam picked up the day's Shiraise and went into the alley to leave first. Nakahara Chuya also pulled Terahashi Nobu into the darkness. "What are you doing?" "He's been entangled by the detectives who have been chasing me. I want to send him away, anywhere, any country, before Wailuan finds him." Nakahara Chuya said with a serious face, "Time is indeed urgent, but nothing is more important than life." Terahashi Nobu? "Tong, stay away from that guy. That home the man was Verlin. Assassinations are never easy to carry out and often take several days." Based on the information provided by Adam, Nakahara Chuya deduced that Wailane's next target was Shiraise, a young man who was trapped in Yokohama by the port mafia and worked in an electronic parts factory. The word infer is not quite right. Nakahara Chuya feels that the feeling is more like realization. And the detective who is always chasing me, I also want to lure him away. If it doesn't work, I can kidnap him, as long as I can avoid Verlin's pursuit. If you're talking about Verlin, Terahashi Nobuo looked strange. I had dinner with him last night. Chuya. This is quite a coincidence. That was the Sky Restaurant of a luxury building. Terahashi Nobuyuki was enjoying the night breeze while looking at the coastline of Yokohama. They were holding a small internal party to celebrate the launch of the TV series. The man appeared like the wind, as if he was such a free being. No one knew how he knew the whereabouts of Terahashi Nobuyuki, how he got past the security guard at the entrance, and sat directly next to the blue-haired young man. Others thought he was a friend of Terahashi Nobuyuki. Verlaine looked like a Frenchman in love, his eyes deep and passionate. I came here for my brother, but when I met you, I felt that people are attracted by things along the way and temporarily put aside their original purpose. Verlaine said, Terahashi Nobuyuki has heard this kind of thing too many times. The fans' rainbow farts are even crazier and more outrageous than this. I failed the exam because I didn't sleep all night watching Lu Shentong's drama. I moved the pre-booked grave to the downstairs of his company for Lu Shentong's sake. Compared to these, Wei Erlin's obsessive expression can be said to be very restrained. Thank you. Would you like an autograph? Terahashi Nobuyuki asked in a skilled manner. Wei Erlin was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I'm right here. How pathetic it is to ask for an autograph. Terahashi Nobuyuki shrugged nonchalantly. The two of them just sat there in silence, enjoying the night breeze for a while, gazing at the Yokohama pier. The bright lights on the lonely sea were particularly dazzling, and the hidden waves were like a state of mind that was difficult to calm down. Terahashi was in a daze, waiting for Weilon to start a conversation, until he spoke like a primary school kid who was determined to have a heart-to-heart talk. My brother is neither a human nor a god. I want to take him away. Well, I have a sister who is better than God. I wonder if his description is too childish, but it seems that foreigners prefer this kind of dreamy and unrealistic feel. Terahashi Nobuyuki was secretly dissatisfied. The blonde youth seemed to be encountering such an elusive thing for the first time. Because of the strange and strong feelings, he was eager to tell another person. There are many unnecessary people around him. Isn't this jealousy? Terahashi Nobuo put his hand heavily on his shoulder. I understand you. Wei Erlin's eyelids trembled. You understand me? I have someone like this too. Because she is so outstanding, a lot of guys come to her. They want to get her without knowing it. However, they are completely different. She stands out from the crowd. Terahashi Nobu rubbed his fingertips. I have also thought about taking her to a place where there are only the two of us, because two almost identical comets can glide parallel in the universe. Verlaine felt as if his soul had been struck by some kind of shock. This shock made his brain confused. But for this kind of thing, I just keep it in my heart. Why? Weiluan said softly. Don't you think he is being used and lied to? Blurred she and he. Terahashi shrugged. But I respect her wishes, and I believe she can handle everything. She is stronger and more powerful than I thought. Because I love her. Terahashi Nobuyuki decided to express his suppressed inner desire to this mentally ill guy. I love her, so I have to be her safe haven. His words carried a spell that could bewitch people. True love, true emotion, is not about acting arbitrarily based on one's own beauty. That is the behavior of a madman who only cares about himself and a demon who destroys the will of others. Because I love her, I don't want anything that would make her sad to get close to her, even if it's just groundless rumors or news published in newspapers. Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his eyes away, and something unclear flickered in his pupils. He looked at Verlaine as if he was facing an abyss. Even natural disasters cannot appear next to her. Weilane left that day in a trance, as if he had begun to realize that life had entered the sage mode. Things seemed to be brewing quietly, and something was surging in the darkness of Yokohama. When Nakahara Chuya heard that Terahashi Nobuyuki and Weiluan had met privately, his hair stood on end. In a physical sense, his hair stood on end. His hair floated up against gravity, which made Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes widen. You met him? The ochre-haired boy held Terahashi Nobuyuki's wrist, looking excited. Did you say anything? Did he do anything to you? Terahashi Nobuyuki was so confused by the yelling that people who didn't know would think he had gotten into trouble. Then, he frowned slightly. What do you mean? Nakahara Chuya was stunned for a moment. He realized that his behavior might be offensive to Terahashi Nobuyuki. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. The ochre-haired boy looked a lot more listless. This description was very apt, because his hair, which had just been flying up with his momentum, slowly fell down, and he lowered his eyes as if he was lost. Terahashi Nobuyuki's annoyance at being touched also subsided. The other party's reaction just now was indeed like that of a jealous fan, but he was a good boy after all, so there might be some hidden secrets. Terahashi Nobuyuki stroked his hair casually and said, "Are you free this afternoon? Do you want to go shopping?" And then he rehearsed another scene. Nakahara Chuya. He was very moved but refused. His whole mood was a little low, as if he had missed a pie in the sky. Recently, I'm busy with something very important. He raised his eyes and stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki. When you see that guy again, stay away from him. Tong, this matter is very important. Stay away from Verlaine. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't say whether he would listen or not, but psychologically, he had no intention of actively approaching anyone. Verlaine's name is not as important as the nickname of a minor character in his place. In the film, Terahashi Nobuyuki was not available, so he pulled Dazai Osamu over to be his stand-in heroine. Why didn't he find a real leading actor to act opposite him? First, he wanted to avoid scandals. Second, except in front of the camera, the leading actress would inevitably have fantasies because of Terahashi Nobuyuki's closeness. Even reading the lines could make them lose their minds. Only when the camera was pointed at her could she pick up her professional qualities. Besides that, Terahashi Nobuyuki did feel a lot of pressure because of the emotional scenes, and the 6 supernatural powers are perfect. Yes, the 6 divine powers can't act too badly. Zhao Qiaoxin has to bear this burden. I'm busy too. The black-haired boy who was called over complained. The subordinates behind him whispered quietly, "Even so, Lord Dazai still came here in high spirits." Yes, and came to this kind of observation deck in the middle of the night. Then they received Dazai Osamu's cold gaze. The subordinate was emboldened by the presence of Terahashi Nobuyuki, or perhaps the surge of adrenaline made him fearless. He said in high spirits, "I understand, Dazai-sama. After all, it was Lord Rokugami who invited us." "What did you call him?" "Lord Rokugami." Dazai-sama's eyes are not the eyes of looking at a dead object. The subordinate became even more excited. "You also understand, Master Lucian is different. In the port mafia, honorifics represent high-level positions. If you suddenly call someone who does not belong to the organization like this, it would be easy to be labeled a spy. But this is a different story for Terahashi Nobuyuki." They were now at the highest observation deck in Yokohama, which was the place that Terahashi Nobuyuki had wanted to go but failed to go. It was much shorter than the building of the port mafia, but standing on the top was enough to make people tremble. But the big men in black were also excited at this time, and they were in such a light-hearted mood that they would not be afraid even if they took off their clothes and jumped off the edge. Dazai Osamu was wandering on the edge of the observation deck. There was a 1.5-meter high glass fence that reached his chin, and above that was a wire mesh, which completely eliminated the possibility of him slipping and falling. Under the glass under your feet is a completely black partition that is only removed during the day, so that you can look down at the ground layout from above Yokohama. Dazai Osamu looked down dimly. Why choose here? To set off the protagonist's state of mind. Terahashi Nobuyuki answered calmly. A guy who is superior in all aspects, an absolute strong man in the eyes of outsiders, but fragile and dark inside. One day, as if he was favored by God, a ray of light shone in. That is the appearance of the heroine. He also looked down. We'll probably shoot at dawn, but we obviously don't have to wait until sunrise. The city lights are also suitable. Dazai immediately understood why Terahashi Nobuyuki chose this place. It's cold and dark here. Even though I know it's safe under my feet, I still feel precarious. What's going on? Do you feel it? The protagonist's state of mind, even if he breathes in an absolutely safe environment, he still feels like he is walking on thin ice with no support, and he is moldy alone in a place without any light. And it is under such circumstances that he has to confess his feelings to the heroine. To be honest, Terahashi Nobuyuki, I have absolutely no feelings. That's why he was so anxious about this role that he suffered from insomnia, because that kind of delicate and sensitive character had nothing to do with him. Terahashi Nobuyuki silently followed the script, then reached out and pressed Dazai Osamu against the wall, performing a perfect wall dong. The subordinate exclaimed, "Oh, Dazai Osamu." The blue-haired young man pressed forward, forcefully blocking the view. Terahashi Nobuyuki stared at the iris-colored eyes that were so close to him, and he held Dazai Osamu's waist with his hands against his will. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes that were always dark. "I have something to tell you." Terahashi Nobuyuki lowered his voice. Dazai Osamu had a weird look on his face, as if he was struggling or enduring. "Do I have to hug my waist when I talk? 6 gods hug my waist. It's 6 gods hug my waist. 6 gods wall dong." Ah, the famous 6 gods wall dong. Several big men in black beat their chests and stamped their feet, covering their faces and screaming, although it's a bit off-putting that the person being wall-donged is Dazai-sama. "Ah no. No, please forgive me, Dazai-sama." In order to save their own lives, the subordinates moved away dozens of steps and directly stuck to the opposite edge of the observation deck. Dazai Osamu withdrew his gaze and stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki quietly without much reaction, but he seemed too quiet again. To be honest, isn't his resistance much higher now? Terahashi Nobuyuki thought absent-mindedly. He continued, "I'm a terrible guy, if I think about it." The protagonist's mood of being worried about the gains and losses of love is difficult to express simply with words, but Terahashi Nobuyuki can only read the lines with emotion. "I thought nothing could make my heart move, because this world is dull and boring, and what lies before me is a terrible, transparent, predictable life without any hope." His voice was light and gentle, floating in the air. The men in black couldn't help but hold their breath. "I originally planned to just live like a gangster and lead a life like a walking corpse." These lines are particularly inappropriate for Miyamoto Yenchei, because he is a campus prince, a successor to a chaebol, and has excellent conditions to stand at the starting line since birth. But the the drama needs this kind of contrast, making the strong vulnerable, the cold guy being conquered, and then presenting a mutual redemption effect. But you are the only one who is unexpected. The things that I find boring become interesting when I do them with you. There seemed to be some bright light flashing across the sky, and that golden shooting star, like a firework, slowly appeared behind Terahashi Nobuyuki like the rising sun. Dazai Osamu widened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief, as if he had lost his composure. Terahashi Nobuo's expression changed, and he was subtly drawn into the play by his emotional change. Just as he was about to continue, he heard the black-haired boy muttering, "How could it be? Why so fast? Why here?" His emotions began to get out of control, and his eyes that reflected the light returned to the deepest silence, as if he had seen the end of the world. "Oh no, it's too late," he said. Bang! A huge explosion, louder than blowing up an entire building, came from the sky. Terahashi Nobuyuki was startled and trembled, and quickly turned around to look. Suddenly, a huge, soaring, deep red dragon appeared in the black sky. "Is that a dragon? It just looks like a dragon. It has 8 red eyes, a mouth and appearance similar to those of a reptile, and something like black flames burning all over its body. It is so ugly that it cannot be compared with the mythical beasts created by humans." "What on earth is that?" It appeared from the seashore, hovering above the city, its 8 eyes slightly narrowed, as if howling silently in pain. The mere trembling of its huge body seemed to be able to stir up a huge wind, and its open mouth exhaled white smoke. That was the monster Jigger, the supernatural singularity incarnated by Verlaine, the artificial god in the laboratory that was completely unleashed. Just by looking at it, Dazai knew its origin. Why? He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why do I feel like I've seen this before?" The creature that looked like a dragon but wasn't a dragon made Dazai Osamu imagine a black forest, artillery fire all over the sky, humans wailing, flying body parts, and a tiny figure that spread out wings and rushed towards the monster without hesitation. No, even if the situation really developed to this point, Jigger should not have appeared so early. Other changes happened in the middle. And the probability of these changes was so small that Dazai Osamu did not predict them. Why would the guy who once worked in a laboratory researching artificial superpowers, created Nakahara Chuya's father, and held the key to artificial superpowers suddenly take action? Suddenly, Dazai Osamu's expression became blurred, and he vaguely grasped a line of thought. He came to a horrifying guess, which made him tremble all over, and the air entering his nasal cavity became damp and rotten. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't have his brain that could think of 1,800 ways. He and his subordinates in black opposite him were all stunned. This was a phenomenon that was difficult to explain with past experience. Holographic projection could never create such a real and seamless illusion, because the monster was very close to the observation deck. It seemed that its head could swallow the observation deck if it lowered down. It must be said that this size difference was a classic scene that monster movies love to create. Run. Dazai Osamu grabbed Terahashi Nobuyuki's wrist, but then gravity appeared in the calm air. That was the gravity of the monster, which could make people fly into the air and fly towards it uncontrollably. The subordinates who were clinging to the edge of the observation deck were the first to be affected. Their feet left the ground, and their entire bodies seemed to be embedded in the wire mesh. The skin on their faces was pulled diagonally upwards, making their expressions look very funny. What on earth is this? They whimpered in fear. Dazai-sama. What on earth is this? The decorations on the tall buildings were shaking, making a harsh noise, as if they were being blown by a strong wind, with the effect of gravity decreasing in strength from near to far. As a result, people only feel the abnormal weather in the areas where they live. The air currents all rushed away the giant beast that suddenly appeared. Terahashi Nobuyuki couldn't help but reach out to the young men in black who sent out the distress signal. Hey, you. He suddenly realized that only he and Dazai Osamu were peaceful. The surroundings were in chaos and collapse, but they were safe and sound. This strong sense of tearing made him think he was in a dream. Before Terahashi Nobuyuki could figure out what was happening, a water cup appeared in his field of vision and flew towards the monster. The water cup had a cute puppy pattern printed on it, and the paint on the ears had become a little dull due to frequent friction. Beautiful heart. With horror in his heart, Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes narrowed, and he shook off Dazai Osamu's hand. The blue-haired young man's demeanor suddenly changed. He rushed to the edge of the observation deck, inserted his fingers into the gap of the wire mesh, and looked out. He left Dazai Osamu and was immediately affected by gravity. However, his flying clothes and floating hair, coupled with his determined eyes, made him look like a hero who was fearlessly facing the storm. Cool. Handsome. The handsome face pressed against their faces made them cry. Terahashi Nobuyuki ignored their gazes on him and focused on following the puppy water cup. Beautiful things. Terahashi Nobu directly reached out and pulled out the guns tied to the waists of his subordinates. 6 gods. Someone called him from behind. Bang, bang, bang. Quickly and efficiently, Terahashi Nobu fired several shots at the glass partition, drawing a circle with the bullets. He raised his foot and kicked hard, and the glass with the bullet hole flew away, leaving a hole that was big enough for a person to pass through. The surroundings fell silent at some point, and the people on the observation deck stared at the scene in a daze. Terahashi Nobuyuki jumped out without hesitation. He flew up with the gravity and stretched out his hand to try to grab the puppy's water cup. On land, groups of Mafia members from the port rushed to the seaside with weapons. They had ambushed in the suburbs of Yokohama, waiting for the day to encircle and suppress Wailuan. But now, the plan could not keep up with the changes, and the combat force had not been deployed. Well, the human Wailuan didn't see it, but he saw a huge supernatural singularity that was like a natural disaster. This could be regarded as the largest armed mobilization in the history of the port mafia, because the leader issued the highest order the next second after the monster appeared. We must stop that guy from entering the city. The casualties it brought were devastating. Grenades, artillery, and everything that could cause harm flew towards Wailuan. But the besieged monster just tried its best to endure and took a step back. He did not attack the city, did not fight back against the humans who were overconfident, and did not spit out a dark energy ball that could devour everything. He just huddled like a person who was autistic. What's going on? Why is Wailuan not moving? The monster seemed to be struggling with its own will, and the blonde figure buried deep inside its body was struggling and crying. The Mafia did not stop and continued to rush towards the seaside, which was about to become a battlefield. On the way, they suddenly found that there was a person who rushed towards the monster without hesitation. Master Haratsu, look, this, Master Chuya. That is, Nakahara Chuya put down the telescope in disbelief. Connect? Why is he up there? The blue-haired young man was suspended in the air, and even with his tiny shadow, one could tell his true identity. The scene in front of him became blurred again. Nakahara Chuya held his forehead and looked at his colleagues around him. The coffins filling the hall and the tombstones standing in the mass grave suddenly appeared in his mind like memories. This scene, his heart was beating faster and faster, and Nakahara Chuya clutched his collar as if he could hardly breathe. Something was different. What was going to happen, or what happened in the past, was changed by the time Terahashi Nobuyuki hugged the cup of water as if it was his baby. He had already reached the dangerous critical point of supernatural power singularity. The huge monster stared at him, then opened its mouth and swallowed him. The onlookers' hearts suddenly stopped, and they began to wail, "6 gods! No, no, no! I must be dreaming. Wait, who are the 6 gods? What are you yelling about?" The noise of the quarrel made Nakahara Chuya's ears numb. He looked at the disappearing figure, and his eyes suddenly met Dazai Osamu on the observation deck. They didn't communicate with each other over such a long distance. There was no body language communication. In Dazai Osamu's eyes, Nakahara Chuya was even just a moving dot. But Nakahara Chuya saw Dazai Osamu's eyes clearly through the telescope. It was a desolate feeling similar to destruction. "I leave it to you, Chuya." This is the message Dazai Osamu conveyed. Nakahara Chuya put down the telescope and took off his gloves without saying a word. He fixed his eyes on the monster jig, raised his foot and controlled the gravity to fly into the air, and began to chant, "You, allow the filth of darkness to stop my awakening." The ochre-haired boy opened the door. His skin was covered with blood-red ominous lines, and his fluttering clothes were burning with black flames. Within the range of the supernatural power, the air became distorted and scalding hot, and any creature that approached would be annihilated. Behind him appeared huge supernatural wings waving black particles. Zhongyuan Chuya, who had transformed into a wild god, rushed towards Wailuan. The transformed supernatural singularity would never disappear on its own, only by defeating him severely and exhausting all the energy that burned life could this disaster be ended. But after approaching Wailuan, Zhongyuan Chuya, who was about to charge his strength to attack, heard a loud and angry shout from inside the monster. "Death is not the end of escaping everything. If you can't find a reason to hold on, then live for me. Solve this trouble for me. You are going to mess everything up, rascal." Nakahara Chuya. And within a few breaths after the voice fell, the monster jigger began to dissipate mysteriously. Its head, waist, abdomen, and tail all disappeared as if a piece had been dug out from the middle, quietly and gently turning into vast black particles. Nakahara Chuya. After being swallowed into the monster's body, Terahashi Nobuyuki was intact. Everything in the outside world was chaotic and dangerous, but the interior of the warcraft was peaceful enough to allow people to sleep soundly. Terahashi Nobuyuki opened his eyes in the darkness and was shocked to find Verlin floating in front of him with his eyes closed. Strangely, he could actually hear Verlin's inner voice. It was not like telepathy that allowed him to clearly know other people's thoughts. It was as if he was connected to Wylane's spiritual world, and even his emotions were being dragged along in a subtle way. Verlin was sinking in the loneliness and sadness that could kill a person. He quietly waited for death, while struggling not to cause irreparable harm. Terahashi Nobuyuki patted him on the shoulder and then slapped him in the face. "Verlin." Verlin did not react. Terahashi Nobu continued to shake him. Hey, can you wake up? I don't see you're hurt. Waylane. At least someone can explain to me what is going on." Terahashi Nobuyuki said. "And what kind of disgusting feeling is this?" Am I listening to your heart? How did you go from being full of energy 2 days ago to being half dead now? A tear fell from the corner of Wayluin's eye. His blue eyes were like a dried-up river. The moment he saw Terahashi Nobu, they only had a tiny bit of life. I learned the truth from In. In was the experimenter who created Chuya and a participant in the Arahata project. He said, "My partner has always been in my body, and he is using his supernatural powers to protect me even in death. That is really a feeling that makes me fear and regret. But now it is too late no matter what, the supernatural singularity has appeared, and all that is left is to escape." What the Hades? Terahashi Nobu was full of questions. So you want to die? There is nothing left in this world that I can cling to. Wirelane said dejectedly, "Besides, I have no choice. The next step is nothing more than my body being torn into pieces or my organs failing to death." Terahashi Shin didn't understand anything, but that didn't stop him from going crazy. He grabbed Wei Erlin by the collar, approached him angrily and shouted, "I finally understand a little bit. Is this all your fault? Don't drag me into this. I have someone very important here, and I can't bear to leave her. My sister is preparing for the entrance exam, which is a big event in her life. Even if you can't control yourself, try your best to control yourself." Lines from various movies and TV series came to Terahashi Nobuyuki's mind, and he blurted out excitedly, "Death is not the end of escaping everything. If you can't find a reason to hold on, then live for me. Solve this trouble for me. You're going to mess everything up, rascal." A strange power filled Waylan's body, as if someone had poured it into him, and it was so strong that it seemed to come alive and irresistible. The monster jig seemed no longer difficult to suppress, and it was roaming around in his limbs, with such pain that his nerves were shaking and spasming that it seemed not impossible to suppress it. Wei Erlin opened his eyes wide in surprise and stared at the blue-haired young man in front of him. Could that power be the so-called power of the heart? "I'm sorry to tell you that it's not," Seiki Kusuwa, who had become transparent, complained. He looked at the clueless Terahashi Nobuyuki and the confused Verlin with complicated eyes. "Yeah, it's fine if the misunderstanding continues like this. Isn't it the favorite routine of boys' comics to use love to inspire power to miraculously reverse an irreversible situation? This sounds much more believable and reliable than being saved by a superpowered person." Seiki Kusuwa quietly took back the puppy's water cup. "Well, I still have to continue reviewing. It would be bad if Rantang found out that I had disappeared for too long. He would rush into the bathroom to see if I was the one who fell into the toilet." Seiki Kusuwa held his forehead. "But I didn't expect that time and space reversal in this world was not so perfect. I clearly eliminated this unexpected natural disaster, but a lot of people still had an impression of it. The fusion of worlds caused by the supernatural singularity is really troublesome." Amid the black particles in the sky, Terahashi Nobuyuki and Verlin were falling. It is falling, not dropping. The magnetic field caused by their special abilities makes them descend lightly and slowly. Their facial features will not be deformed by wind resistance, and their limbs can swing freely. They clasp their hands together, look into each other's eyes, and their flying hair adds a touch of romance. The atmosphere between them is so harmonious that it seems that there is no room for a third person, which is incompatible with the world painting style. Under the strange magnetic field, their movements seem to be sped up by 0.5 times. Even though the onlooker, Nakahara Chuya, was not fully conscious, he felt a heart attack. "Are you here for me?" Wei Erlin asked affectionately. "Terahashi Nobuyuki? I saw you break the glass and rush towards me without hesitation. Did you hear my voice and want to stop me?" Terahashi Nobuyuki retracted his fixed gaze and replied hastily, "Ah." His face was extremely stiff, and he realized something belatedly. "What the Hades am I doing? I am flying in the sky? Why is the descent so slow? What is around here? Ashes? But nothing is burned. Why can we fall slowly against the laws of nature? Am I dreaming? Is all this fake? Did the monster just disappear? Has Ultraman appeared?" Terahashi Nobuyuki was talking nonsense in his mind. His vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. His brain was getting heavier and heavier, until it finally exceeded the threshold. His neck softened and he fell backwards. Tong. Verlaine hastened to catch him. So, the two people's posture changed from holding hands and falling together to one person hugging the other. The gray-blue-haired young man's head drooped weakly, and the blonde Nordic god hugged his neck and leaned on his shoulder. The scene was beautiful. Oh, the people on the ground made sounds of being shocked to the point of being insane. This scene is a bit spicy. Spicy? Shut up. How can Lord Lucian be described with the adjective spicy? Lucian is weak. It's Lu Xun who is weak. And Lu Xun is being carried like a princess. No, it's Lu Xun being carried like a princess. The young man holding the heavy machine gun screamed. Oh, at this moment, I really want to be Wei Erlin. I want to carry Lu Shintong too. They landed smoothly on the beach. Nakahara Chuya grabbed Dazai Osamu's coat and used his precarious rationality in the state of the wild god to pull him after being fished down from the observation deck. He was worried that Wei Luan would attack again, so he flew like an arrow. During the process, the black-haired boy sarcastically said, "Wow, Chuya, you are like a hard-working little bee. Your newly grown two wings are surprisingly stable." The moment the skin touched, the wild god was sealed again to Zai. "If you have time to make fun of me, why don't you go check on Tong and Wirelane?" "It's okay now," Dazai Osamu said quietly. His suddenly calm voice was completely different from just now. Nakahara Chuya paused for a moment. "Are you okay?" Dazai Osamu sat up. His clothes were covered with wet sand. His arms casually resting on his legs, he did nothing, but leaned back tiredly. The expression on his face was unclear, but some scattered emotions could be heard in his voice. "Did you see what Lu Shan just did?" He rushed towards an existence more terrifying than death without hesitation. Being watched by such a guy. Haha, the world is brighter. Dazai Osamu shrank his fingertips and could still recall the firm and resolute strength when Terahashi Nobu broke free from him. "Huh, you mean Wei Erlane?" Dazai Osamu remained silent. Nakahara Chuya looked strange. So why did Tong rush towards the monster? Dazai Osamu patted his clothes, stood up and looked at the two people surrounded by the port mafia. Who knows? Hey? His pupils flickered, and then a smile spread across his eyes. Pfft, what is that? Terahashi Nobuyuki looked like he was about to collapse to the ground with foam at the mouth. Even when Wei Luan shook him wildly, he did not respond at all. It was obvious that he was autistic and unwilling to accept the reality. He was going crazy and enduring to the extreme. It turns out this guy has always been out of touch. Dazai Osamu casually grabbed Nakahara Chuya and said, "He looks like he wants to end this by waking up from a dream, but unfortunately, this is not a dream." Wei Erlin pinched his chin, wondering whether he should slap that handsome face. "Hiss, is that a bit rough?" He helped me find the strength of my heart. Just as Wei Erlin stretched out his hand and tried to pat him, Zhao Qiaoxin, who was extremely alert to this, opened his eyes and was forced to accept his own. He was shocked by the fact that he was lying in a man's arms. He pushed Weilane's hand away and took several steps back. Terahashi Nobuyuki wiped the back of his neck that had been touched and then searched his body for the water cup. In this situation, only Shinmei's cup of water can give me comfort, so let me have an indirect kiss. Where's the water cup? Terahashi Nobuyuki, an excellent master of facial features management, showed a shocked expression for the first time. It was like a bolt from the blue. Even before he rushed into the sky without any protection, he lost control and regretted it so much. Shinmei's water cup. Terahashi Nobuyuki wailed loudly in his heart. Indirect kiss. Tong, are you okay? The dogman who hugged me when I was frustrated actually talked to me. Terahashi Nobuyuki hugged himself with his hands, his face blue with goosebumps. Stay away from me. Wei Luan raised his eyebrows. Yeah, that's right. You are not used to this kind of gravity. Your body has been bumping in the sky for so long. It's normal to feel physiological discomfort. This is psychological vomiting. Terahashi Nobuyuki's vision went dark. He was an incompetent brother. He lost Shinmei's water cup. But was Shinmei's water cup really there just now? Wasn't it because he missed his sister too much that he had hallucinations? At this moment, Terahashi Nobuyuki began to doubt himself. He scanned the surroundings with a weak gaze. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, His skilled skills still allowed him to tell how many eyes were focused on him and what those guys who were so brazen as to surround the place were holding in their hands. It's a gun, a hot weapon. Although he had always felt something was wrong, he also touched Dazai Osamu's gun when he was acting with him just now, and he even grabbed someone else's gun and fired several bullets in order to jump out from the observation deck. However, during these days when Terahashi Nobu was in a daze, he had never been so clear about who he was dealing with. Why didn't he notice it before? Why didn't he care after he found it before? Was his vigilance so poor? The surrounding mafia was on full alert against the surrounded supernatural being. The blonde youth did not seem to be injured, and his face was particularly ruddy. So, what are you doing? Terahashi Nobu asked desperately. Verlaine glanced carelessly. He glanced around. We are rehearsing. Someone interrupted him. It was Dazai Osamu who had stood in front of him. Lucian, we are making a fantasy movie. He said, the general setting is that monsters invade the city, and the armed people fight back. When they are almost in despair, a hero turns the tide of the battle. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Mafia. Dazai Osamu's eyes swept over them lightly, and the men in suits, who were particularly sensitive to their superiors' hints, nodded quickly. Yes, we are filming a movie. The weapons are all specially requested props, and they were all fired into the sea and open space. They found excuses together in perfect tacit understanding, and their tongues didn't even get tangled when they told lies. Just now, that was the latest technology, holographic projection, very realistic, right? They used a large vacuum cleaner and used a helicopter to tow it up to the sky, and there were transparent wires. That's it. It borrowed the principle of the trick used by Kaido Kid before. Terahashi Nobuyuki. I might actually believe it, smiley face. And then, perhaps because Terahashi Nobuyuki looked too calm, Dazai Osamu did not send out any extra command signals, and they no longer concealed their feelings. Their chaotic heartbeats gradually and strangely calmed down. They originally had the mentality that they would die tonight. Fear, resentment, loyalty, and desperation. From the moment you enter the other world, death is the most common thing that accompanies you. Compared with the gigantic monsters, humans are incomparably tiny. They are numb with fear, and their hands and feet can only fire shells stiffly. They move with passion and nerves that have been broken to the extreme. Otherwise, their legs may be so weak that they kneel directly on the ground, with their faces twitching and revealing the most embarrassing and funny ugliness. However, the disaster ended quickly, even silently, and the monster Zig did not have time to destroy anything, whether it was buildings or human lives. It was Terahashi Nobuyuki who stopped all this. Mr. Lucian, you were so handsome just now. The leader of Team 8 stepped forward and said to Terahashi Nobuyuki with great excitement, Anyway, please accept my gratitude. He bowed deeply. Today's movie preview was perfect. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Voices of thanks came one after another from the surroundings, and Terahashi Nobuyuki's face was as colorful as the bottom of a hot pot that had not been rinsed. Nakahara Chuya and Terahashi Nobuyuki think the world is magical. What are the reasons? There were so many complaints that he was embarrassed, but I still don't quite understand how the singularity disappeared. He said this in a voice like he was talking to himself. It's the power of the heart, my brother. But Wei-Luan heard it, and he added, I only now believe that love is really powerful. How can I, who can generate power through love, be composed of cold characters? Maybe. His tail tone dissipated in the air, and no one could hear it clearly. This. Terahashi Nobuyuki felt a lump in his throat, and Nakahara Chuya's expression was indescribable. The leader of Team 8 asked tentatively, So do we still have to fight? There is no need anymore. Wei Erlin looked at Dazai Osamu meaningfully. To be honest, I'm a little tired, and now I really want to stay in a room with a fireplace. A damp and cold wind blew by, bringing with it the smell of gunpowder. After blowing in the air for a long time, Terahashi Nobuyuki wrapped his open coat, but finally couldn't help but sneezed loudly. This voice caused chaos again. Mr. Lucian, are you okay? Pull up your coat quickly. Put on my coat, mine. Terahashi Nobuyuki waved his hands. I'm just looking for something. Something? A water cup with a puppy print on it. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Dazai glanced at them, and without even taking off his sunglasses, he could tell from their eager expressions what they wanted to do most at the moment. He raised his hand and said, "Go ahead." The men in suits started to stir. Dazai added, "Whoever finds it will be rewarded." Oh! They scattered. I must be the first one to find the cup. Lu Shan lost something. It was Lu Shan who lost something. Ah, is it possible that I took the cup for myself, and then kissed Mr. Lu Shan indirectly? Putting aside the chaos and heat over there, Terahashi Nobuyuki was still struggling with his own cognition. Why don't I buy a ticket tonight and go back to see Shinmei? I'm in so much pain. I need Shinmei's comfort. The PR officer skillfully called a team of people to clean up the traces. Terahashi Nobuyuki flatly rejected Wylane's invitation and just wanted to go back to the crew with the PR officer and get away from this noisy and outrageous world. Speaking of which, Ishiguro Senpai is also. Oh, what am I doing? What happened? Terahashi Nobuyuki collapsed and covered his head. This precarious disguise, this tacit understanding. Why don't they continue to pretend to be their true identities? It seems that they didn't try hard to cover it up. Are they assuming that I have known it all along? Six gods. A call interrupted the collapse of Terahashi Nobuyuki's inner world. Dazai Osamu walked up to him with a faint smile on his face. Keep an eye on Lu Shan. He restrained his outward expression. His aura became dangerous and cold. His voice sank slightly. Miyamoto Yenchei should act like this. Dazai Osamu's eyelids drooped slightly, but the curve of the corners of his eyes looked sharp and cold, and his pupils were empty and dim, as if they had been soaked in the cold and lonely deep sea for a long time. I thought nothing could move my heart, because this world is dull and boring, and what lies before me is a terrible, transparent, predictable life without any expectations. His tone was flat and silent, completely different from Terahashi's superficial performance. Originally, I was planning to just live like this, like a zombie. The black-haired boy raised his eyes cautiously, with hidden expectations and emotions that were difficult to hide. Terahashi Nobu's heartbeat suddenly quickened. His facial features had not changed, but the person before him was more recognizable than ever before. Until I met you. He recited Miyamoto Kotobukiya's lines word for word. That day, Terahashi Nobuyuki almost wanted to escape from Yokohama overnight. But the work was not done, and the next day's schedule was packed, so it was not realistic to just leave without caring about anything. In the end, Terahashi Nobuyuki became so withdrawn that his light dimmed. And Dazai Osamu's performance really made Terahashi Nobuyuki's heart palpitate wildly, and there was also a weirdness that made his whole body go hairy. But maybe Dazai Osamu acted too realistically, and to some extent it was too real and scary, especially since he brought out the rottenness that was so deep that it could overflow with black water that Miyamoto Kotobukiya had been hiding under his glamorous appearance. So Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was frightened by Miyamoto Jin's Dazai Osamu, gave a thumbs up and said, "Really, really good acting." Dazai Osamu immediately suppressed his leaked temperament and then curved the corners of his mouth towards Terahashi Nobuyuki. It was a childish and playful smile. He didn't say anything else, but he looked happy as if he was delighted. Nakahara Chuya, who witnessed the whole process, stuck out his tongue. "Help, this is so disgusting. After all, slugs can't act." "Huh, you talk as if you can act? Who are you trying to fool with your usual behavior?" The puppy's water cup was never found, so Terahashi Nobuyuki called his sister in the evening. There was a slight noise on the other end, and he could vaguely hear a low, unfamiliar voice. It's a man's voice. Before Terahashi Kokomi could say anything, Terahashi Nobuyuki held the phone and howled excitedly, "Kokomi, why is there a man's voice? You can't bring men other than brother into the room." "Brother? We are having a study mutual aid meeting." Terahashi Kokomi's voice sounded a little annoyed. "Don't say such weird things. Anyone can enter my room as long as they get my permission." Kokomi woo-woo. "Really? Why did you call so late? It's so late and men are still woo-woo." Terahashi Kokomi raised her voice, "Brother." Terahashi Nobuyuki stopped when he saw that he was ahead and said aggrievedly, "Did you lose anything?" "Huh. No. Then maybe I saw it wrong." "Brother, are you too tired recently? Terahashi Nobu lowered his eyelids. His eyes were filled with tiredness. He stood on the balcony of the hotel and looked out at the dark night of Yokohama. No, nothing. Work is going well. My colleagues are all very friendly. Terahashi Kokomi always felt that the tone was somewhat casual. What happened? Terahashi Nobuyuki chuckled. Don't worry, I can handle anything. Terahashi Nobuyuki spent his last few days in Yokohama in fear. Although the monster appeared late at night, it may have been seen by everyone. But what is strange is that there was no related discussion on the internet. Instead, a blurry photo of Zhao Qiaoxin gazing at the sea and thinking about life became a hot topic on Twitter. The photo was taken by the PR officer. He looked at Xiao Xian and said with a wry smile, "Help me. You can divert people's attention very well. We don't want people to know about such a big fuss. We have to keep the mystery before the movie is released, right?" Terahashi Nobuyuki. Okay, I believe it, smiley face. It is worth mentioning that his company received a huge sum of money on the third day of the Warcraft Jig incident. The other party directly and generously said that it was paid to Terahashi Nobuyuki for his performance. The number was so large that Mr. Ishihara's eyes almost fell out. Mori Style Company. It is the most famous business organization in Yokohama. I remember that the gym you endorsed also has its shares. The agent counted the string of zeros and cast a sharp and suspicious look at Terahashi Nobuyuki. Tong. What have you done recently? Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes lost color. Did you secretly sign a contract with someone else behind my back? Have you found the next one? The young man cried under the halo of Terahashi Nobuyuki. Tong. Don't just follow others. I know. What do you think of me, Mr. Ishihara? Terahashi Nobuyuki covered his forehead. Don't cry at your age. The other party also invited you to attend the new product launch. Ishihara became serious after going crazy, although I really want to fight for this opportunity for you. The other party suddenly changed the address from the originally planned commercial building to the headquarters of Mori Corporation, and the level of attention has risen by several levels. Terahashi's confidence jumped. After that, he was dressed perfectly to walk the red carpet anytime and anywhere. He stepped out of the company's luxury car and walked elegantly into the hall, facing the hot gazes of 2 rows of men in suits beside him. Ohu! Ohu! There were exclamations one after another along the way. The men in suits all had serious faces and looked imposing, but their surroundings seemed to be filled with pink bubbles from a girl's comic. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked straight ahead, but he attracted everyone's attention like a moving spotlight. At the entrance of the hall, Nakahara Chuya was wearing an elegant suit, and next to him stood a man dressed in the same suit. Official Public Relations Officer, Nakahara Chuya laughed hoarsely. It seems that our protagonist has arrived. Let me see who can't control the shaking. The Public Relations Officer glanced at his subordinates who were trying hard to restrain themselves. These should be the group with the best self-control. But why are there still so many O sounds? It seems that we are not solemn enough. You are still counting this? Nakahara Chuya said with a look of confusion. He looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki and muttered softly, I always feel that his aura is even greater today. The PR officer agreed. And what's different about that? Dazai Osamu walked out of the inner hall, paused for a moment, and was slightly surprised. So that's how it is. He has completely adapted to it. The young man walking towards this side had a cold expression, and his eyes were calm, with an indescribable firm belief. Speaking of which, Dazai, you never participated in such occasions before. Nakahara Chuya sneered. It's just like a guy who becomes clingy when he falls in love. Don't learn a word and use it randomly, Chuya. You should say this to Wailuan. Dazai Osamu skillfully retorted to him. His head is now full of 6 supernatural powers. There's a celebration party going on inside. In other words, this was actually a thank you party for Terahashi Nobuyuki, using a commercial event as a platform for gathering, but everyone knew it and no one broke the window paper. Terahashi Nobu took the wine glass handed over by the public relations officer and said helplessly, I can't drink much. It doesn't matter. Even if you get drunk, you are the safest. At the same time, this is also a farewell party prepared for Terahashi Nobuyuki. Well, I hope I like it. The timeline went back to the present. Standing on the windowsill, Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at the few people who ran downstairs of his building in the middle of the night, as if they were the inseparable heroes and heroines in a romance drama, and felt deeply suffocated again. We've already escaped from Yokohama. Why are these guys following us? Is their PR officer so active in tipping off people? What a surprise. How could someone want to assassinate you? Nakahara Chuya got down to business right away. I was almost hit by a paint bullet from the camera while recording a show. It's time to change your bodyguards, Tong. Sure enough, the news of the assassination had already reached their ears. Terahashi Nobu replied calmly, I don't need bodyguards recently. The police will send someone to protect me secretly. Dare to send a life-threatening letter to a top idol and provoke the police force of the entire city. Is the other party a combination of a madman and a genius? In any case, he is not an idiot with an empty head. Terahashi Nobu said, they all knew it. What kind of behemoth was that guy issuing a declaration of war? Without enough confidence and courage, he could only be described as crazy. He was not simply trying to kill Lu Shentong, because that could be done silently. He was creating an anchor point that attracted everyone's attention. If he succeeded, and the news that Lu Shentong was assassinated while being protected by everyone spread, the national strength and prestige would become a joke in the hearts of the people. Nakahara Chuya can still recall the disbelief he felt when he first heard the news. The silly bird who heard it at the same time even screamed. Although it's not uncommon for artists to be targeted, he is the sixth divine power. Can anyone really have ill will towards the sixth divine power? Possessive desire is fine, but killing and destroying him is just a bunch of nonsense. Anyone who has such thoughts must be blind. Nakahara Chuya stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki's face. The young man seemed to be in good condition. Not only did he not look haggard due to anxiety and fear, he did not even look tired from a day's running around. But his face looks a little dark. Terahashi Nobuyuki was filled with a dark aura. So you guys suddenly came to visit me in the middle of the night without saying anything just to express your incomprehension of the threats against me? It's almost 11 o'clock now. Nakahara Chuya rubbed his nose. After hesitating for about 5 seconds, he opened his mouth and said, I can protect you. This is actually what he wanted to do most, and the purpose of his coming here. This is a task that will be given to him soon. Terahashi Nobuyuki opened his eyes wide. Anyone who heard this they will be at a loss. The public relations officer at the side was also a little surprised, but then he understood. After all, Zhong Yuanzhong is not a secretive person. When he first entered, people said that he had a bad temper, didn't know how to flatter, and dared to say anything. He was a direct and violent person. Terahashi Nobuyuki was choked. To agree was too intimate and weird, while to refuse seemed unkind. In the end, he had to come up with the universal answer, thank you. How cold, said Verlaine. Terahashi Nobuyuki felt that he would not be able to bear it if he stayed any longer. He always felt that there was a strange atmosphere in the air. Oh, do these people have no sense of boundaries? The blue-haired young man took a step back and pretended to close the window. I'm going to sleep. Good night. This time they were very straightforward, and all looked at each other in unison. Hashi Nobuyuki showed a gentle smile, and even Dazai Osamu's expression was softened and gentle. Terahashi Nobu, you. He went to work as usual the next day, and his mental state seemed unaffected. The program that was suspended yesterday has almost finished. As long as 2 shots are cut from somewhere else, it can be fooled. The schedules of Terahashi Nobuyuki and the public relations officer have to be staggered. As a younger generation who was taken care of, he thanked her politely, and at the end he couldn't help asking, where's Verlaine? The PR officer looked at him, hesitant to speak, and finally just chuckled. He has something important to do. I don't know what they had communicated in secret last night. They were so close yesterday, but they just left today. Terahashi Nobuyuki had no objection and was too lazy to doubt. He just wanted to applaud, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't follow me. What's wrong, Nobuyuki? Are you afraid of him? Not really. Terahashi Nobuyuki's tone was a little casual. I just think it's troublesome. The PR officer looked reluctant, mixed with obscure emotions. I'm leaving in the next few days. Take care of yourself, Shin. Don't doubt my ability. Chuya will come to see you when he's free. Terahashi Nobuyuki. That's fine. After all, he was once the heroine's stand-in, a kid as old as her younger sister, and had good fighting skills. Terahashi Nobuyuki had a pretty good impression of him. There must be some reason why he went astray at such a young age. Terahashi feels a little sorry for him. JPG. The morning work was over, and Terahashi Nobu looked out the window at the blue sky and white clouds with sadness. He wanted to pack up and go home overnight, and then the girl who opened the door gave him a bear hug and poured out her heart to him. Wow, Shinmei brother, I miss you so much. However, for now, these can only happen in dreams. He turned around disappointedly, and his friend was looking at him with worried eyes. Are you okay? The dark blue-haired young man looking out the window just showed a particularly heartbreaking expression. I always feel like you're imagining something that doesn't exist. Terahashi Nobuyuki complained. Date-ko was a little depressed. Why do I feel like you are not worried at all? I couldn't sleep last night. The criminal might like to see you guys so nervous and tired, so he won't take any action in the early stage. Terahashi Shin said seriously, insomnia is a taboo for idols. Even if I can't force myself to sleep, I will knock myself out and never stay up late. Ida-ko had no doubt about this. One day, Terahashi Nobuyuki drank too much tea, and when it was time to go to bed, he was extremely energetic and forced himself to fall asleep by drinking alcohol. By the way, he got drunk a little too quickly. Ida-ko, who was chatting with him online, found that he was still there 1 second but sent a string of garbled texts the next second. He thought that something had happened to Terahashi Nobuyuki, so he rushed to his apartment, but he found Terahashi Nobuyuki sleeping on the carpet. Well, she didn't sleep in a messy way at all. She was just like a sleeping beauty that made people unable to control themselves. Fortunately, no one saw it. Don't you have classes today? Today is a day off, Shin. Date-ko pulled Terahashi Shin to his side. You were too close to the window just now. I'm very sensitive to sight. It's okay. Having said that, it's really scary. Date-ko followed Terahashi Shin to the lounge. I have a friend who has very good eyesight and is very good at sniping. With his strength, he might have been able to kill you just now. I have to say it's weird that you used the police reserve as a reference for murder. Terahashi Nobuyuki greeted a passing model, who gave him an exaggerated "oh" in return. He then continued chatting with Date-ko. I have a feeling that that guy will use the excuse of killing me to make a big fuss. For example, Mr. Liu Shan, the criminal has sent a notice. A plainclothes detective following Terahashi Nobuyuki shouted. The other party asked you to arrive at the first-floor lobby of the Baika Museum within 10 minutes and stand on the only booth. Otherwise, a random exhibition hall will be detonated. To hide by himself, or to run to the end for hundreds of hostages with a high probability of death, this is a difficult question for many people, but Terahashi Nobuo did not even hesitate, and was even anxious to run away on the spot. Nobuo, Date-ko, and several detectives followed him. Aren't you going to drive? It's almost impossible to reach the Beihua Art Museum within 10 minutes. It's impossible. There's no time to hesitate or be distracted. It'll take another 2 minutes to turn from here to the parking spot. Terahashi Nobu took off his coat while running. He hurriedly put on the black framed glasses for styling. The sunglasses, masks, and other powerful camouflage props were still in the lounge. He couldn't care less now. Hang, lend me your phone. Ida Hang immediately handed over his phone, and Terahashi took it without even turning his head, then dialed the number skillfully and asked, can't the crowd be evacuated? The smart sensor door of the art museum is out of control. It's better to say that the criminal's hacking skills are too good, and the security facilities didn't find out when he got in and placed the bomb. Everyone is trapped inside. The team leader said, and half a minute ago, he detonated a small utility room to show that this is not a joke. TSK. Terahashi Nobuyuki smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. The detective following behind Terahashi Nobuyuki saw the blue-haired young man climb up the high wall nimbly and flip over lightly, as if he had already calculated the landing point and route. From the rooftop? This is indeed a shortcut. If you calculate it this way, it might just take 10 minutes to reach the art museum. But, Mr. Lucian, I didn't expect you to have such a noble character. Terahashi Nobuyuki ran very fast but still had a lot of questions in his head. What are you talking about? The detective felt his eyes moisten. and his chest was filled with warm and sour emotions. Even if you didn't want to go there, none of us would force you, and we would still protect you. But you. Without hesitation, he ran towards the prisoner's trap. The detective couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, "At this moment, you are really full of the light of humanity." Terahashi Nobuo replied perfunctorily, "Thank you." He estimated the route quickly, and although he looked extremely calm, he was actually extremely confused. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't have any particular sense of self-sacrifice. He just felt that the results of his going there would be far better than those of the Baika Art Museum. It is much better to be detonated. And the most important point is his sister, Terahashi Kokomi, had told him more than a week ago that she would go to the art museum with her friends one weekend to finish her homework. Is it today? What if it is today? Is Shime in there? Is she being taken hostage? Is she scared? Just thinking of this possibility made Terahashi Nobuyuki feel as if his heart and lungs were aching. No one answered the number he dialed frequently. Terahashi Nobuyuki was so anxious that his palms were numb, but his fingers were tightly clenched on the mobile phone so that he could receive messages as soon as possible. He jumped down from the high wall and looked up to see a delinquent walking around pushing a motorcycle. Bullyoung and his companions chatted casually. "So we are going to fight the Black Dragon organization tomorrow, right? How many people are there on the other side?" Zhao Xiaoxin suddenly appeared in front of him, as if a beam of light suddenly shone into his life. He stopped in his tracks in a daze. When he came to his senses, the scooter he was pushing had been taken away. The other party patted his shoulder solemnly and said, "Lend it to me for a while, and I'll return it to you later." Then he got on the scooter and drove away. Bad. Bullyoung and his companions looked at each other in bewilderment. Bad? He suddenly reacted, and then uttered a stuttering but extremely loud cry. 6666 magical power. The simple black framed glasses could not hide Terahashi Nobuyuki's distinctive features at all. It seemed as if his face was created by the same modeler as others. His companion approached him in disbelief, but was pushed away by him. "Stay away from me. My shoulder has been touched by Lu Shintong. No one can get close to me and erase his trace." What? Lu Shintong showed up? Where? The pedestrians on the street suddenly became agitated and stretched their necks to look over here. Although it was just a dashing back of a man riding a motorcycle, the flowing blue hair and incomparable handsome temperament still made them sure at a glance that it was their idol who haunted them. "It's Lord Lu Shun. Chase him quickly." "Ah, it's a real person." Terahashi Shin quickly realized the noise around him. Normally, he wouldn't make such a big noise, which was a serious mistake for an idol's trip, but the current situation was completely different from normal. He increased the horsepower crazily, and the sound of the motorcycle's engine was like moving thunder. "Wait, Shin." Ida Heng fell far behind him. His mouth slightly opened in shock, and even his steps paused. "What's wrong?" The team leader pulled him, then took a breath and looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki, who had left them behind. "At this rate, we should be able to get there in 10 minutes. I didn't expect Mr. Lu Shun to have such a high level of riding skills. Did he just use a tricky drift?" Ida Heng choked. "He doesn't know how to ride a motorcycle at all." The team leader turned his head in shock. Terahashi Nobuyuki has never ridden a motorcycle before because he is a bit afraid of high speeds, and he is a rookie who can faint on a roller coaster. But he is unwilling to admit that he is a rookie, and he fantasizes about shooting a thrilling racing scene every day. And now, Terahashi Nobuyuki is Superman. Nothing can block his way forward. If there is anything, he will just run over it, avoid it, or even crush the stone and take off. The roar of the motor quickly attracted the criminal police surrounding the art gallery. They looked at the blue figure speeding towards them in horror and hurriedly made way. "Be careful, Mr. Lu Shun." Terahashi Nobuyuki crashed into the glass door of the art gallery with unstoppable momentum. So the worried cry suddenly became hoarse. "Be careful, Mr. Lu Shun." Seeing the blue-haired young man about to hit the special and heavy glass door hard and smash it into pieces, people's faces became extremely ugly, and some people even covered their eyes because they couldn't bear to look directly. There was a strange metallic sound, followed by the scraping sound of something moving. The door that had been tightly closed suddenly opened to Terahashi Nobuyuki, and his motorcycle slid in unimpeded, but stopped precariously just 1 second before hitting the hostage. Terakashi Nobuyuki's eyes were dazed, and he suddenly found himself sweating all over. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked around belatedly. Arrived? Has the 10-minute limit passed? It seems like it's only halfway through. Without bothering to savor the thrilling feeling just now, Terahashi Nobuyuki frantically looked around the crowd. Where is Shinmei? Is Shinmei not here? In Terahashi's eyes, the hostages' faces were just a combination of their facial features. There was nothing special about them, except that they all conveyed a complex emotional signal: surprise, confusion, and gradually rising joy and excitement. Six gods? The girl standing in front of Terahashi, who was closest to him, had already blushed and stammered so much that she didn't know where to put her tongue. Oh. As if a switch had been turned on, the people looking over here came back to their senses from the shock, raised their hands and cheered excitedly, as if they had just watched a grand performance. Awesome, Lu Shintong. So the closure of the art museum is actually a surprise for us? Master Lu Shun's grand appearance? This is the first time I've seen him in person. Oh, I'm hooked. From today on, I'm Master Lu Shun's dog 6 Shen riding a motorcycle. It's 6 Shun riding a motorcycle. This is the new wallpaper. It turned out, these guys had no idea what was going on and just thought that the art museum's electrical equipment was malfunctioning. Terahashi Nobuyuki was slightly out of breath. When he stepped off the motorcycle, he realized that his hands and feet were sore and his heart rate was difficult to calm down. Is it all right? Complete the prisoner's request. Then what? People were eager to gather around, but Terahashi Nobuyuki took advantage of the situation before the chaos broke out and moved quickly with his trembling legs, barely crawling onto the exhibition stand in the center of the hall. The spotlight was on him, and he had nowhere to hide. Hair, light, transparent skin, cold expression. The young man on the booth seemed to be the most valuable work of art. Pong. As people held their breath, the booth collapsed in the middle, and Terahashi Nobuyuki fell with it without any preparation. Terahashi Nobuyuki fell into darkness. When his vision was exposed to complete darkness, he instinctively, almost neurotically, looked up at the only source of light. Click. The light source disappeared. In the darkness, someone held his hand. Like the hand he had clenched tightly when he was locked in the cellar. Terahashi Shin rarely recalls that incident. How could it be a good experience to be locked up in a dark cellar for 3 days and 3 nights by a trusted and reliable kindergarten teacher? Even though the memory has long become blurred, the emotions at that time are still unforgettable. It is a psychological trauma that makes Terahashi Shin nervous whenever he comes into contact with a completely dark environment. But this wound has long since healed, crushed by time and the other existence that filled the heart. But the incident happened too suddenly, and Terahashi Nobuyuki was not mentally prepared. He fell into an environment he knew nothing about, although he was not injured. There was the sound of another person's breathing in the space. Terahashi Nobuyuki froze in place for a long time until a hand held his. Strangely, Terahashi Nobuyuki suddenly recalled some details of what happened in the cellar, which seemed to have been sealed and could not be found before. During the first hour of being locked in the cellar, Terahashi Nobuyuki sobbed incessantly. When he was kidnapped, he showed a pitiful expression to the teacher. In the past, people would feel guilty first, and even if they did nothing wrong, they would reflect on whether they scared Terahashi Nobuyuki. However, this trick did not work on the teacher, and he instead showed an even more perverted face. Fear, confusion, changes in the world's perception, and the broken arrogance made Terahashi Nobuyuki use the most primitive way to vent his emotions, crying. But he didn't want to cry loudly, because he hated empty-headed monkeys, rotten humanoids, and disgusting kindergarten teachers, and showing weakness to them once was enough. Suddenly, another person was thrown down from the cellar, and the familiar adult voice cursed, "Where did you get in here, little brat? This is not a detective game." The cellar was 2 meters high. The child fell heavily and lay on the ground screaming in pain. With the dim light, he subconsciously looked around the unfamiliar environment quickly. The pain made his eyes moist immediately, But the tears that were about to roll down were stopped when he suddenly saw Terahashi Nobuyuki in the corner. The boy hugged his knees, lowered his head slightly, and half-buried his stubborn, tearful face. But what was more noticeable than his embarrassed and pitiful look was his angry eyes staring upwards. I have never seen eyes so clear. They are so filled with emotion that it is even more shocking. Just by looking at them, I feel like the whole world is in front of me. The light only appeared for a short time. Terahashi Nobuyuki had been sobbing for too long. He didn't want to cry anymore, but he couldn't stop. His voice was filled with pain, and his hands and feet gradually became numb. The oxygen in the cellar was scarce, and Terahashi Nobu's brain began to feel dizzy. The strange sound finally made the other boy notice something was wrong, and then a hand covered Terahashi Nobuyuki's mouth and nose. It was very gentle, but Terahashi immediately understood what the other person meant. Don't breathe. Stop. The nervous twitching made Terahashi Nobuyuki feel extremely tired. The soft body that he leaned against was much warmer than the cold wall. He closed his eyes and endured the discomfort and fell asleep in the boy's arms without realizing it. The word accompany is particularly evident in them. The two of them hugged each other for warmth in the cellar, but they could only communicate through touch. That's right. Use simple body language. Terahashi Nobuyuki discovered that his companion could not speak. In the third hour of their meeting, Terahashi Nobuyuki was still in a depressed mood and didn't say a word. He had just made the decision to never communicate with anyone again because no one would not be attracted by his appearance, and he felt that those who were attracted by his appearance were superficial fools. The cellar was so quiet that it could drive a person crazy. Finally, it was Terahashi Nobuyuki who couldn't hold it in anymore and spoke to him. For some reason, his companions were quite adaptable to the dark and enclosed environment and were exceptionally quiet. Why were you left behind? The blue-haired boy asked hoarsely. He got no response. Hello. After a while, Terahashi Nobuyuki found that his hand was being pulled up, and he felt a soft and warm touch on his palm. He was silent for a moment, then choked. He, Zhao Xin, is about to graduate from kindergarten and still cannot write. I can't write. At this moment, little Terahashi Nobuyuki completely forgot the panic of being kidnapped, and was left with only the helplessness and confusion of not being able to understand words. After a while, his companion finished writing and seemed to be waiting for his response. Zhao Xin hesitated and said slowly, I can't write. He seemed to be at a loss and paused. But the 3 days in the cellar were not silent. Adversity is the thing that can bring people closer together. Terahashi Nobuyuki can't remember what he said at that time, but in that environment, talking was the only way to relieve stress. What can be called a deep impression is that his companions always have nightmares whenever they fall asleep. Every time the child was awakened by shortness of breath, Terahashi Nobuyuki would touch his sweaty head and say in an especially gentle voice, Okay, the devil has been driven away by my brother. Terahashi Nobuyuki would do this to her when Terahashi Kokomi was still a crying baby. Anyone who can scare an angel must be a devil, and my brother is the warrior who defeats the devil. Every time, his companion would calm down after hearing his soothing voice, and then would crawl into Terahashi Nobuyuki's arms with a slight tremor. He was actually a little bigger than Terahashi Nobuyuki, but when he curled up into a ball, Terahashi Nobuyuki could easily hold him. The men who kidnapped them would open the cellar door 3 times a day and drop hastily prepared food, trying to get the 2 children, who were starving and deprived of water and food, to treat it as a favor, like pets in captivity. It's not that they didn't think about resisting, because the man would occasionally open the cellar door when he was in a good mood and look at Terahashi Nobu from top to bottom with an admiring look. When will you grow up? He asked himself in a questioning tone. Too young. But it's good, so that you will obey me. It really feels great to be needed by you. His words once made Terahashi Nobuyuki feel nauseous whenever he heard similar tones. They need ladders to go up, and men have to come down. The opportunity soon came. On the 3rd night, the man opened the door of the cellar. The air that came in was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. He put down a rough wooden ladder and stepped on it with unsteady legs. He looked clumsy and slow. The 2 children looked at each other and deliberately pushed the ladder, causing the man to fall down. The older children pushed Terahashi Nobuyuki up the ladder and let him walk in front. There was no time to refuse. Terahashi Nobuyuki lifted his sore hands and feet and climbed up with all his strength. The distance between the wooden ladders was too far for him. Terahashi Nobuyuki missed 2 steps and relied on his companions to protect him from behind. Halfway up, he suddenly found that the breath that made him feel at ease had disappeared, followed by screams and loud noises. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked back in shock and saw the black-haired boy who had been trapped with him for 3 days was pulled down. The man grabbed the child's neck roughly, pressed him to the ground, and raised his hand to beat him. Terahashi Nobuyuki met the pair of gray-blue eyes hidden under the man's body. There was pain in them, but he stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki steadily, his anxiety almost turning into words that he blurted out. "Run. Go away. What are you still standing there for?" Terahashi Nobuyuki jumped down the stairs. His companions' expressions froze, and they looked in disbelief at Terahashi Nobuyuki, who had once again jumped into danger. Under the light from outside, Terahashi Nobuyuki used his own weight to step hard on the man's back, but was immediately knocked over. The cellar was covered with dust and filled with the man grabbed the ankle of the debris and pulled Terahashi Nobuyuki closer, then swung his hand and smashed the wooden board he had just picked up at the man's head without hesitation. The wooden board was very heavy, and Terahashi Nobuyuki could not control the route well, so the actual lethality of this blow was less than that of a fall, but there was a nail embedded in the end of the wooden board, and that nail scratched the man's chin and neck. Blood dripped onto Terahashi Nobuyuki's shoes. The man's eyes became clearer, as if he had sobered up a little. He smacked his lips and said, "A hot-tempered brat." But his mood obviously improved because he saw the possession that was carefully prepared for him, even though the other party showed him its tender fangs. Finally, the man went out to treat the wound, and the 2 children who struggled hard were covered with bruises. Cough, cough, cough. The companion covered his neck and breathed in the air, moved to Terahashi Nobu in the dark, and held his hand. Terahashi Nobuyuki pursed his lips, shook hands with her, took off his shoes, and threw them far away like garbage. People didn't find out they were missing until the 4th day, but the one who called the police was not Terahashi Nobuyuki, but a blonde mixed-race kid. There were many residents and passers-by watching, and their voices suddenly increased when they saw Terahashi Nobuyuki. "Oh my God, such a small child. So pitiful. How could they do such a beautiful child? It's so vicious. He must be so scared. I can't wait to rush up and beat the hypocrite who imprisoned the child to the ground. He usually pretends to be so gentle. We were all deceived by him. Is it the child of Terahashi's family? He would pass by my house every day on his way to school. When I saw him, I felt that all my fatigue was washed away. I didn't expect something like this to happen." Terahashi Nobuyuki was blindfolded, and the detective wrapped him in a blanket with pity. At that time, Terahashi Nobuyuki still had no sense of freedom. He lowered his head in autism and felt that everything around him was noisy. "Jing, what are you looking at? The human voice is really noisy. Why are you so dirty? While that guy is so exquisite that he seems to be glowing. Aren't you from the same place?" Terahashi Nobuyuki was hugged tightly by his parents who came rushing over. His final impression of the experience was that this embrace did not seem as warm as the one in the cellar. And then there was the week-long, overwhelming news coverage. The touch of the palm is strange. It was raw, but the temperature made him feel at ease. Terahashi Nobuyuki was distracted by the sudden memory that came to his mind, and then he realized that there was someone next to him. He raised his hand and hit him with an elbow without hesitation. The airflow was blown away quickly, and the person blocked it reflexively. "Huh, wait." The voice is very young, and the tone sounds very soft. Terahashi Nobuyuki paused, then turned on the flashlight on Dateko's cell phone. As we all know, shining light directly on a person's face from below is very deadly, and people love to play pranks by making faces this way. However, the young man standing in front of Terahashi Nobuyuki took a breath. The blue-haired young man moved the light source, trying to see the face of the person in front of him clearly, and the light moved across his face, vividly showing what it means to illuminate your beauty from all directions. "Oha!" The young man sighed dully. Terahashi Nobuya recognized him. Are you? Morobushi. Kajimitsu? The black-haired young man has a handsome face, upturned gray-blue cat eyes, and a gentle expression. Well, the arrangement of his facial features is pretty good. I should be able to recognize him if I see him again, Terahashi Nobu thought. Zhufu Jingguang was a little surprised. Do you know me? Your squad leader is Hang, right? That guy showed me your group photo. Although it was just a glance, Terahashi Nobuyuki's ability to remember information points is pretty good. The black-haired young man nodded, still looking a little dazed. Terahashi Nobuyuki was not surprised, as this was the reaction most people would have when they first met him. He introduced himself perfunctorily. I'm Lu Shantong. My real name is Terahashi Nobuyuki. He knows this. After reciting the lines quickly, Terahashi Nobuyuki extended his hand to him, and then paused involuntarily. The other party shook it politely. Terahashi Nobuyuki suddenly felt very surprised because he discovered that shaking hands with the other person really made him feel at ease. But why? This is too gay. He doesn't have skin hunger. Terahashi Nobuyuki's face turned colorful. He used the flashlight to look around and found that it was a small storage room where undisplayed artworks were placed. Sculptures and paintings were carefully placed and crowded. The place where Terahashi Nobu was standing was the only open space. What did you come here for? Terahashi Nobu asked suspiciously. The young man blinked hesitantly and said, because we found a bomb. Terahashi Nobuyuki. My friend is trying to defuse the bomb, and I'm looking for other suspicious things. He pointed to the ceiling. I found a mechanism here just now, and thought there was something hidden, but it suddenly opened and you fell down. He turned on the flashlight that had been turned off in a hurry, and the warehouse immediately became brighter. Zhufu Jingguang looked at the side of Terahashi Nobuyuki's face, which was carefully examining him, and retracted his fingertips. It seems that he didn't recognize me? No, maybe he doesn't even remember. Jingguang, who are you talking to? The bomb has been. The door of the utility room was opened, and a familiar curly-haired man poked his head in. His eyes suddenly focused on Terahashi Nobuyuki, and his voice suddenly stopped. Oha! His pupils trembled, and then he was puzzled. Who is this? Hey, why does he look familiar? Terahashi Shin recognized him at the first sight, and he sneered. Well, after all, I'm an idol who just puts on some disguise measures and goes out. Matsuda Jinpei was almost blinded. It wasn't that the light really pierced his eyes, but, can someone really look like this? He's handsome, that's all, but why does the light from the flashlight reflect in incredible directions on all kinds of glossy artworks and then all return to him? There's a halo effect around him that's glittering. Even the floating dust is like a star-like decoration for the atmosphere. This doesn't make sense. And what did the other person just say? An idol who casually puts on some disguises and goes out? It seems that I have heard this sentence somewhere before. He seemed to have said it to someone. It's you? Matsuda Jinpei was shocked, and then he gently covered his lips as if he realized what was going on. What did I just? What were those two syllables that I couldn't help but blurt out, like something only an idiot would say? He once wondered why class leader Ida's reaction was so exaggerated and abnormal. It turned out that it was not his problem, but that this idol was too charming. After the first meeting in the mall that day, Ida Hang fell into the trap and never looked back on the road of chasing stars. He even pasted a poster of Lu Shintong in his room. He even bought sweatshirts and underwear from brands endorsed by Terahashi Nobu. He also had endless shampoo and shower gel. Spending money on Terahashi Nobu made him lose his mind and willingly addicted. No, it's terrible. Why did the class monitor become like this? They once tried to pull the class monitor back unbelievably. Although we are in the same class, everyone exudes the same shampoo and shower gel fragrance. I have to say it's a bit weird. So you really don't have any feelings for him? Ida Hang once persevered in recommending. He also starred in the TV series Magic Detective, which has very good ratings. I finished watching it 2 days ago. I seem to have heard of it, but I forgot why I didn't chase it at all at that time. Maybe I was preparing for the exam? Sometimes, the more people push something to you, the more rebellious you will feel. What's more, for them, chasing stars is just a waste of time to some extent if they don't get the corresponding emotional feedback, so none of them paid attention to Lu Shantong. Later, Ida Ko became good friends with the idol, and when they mentioned it again, they were no longer surprised. Kenji Hagiwara once searched for information out of curiosity and came to a conclusion. He is quite good-looking, but aren't there many good-looking people in the entertainment industry? He rubbed his nose. I actually met him once, and then I felt, what? That's an arrogant guy. The young man said, arrogant and cold. He is known as the top of the class gap, no wonder. Furuya Rei said lazily, holding his chin beside him. He just acts like a big shot in private, which is not uncommon in this society. It can't be said to be a big shot. Hagiwara Kenji pondered for a moment. Maybe he is a simple guy. Oh, simple. When these words are spoken to people in the entertainment industry, they sound incredibly funny. Furuya Rei pointed at the pencil case on Dateko's desk, on which was printed Terahashi Nobuyuki's face. The class monitor's taste has deteriorated. You can't just rely on looks. Many people chase stars with a romantic mood, imagining the stars as their boyfriends or girlfriends. Should I be glad that the class monitor just found a friend for myself? The blonde youth turned his gaze to his childhood friend. Jing, you have played that ad over and over 12 times, and Lu Shentong's face has flashed 36 times. Then, he sensed something different. Did you find anything? Well, Zhu Fu Jingguang blinked slowly, as if he was pulled out of his memories. It's just a little unexpected. Unexpected? I didn't expect that he could be so dazzling now. Completely flamboyant and wantonly showing off his charm. In that dark space, the boy once choked up and said, "This world is terrible. They treat me well on their own initiative, but in fact they are just satisfying their own selfish desires. They just tease and admire beautiful things when they see them. They will be happy when I talk to them, but this happiness is only temporary because they completely ignore my wishes and only want to get more from me." But now, he stood in front of the camera, amidst the cheers and praises, and with a strong, unstoppable faith, he entered the public's field of vision. This star can be said to have emerged out of nowhere, and his popularity is ridiculously high. I heard that he has no scandals, and his style is very clean. The interviews and variety shows are very good. I remember that paparazzi secretly photographed his private life before, but there was not even an ugly photo of him picking his nose. Instead, a lot of high-quality photos were taken, which unexpectedly won him a lot of fans. I also saw that hot search. If a person can pretend to be flawless for 24 hours, then he can really be considered a perfect male god. The age span of the fans is very high. But no matter what, being obsessed with the 6 supernatural powers to this extent is too. Hagi, this person is not just someone who looks good. Jinpei Matsuda recalled their evaluation of the 6 supernatural powers at that time. Now it seems superficial, too superficial. The real person is very different from the photos and videos. Although you can recognize it as him at a glance, the impact is completely not on the same level. His dynamic figure is full of fascinating soul, and every glance and frown of his is indescribably pleasing to the eye. Compared to Matsuda Jinpei's brainstorming, Terahashi Nobuyuki is still brooding over what happened when they first met, which is an insult to his professional ethics. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was criticized from afar, was more competitive than ever. He wanted to turn the game around. As the brother of a perfect, beautiful girl, he would not lose. So the blue-haired young man changed the sneer on his lips into a faint smile and walked forward with his mobile phone. As he walked, the light around him changed in real time. Although there was no deliberate control, the effect was comparable to that of a $1-million lighting engineer. After discovering this, Morobushi Kagemitsu began to doubt himself. Could it be that this was actually calculated by Terahashi Nobuyuki? Terahashi, Hikari no Ko. Shin stood in front of the stiff-faced Matsuda Jinpei and used the 6 divine powers' deep gaze and 6 divine smiles on him. I've always wanted to thank you in person for your help that day. The sunglasses were very timely. I think I should have returned them to you. It was thanks to you that you distracted those fans at that time. Matsuda Jinpei. Matsuda Jinpei felt his heart thumping so hard that it seemed to fly out of his chest. No, it's just that there can't be any chaos. I was just accidentally recognized that day. I'm always careful when I go out. Matsuda Jinpei. Yeah, sure. Matsuda Jinpei now firmly believed that if Terahashi Nobuyuki was so casual every time he went out, there would definitely be terrible riots on the streets. They stared at each other, and the air seemed to heat up. Don't get me wrong, the heat came from Matsuda Jinpei's smoky face and the raging war behind Terahashi Nobu. Perhaps realizing that the person in front of him was actually quite innocent to some extent, Terahashi Nobu was stunned for a moment. Is he so easy to be baited? Terahashi Nobuyuki hesitated for 2 seconds, then finally remembered the main thing. You said you dismantled the bomb? Matsuda Jinpei coughed lightly. Yes. From behind the picture frame, because I found red dots flashing in the gap between the picture frame and the wall, and then, according to Xiao Xin, and then you took down the frame? Isn't this a great hands-on skill? Especially since the artworks here are probably worth tens of millions. No wonder Hang often said that his friend was writing a self-criticism. There's a hole in the wall behind the picture frame, just right for placing a bomb. The model is quite classic, and it doesn't even require complicated tools. His eyes were slightly raised, and he looked very proud when talking about the areas he was good at and confident in. I was wondering, why did they close the door for no reason? There was a circle of police outside. Ordinary people didn't have time to notice anything, but Hagi and I saw the clues at a glance. Ah, if the squad leader mentioned us to you, you should know Hagi. Terahashi Nobuyuki grinned. He had actually heard of this name and even met the person in person. That was when Terahashi Nobuyuki and Daiko were not particularly familiar with each other. Terahashi Nobuyuki finished his work late at night and walked into the nanny car in a trance. The moment he stepped into the car, he smelled a strange scent, but his confused brain made his reaction a little slow, and Terahashi Nobuyuki only had time to look back. The time was too short, and Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't know if anyone had noticed the abnormality here. The car door was slammed shut by another hand, and the stranger in the driver's seat started the car without paying any attention to Zhao Qiaoxin's words. Terahashi Nobuo immediately realized that it's a private fan. Fans who go beyond the safe distance and may take extreme actions. Terahashi Nobuyuki knew without a second thought what a terrible direction this vehicle was heading to. He propped up his dizzy body, curled up in the closed environment, and kicked the car door hard. The nanny car provided by the company is of top quality. Mr. Ishihara once said confidently that the car's glass is even bulletproof. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't kick it open once, but kicked it 3 more times without any hesitation. The car door vibrated violently, and faint cracks appeared. The illegitimate fan in the driver's seat was frightened by his strong resistance, and his hands were shaking for a while. Hold him down. Don't let him get so excited. The accomplice hiding in the back seat picked up the handkerchief stained with drugs and held it towards Terahashi Nobuyuki's face. Then, sizzle the heart-pounding sound of tires skidding. The car drastically deviated from its original route. Drifting uncontrollably, Terahashi Nobuyuki tightly grasped the handlebars, protecting himself from the spinning and speeding car body. Madman! The saying fan in the driver's seat cursed. Someone drove in front of them and forced them to stop. Them. The high beam flashed twice and then went out. Kidnapping is not a good thing. The long-haired young man on the opposite side leaned out of the window, with a hint of habitual teasing in the corners of his eyes. But his eyes were cold. Where do you want to take him? A man sitting in the passenger seat opened the door hastily and got out, then ran towards Terahashi Nobuyuki. But when Ida-hang arrived in front of the car and prepared to fight with the driver, he found that the man had lost consciousness and was lying face down on the steering wheel, with his hands tied behind his back with a tie. The tie was tied into a standard bow with great leisure. Daiko straightened the driver and saw his dislocated nose and blood flowing down his nose. Terahashi? Daiko called out in confusion. Please help me press the unlock button, thank you. In the back seat, Terahashi Nobuyuki was resting his knee on the back of a stalker, one hand tightly gripping the other's wrist. A faint, teeth-grinding clicking sound could be heard. I can't stand the smell in this car. The car door opened and Terahashi Nobuyuki kicked 3 people out of the car. He got out of the car with a shaky but handsome step, then lightly patted Ida-hang's chest. Thank you. The young reserve police officer touched his chest in a daze. Are you really that skilled? Terahashi Nobuyuki straightened his collar. I learned free fighting on the internet. Online? Well, I also tried to find a coach at a training gym, but whenever he recalled that scene, Terahashi Nobuyuki's face turned pale. In fact, it was not that bad. It was just that no matter how experienced the coaches were, they were unwilling to use heavy hands against Terahashi Nobuyuki, and they were unable to bring out their original strength in front of Terahashi Nobuyuki. This sport requires a lot of physical contact, and their reluctance was seen as slacking off and contempt in Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes. Moreover, one of the female coaches launched a fierce pursuit of Terahashi Nobuyuki, so Terahashi Nobuyuki hid at home for a week. Finally, Terahashi Kokomi went to talk to her alone. I don't know what happened in between, but the perfect girl confidently said to the bridge letter, "Don't worry, brother. She won't bother you anymore. After all, it's very rude to like someone and bother him." Later, Terahashi Nobuyuki found out that the woman who fell in love quickly changed her target and fell in love with Terahashi Kokomi, but she would control her behavior within a safe range, and this alone was enough to satisfy her. I didn't expect that my love rivals include women besides men. People. Terahashi Shin gritted his teeth and said, "Private lessons didn't work, so I went home and taught myself." Date Ko. Self-taught? Then he patted Zhao Chaoshin's shoulder excitedly. Xian, you are a genius. His fingertips touched Zhao Chaoshin's neck exposed to the air, and he realized belatedly, "Xian, do you have a fever?" Terahashi Nobuyuki looked up in shock. His temperature is abnormally high, and his complexion doesn't look good. What? Terahashi Nobuyuki was shocked. He looks unhappy? The slightly long-haired young man who had cut off the car had now approached, with a faint smile on his lips, and raised his hand as if wanting to say hello. No. Terahashi Nobuyuki hurried back to the car and quickly put on a mask and sunglasses to disguise himself. He dug out a line of conduct that Kokomi had mentioned from his almost muddled mind, which was that people should be polite. So Terahashi Nobuyuki forced himself to greet Hagiwara Kinji. "Hello, thank you. Clean and neat, no extra nonsense." Hagiwara Kinji, who was full of interest in getting in touch with this idol, was stunned for a moment. "Hello?" Terahashi Nobu nodded, then turned and called Ida Ko's name. "Ko, please drive me back later. I can't drive in this condition. I'll find someone to deal with those 3 guys. Sorry, I have something very important to deal with now. It's very important and cannot be seen by anyone until you are back to normal." This was the first time that Terahashi Nobuyuki called Date Ko by his first name instead of his last name. It was incredible that Terahashi Nobuyuki remembered his last name. The tall young man suddenly felt the distance between them shortened and agreed without thinking. Hagiwara Kinji brainstormed for 3 seconds, then said hesitantly, "Does that mean, leave me alone?" Terahashi blinked strangely, then said in a considerate way, "If you have nothing to do, you can drive with us." Hagiwara Kinji pointed at himself and asked uncertainly, "So, only Han can go with you? What if not?" Terahashi Nobuyuki asked as a matter of course. The high fever made him more and more irritable and impatient. Hagiwara Kinji's face was about to turn into a mosaic, and he even hallucinated that he had 4 eyes just now. Arrogant guy. Ken Hagahara, I stared at the pair of eyes that were covered tightly by sunglasses. Only communicating with people you consider to be your friends and only showing weakness to people you feel you can get close to is a sign of being worldly wise to a certain extent, or being too arrogant to even maintain superficial relationships. Because you think he is useless? Is this attitude towards all strangers? Hagiwara Kinji didn't end up going with them. In fact, he had originally planned to leave them. Leave these 3 guys to me. It would be irresponsible to leave them on the side of the road. Should we show mercy to the 3 criminals who committed the kidnapping? Terahashi Nobuyuki leaned back in his chair with a groggy head, listening to the vague conversation sounds outside. Maybe I've been too tired recently. The last time I was sick was half a year ago. Ah, I miss Shime so much. Xian, we almost at the hospital. Ida Hang's voice came after an unknown amount of time. It's a private clinic, very confidential, and won't attract reporters. Terahashi Nobuyuki paused for a long time before responding. Yeah, I have to say, it's very reliable. Terahashi Shin couldn't remember the last time he felt touched by someone other than his family. How did you find out I was kidnapped? He asked. While fighting several people in a small space, Terahashi Nobuyuki was prepared for no one to come to rescue him. But someone came. Even though he managed to subdue the stalker by himself, this kind of thing cannot be judged only by the result. I came to the set to help. Did you forget that there were not enough security personnel today? I took it as an opportunity to adapt to the workplace life in advance. Speaking of this, you left without saying goodbye to me. Ida Hang smiled. His laughter was very hearty, and he changed the subject. But you were too cold to my colleague just now. After all, I helped save you. Don't you like him? After listening for a long time, Terahashi Nobuyuki only came up with a few keywords, such as security and like. He said calmly, in a murmur, I like people who are kind, just, and useful to society. Ida Hang was stunned for a moment. Terahashi Nobu continued, that guy seems like a slick, scumbag, pretty boy who's very good at deceiving girls. Daiko, well, this is a big misunderstanding. Kenji is a very responsible person. We want to be the police. After a while, he didn't get a response. Ida Hang turned around and saw Nyin has fallen asleep. So, why would you say something like that? Terahashi Nobuo hates crime, and this is his first. The reason for the drama was Magic Detective. As a debut drama, Mr. Ishihara wanted him to act in a light-hearted costume idol movie. The production period is not as long as that of a TV series, so there will be fewer loopholes, and the only thing to focus on is making it look handsome. But Terahashi Nobuyuki was not satisfied with this, as modern dramas obviously had a wider audience. Crime means harm. Terahashi hates such low behavior, especially since it was a crime with him as the protagonist. In the basement level of the art gallery, Terahashi Nobuyuki and 2 reserve police officers were looking for a way out. He just called the team leader. 3 minutes had passed since the scheduled time. The other party said that there were no new faxes and no explosions anywhere. This probably meant that Terahashi Nobuyuki had completed the instructions under the surveillance of the prisoner. Now was like a pause in the game. Where are the hostages? Terahashi Nobuyuki asked. Some of them don't want to come out. The other side said heavily, they think that Lord Lu Xian is in there, and they are waiting for you to show up. TSK. This is what Terahashi Shin is most reluctant to see, fans' demented behavior towards their idols. They also think that the police are only necessary to maintain law and order. After all, when a top star appears, we need to protect his personal safety and prevent stampedes. The team leader scratched his head. We are discussing whether to tell them the truth, but it will cause panic. We dare not take tough measures rashly at the moment, as that will also arouse suspicion. By then, all that will be heard are the screams and cries of fans, and they can all imagine the lines. A scene like that is too terrible no matter how you look at it, but it's better than losing lives. Life is the most precious, isn't it? Terahashi Nobuyuki clenched his phone tightly and said in a deep voice, tell them that the 6 divines will appear across the street like a magic detective. This is a gift from the 6 divines because today is the birthday of Detective Yana. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then he subconsciously said, yes. Putting away his phone, Terahashi Nobuyuki nodded to the 2 people. Zhufu Jingguang led the 2 of them around a corner. Although the underground floor is also an exhibition area, it has many more utility rooms and places to store distribution boxes and fire pipes. The terrain is much more rugged than above. Terahashi Nobuyuki, what is very strange about them is the sandwich situation. Generally speaking, 2 familiar people will sit next to each other. During this break, Terahashi Nobuyuki briefly explained to them the reason why the bomb appeared in the art museum, which earned him 2 pairs of wide eyes. Assassination? Provocation against the police? Dangerous elements who disrupt society? Terahashi Nobuyuki, yeah, that's it. That's a good summary. 2 tall young men stood in front of Terahashi Nobuo, one on the left and one on the right. Their expressions were complicated, filled with anxiety and solemnity. So, did you come here alone because of the prisoner's request? To save the hostages trapped in the art gallery? Although Terahashi Nobuyuki thought this position was a bit strange, he didn't care. He said, luckily I managed to grab a motorcycle, otherwise I might have been too late. The 2 guys in front of me were silent for some reason. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who didn't understand the air, looked at them blankly, feeling that there were hidden words in their eyes. After a while, Zhu Fujingwang frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Is it someone I once had an enemy with?" Terahashi Nobuyuki waved his hands. "I don't know. The Metropolitan Police Department has already gone to investigate, but there are more than 100 of them, so it will take a long time." Matsuda Jinpei. More than 100? Seiying fans, co-workers, paparazzi following me, and neighbors snooping on me. Being an idol means losing a lot of privacy, and Terahashi Nobuyuki is used to it. He was halfway through counting when Date Ko's phone rang. The caller was the team leader. "Mr. Lu Shun, the prisoner now asks you to go to Exhibition Hall 13 alone." Terahashi Nobu was stunned. It was another strange request. The other party also repeated it seriously, saying that he must be alone. Terahashi Nobuyuki sneered. "Okay." The other side hesitated. "The personnel have been evacuated. You can come out of the underground garage. After all, the next investigation and protection work belongs to us." "No." Terahashi Nobuyuki pinched his finger bones. "If he really wants me to die now, he has 100 ways to get rid of me with his means." From all indications, he was just entertaining, and breaking the rules he set would all be out of control. "I want to be exposed in the sunlight and appear in front of the fans because they are still waiting for the name of the research. Because Terahashi Nobuyuki wants to become a world-class idol. The perfect idol standing next to the perfect beautiful girl, shining brightly, is the kind of person who would be noticed if he disappeared for a minute. In this way, he will be exposed to everyone's sight. If anyone has ill intentions towards the 6 divine powers, everyone around him will fight back against him instead of watching indifferently and then sighing and lamenting with regret afterwards." The blue-haired young man went to the closed exhibition area 13 alone. He pushed open the heavy door and darkness enveloped him again. Terahashi Nobuyuki turned on the flashlight and saw a 3-meter-high painting hanging on the wall facing him. It was a painting of Yokohama. Then, a hard object pressed against the back of Terahashi's head, and Terahashi determined that it was a gun. He caught a glimpse of silver hair and a long black dress from the corner of his eye. "Huh? Who sneaked in?" The Yokohama landscape in front of me was half illuminated by the slanting light, half completely hidden in the shadows. The 5 buildings that served as the dividing line were bathed in the red sun. There was a white mist on the sea in the distance, and it seemed that some terrifying monster was hidden in the haze. Terahashi Nobu's eyes flickered, and his breath became orderly. What sneaked in?" It had been 3 seconds since the man's cold voice fell. In this suffocating silence, Terahashi Nobuyuki saw the general shape of the person behind him in the faint reflection of the glass frame. He suddenly turned off the flashlight, and the room door suddenly became pitch black without the only light source. At this moment, the human eye can't see anything, and the brain will be stunned for a moment. Terahashi Nobuyuki suddenly ducked, and with a roundhouse kick knocked down the guy who dared to point a gun at him. The man's lower body was very stable, but Terahashi Nobuyuki used all his strength, but there was no muffled sound of falling to the ground from the door of the room, because the killer held on to the ground fiercely. That's right, killer. Before Terahashi Nobuyuki opened the door of the exhibition hall, he noticed someone inside. Moreover, this person's aura is very different from that of ordinary people. He has the obvious trait that allows one to sense danger with just the 6th sense. Is he a killer? He had felt this kind of feeling from the gloomy man among Chuya's friends. Terahashi Nobuyuki was not the hopelessly stupid Terahashi Nobuyuki in Yokohama. He was as sensitive to this kind of people as if he had turned on a radar. So when the silver-haired killer put a gun to his head, Terahashi Nobuyuki was not surprised at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief that it had finally come. Turn over, suppress, grab, then arrogantly pulled the trigger, using the weight to confirm that there was indeed a bullet inside and it was not a blank, and then pressed it against the forehead of the man under her. Terahashi Nobuyuki grinned and sneered. I hate 2 types of people the most. The first type is the lecherous people who covet shinmei. The second is the guy with a gun to my head from behind. It is not so easy for him to be controlled by Zhao Qiaoxin. During the following years when he was locked in the cellar without any resistance, Terahashi Nobuyuki was in a state of autism. They are unwilling to accept emotions from the outside world and do not consider interpersonal communication, so they will not be easily affected. They just need to focus wholeheartedly on doing what they want to do. The warrior who protects the princess has 3 characteristics: handsomeness, bravery, and the ability to fight off the dragon. The same goes for a brother who protects his sister. Become fearless for her. Learn yourself for her uninteresting but useful things. How hard the perfect girl works to be perfect, then Terahashi Nobuyuki can never fall behind. He pressed his knee against the killer's chest and subconsciously imitated the scenes he had seen when he was madly importing various movies in order to enter the entertainment industry. Who sent you? His voice was so cold that ice chips could fall off. Even Dazai Osamu standing here would call his acting skills a replacement. I'm the one who should say this line. What are you doing here? Generally speaking, the protagonist who is suddenly pointed at by a gun has mistakenly entered some shady trading place, discovered an unspeakable secret, and then used his wits to escape danger in the face of a crisis, thus engaging in a passionate battle with the dark forces. The audience loves to watch this. Terahashi Nobuyuki has watched several movies of this type and doesn't know whether he is on the affirmative or negative side now. Terahashi Nobu's hand holding the gun didn't tremble at all. This kind of hard stuff can't be carried by just anyone. You're not a policeman, but you managed to sneak past the security guards and then sneak into the closed exhibition hall 13. What's going on? Is there anything here that attracts you? The darkness made people's nerves more fragile and tense, but Terahashi Nobuyuki's momentum became stronger and stronger. The killer was not panicked even though his own gun was pointed at him. He seemed to sneer lightly, then reached out and took out another gun, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet just grazed Terahashi Nobuyuki's hair. The faint spark from the muzzle of the gun illuminated Terahashi Nobuyuki's face for a moment, and it was an unexaggeratedly thrilling second. Jin. Jin. He pulled the trigger again. But this time what came out of the muzzle was not a bullet, but a beam of light and shining fragments that flew 2 meters high. Bang! Just like the handheld fireworks commonly used at banquets, Terahashi Nobuyuki was sprayed with sparkles all over his head and face, and then hit by a flashlight-like beam. Those scattered, colorful fragments cleverly fell on his hair and slid tenderly across his eyelashes, without looking messy at all. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki instinctively gave a perfect business smile under the spotlight. Then he said subconsciously, well, the magic detective can do anything. You will never guess what he is holding in his hand. He secretly added his own script to his mind, which was obviously very childish, but Terahashi Nobuo played it well. Serious. Under the sudden light, the two of them finally looked at each other. The blue-haired youth was buried in the light, while the silver-haired man was in a dark shadow that was even more depressing with the light source. However, Terahashi Nobuyuki saw the other man's eyes, which were a green color colder than ice, flashing with a kind of struggle. Struggle? And this face can definitely play a hidden protagonist with almost the same, or even more exciting roles as the protagonist. Terahashi Nobuyuki lowered his eyes and stared at him. His eyes seemed particularly bright. Jin. The body under him suddenly trembled slightly, and his chest spasmed. The next second, the other party suddenly jumped up and switched their positions. He grabbed Terahashi Nobuyuki's neck, and with his other hand he grasped his own wrist, his eyes fierce and violent. The hand on the neck had no strength at all. It was just resting there loosely. Terahashi Nobuyuki curled his lips. Don't show such an angry expression. Have you finally realized that the thing you got with great difficulty is missing? It disappeared when you focused your attention on me. Jin paused, then quickly touched his lower back. He saw the blue-haired young man's expression change and realized that he had been fooled. How could it be so easy? The next second, Terahashi Nobuyuki waved away the hand on his neck and rushed forward to wrestle with the opponent. He was really fighting. His punches were fierce, and there was no hesitation in his movements. The gun-shaped flashlight flew out, and the door of the room was in a blurry and dim state. The opponent's skills were obviously not bad, but he was at a disadvantage. It was as if he had suffered a psychological shock, which disrupted his rhythm when attacking. Jin turned his eyes away, trying not to look at Terahashi Nobuyuki's face, but the brain seemed to rise to the clouds, and the body became difficult to control. Two voices were pulling at his ears. And more importantly, you haven't said a word since just now. Are you mute? Terahashi Nobuyuki violently slammed the killer against the wall. He pressed the opponent's shoulder, and the owner of the shoulder trembled as if he was electrocuted, and his face looked extremely ugly. Instead, Terahashi Nobuyuki became even bolder. Ever since he did the stupid thing of using a toy firework as a gun, Terahashi Nobuyuki felt that this killer was not very reliable. And he can't really not be able to speak, right? Wouldn't that make him more like a dark and tragic protagonist? He touched the thing that the other person had just been distracted to check, a USB flash drive. TSK, this kind of thing really seems to be hiding some shameful information. Terahashi stared into the killer's turbulent green eyes, narrowing his eyes slightly. Your mission has failed, killer. Jin's expression became even colder. This coldness looks like a disguise of stiffness. He seemed to want to say something, but his lips moved and he said something reluctantly, so low that he had to swallow it himself. Oha. Jin. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki? Is this guy just enduring it without saying a word? Do you think this kind of thing is so embarrassing? It's quite magical. Seiki Kusuwa stood beside them with his arms folded, and saw the killer's devastated expression after he said, "Oh." He looked like he really wanted to escape from this world. A world where his mind was filled with Terahashi Nobuyuki. This script is like a cliched cold-blooded killer falling in love with a top idol. When Seiki Kusuwa thought so, his train of thought was about to be distracted by Terahashi Shinko's continuous repeating of the script. It turned out that this guy was stupid to another extent when he didn't want to think about Terahashi Shinmi. The psychic stood in front of the painting of Yokohama scenery with a solemn expression. There is no Yokohama in this world. There are no special abilities, no technology that can create an intelligent robot like Adam, and the historical processes of the two worlds are also different. But now, the fusion has become more and more detailed, and even a false past has begun to be fabricated for some loopholes. The technology trees of the two worlds are different, and when they merge, a crazy chain reaction will occur. No matter which world people are from, they will explore the knowledge, resources, and even talents of the other world as if they had discovered a new continent. This won't work. The pink-haired superpower raised his hand towards the Yokohama landscape painting. Forget it. Let's use the excuse that the criminal planted a bomb to cover it up and solve it in a slightly rougher way. Bang! There was an explosion from the basement level. The crowd outside suddenly screamed. Seiki Kusuwa stood on a tall building, holding Terahashi Nobuo's waist with his left hand. The blue-haired young man hung his head and limbs unconsciously, obviously unconscious. The superpowered person lowered his eyes and looked at the blue-haired young man's face, which was particularly quiet and handsome when he was sleeping. His purple pupils, which rarely showed any ripples, flashed with some thoughts. The explosion was loud, but the scope was controlled very small. Several police reservists waiting around Exhibition Hall 13 immediately changed their expressions and rushed over. They didn't dare to rush in. After all, they didn't know if there was a second explosion. Hagi. Seeing Hagiwara Kinji rushing in from the other direction, Matsuda Jinpei called him. Kinji Hagiwara's eyes paused when he saw the curly-haired young man, and he breathed a sigh of relief as if a taut string had been relaxed. I thought you had acted on your own and failed. An explosion of unknown cause occurred. Matsuda Jinpei pursed his lips. 6 gods are inside. 6 gods. Why would he come here? When he first heard the name, Kinji Hagiwara was still a little unresponsive. Idols seem to be a profession far away from ordinary people. Their whereabouts are mysterious, and most of them do not appear in the crowd. It is extremely unlikely that they are at the center of the explosion. It's hard to describe the specific situation. The walls and doors of Exhibition Hall 13 were even intact. The few people who saw this scene were a little surprised. They carefully pushed open the door, and the familiar smell of burning spread in the air. On the wall in front of them hung a picture taller than a person, but the content had been completely destroyed. The environment that was not what he had imagined made Zhu Fujingwang feel a little calmer. Where's Terahashi? There was no Terahashi Nobuyuki in the room, nor anyone else. Matsuda Jinpei squatted on the ground to check. There were pieces of cellophane at his feet. Such a small explosion, It seems like fireworks, but the smell is not like fireworks. The squad leader's cell phone is still here. Zhu Fujingwang picked up the mobile phone that had fallen to the side, but it was already turned off due to lack of battery. Where's Terahashi? If he hadn't had an accident, he wouldn't have lost this. But the situation outside was more intense than what they were experiencing at the scene. The sky had darkened at some point, with dark clouds hanging over people's heads, as if it would rain at any moment. But people's enthusiasm was not diminished at all. They had no intention of leaving. Even the time to buy umbrellas would make them lose the viewing position they had managed to grab with great difficulty. To see the 6 magical powers, getting wet in the rain was nothing. It was a gift from nature. It's the birthday of the magic detective Kinmei. So will the 6 magical powers appear as Kinmei today? What an unexpected meeting. I called my friend to come. New hot topics quickly emerged on the internet. People who couldn't make it here turned on the live broadcast with the attitude of watching a show, and most of the comments section were filled with questioning voices. It is already rare for the 6 divine powers to appear in an art museum, and it is even rarer for them to appear again. The studio has not released any information. It must be fake news. Who spread the rumor? But Lucian is really handsome when riding a motorcycle. Have you seen the video I uploaded at noon? But their high spirits ended when they heard a loud noise. The police who were maintaining public order outside turned pale the moment they heard the explosion. Ida Ko couldn't contact Terahashi Nobuyuki. They wanted to come in to rescue, and the people who had not yet dispersed were also ready to move. What was that just now? Was it an explosion? It sounded like an explosion. Lord Lucian is still in there. He hasn't come out yet. What happened? When will Lucian come out? I've been waiting here for a long time. Everyone's voices mixed together, making the square opposite the art gallery's gate extremely noisy. The scene was as crowded as all the organized idol meet and greets that had taken place before. Their voices could not be distinguished from each other until one of them raised his voice and shouted, "That was an explosion just now." I heard the policeman next to me whisper, "It was an explosion." This sentence was like pressing the mute stop button, and everyone's eyes were cast in this direction, with fear and anxiety about the unknown and known things, as well as the irritability and despair of the collapse of faith. What's going on? Why did there be an explosion? Lucian? Is Lucian the only one still in there? Why did they leave him alone? What are the police doing? Is it possible? Could it be that Lucian Tong? Shut up. You are thinking of something impossible. But there was another loud noise. The crowd screamed, and some people subconsciously covered their ears and bent over. They seemed to be able to imagine the swelling and waving tongues of fire, the scorching heat against their skin, and the black smoke spreading to the sky. But there was no smoke in the sky. It was a firework that could be bright even in the daytime. Hey, look at that. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks exploded one after another on the tall buildings, mixed with the bright sounds of cannons, as if celebrating something. And it is the best symbol of joy in life. The condensed dark clouds suddenly opened up a hole somewhere, and the bright sunshine took shape at this moment. It shone gently in the sight of everyone, and the focus of the light was the blue-haired young man who appeared at some point. Terahashi Nobuyuki appeared across the street. Fireworks exploded behind him, but he was more dazzling than the fireworks. The sun shone on his hair and shoulders, and his eyes were filled with the most affectionate love in the world. The young man smiled playfully and calmly, his eyebrows slightly raised. So that's how it is. Oh, what's wrong? Are you all waiting for me impatiently? That's not Terahashi Nobuyuki's temperament. This confident and frivolous posture immediately made fans recognize him. Oh my God. It's the magic detective Kinmei. They screamed loudly, and the cheers made the city lively and noisy. 6 Gods sentence breakdown. It's 6 Gods sentence breakdown. So, that's it. Ah, you punctuated it wrong. It's so. That's it. The magic detective is back. Woo woo woo. My youth is back. 6 God smile. It's the famous 6 God smile. The scream attracted several people in the art gallery. They looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki, who appeared opposite them in shock. For the first time, they understood clearly how to write unbelievable. The fans were so excited that they wanted to rush forward. The police were frantically trying to block them. The captain blew the whistle loudly, but the fans only had eyes for the 6 divine powers standing opposite them. Terahashi Nobuyuki put his finger on his lips and said nothing, but his meaning was clearly conveyed. Be quiet and calm down. So they really kept quiet, but their expressions were still full of excitement, and their cheeks were flushed pink. Fans held their breath, waiting for Lu Shentong's next move. The young man raised his eyes slightly, and the sunlight fell into his pupils. His eyes were made to look like a gentle blue lake, and I don't know how many people's hearts were drowned in them. Really, the sun looks like it wants to go on strike today. The humorous words made the fans even more delirious, and their hearts beat fast. The next second, the blue-haired young man opened his hand forward, as deep and tender as the singer. Everyone today is so cute and dazzling. The gloomy clouds are not worthy of you at all. As these words fell, the circle of light that was only shining on Terahashi Nobuyuki began to spread outwards, gradually covering the entire city. At this moment, Terahashi Nobuyuki was like the child of weather, the darling of the world, and it's Kami-sama. This incredible sight can only be achieved by God. Seki K looked at this scene with a blank expression. No, you must be thinking that it was the super-powered person who did all this, but unfortunately, no, the super-powered person did nothing. He just set off box after box of fireworks for Zhao Qiaoxin in response to his request. So what exactly is this ability to change the weather? Thank you, God. Today is also a day that you love me. Seki Kusua's telepathy captured the girl's thoughts. He turned his head in shock. The blue-haired girl was hiding behind the billboard behind Terahashi Nobuo. She looked at this side with a serious expression, and her mind was frantically calculating the influence of this series of effects. The light is now there. Well, it's pretty gorgeous. Brother, you should be more prepared if you want to meet with fans. What's the big deal about setting off fireworks in broad daylight? Other stars will be laughed at. Any news related to the 6 supernatural powers will definitely occupy a place on Twitter's hot list, not to mention today's hotspots. In the videos taken from various camera angles, the aperture spread outward from the blue-haired young man. The cloudy sky cleared up visibly, and the heavy rain predicted by the Meteorological Bureau disappeared without a trace for unknown reasons. This can simply be included in the book of incredible events of the year. 6 magical powers. What other surprises can you give me? God is perfect, there is no doubt about that. He saved a life. What kind of a favored child is this? Why did the weather change exactly after he said that? Coincidences are rare, and when coincidences reach their extreme, they are miracles, okay? If this famous scene doesn't belong to him, who else can it belong to? Lord Lucian said I was cute, shy, excited, various news software, video websites, and even gossip TV stations were dominated by Zhao Qiaoxin at this moment. Even people who don't pay attention to this kind of news will smell the subtle noisy atmosphere because of the excitement of the crowd, and then be forced to recommend the 6 supernatural powers. Nakahara Chuya paused in his rush to the art museum and stopped his pink motorcycle. He stepped on the ground with one foot and the other on the pedals. His cobalt blue eyes reflected the electronic blue light. What the Hades? He murmured, feeling deeply suffocated by such a thing. Can he do such a thing? Wasn't it his highest skill before? There is a strange aura around Terahashi Nobuyuki, as if everything automatically becomes his foil. Or maybe because his face is too perfect, even garbage becomes ridiculously high-end. In the video from various angles, the young man's face was visible from all angles. Before Chuya Nakahara finished watching, Silly Bird called him. He excitedly said to Chuya in a loud and joking voice, "Chuya, check the news, your crush is making another famous scene." His background sound included the whistling wind, cursing, and the crashing of waves. Nakahara Chuya's eyebrows twitched. Don't be distracted when you're on a mission. What secret crush? I don't have that kind of feeling for him. Don't deny it. We can all see it. After all, your heart is just beginning to flutter. At this moment, Nakahara Chuya wanted to blow up the garage of Stupid Bird. Ever since he got through the Whaleuan incident safely, his sense of boundaries has become increasingly blurred. He used to like to provoke the irritable Nakahara Chuya, and now he is dancing on his nerves. In the words of the pianist, "Chuya, you do have a rather bad temper. You should work on it." Nakahara Chuya threatened into the microphone with a fake smile. Silly bird, next time I see Tong, I will tell him bad things about you, such as you don't like to wash socks. Stupid bird. The silly bird's breath was choked, and then he wailed, No, Chuya. With a click, Nakahara Chuya hung up the phone. He took a deep breath and rubbed his fingers over the screensaver that appeared as the call page disappeared. It was the photo of Terahashi Nobuo looking at the sea in the dark, taken the night when Verlin transformed into Geiger. In that picture, the young man looked lonely and depressed. Isn't it? That kind of feeling? A whistle sounded behind him, followed by the hysterical voice of the traffic police who had been chasing him all the way. Hey, the boy in front, how can you ride a motorcycle without a helmet? And you are speeding. Nakahara Chuya let out a click of the tongue, turned the handle, and sped off again. When he arrived, the so-called idol fan meeting had already ended. Terahashi Nobuyuki appeared in front of everyone for 10 minutes before he was surrounded by police and put into a police car. When he left, the background sound was overwhelming cheering. Lord Lushin, we will always love you. Terahashi Nobuyuki turned around and wanted to imitate other stars and blow a kiss to the fans, but that might be too lethal. Some fans might faint on the spot. In addition, this action was a bit frivolous and did not match Lu Shintong's stable and perfect personality, so he just nodded and smiled. Oh, only Shinmei can get my flying kiss. Ah! The screams were several decibels louder, even louder than a concert, and to some extent had become noise pollution. The policeman walking on the right of Terahashi Nobuyuki covered his nose, and then the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Very good. After work today, I can brag to my colleagues in other departments that I had close contact with the 6 divine powers for the whole day. Ha 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 ha. After Terahashi Nobuyuki entered the police car, he learned from the team leader that the criminal had sent a fax announcing the end of the game. The other party's tone was much gentler than before, and he sounded particularly satisfied and happy. Gentle? How can you use such a word to describe the criminal? Did he PUA you? The reporting detective. He suddenly woke up. Ah, this is because the prisoner's behavior is too crazy and has no bottom line. Suddenly they actually felt relieved when they stopped. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't say anything about this. He crossed his chest, tapped his arm frequently with his index finger, and lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Mr. Lushan, are you worried? Terahashi Nobuyuki was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't hear what he said. Mr. Lushan, the disguise was done very well today, and nothing happened. The team leader continued, although various situations were beyond our expectations. Well, nothing went wrong, and there were no casualties. This is already a good result beyond our expectations. After he finished speaking for so long, Terahashi Nobuyuki finally raised his eyes. Where's Heng? He went to explain the situation to his peers and to find out what happened in Hall 13. Hall 13. After silently reciting these syllables, Terahashi Nobuyuki's expression froze, and he sat up straight abruptly. Sorry, please stop the car after turning around this hotel. I have something urgent to deal with. Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes were too firm, and they choked for a moment. Okay. After getting off the car, the police officers who were worried about him were still unwilling to leave, so Terahashi Nobuyuki had to arrange a similar time with them. If I'm not out in 20 minutes, please come in and find me. Mr. Lushan, what are you doing? Terahashi Nobu straightened his tie and said sinisterly, meet a friend. After saying that, he walked into the alley next to the hotel with the same aggressiveness as a rooster ready to fight. There were a few empty boxes left at the entrance of the hotel. They were the packaging boxes of fireworks. Terahashi Nobuyuki stepped into the shadows and looked up to see the pink-haired boy waiting there quietly. Oh, for-eyed leprosy, I am coming. Seiki-kei. Terahashi Nobuyuki rushed to him and pushed him against the wall, his facial expression gradually getting out of control. Why are you here? Seiki-kei. Seiki Kusuwa has no desire to live. Come to the art museum to do homework. Where's Kokomi? I don't know. Nonsense. Terahashi Nobuo grabbed his collar, jealous to the point of sour water in his throat, helpless and furious. The probability of you and Kokomi appearing at the same time is 100%. I have carefully calculated it, you stalker. Seiki-kei. Who is the stalker? You pervert. You know this data just by stalking your sister. Seiki Kusuwa and this idiots don't get along. Just now, after he fished out Terahashi Shinmi, he was planning to just leave. After all, with his brain, he could complete the settings by himself even if no one explained it to him. Or he might have forgotten to care about such things because they were not as important as Terahashi Shinmi. But who knows if this guy has a strong physique or for some other reason, brother. The 4-eye radar went off. He actually woke up early. The first thing I did after waking up was to scream and be alert. Why are you here? What are you doing here? Where is Shinmei? Well, the famous 3 questions. Seiki Kusuwa said to him coldly, hello, goodbye. The moment I turned around, the young man grabbed my arm. Wait, why are you here? Is Shinmei here too? I don't know. I haven't seen her. I don't believe it. Trouble. You, a gloomy, featureless, and unenthusiastic otaku, definitely came out of the safe house because of Shinmei. Hit you. Seiki Kusuwa couldn't help but want to throw down Terahashi Shinko, who became a hateful person once he was associated with Terahashi Kokomi. Why not scare him a bit? The psychic thought so, and turned Terahashi Nobuyuki's face to the outside of the railing. This action allowed Terahashi Nobuyuki to see the crowd waiting downstairs. He seemed to have finally connected with the nerves of a serious person, and he actually solemnly asked Seiki Kusuwa to help set off fireworks to create some eye-catching noises. Seiki-ke, no, I do it myself. After all, this annoying guy just found a bunch of adjectives to belittle him. Terahashi Nobu's eyes were numb and deep, and his pupils were like mosquito coils swirling around as he threatened. If you don't help me, I will go to your house to find you. Seiki-ke. He recalled the scene where his parents were so excited that they kept shouting "Oh" after seeing the 6 divine powers. Terahashi Nobu continued, if you help me, you can use whatever I endorse. No need. Whether it's shampoo, shower gel, high-end suits, sports shoes, Carly Jewel watches, or even permanent VIP membership at the dessert shop. Hearing the words in front of him, Seiki Kusuwa paused and began to stagger. He spread his hands to the young man, his brows somewhat gloomy, and blinked blankly at Zhao Xiaoxin. What are you doing? Apologize. How can a person with superpowers be bribed so easily? People with superpowers have principles. Why should I apologize? Goodbye. Wait a minute. Terahashi Nobuyuki hugged his arms. I know. His lips moved, looking at the pair of purple eyes staring at him, and he pouted and whispered, I'm sorry. So this is how things turned out. Seiki Kusuwa felt hopeless as Terahashi Nobuyuki shook his collar. If he hadn't been crying so hard inside, he would have definitely used his superpowers to punish him a little. You must have gone out with Kokomi, Wurwa. Where did you hide Kokomi? How could you date her alone? I won't let you go. Terahashi Nobuyuki believed in his intuition about Kokomi, even if it was wrong sometimes. Seiki Kusuwa pried his hands apart and waved them away in disdain as if sweeping away dust. Childish guy. If you want her to see him so badly, go see him yourself. Did you take advantage of me because I couldn't see her? You are so despicable. Terahashi Nobuyuki howled without any image, and the ending tone even had a faint cry tone. Seiki Kusuwa paused. He stared at the young man and finally sighed softly. Trouble, isn't it because of the fear and pressure of the assassination? Why should I show this kind of vulnerability to him? We are all adults, so I should just endure it to the end. He doesn't know how to deal with this kind of situation. Zhao Xiaoxin groaned for a long time, and finally cried bitterly against the wall with tears and snot. What if there was a camera secretly filming him at this time that he didn't know about? Then the camera would definitely capture his facial expressions that Lu Shuntong had never seen before. Why do you do such a shameful thing in front of Cyan? Terahashi Nobuyuki was scratching his fur while sniffing his nose. For Eyes was definitely laughing at me with disdain. In fact, Seiki Kusuwa had no expression at all. The color of his eyes could not be seen clearly behind his glasses, and his lip lines were straight, but his whole body revealed a kind of despair. I'm embarrassed too. Why are you crying so hard in front of me? At this moment, Seiki Kusuwa really wanted to use teleportation to leave this terrible place, but because of some unspeakable subtle feeling of guilt, he did not do so. He tapped Zhao Xiaoxin's shoulder with his fingers. The blue-haired young man turned back with sobs, his eyes as red as a person who had been waiting for 3 days and 3 nights and was about to die. Kusuwa Seiki raised his hand and handed him a tissue. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki took it without hesitation, and then blew his nose. Don't think that I will forgive you if you give me some benefits. I will not let go of anyone who saw my dark history. What do you want to do? If you dare to tell others, you will lose your VIP membership in the dessert shop. Seiki K. How come such excellent observation skills are sometimes effective and sometimes not? Kusuwa Seiki tapped his shoulder again, pointed in a direction, and motioned Terahashi Nobuo to follow him. Terahashi pointed at his red eyes and said, I can't go out and see people like this unless you lend me your glasses. Although your taste is really old-fashioned, I can barely wear them. Don't say this in a tone that asks me to be grateful, but if you wear it, your fans will probably brag about it and say something like, futuristic, technological, cool, trendy, and stylish or something like that, which is just eyes but no brains. Seiki Kusuwa used his pocket as a cover and teleported a pair of sunglasses over. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. They arrived at the cafe across the street from the art gallery, but did not go in. They just looked inside through the glass window at the door. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Peeping is a perverted behavior that doesn't suit me. You are the least qualified to say such things. Look quickly. Seiki Kusuwa's voice sounded a little anxious. Terahashi Nobuhiro covered his nose with toilet paper, but it wasn't the runny nose hadn't stopped yet. It just replaced the mask's function. Lu Shintong looked inside vigilantly, then widened his eyes and leaned against the glass window in an obscene posture. Shinmei. In the coffee shop, everyone's eyes were cast towards the seat in the corner, where a girl with flowing blue hair, fair skin, and a pretty face was smiling and talking to her friends. All the adjectives in the world to describe beauty were not excessive when applied to her. She was so perfect that people could not take their eyes off her. Where she was a beautiful landscape. Perhaps she heard the call or noticed the prying eyes, but Terahashi Kokomi looked back, but saw nothing. Terahashi Nobuyuki had already crouched down, pulling Seiki Kusuwa down with him and hiding him under the glass window. Hey, we can't let her find out. Terahashi Nobuyuki nervously raised his index finger to his lips. Won't that expose us? Seiki Kusuwa looked at him in silence. What are you doing? Terahashi Nobu felt that his eyes were a little subtle. Seiki Kusuwa pointed at his face. My face? What's wrong with my face? Terahashi touched his nose and paused. Ah, 2 winding streaks of blood flowed down his skin to his lips, and because of the action of Zhao Xiaoxin wiping them away, half of his face was blurred, looking funny and scary. Terahashi Nobuyuki. His inner voice began to wail. Here it comes again. Why is it nothing but embarrassment in front of Cyan? Seiki K. I also want to know why you are so carefree in front of me. The difference in treatment is so obvious that it makes me feel complicated. Not long after they hesitated, Terahashi Nobuyuki looked into the window in an obscene posture again, crying exaggeratedly as he looked. To be honest, this scene was too sad and exaggerated to the point of being funny. They had only not seen each other for a few days, not years or decades. Seiki Kusuwa sighed and quietly moved away a few steps. Well, he looked fine. Shimei, what are you looking at? In the room, Yumahara Chiyu took a bite of sundae and saw that Terahashi Shinmei had not turned back after turning around suddenly, so she couldn't help asking, speaking of which, why hasn't Seiki come back yet? Does it take so long to go to the bathroom? Shimei just went out. Dude, you must be constipated. Terahashi Kokomi looked back hesitantly. It seemed like someone called my name just now. She quickly laughed, her voice so sweet that it would melt one's heart. Well, it might be an illusion. Wow. The 6 divine powers just held a fan meeting in front of the art gallery we entered. How could this happen? We completely missed it. I was too engrossed in doing my homework. No wonder it was so noisy outside just now. What a pity. Terahashi Kokomi pursed her lips and quietly clenched her cell phone under the table. The open chat box showed several unanswered text messages, which made people feel concerned and lonely. The recipient is my brother. How is your work these days, brother? I haven't replied to your message for a long time. Is your phone broken? I watched your live broadcast today. You didn't look very good. Are you worried about something? Please tell me your friend's contact information next time. Otherwise, how can I find you? Brother. Because Terahashi Nobuyuki broke free from the protection of his PR officer and monitored his phone, he couldn't message his sister, and Terahashi Kokomi was similarly unable to contact him. Are you two acting out a sad drama in front of me? Seiki Kusuwa, who came from the other direction, felt a heart attack. Terahashi Nobuyuki restrained herself and only planned to stare at her sister for 5 minutes. The four-eyed frog. How dare he sit next to Shinmei? How dare he hand her an eraser? How dare he make eye contact with her? I knew you had bad intentions towards her. What are you doing? The sudden voice behind him brought Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was obsessed with his sister, back to reality. He turned back reflexively, and the tissue that was blocking his nose accidentally fell down. The cool boy riding a motorcycle, Nakahara Chuya. Nakahara Chuya showed horror on his face. Oh, you're bleeding. It's nothing. I just got irritated recently. Don't worry about it, cough. Terahashi Nobuyuki immediately regained his serious expression and put on his usual disguise when facing outsiders. But maybe I shouldn't use the word disguise. He just became normal. Terahashi Shinmi was the key to his bottomlessness. Why are you here? Terahashi Shin asked casually. The ochre-haired boy in front of him pressed down the brim of his hat. He would do this when he felt uncomfortable, but Zhong Yuanzhong didn't try to avoid it. I said I would protect you. I got the order from the leader. Through. Nakahara Chuya raised his face, with a look of youthful spirit that people always yearn for, and his eyes were shining with vigor. I must protect your safety. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Although he should be moved by this scene, why would the Mafia leader protect me? Your boss wants to protect me? Is this reasonable? Nakahara Chuya didn't get Terahashi Nobuyuki's shock at all. He chuckled and said something that everyone always teased. After all, Tong, the world can't be without you. What's more, the Port Mafia owed Rokushinto a big favor. Almost all of his subordinates had seen Rokushinto in person, and they regarded star chasing as a part of their life as spiritual food and spiritual belief. For those who are wandering in a dull and numb dark world where they cannot see tomorrow, it is a blessing to have such an interest and a person who likes it and is willing to pursue it. You have seen Boss too, haven't you? Terahashi Nobuyuki was confused. When have I seen him before? Nakahara Chuya. Nakahara Chuya suddenly felt sorry for Mr. Mori, that time. When you came to our company to participate in an event, he greeted you. Which one are you referring to? The most obvious one? Isn't that an ordinary project manager? Terahashi Nobuyuki widened his eyes. He said, oh, very loudly. The Mafia leader must be a person with good character. Nakahara Chuya. Nakahara Chuya suddenly had nothing to say, and he felt a little sympathy for his leader who was treated as a background board. He pushed his motorcycle and walked with Terahashi Nobu on the side of the road. The sky had darkened again without anyone noticing, as if the heavens had just briefly favored humans. However, Nakahara Chuya was still in a good mood. He slightly curved his eyes and said, You ride the motorcycle well, Tong. Would you like to come out with me one day? Terahashi Nobuo gritted his teeth and said, Ah, yes. What happened in the art museum? Those police officers didn't come here just for public security, did they? It was just a request that he had to do. He enjoyed it very much. I hope the technical investigation department will report the results soon. As he walked, Terahashi Nobuyuki gradually discovered some information that he had just overlooked. 1, 2, 3. Back, roof, front. He turned a corner and saw 3 people following him. Paparazzi? No, there was no disgusting desire to steal private information, nor was there any discomfort of being pointed at by a camera. They were looking at him and paying attention to their surroundings. It felt like. Terahashi Nobuyuki opened his eyes slightly. It's protection. Whose people? If not the police, then Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his head and looked at the ochre-haired boy walking beside him. It's them. Unbelievable. It is possible that the Mafia protects him? Terahashi felt very strange, and this situation continued until he followed the police car to the crime scene. Sorry, Mr. Liu Shan. I'm from the criminal division. I have to deal with work now. I won't keep you too long. Homicide. Terahashi Nobuyuki sat in the car, leaning against the backrest and looking outside. This was a vicious incident that was far away from many ordinary people, and Terahashi Nobuyuki had rarely encountered it. His sight passed through the crowd and fell on the figure covered by the white cloth. The person's exposed fingers were exquisitely manicured. This reminded Terahashi Nobuyuki of the many women with manicured nails he had seen before. Although he could not remember the characteristics of their faces, they were fresh and vivid. A feeling of nausea rose in his throat. Terahashi Nobuyuki covered his mouth with an unpleasant expression, opened the door, and got out of the car. "What's wrong, Mr. Lucian?" "Well, I came out to get some fresh air." Terahashi Nobuyuki leaned against the side of the car to avoid accidentally vomiting on it. His appearance made people agitated for a while. "Look, isn't that? It's the sixth divine power. Oh my God. How could he get out of the police car?" Terahashi Nobuyuki glanced over there and instinctively met a pair of eyes that were slightly different from the others. Plop. The man who was looking at him knelt on the ground and said in a hoarse voice with a gray expression, "Yes, I did it, Master Lucian. The confused six divine powers. My name is Yamada Ichiro. I have never done anything out of the ordinary in my 34 years of life. Studying, working, and making friends are so ordinary that I don't have any experiences that can be highlighted for discussion, except that my girlfriend cheated on me. No one can stand betrayal, and so do I. This simply adds another stain to my lackluster resume. I failed. It was such a failure. I was overwhelmed by this emotion and finally made an irreparable decision. This was not impulsive manslaughter. After all, I was even thinking about my escape before killing her. Now I am standing here thinking about how to get rid of the crime. However, all my disguises are useless in front of him." "Oh." The man laughed bitterly as if he was mocking himself. After kneeling down, he began to explain his life and thoughts by himself, with a dead expression on his face, ignoring everyone's surprised gazes. "Magic detective, 6 magical powers. He is really sharp and terrifying. Just one look from him made me feel like I had nothing to hide, so I simply confessed." The man raised his eyes, still frightened by the look in the blue-haired young man's eyes just now. What a sober and indifferent eyes those were. There was no room for all the evil, cunning, and concealment related to filth in those pupils to be exposed to him. These are so stupid and sinful. How can there be such a beautiful and pure person in the world, Arya? People's attention then turned to Terahashi Nobu, with curiosity and admiration. "Yes, it was Mr. Lucian who discovered it. Did you see it at a glance? We were still waiting for the detective to arrive, but we didn't expect you." "Terahashi Nobu." "Terahashi Nobu?" "Oh no, the magic detective is just a role he plays. The impact is not profound enough to make people misunderstand him in reality, right? Although he has indeed learned a lot of relevant knowledge and is considered to be agile and intelligent, Lucian is confident, and he has just used this role to survive the scene, but it was just a bluff that he had to bite the bullet. In reality, he is far less capable than the magic detective. Terahashi Nobu." "I'm not. Mr. Rokugami, you are so awesome." The rookie police officer who was nearby excitedly stepped forward, his young face filled with blind worship. "This case, the stalemate, has been going on for half an hour, and the murderer has not been found. I didn't expect that you just took a look in the car and didn't even say anything, and the case was solved. Don't you think this is outrageous? Don't take credit, push it to me." "No, I really didn't. No need to be modest, we understand." The police officer who handcuffed the prisoner said considerately, "Mr. Lucian, you don't want to attract so much attention. After all, your style has always been very low-key, and I am also very low-key." "Terahashi Nobu." "But that look is telling me. Stop pretending. I know it's you." The prisoner said tremblingly, "It's terrible. This is what the magic detective is looking at. Do you feel that the acting in the TV series is not realistic enough?" "Terahashi Nobu." "It seems that anything he says will be regarded as shirk and modesty. Could it be that the look in my eyes just now was really powerful?" Nobu Terahashi doubted his expression management for a moment amid everyone's affirmation, but it was only for a moment. "Oh, my business ability is perfect. After such an interruption, Terahashi Nobu was much less worried about seeing the corpse. He talked to a few people and returned to the car. However, he had just met the big star and met the people who were trying to solve such a strange case. In high spirits, Ms. Midorikawa, who was regarded as a suspect, showed her cell phone video to her friends. Hey, I just took the video. After all, it was the 6 divine powers. I found him when he was in the car. I thought he wouldn't get out. He is so handsome. He is so breathtakingly beautiful in person. Can the video capture 1/3 of his appearance? I believe in your cooking skills. How dare you? Her friend sighed. Although the deceased has nothing to do with us, we just ate at the same restaurant. But you are not affected at all? Well, because I have been checking my phone, and being delayed is very uncomfortable. But forget it. I originally wanted to post it online to gain some traffic, but I decided to keep it myself because I don't want to cause trouble to Master Lucian. Terahashi Nobu listened to their conversation in silence and glanced at the reporters reporting on the crime scene. It was completely broadcast live. What more labels and materials are needed now? Things unfolded very quickly, just as quickly as Nobu Terahashi predicted. He turned on his phone with a complicated mood, and sure enough, the 6 divine powers dominated the screen again. The host of the live broadcast of the case couldn't help but tremble in his voice, and the curvature of his mouth rose 2 degrees. Did you see it? It's the famous actor Lu Shintong. Mr. Lu Shan just glanced at the scene in the car and saw that who was the murderer? This is definitely the fastest solved case this year. Is it true that he plays the role of the magic detective? Does he still have a hidden identity in the police? Don't turn good case news into a gossip show. Camera. Why does the camera keep tilting towards me? Ah, now I'm still taking pictures of the police car. The corner of Terahashi Nobu's eyes twitched slightly. He casually raised his hand to cover the side of his face exposed to the camera, leaned back, and habitually read online comments. Lord Lucian, I don't know what surprises you have. The name of Yin is revealed. On the birthday of magic detective Yin Ming, the 6 magical powers solved the case in an incredible way like Yin Ming. Is this actually implying or promoting something? An actor's job is to be a detective? Ah, this is a routine. Will the studio send out an official announcement later? Anyway, Mr. Lucian is perfect. I won't be surprised by anything he does. Has this kind of thing happened before? It seems that a bank robber suddenly surrendered because he saw the 6 supernatural powers on the screen. What and what? Now Lucian solved the case and became the #1 topic on Twitter. He always felt that it was taking up too much public resources. He did want to be famous to the point where everyone knew him, but this kind of things are false and lies require 10,000 lies to cover up, and there is always the risk of being discovered. When will it be clarified? Terahashi Nobu sent a message to the agent who managed his account, explaining the current situation, and the other party called him directly. What surprise did you bring me again? Mr. Ishihara sighed. Xian, you are definitely the easiest artist I have ever brought with me. You don't need me to spend money to buy hot searches for you. You can do it yourself. It can create countless topics, and people will spontaneously imitate you and follow you, which makes me feel useless. What's the matter? You're not satisfied with your free time at work? Terahashi Shin grinned. This incident was purely accidental. I just glanced at the crowd casually. Really? Mr. Ishihara's voice contained unfinished meaning. Your senses have always been very sharp. Your observation of the outside world is more detailed than that of a professionally trained criminal police officer. You can also solve ordinary cases. Terahashi Nobu subconsciously looked over because the prisoner's temperament and certain information on his body were different from others. Compared to this, Xian, someone actually asked me to meet a long time ago and talked about you. There is something new. Working? It's an interesting suggestion. Mr. Ishihara stared at the computer. The number of people paying attention to the 6 gods cases continued to rise. Add to that the TV station's ratings. If we convert and compare them, then in reality, 7 out of 10 people in Japan are paying attention to electronic information and browsing the news about the 6 gods. This influence is terrifying. Xian, you are already famous enough. Except for babies and places with little information, everyone in this country knows you. You are an actor, and actors have unimaginable power of guidance. Terahashi Nobuyuki was startled. You are a holy and perfect image in people's minds. When prisoners see you, they feel ashamed. This has happened more than once, so the higher-ups want you to make a movie. A phenomenal work that can change this society. The agent was not talking empty words. Within a few hours, Terahashi Nobuyuki received a notice to join the crew. Although the matter had been decided, the script only had a rough outline. Terahashi Nobuyuki just went to the police station to record a statement about what happened to him in Exhibition Hall 13, and then hurried back to the company. As for how he got out of Hall 13 and why it exploded, Terahashi Nobuyuki firmly believed that he had discovered the time bomb in advance, had a fight with a strange guy, and escaped. That guy was protecting a USB flash drive, but it was probably destroyed by the bomb. This was the only useful information. After returning to the company, Terahashi Nobuyuki stared at the sunglasses for a while before he remembered that he had not returned them to Cyan. After going around in circles, I finally had to go to his house. Terahashi Nobuyuki scratched his hair, feeling a little upset but also a little excited. Everything else has to take a back seat. He's going to star in a big-budget movie. Terahashi Nobuyuki sat in front of Mr. Ishihara and flipped through the thin script with great enthusiasm. His expression froze for a moment. Outline scripts are an exaggeration. This one only has one simple sentence. How is it? It should be quite challenging, right? The agent stared at Terahashi Nobu with sharp eyes. I know your shortcomings very well, Nobu. Your performance is actually very stereotyped. In Magic Detective, the excellent plot and camera language make the whole work not too harsh on your acting skills. Youth love TV series are closer to reality because you have a love life too. Terahashi Nobu lowered his eyes. There were only a few words printed on the paper. That was his role. A detective who sacrificed himself for the people. Terahashi Nobuyuki has a natural liking for the role of the police. In addition to people's definition and image of them, he has indeed received various kinds of help from the police. During the days when he was locked up in the cellar, he once cried and said, "If I am rescued by the police, I will definitely thank them. My future dream is to become a policeman." This sentence can be regarded as past tense. It is better to say that Terahashi Nobu had many dreams when he was a child, and it was easy for him to change. In the last second, he told his friends that he had the talent to be a model, and in the next second, he secretly decided to learn painting because his teacher praised the artist's artistic cells. His lack of concentration was regarded as a child's naivety and imagination. What kind of person will our Nobu become in the future? His parents also had expectations for his future. Terahashi Nobu, who grew up in flattery, thought that he would be successful and free as an adult because there was nothing he couldn't do. No, there are many things that Terahashi Nobuyuki cannot do, too many. Today, he still dares not relax for a moment in order to make himself perfect. Thinking of his childhood memories, Terahashi Shin couldn't help but feel emotional. He rubbed the words on the paper with nostalgic thoughts and laughed at his own naivety. I am my sister's warrior. This was Terahashi Nobuyuki's answer at the time. Whether it's being a policeman or a painter, as long as he can protect Terahashi Kokomi, Terahashi Nobuyuki dares to do anything. Although it sounds funny, Mr. Ishihara, I actually imagine myself as a brave and fearless detective when I was a child. Terahashi Nobuyuki said, but this feeling is just a child's longing and ignorant fantasy. That's not what I thought, because you don't look like that kind of person at all. Ishihara Hoshiro smiled, but the smile was deep. When we first met, I was attracted by your cold temperament, as if no one could catch your eye. Because Terahashi Nobuyuki has excellent conditions in all aspects, some people have dared to hint at him, but Terahashi Nobuyuki is immune to scandals. Anyone who has the wrong thoughts will be blacklisted by him, and from then on, a single-word response is considered to be a face-saving gesture. I'm serious. Nobuyuki, you don't have a lover? Or someone you love? The agent lowered his head slightly, but his eyes looked up at the blue-haired young man with an unchanged expression. No, I am beginning to suspect that you are sexually apathetic. After all, your schedule is almost transparent to me. You go out shopping with friends after work, as if you have not yet derailed from the state of high school students. Mr. Ishihara. Terahashi Nobuo's head was full of black lines and hash marks. Please don't think that normal people's self-discipline is something strange, even in the entertainment industry. Ishihara Hoshiro covered his lips. I avoided it. It's strange. Could this guy really have someone he likes? Or someone he loves wholeheartedly? Is there anyone in this world who can catch his eye? His friendship situation can be described as pitiful. The blonde foreigner he met in Yokohama? Or the friend who hasn't graduated from the police academy yet? When will the detailed script be released? At least it won't be just one sentence. Ishihara Hoshiro was silent for a while, and then he temporarily gave up digging deeper into this topic. He said, "They are working overnight. The final version should be finalized in 2 weeks, but I have heard some incomplete news that can be revealed." During this period, he lowered his voice at the end, and his momentum seemed even deeper. Terahashi Nobuyuki had a bad feeling when he saw him bluffing. You can go to the police academy for some training during this time. Terahashi Nobuyuki? Terahashi Nobuyuki? By the way, let those brats get some training too. They really should change their habit of being unable to walk when they see you. Wait. Terahashi Nobuyuki widened his eyes, doubting the true identity of his agent for the first time. Is this allowed? Why can you decide on such a thing? No, this kind of thing has been approved by the higher-ups. Isn't this a joke? What's so funny about it? That place is also very safe. No, I don't mean this. It's just... Terahashi Nobu was a little confused. Most people have a filter for that place, and Terahashi Nobuyuki has a little bit of that in mind, too. Those who can enter the police academy are heroes with enlightenment, and that's what's written in all kinds of storybooks and even textbooks. You're just preparing for the new play. Many people will learn dance, imitate animals, and cover their eyes with black cloth to experience how to live without light in order to film a play. Terahashi Shin pursed his lips. I don't think it's very hard, but do I need to take any exams or something? Don't use your perfect standards here, Shin. Mr. Ishihara patted Nobuo's shoulder and said, go to work. I believe in your efforts the most. That night, Terahashi replied to the text messages from each contact one by one. Most of them were colleagues he met at work. He had just experienced Lu Shin riding a motorcycle, Lu Shin Yinming's comeback, and Lu Shan solving a case. The amount of information accumulated that day was a bit overwhelming for him, especially since he had to recall the character traits corresponding to each name. Numurta, male, actor, loves reading. Insure, male, prop lighting, good at parkour. After dealing with all this, Terahashi Nobuyuki opened the chat box of the public relations officer, who was worried about Terahashi Nobuyuki's mental state. Terahashi Nobuyuki, I'm fine, great. Superman. On the first day, he left at 6 o'clock and came to the police academy with a lot of bags. The assistant packed a bunch of skincare products and styling tools for him, but Terahashi Nobuyuki rejected them all on the spot. I will be laughed at. I also came with a sense of enlightenment. Terahashi Nobuyuki said seriously. Oh, sick soul consciousness. The assistant smiled and said, then, I wish you good luck in your work. Terahashi Nobuyuki then went to report to the principal alone with his suitcase. His excellent sense of direction allowed him to perfectly miss the police cadets who were doing morning training in the playground, and he arrived at the office safely. After getting the documents, Zhao Chaoxin turned and went to the school building. He climbed to the 6th floor carrying 2 suitcases by himself and quickly tidied up his single room. If this set of processes were shown on live variety shows, fans would praise his self-care ability all day long. I haven't told Hang yet. This should be considered a surprise. Terahashi Nobuyuki walked quietly and low-key all the way to his classroom and chose an empty seat in the corner of the last row and sat down. He had no discomfort at all and did not feel sad about his student days which had long passed. He sat in the classroom every day to shoot the last campus romance drama. As he was thinking this, Terahashi Nobu heard the sound of scattered footsteps outside. Speaking of which, do you feel that the classroom is particularly bright today? What? It's the light, the light. I remember that sometimes you need to turn on the lights at this time. The visitor peeked into the window by the corridor, but it is particularly bright today. It seems so. They pushed the door open and walked in. Even though Terahashi Nobuyuki was sitting in the most secluded position, he still caught the attention of the first person to enter. Oh, he stared blankly. Who? Huh. What happened? His friend yawned and walked to his side, opened his eyes and looked. Oh, are you playing the new style statues so early in the morning? The students outside the door saw that they were blocking the road and pushed them away with a smile. Let's go. Someone raised his hand with trembling hands, pointing at Zhao Xiaoxin. So that's so. Who? That's so-and-so. It can't be the instructor with a gloomy face waiting to punish you. Why are you stuttering like this? Oh who? 666. The young man supported himself on the table, his lips trembling, and finally someone reacted at Lu Shentong. Why is Lu Shentong in our classroom? I understand, this is a dream. I haven't woken up in the dream of Lord Lu Shan. Someone held his forehead with a dreamy expression. How lucky am I to see Lu in my dream? His companion slapped him on the back, trying to save his precarious image. Wake up. How many more terrible remarks are you going to make? Wait, who is Lu Shentong? The one who was on the news. A top star. The top star is Yukiko. I don't chase after male stars. Oha. Today, I wonder how many people have learned how to write the word really delicious. Terahashi Shin originally wanted to keep a low profile and restrain his charm, but as soon as someone appeared in front of him and called out his stage name, his work instinct made him continue to radiate the shining holy light. Matsuda Jinpei rubbed his hair and walked towards the classroom. When he was about to reach the door, he found that there were a lot of people blocking the way. There was even a line in the corridor. What's wrong? Is there still a traffic jam in the teaching building? He walked along the edge with difficulty. Is everyone not going to class? It's almost time. It seemed that more and more students were rushing over after hearing the news. Although many of them were there to join in the fun, the situation inevitably became a little difficult to control when the number of people increased. Half a minute later, Hajiwara Kenichi also struggled to get back to Matsuda Jinpei's side. I found out. They said that the 6 divine powers are holding a signing and handshake event in our classroom. Matsuda Jinpei doubted his ears. Why didn't you wake up so early in the morning, Hagi? How come celebrities and police academies are not related? Did he change his career? It's true. I heard that someone fainted from a nosebleed, and there was a huh? It's even more outrageous. Furia Ray, who had squeezed in beside them at some point, pulled at his clothes and complained, he's just a celebrity. It's enough to just pass by and take a look out of curiosity. Is that a big deal? Soon, he got the answer. One of his autographs can be sold for 3 million. I heard that taking a photo with him is like a magic mirror. I don't believe it. I want to take a photo with him and then show my girlfriend who is more handsome between the two of us. Me too. Let me see how disgusting Lu Shentong's face can be. Matsuda Jinpei glanced over there and smiled. He whispered to Hajiwara Kenichi, I don't have a problem with anyone. It's just that they are not from the same dimension at all. Kenichi Hajiwara looked at him strangely. Matsuda Jinpei. Matsuda Jinpei's heart skipped a beat. Hagi, are you also planning to? His friend said in a long tone, half coquettishly and half complainingly. I am also curious about his face. At this moment, Matsuda Jinpei wanted to compliment him against his will, but found that, well, he couldn't say anything to comfort him. You'll understand when you meet him later. Just as he finished speaking, a person rushed out of the classroom crying, Woo Miko, I understand you. I am really so ugly, Woo. It had only been 10 minutes since things had developed to this point. Terahashi Nobuyuki was very familiar with this scene. When he was in high school, he was a popular figure in the school. Girls from other classes would pass by his classroom during break time and take a look inside through the window even if they were separated by 2 teaching buildings. But how could he say? Terahashi Nobuyuki frowned in a suppressed manner. They're all men. Moreover, these men actually came here with the mentality of just watching the monkeys. They are not fans and some have never even heard of him. They just want to finally have some fun in their boring training life. What are they whispering about? Saying things like, why would an idol come to the police academy? This is not a place for fooling around. What bad luck. He looks like he's been pampered. He might cry and ask his assistant to pack up tonight. Sitting in the classroom. As a student? How can he understand what we're learning? I heard that most celebrities don't do well in academic subjects. As expected of an idol, he wants to show off as soon as he arrives. Such words, who are these ignorant humans looking down on? The flash went off, and Zhao Xiaoxin turned his head expressionlessly. The young man who had just asked him to take a photo was checking the photos with his friend. Hiss, why do I feel? Did you take the photo seriously? Of course, I used all my life's knowledge to find an angle without distortion. The comparison between the two of you is too tragic. In the photo, Terahashi Nobuyuki's face seemed to be so handsome that it seemed unreal, and the light just right gave him the aura of a melancholy handsome man. The young man next to him also had regular features and a firm gaze, but he seemed inexplicably overshadowed. His temperament is even better than yours. The friend compared them with great interest. He sits so straight, to be honest. Our postures are not bad, but when I'm in the same frame with him, I always feel like something is missing. No, it's weird enough that you two compare faces with idols. Are you still elementary school students? Just now, another one ran out crying. Get out of the way. I want an autograph. Lucian, why are you here? I estimate his height to be more than 1.8 meters tall. Hiss, you didn't even fake your height? Same uniform? Why does he look like a couture lady? Such questions came one after another, and Terahashi Nobuyuki responded coldly as usual, which resulted in a comment that was not overly veiled. TSK, what are you so proud of? Don't think that I can't tell who you are just because you are in a crowd. My ears are better than your eyes. Are the police academy students so idle? Terahashi Nobuyuki complained. I'm afraid I won't be able to calm down for days. But it doesn't matter. After all, I'm used to being a man's enemy. Lucian touches his head. Lucian strokes his hair. Lucian sneers. Lucian? Jinpei Matsuda, who finally squeezed in from the door, opened his eyes slightly. What they said is actually true. He took 2 quick steps to push away the person standing in front of Terahashi Nobuyuki, grinning. What are you doing with this posture? Have you changed your career? Terahashi Nobuyuki told the truth. For work and to experience life. Are you the only one here? Probably. Hey Matsuda, do you know him? Because Ida knows him. I haven't used up the shampoo he gave me last time. Ah, the whole class is emitting the same fragrance. I have to say it's a bit disgusting. Oh, the noisy atmosphere, it was hard to tell whether it was relaxed or depressing. And the students who gathered at the door to watch the fun had it all paused by the instructor's roar. They ran as fast as they could while trying to hold back their laughter. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who saw this scene, was stunned for a moment and made a slight note of it. The so-called police academy life should be a colorful experience in their memories. Matsuda Jinpei also quickly returned to his position. He first glanced at Hajiwara Kenji, and then looked at Furuya Rei with ill intent. His playful smirk did not receive the provocative stare from the blonde youth. Matsuda Jinpei saw that Furuya Rei had his hand covering his forehead and turned his face away stiffly, not looking at them. What's wrong? You haven't said a word since just now. Matsuda Jinpei raised his eyebrows. I haven't heard you say those 2 syllables yet. Are you holding it back? Furuya Rei. You golden-haired rascal, you are not blushing now, are you? Furuya Rei turned around suddenly. Who said I? Seeing Matsuda Jinpei's eyes slightly widened, Furuya Rei knew that something was wrong. Puha. The curly-haired young man couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. You really blushed. It turns out that dark-skinned people can also blush so obviously. Furuya Rei gritted his teeth. That's enough. He raised his head from the base of his neck. The redness gradually spread to the tips of his ears, and he looked like he was about to become mature. Ha 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 ha, Hagi. What do you think? Thank you. I've already paid for the ticket. Hajiwara Kenji's eyes were divine, and he exuded a transcendent aura. I lost. My ability to tease girls must be nothing in front of him. After all, she has a charm that even men can't resist. Why take pictures? It's just humiliating myself. Ha 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 ha. Instructor Onizuka walked to the podium with a dark face. Matsuda, if you laugh again, you will be punished by standing outside. In a blink of an eye, he saw Terahashi Nobuyuki sitting in the corner. His eyes were suddenly blinded by a strong light. He couldn't help but wonder if he had been too ferocious and scared the other person just now. Yes, he shouldn't be scared. He looks quite calm. Morobushi Kagemitsu withdrew his gaze from Terahashi Nobuyuki and gave a comforting look to Furuya Rei. Don't worry, Rei. Everyone goes through this. Furigaya Ray covered his face in shame and anger and spoke word by word through his teeth. What do you mean? Terahashi is very unusual. You accept it too well. Furigaya Ray said in a muffled voice, this is no longer something that can be described as unusual. Come to think of it, why do I feel that you are much calmer than me? Are you so resistant? Zhu Fujing rubbed his fingertips and thought about it carefully. It seemed that his palms still retained the touch of holding hands with another person. Maybe because I know him a little better? Although I was very young, I have seen his sad tears, his brave eyes, and his embarrassment and tenderness when he tried to comfort others, so I think Terahashi Nobuyuki is very approachable. Huh, what's that? Furuya Ray murmured. Before the class, Terahashi Nobuyuki briefly introduced himself and explained why he was here, still using the stage name Rokushintong. Those who knew Terahashi Nobuyuki's real name were about to step into his lives. He and Ida Heng exchanged glances in public, and the other person's expression gradually changed from shock and confusion to joy and excitement. During the whole class, the classroom was filled with strange pink hearts and occasional O's. Onizuka Hachizo's forehead was shaking while he accurately grabbed people. Bennying, you were sitting in the first row, and you turned around. Write a 2,000-word self-criticism. Huh, how could I? Your O's are too loud. Your neck is twisted 180 degrees. No. Instructor, give me another chance. Benning burst into tears, otherwise, I will use 1,800 words of this 2,000-word self-review to describe the handsomeness of the 6 divine powers. Puff. This half-true, half-false cry really made everyone unable to hold back their laughter. They were trying to hold back their laughter until their shoulders shrugged and their faces turned red. Not wanting to mind making matters worse, they added more fuel to the fire and made jokes. 1,800 words are not enough. Use the same energy you had when you stayed up late to write love letters. Ha 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 ha. One of the main characters being discussed, Terahashi Nobuyuki. Bullying. This is a new kind of bullying. He doesn't want a man to use the effort of writing a love letter to compile this 2,000-word self-criticism. The police academy students are particularly restless today. Smiley face. Terahashi Nobuyuki maintains a perfect sitting posture and a perfect learning state, ensuring that no matter when and where the eyes drifting over will be melted by his handsomeness. After 2 classes in the morning, Terahashi Nobuhiro put away his notes. Because the instructor strictly prohibited the morning jam, they all stayed in their seats. Some of them left the classroom without any regrets, and the rest turned around curiously to talk to Lu Shantong. When will the next drama be released? Our classes are boring. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. It's a cross-disciplinary major, and we transferred in when we were about to graduate. Ha ha ha. Why don't you consider changing your career to become a policeman? The prisoners will come to you automatically, and your performance may be super good. Terahashi Nobuyuki continued speaking with an unchanged expression, but in fact his mind was wandering. Ah, that familiar feeling of being the center of attention. Terahashi Nobuyuki was autistic when he was in elementary school and lived abroad for a while. After his sister enlightened him at his birthday party, his style started to go in the opposite direction. In junior high school, he claimed to be a perfect handsome boy. During the love season, he had to deal with the girls who lined up behind the teaching building to confess their love to him. He could open a shop and set up a stall immediately after receiving chocolates on Valentine's Day, but he gave them to the welfare home every time because he couldn't finish them and didn't want to eat them. He spent every year in turmoil, either being followed or stalked. Things took a turn for the worse in high school, and Terahashi Nobuyuki finally came to his senses. He became an extreme sister con pervert. In terms of emotional needs, Terahashi Nobuyuki wants to fall in love, and gradually has a more complete outlook and cognition, but he doesn't like anyone except his sister. The enthusiasm of high school students is even stronger than that of junior high school students. So Terahashi Nobuyuki becomes an icy cold man that no one can get close to. But now, we are all adults, so it's probably better to maintain a lukewarm relationship. It's over. Terahashi Nobuyuki thought. Let's go, Nobuyuki. I'll take you to eat. Date-ko came over and put his arm around Terahashi Nobuyuki's shoulders, his eyes narrowed with a smile. I recommend the most delicious miso soup to you. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly changed. Secretly, a bloody storm is about to break out. The young man sitting in the row in front of Terahashi Nobu laughed. Oh, you're really cunning, Hang. Are you planning to monopolize the six gods? Put your hand on my shoulder. So intimate. Are you that close to the six gods? If so, don't blame us. Several people stood up spontaneously, looked at each other knowingly, and stood by the door and in the aisle tacitly, rolling up their sleeves seriously. Whoever can take the six magical powers away from this room will be his guide for the next 2 days. Terahashi Nobuyuki? Hearing this, some people slammed their desks and stood up. I'm joining the battle now. Hey, you guys, have you forgotten what the instructor said? You will be punished. What does it matter? Let us make it quick. For the sake of Lucian, a mere 2,000-word self-review is nothing. I can write 4,000. Ah, do you want to roll this up too? The young men were eager to try, and their faces, which had just lost their childishness, still showed a bit of ambition. Fuya Ray sneered. Oh my god, how childish. Why are these guys playing around? Zhu Fu Jingguang blinked his clear eyes, his eyes lingering from his toes that were turned outwards. 0. You also seem to want to. Shut up, Jing. Come on, let's fight for the 6 supernatural powers. Help Chuji is dead. You guys should at least ask the 6 gods for their opinions. So what do you say, 6 gods? They looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki. The blue-haired young man raised his lips in an ambiguous smile, hiding a bit of competitiveness and bad intentions. I have no objection. Huh. Ida Heng said in surprise, then shook his chest twice silently. Nobuyuki, you are not planning to. Before he finished speaking, the young man sitting in the row in front of Terahashi, Nobuyuki stood up and rushed forward. Follow me. I will lead you to break through. He turned over and crossed the table, blocking one man's arm, but he was overwhelmed by the guys who surrounded him after a few seconds. Haha, one is over. Who's the next one? Just think of it as exercise before dinner. Zhugu, aren't you going to do it? Someone challenged. Matsuda Jinpei pinched his finger bones. Come on, Hagi, let's do it too. Don't get carried away when you're teased, Jinpei, even if it's about the 6 supernatural powers. Hajiwara Kinji pulled him. This prank will be listed as a black history of your police academy career. Huh. There was a lot of noise over there. A few people were fighting half seriously and smilingly, when suddenly they felt a gust of wind blowing by. Why is it windy in the classroom? Turning his head again, Terahashi easily supported himself on the table and did a gorgeous somersault and landed perfectly on the ground. His movements were so clean and neat. The young generation's top idol, who was weak, unable to take care of herself, and in need of enthusiastic care, stood up leisurely, stood by the door, looked back at them and smiled. It seems that I am the winner. He stepped out of the classroom, his hair drawing a graceful arc, and waved his hand lightly and unrestrainedly, goodbye. The few people who were still huddled together stared blankly. Oha, did you see how he did that set of moves just now? He was so agile beyond expectation. Oh, now it's time for me, the senior Lucian, to give you some science. When Lucian was a student, he never lost in any sports-related competitions and even won the National Men's Junior High School Volleyball Championship. Yesterday, there were also Lucian parkour, Lucian riding a motorcycle. High-definition videos can be found in Liuxian's famous scenes, numbered 313 and 314. The young man who spoke took out a blue ribbon and tied it on his forehead, with the 3 words Lu Shanming written in the middle. Have you summarized more than 300 famous scenes? If you compete with him, the opponent's attention will be seriously biased. No, I heard that the game was very intense. Someone said in an interview that because he didn't want to lose face in front of him at all, he also said that he would die with no regrets in this life if there was such a game. Die with no regrets is too exaggerated. In addition, there is a scene of jumping on a train in Liuxian's debut work Magic Detective. I heard that there was no stand-in or special effects used. It was performed by himself. Judging from the tidbits revealed on the set, it was done in one take. In short, Liuxian's motor nerves are quite excellent, and he has never made any mistakes in his body management. Ida Heng looked at his ribbon with a conflicted look on his face. Hajiwara Kinji tried to stop him. Squad leader. Wearing that thing is really hard to describe. Ida Heng. I was just wondering where he got it from. He might get deducted points by the instructor who is checking his internal affairs and attire. Furuya Rei felt that the trend in the class was going in the wrong direction. As far as I know, establishing fan clubs is only popular in junior high and high schools. Zhu Fujingguang said seriously, the six gods belong to the national organization, right? Furuya Rei choked, Jing. I feel very strange that you understand this. Before he finished speaking, the man took off the six gods of life and returned to normal in a second. Okay, science is over. Puha! The whole classroom suddenly burst into laughter. So far, Terahashi Nobuyuki's joining seems to have brought them a lot of common topics and fun. However, Terahashi Shin didn't care about it at all. He stood in the corridor and leaned against the wall with his six spirits, waiting for a while, and practiced ignoring other people's sight. Then Date-ko followed his friends out. He walked a few steps closer, punched Terahashi Shin's chest, and scolded with a smile. You didn't even inform me, do you know? When I came in the morning, I thought I was dreaming. What a nice surprise. It was totally unexpected and felt very dreamy. It is really a rare surprise that a friend who you rarely meet in life suddenly goes to your school one day, feels everything you feel, and goes in and out with you. Except for some people who go to your school without hesitation, most people find it difficult to have the courage to break away from their accustomed living environment. However, it is another kind of luck for people like Terahashi Nobu to change with work. As a matter of course, Ida Ko's friends walked beside them. They always stick together, but this time there was a glittering human-shaped light bulb. Aren't you saying you have no interest in idols now? Ida Ko could understand their feelings when he saw their bright eyes. Ha, these are all my leftovers, famous lines from magic detectives. Being curious about unfamiliar professions and exploring them is essential to increase knowledge. Furuya Rei said in an official tone, and after all, he is your friend, class leader. So we have to treat him with all our heart. That's a nice thing to say. Matsuda Jinpei's eyes half-mooned. You were not like this before I saw Lu Shun. Furuya Ling smirked. Don't act like you expected it. I want to know how stupid you were when you first met him. I think you didn't miss those two syllables. TSK, the afternoon class is judo, right? Why, you want to fight? Matsuda Jinpei slightly grinned and spoke in a tone that sounded like he wanted a beating. No, I want to fight Lu Shan. Furuya Rei. Rei Furuya's pupils trembled. Matsuda, what's wrong with you? Matsuda. Hajiwara Kenji sighed. I thought you guys would forget about this, so I planned to take the initiative to ask Tong later. Why did you call his name so skillfully? It's just a stage name. He doesn't care at all. So who will fight Lu Shun this afternoon? Zhu Fujingguang walked beside Liashin Tong and leaned forward when he heard the words. I should ask Lu Shun about this. How come Lian Jing is also? Matsuda Jinpei took the opportunity to taunt him, and the smile on his face was malicious. After all, we met with Lu Shun in the art museum before, and you didn't keep up with the pace at all, Furuya. The reason for their affection was simple. Terahashi Nobuyuki was brave. The criminal's vicious and unreasonable threats are full of unknown dangers. Zhao Qiaoxin followed all the dangerous requests. Why? For the hundreds of hostages and for the public interest. Even though he was warned of his death, he lived his life calmly, without any fear or hiding. But he was indeed in danger. The surveillance cameras in this school were pointed at him. Security guards were added to the entrance of the teaching building. The time when the criminal could not be arrested was always torturous. But Terahashi Nobuo said, compared to me, you who are always fighting danger are the most heroic. I, who am protected by you, only have insignificant courage. So considerate, so mature and calm, so comforting. This idol has more than just looks and acting skills. His charm comes from his empathy. If Terahashi Nobu knew the above comments, he would immediately make an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What is there to be proud of? Furuya Rei muttered. Ida Ko embraced them on both sides. Okay, so now do you want to become the six gods with me? Wear that stupid headband? Forgive me. Actually, chasing stars is also a good hobby. Specifically chasing the six gods. Furuya Rei felt that their heads must be itching right now. Ah, this is so familiar. The look of being brainwashed by the six divine powers. That was what the squad leader was like back then. You have been talking for so long, and every sentence you say is about the 6 supernatural powers. Terahashi Nobu naturally interrupted the topic. It doesn't matter who I fight with, as long as they don't hit me in the face. I make a living from this. You're so frank about that. Come to think of it, there are no pores on your face. Do you wear makeup? The peeling egg continued. Actually I usually go without makeup. At most I put on eyeliner for the show requirements. The students passing by turned around in astonishment. What? Lu Shin without makeup? Fuya Rei shuddered at his shock. I've gotten used to this world where everyone knows and pays attention to the 6 divine powers. Terahashi Nobuyuki caused a stir in the cafeteria again, and there was almost another fan handshake event. It can only be said that fortunately the police academy has strict control. Otherwise, Terahashi Nobuyuki's materials would be flying all over the place by now. The people sitting next to Terahashi Nobuyuki stared at another student who left after talking to him, and silently swallowed a mouthful of their somewhat cold food. Terahashi Shin put away his business smile in a second. Anyone with a blank expression would look very cold, but the contrast was particularly obvious on him. The 18th, Terahashi, your expressions towards them are surprisingly the same. In just a few minutes, they began to call him by his real name at Terahashi Nobu's suggestion. Will your face not become stiff? The lines are all the same. This is the first time I've seen a celebrity change his face. Terahashi Nobuyuki drank the flavored soup elegantly. You all have excellent professional skills. Idol's duties also include studying at the police academy. This is the first time I've heard of this. Furia Rei asked casually, will the judo class this afternoon be hard for you? Terahashi Nobuyuki gave him a meaningful look, which looked familiar, as if he had shown it just a dozen minutes ago. Regarding this point, they got the answer in judo class and realized what it means to be able to hide one's strength. The 6 divine powers are also perfect in judo. Zhao Qiaoxin, who was called up by the instructor to demonstrate something for his own benefit, knocked the instructor to the ground before the other party could say a word. The sound of the instructor hitting the ground heavily echoed in the space, like a heavy blow to the heart of the onlookers. With a bang. Look at that neat figure. Look at the muscular lines that are so attractive that they make your throat twitch. Look at that alluring look in his eyes when he raised his head and looked at me. Those who were slightly dissatisfied with Qiao Xian fell silent at this moment and began to wonder if there were any inside stories in the idol industry, or if there were any special image training arrangements. Why is he so good at fighting? Not only does he fight well, his moves also look different from theirs, but he is also incredibly handsome. It wasn't over yet. 10 minutes later, Terahashi Nobuyuki threw the stranger he had drawn to the ground. He stood up and saluted. His image was as perfect as ever. In 2 words, elegant, charming. He even smiled modestly and said, thanks for your advice. The opponent, who had always had a subtle sense of contempt for his idol and had therefore given his idol a number of bad looks, gasped and was immediately overwhelmed by guilt. He wasn't that bad actually. In fact, he was even very sincere. How could I have been so rude to him just now? The opponent's face flushed. You're welcome. I also. Thank you for your advice. The holy light around Terahashi Nobuo became even brighter. You fight very well, and your muscles are very strong. Must kill. Smoke started coming out of the opponent's head, and he started talking. No, I just touched your abdominal muscles. They felt really good. The people around stopped fighting at the same time and looked over with strange eyes. Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes were dead. Too gay. I would rather let Shinmei touch my abdominal muscles. Throughout the entire class, Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't get to play with Hang and the others because there were too many people queuing. But as expected, the atmosphere without any grudges is the most comfortable. They secretly slacked off in class and asked Terahashi Nobuyuki where he learned judo. Terahashi Nobuyuki replied calmly, I learned it by myself. Because a martial arts coach fell in love with me at first sight, I never took the initiative to have too much physical contact with others again. Singles who have never been in a relationship. There is still such trouble. You are also having a hard time. Someone clapped a few times, but you are in pretty good shape. Before Zhao Qiao's letter was replied, the instructor discovered that they were talking nonsense and punished them by making them do 200 frog jumps. But it doesn't matter. All the people who did frog jump are very grateful to the instructor, because they were leapfrogging with the 6 divine powers only 200, but I can double that. Instructor, doing frog jumps with Lu Shintong made me feel as light as if I had wings. Looking at his peers who were smiling sweetly, Furuya Rei, who was fighting with Matsuda Jinpei, couldn't help but complain. Are their brains okay? Matsuda Jinpei rubbed his nose. It's just that my head is full of 6 supernatural powers. The instructor stared at them and yelled, "What are you laughing at? Be serious." But he suddenly changed his tone and said in a coquettish tone, "Lucian, if you're tired, you can come over here and take a rest. After all, you just got here. This world is sinking too fast." After class they needed to take a shower, so a few of them went back to the locker room to get a change of clothes, and in the blink of an eye they saw Terahashi Nobuyuki surrounded again. Just as he was about to say hello to him, Zhu Fujingwang paused and brushed his sweaty hair. "You're like that again." That look was the alienation brought about by a fake business smile. The few people walking together were a little silent for a while, feeling uncomfortable. The young man in front of them used a second face when facing them and Hang's friends, which was probably his real appearance, but very cold, right? While Terahashi Nobuyuki was dealing with new fans, Kenji Hagiwara said to a few people, "He has been in this state today. If there is no external factor, he may remain indifferent until he leaves. Now that you mention it, I finally know what the sense of disharmony is. He has never taken the initiative to talk to us, nor has he expressed his personal emotions. He is completely passive and indifferent to socializing. What a weird personality. But it's not like this to the class monitor." Kenji Hagiwara looked at the somewhat silent Daiko. It seems that he doesn't care whether others are enthusiastic and proactive. He just likes to take practical actions. "Hagi, do you know that observing personality is like preparing for how to pursue girls? Because it's quite interesting. The colder he is to others, the more it seems that his friendship with the class monitor is unusual." Daiko adjusted his belt. There was a murmur of voices coming from the back. The young man seemed a little disappointed. He patted Hagiwara Kenji on the shoulder and lowered his voice. "To tell you the truth, I've always been worried about Shin's friendships." "Does he have no friends?" "No, as far as I know, he really has no friends except me." Several people were stunned for a few moments. Idahang continued, "I once asked him out of curiosity if he was popular and had many friends, and Xen waved his hand casually and said to me, 'It's no wonder you feel this way, but I'm a very stingy guy.'" The blue-haired young man once stared at him with moist eyes while resting his head on his arm after getting drunk. "Because people are superficial, I always think their love is cheap and troublesome, but someone told me to treat all feelings gently. It would be cruel to destroy their longings and fantasies. But Hang, gentleness can be pretended. Gentleness can be pretended, but Terahashi Nobuyuki is sincere to Daiko. That late night when he was dragged to an unfamiliar place by a stalker, and he was drowsy with a high fever, but he was able to fall asleep peacefully in the car while Daiko was driving. That was when Terahashi Nobuyuki finally let down his guard. Idahang looked at his friends and said, "He is very lonely. If possible, I really hope there will be more noise around him." Terahashi Nobuyuki is a star that everyone is paying attention to and a guy that is loved by too many people. People came and went around him, but few stayed. So that's how it is. Zhu Fujingwang whispered thoughtfully. "I thought he had walked out of that shadow." His voice was so soft that only Zero, who was standing next to him, heard it. The blond young man looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Squad leader, I'm actually curious, why can you impress him, or what impresses you about him? How could their sober and excellent squad leader suddenly get so hot-headed that he started chasing after a star, going to his events, picking him up at the airport, and even taking the initiative to help out on the set?" His desire to make friends was clearly written on his face. Idahang coughed lightly, a little embarrassed at first. "I was indeed fascinated by his face, and then I read all his interview records. You were so honest in saying this. After actually meeting him in person, I found that he was a little different from what I imagined, but not too different, because he is indeed humble and treats everyone equally. Even though I have shown my face in front of him so many times, I am no different from others." Matsuda Jinpei. "I have to say this is a bit pitiful. In fact, there was a time when I wanted to give up." Daiko scratched his hair, but I felt worried about him. The more I interacted with him, the more I could detect clues in his behavior and realized that Terahashi Nobuyuki was actually a very simple guy to some extent. When he met the other party, Terahashi Nobuyuki was widely known as a magic detective, and he actually felt unfamiliar and at a loss when dealing with enthusiastic fans. Ming is sometimes very smart and can keenly smell the malice of others, but he reacts indifferently to kindness and desire. It is probably because people always show their affection to him, so he finds it difficult to figure out the boundaries of their affection. And because the other party likes him, he will become relatively tolerant. Occasionally, he will talk at cross purposes, which creates a weird situation. He always suppresses all his thoughts by himself, showing an absolutely powerful image to the outside world. There are always some fans who have no sense of propriety. They will break the rules and rush up to hug him, throw drink bottles from a distance and hit him directly, hide secretly in his locker room, collect things he has used, and do even more excessive and boundless things. However, Terahashi Nobuyuki never expressed any dissatisfaction or complaints about this. Later, Ida Hang gradually realized. Was this the thing he had been so cautious about protecting when he first entered the entertainment industry? Your own way. He is performing perfectly. But how can a person be perfect? That Seiseing fan incident was also the point where Ko-Ida completely took him into her heart. I can only say that people's emotions are mutual and often unexpected. The two of us went from being fans and idols to being friends. Looking back now, it was all fate, the young man said sadly. Matsuda Jinpei shuddered. How corny. Hajiwara Kinji smiled, like a master of emotions. But it was also strangely touching. The word only sounded so hot and precious, but lonely and lost. No wonder Ida Hang made such a request, because he is most familiar with his friends. They are trustworthy and have a kind and sincere heart. Furia Ray pursed his arms, feeling like he was suddenly entrusted with an inexplicable task, but he was quite willing to do it. We are all adults. Why do we still have problems making friends? We are not sensitive high school students. Huh. Don't you know that Shin is actually 1 or 2 years younger than us? Anyway, we are all over 20 years old. We are all the same. Hiss. Then he is a junior and a younger brother? Will he be angry when he hears this? Come over here. After dealing with the enthusiastic students, Terahashi Nobuyuki ran towards Date Ko. He pulled his crooked collar as he walked, and when he came up to them, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was weird. Why are these guys looking at him like that? Terahashi Nobuyuki glanced at them suspiciously. What did you just talk about? Hajiwara Kinji came over and gently pushed him. We're just chatting. Go wash up, or there won't be room for you later. By the way, can you take a shower with us? Why shouldn't I join you? Terahashi Nobuyuki asked curiously. Don't do anything special, or you'll be accused of being a big shot. I just feel that the scene will. Hajiwara Kinji paused. His eyes naturally slid down Terahashi Nobuyuki's neck, and he was amused by the scene he imagined. It's easy to get dizzy in the bathroom, I always feel. His prediction came true. When the first student who accidentally saw Terahashi Nobu had 2 winding streams of blood flowing from his nose, the bathroom suddenly became a mess. Hold on, Xiao. Hold on. Your nosebleed is so fierce. Have you been angry recently? What did you see that made you so excited? Xiao lay in his friend's arms, staring at the dazzling lights of the public bathroom in a trance. He felt as if he had ascended to heaven at this moment. He shouted in a hoarse voice, 6 gods. It's 6 gods' bath. What? What? What are you talking about, kid? Hold on. Wait, the towel will fall off. I'll tie it for you. Terahashi Nobuyuki stuck his head out of the partition with a towel on his head. What happened? The young man who casually glanced over here almost popped his eyes out. Oh my. I actually took a shower with Lu Shentong. We are all men. So wake up. Why is his body so good? His skin is so white, and there is no color difference. Matsuda Jinpei in another cubicle laughed as if he was used to it. I knew it. A man solemnly put his hand on Terahashi Nobuyuki's shoulder. Lu Shan, I want to ask you a serious question. Go ahead. The classmate's face, which was indescribable, was filled with determination, as if he was entrusting the rest of his life to someone else, and yelled, Excuse me, do you have any sisters? I'm going to propose to her right now. Oh, the bathroom was filled with booze. Is this a disguised confession? You're so brave, Jingxiao. What sisters? After all, that's the sixth divine power. Kacha. Their voices were interrupted by the sudden crisp sound. Several people subconsciously looked over and saw the blue-haired young man in the compartment, smiling, pinching a hole in the baffle with one hand. Others were frightened. Terahashi Nobuyuki smiled like a black flower. What did you just say? Qing Xiao repeated blankly. Just. Is there a sister or a younger sister? Bang. Terahashi Nobuyuki kicked the partition open and raised his fist to hit Qing Xiao's face. Ida Ko, who realized something was wrong, immediately came out to try to stop him. Calm down, Nobuyuki. Everyone's eyes could not help but drift downwards, and then they all sighed in disappointment. Why do you wear pants when you take a shower? Furia Ray rubbed his arms with hair all over his body and shouted in intolerance. You guys are so perverted. What was that noise just now? Zhu Fujingguang hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out to stop the fight. Zero. Come over and help. The fight has started. The fight has started. In the center of the chaos, Terahashi Nobuyuki and the brave Qing Xiao who was courting him started fighting. Terahashi Nobuyuki's precarious sanity was just trying to maintain his idle demeanor, but he showed no mercy. However, the aisle of the bathroom was crowded, and the floor was full of water stains, leaving no room for maneuver. After only 2 hits, Terahashi Nobuyuki slipped and fell backwards. Zhu Fujingguang took the opportunity to hug his waist from behind. Xian, calm down. Ida Heng grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Fighting is not allowed. Xian. Zhao Qiaoxin's face was dark, and he gnashed his teeth. You were texting your girlfriend at noon today, and now you dare to covet my sister. The students who were still pulling Qing Xiao paused strangely and turned their heads. What? You already have a girlfriend? Singles complained. You have a girlfriend. Yet you dare to make unfaithful remarks in public. You deserve to be beaten. Qing Xiao? Wait, are you here to stop the fight? And Lu Shun? Who do you think you are? You dare to hit me at will. Hit. He began to stutter as he looked up and saw Lu Shuntong's face. He started to talk nonsense uncontrollably. Even if you are Lu Shuntong, you can't do this to me. I won't forgive you easily. Terahashi Nobu sneered, kicking in the air while being held by Ida Ko and the others. Forgive me? Bah, I'm going to beat you up. 6 gods are cursing? They were so shocked that even Ida Heng had his mouth open in a daze. The water stains and foam on the floor merged together, making it wet and slippery. They were squeezed together in the small space with intense movements. If they were not careful, they would fall down and fall one after another. It hurts. Lu Shan actually cursed. Although good, so handsome. You pressed on me. Hand. Where did you put your hand? They struggled on the ground in a panic, looking at Terahashi Nobuyuki's angry expression, and understood tacitly so Lu Shun has a sister. No wonder. The sister that the brother loves is targeted by a scumbag. Even if some people cannot experience it personally, I can understand it through my imagination and then feel that he is the same as me. The famous actor Lu Shintong has become friendly. The instructor stopped their argument. The young men stood in a row, obediently and aggrieved, listening to the instructor's angry lecture. Their hair was a mess, their bodies were covered in foam and stains, and when the instructor came in, he saw someone's towel missing, which showed that they had fought a messy battle. Childish, nonsense. You can go back to kindergarten and start over. What's wrong with Ingxiao? The blood from your nose has dried on your face, and you still don't wash it off. The instructor's forehead was throbbing when he was halfway through the lecture. He glanced at Lu Shintong and asked calmly, Who started it? You are kidding. The instructor scolded him immediately. He is the neatest person here. There is no sign of him playing around. You are slandering and bullying him. Everyone? They looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki in disbelief. The young man had smooth hair, a relaxed expression, and a clean and tidy body. I remember now. Furukawa Rei's eyes widened. That strange guy who came out of the cellar, shining and spotless. What? The people standing in a row couldn't help but look at him. Fuyurei paused, looking slightly embarrassed. No, nothing. He glanced at Zhao Qiaoxin. The blue-haired young man lowered his eyes indifferently, as if he didn't hear what he said and had no reaction at all. Not everyone is interested in talking about past experiences, and inadvertently digging up something private may be taboo for the individual, so it is best to stop there. Fuya Rei and Morobushi Kagemitsu exchanged glances, then lowered their heads and continued to endure the instructor's scolding. Speaking of which, the instructor's choice of words today was a bit flowery, and his tone was restrained and controlled. This difference in treatment was obviously because there was a human-shaped light bulb here. Terahashi Nobuyuki frankly admitted that he was the first to start the fight, so the instructor was silent for a long time without saying a word of blame. How could anyone have the heart to blame the 6 divine powers? Arya, finally, several people quietly cleaned the bathroom, and Terahashi Nobuyuki was assigned to tidy up the locker room, which was a relatively clean and easy job. This silence didn't last long. They chatted casually, their voices full of grievance. I obviously didn't do anything. Why should I be punished and have to reflect on myself? How can I write these thousands of words if I don't reflect on myself? Okay, I'll write that for you after I finish it. It's your thank you for protecting me. One of the protagonists of the conflict rubbed the floor vigorously with a rag. Lucian is really merciless. Having said that, I was frivolous first. I was a little scared by his look. I have to apologize later. When did you get a girlfriend? Last week, but we are in a contractual relationship, just to save face. Alas. While they were chatting, Matsuda Jinpei came over to Furia Rei, slowed down his cleaning and asked, "Hey, do you know something?" "What?" "Don't play dumb. You're slacking off. Be careful the instructor finds out. Don't act so serious at a time like this." Matsuda Jinpei touched his elbow. "What's going on with the cellar? Have you seen it before?" "I haven't heard of it either." Daiko also came over, occasionally rubbing the wall above their heads. "Does Jingguang know?" Zhu Fujing paused for a moment. His eyes seemed brighter because of the reflection of the floor. His voice was also lowered. "It happened a long time ago, but looking through the newspapers of that year, if I heard it, there should be some traces of it." That memory was clearly imprinted in Zhu Fujingwang's mind. Although he had been tortured, it did not cause any psychological damage that was difficult to touch. When I was in elementary school, I witnessed a kidnapping case. Because the location was too remote and too sudden, I followed it. Hajiwara Kenichi frowned slightly. Too reckless. It was indeed reckless, but as far as the result is concerned, I don't regret the decision at that time. The black-haired young man poured out the sewage. If it weren't for my disappearance, and Ling had to search for 3 days to find us, I can't imagine what he would have suffered. Zhu Fujingguang pursed his lips and added hesitantly, "The kidnapper's actions were not out of personal grudges, nor were they extortion money, but just. I thought the child was very cute. It's too horrible for a child." Several people frowned slightly. How could such a thing happen before? It's still happening now. Daiko thought of the omnipresent stalkers and the death declarations against Terahashi Nobuyuki. I always feel that Nobuyuki is under a lot of pressure, and he didn't seem to recognize me. Zhu Fushiki Kagemitsu was a little depressed. I recognized him at first sight. Or, he actually forgot about me. After all, he was still very young at that time. Some children will forget memories that are unfavorable to them because of the body's automatic protection function. Terahashi Nobuyuki cleaned the place with a lot of anger, and still felt that the 2 punches he just gave were not enough. Even if the pink-haired four-eyed guy said such words, he could just laugh it off calmly and say to him from a superior perspective, "Ha, admit it, you actually like my sister too. There is no one who wouldn't like Shinmei, but scumbags can't." Thinking of this, Terahashi Nobuyuki walked to the mirror. He stared at his own face that looked just like Terahashi Kokomi's. This was the only way he could see her now. After watching for a long time, they were a little dazed, and didn't even notice when the other people came out. 6 gods. They just subconsciously called out to the young man, but suddenly stopped talking because they didn't want to disturb him. The young man stood in front of the mirror. His affectionate eyes were moist as if filled with water, and in his eyes was a sense of loss and longing that was out of reach. He was sad, and when he didn't have to face others, he exuded a melancholy and sad temperament. This emotion is contagious. Just looking at him makes my heart hurt as if it were real. Hua Xian Luabwa automatically put himself in the shoes of a jerk. What a jerk I am. It couldn't be me who made him look like this. Let me know. I have to be quick and accurate. I've prepared it. We're going to talk about the basic types of bombs in class later. Hajiwara Kenichi spoke first, and sure enough, Terahashi Nobuyuki blinked when he heard his voice, turned around as if waking up from a dream, and immediately regained his calm and indifference. Are you done? Let's go. We still have to write a self-review when we go back. Do you need us to give you a template? You're quite skilled at this kind of thing. Terahashi Nobuyuki laughed. Hiroshi has told me a lot about you guys. The young man walked towards this side with a faint smile on his lips. But a few of them opened their eyes slightly and couldn't help holding their breath. It was a fatal contrast, like deliberately opening one's heart from a lonely island to the human world, forcing oneself to accept things that one was not interested in, suppressing all sad emotions, and only showing humility and courtesy to others that would not affect others. It was a kind of gentleness with forbearance and restraint. At this moment, he was gentle. How much self-control does it take to achieve this kind of perfection? Terahashi Nobuyuki felt that there was something in their eyes. He was very familiar with this look of wanting to say something but stopping. During the previous blunder in Yokohama, he had faced this kind of look of wanting to say something but not saying it, and being shocked but also having an expression of understanding and admiration. What on earth did they imagine? Forget it. I just figured that nothing would be more troublesome than getting involved with the Mafia, and the police are much cuter, smiley face. Along the way, I spent some time chatting with a few students who came to chat with me. Fortunately, I was not late when I returned to the class. As soon as Terahashi Nobuyuki entered the classroom, someone raised his voice and said enthusiastically, "Lucian, there is an urgent package for you." On the table of Terahashi Nobu was a 40 centimeters high box, which was very delicately wrapped and had a greeting card hanging on the ribbon. I wonder who sent it. A fan? That's great. Didn't the instructor put it here for you? Our rules are very strict, and you can only go to the message room to pick up things at a fixed time. Terahashi Nobu walked to the table, held the piece of paper, and took a look. It contained a simple confession and blessing, written in very delicate strokes. He opened the package on the spot, and a sweet aroma spread. Inside was a stuffed bear. It's really a gift. The students who saw this scene said, "Could it be that the girls came here secretly? This possibility is very high." Terahashi Nobuyuki took the teddy bear, looked at it, and frowned slightly. He said nothing, put the doll aside, and started the class. To be honest, these cross-disciplinary professional letters sounded very difficult. Although he had stayed up all night the day before he came here, I made up for the textbooks, but I still felt the fear of being dominated by the incomprehensible words. The 6 supernatural powers must not go wrong. It's not impossible to master this theoretical knowledge in 2 weeks. His sister once worked hard for several nights for a certain goal. Terahashi Nobuyuki curiously flipped through her notebook, friendly reminder. This behavior is very perverted and annoying and should not be taken. And it turned out to be full of people's names and their corresponding characteristics. For example, someone used chamomile-scented shampoo, had 5 centimeters of hair length, was 1.71 meters tall, and other such meaningless information. The information was added and improved, and it became more and more complete. Terahashi Nobuyuki was so jealous that he didn't sleep for the whole day, because Kokomi might not have even paid attention to the smell of her brother's perfume. That was his sister striving for perfection. Luckily, Kokomi didn't do these things again after a few days. Otherwise, Terahashi Nobuyuki would have rushed to her school to stop this farce. After nearly an hour, Terahashi Nobuyuki's CPU was almost burned out. His eyes were blank until Matsuda Jinpei called him. "Let's form a group." Okay. Standing next to him was Hajiwara Kenichi, and Terahashi Nobuyuki realized that they had to form groups to practice with the model bomb. "Hajiwara, you guys got the first shot. I also want to form a group with Lu Shun. I even mustered up the courage to invite you just now." This scene immediately made Terahashi Nobuyuki imagine the situation of Shinmei. He subconsciously imitated Shinmei's words, "Sorry, but I have already made an appointment with them." "Thank you." An appropriate refusal is polite enough not to make people feel disgusted, and at the same time, it conceals the genuine preference as a prior agreement. Hajiwara Kenichi was slightly surprised. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then he smiled. Then get ready quickly. The practice model was quickly placed on the table. Terahashi Nobuyuki and Hajiwara-kin were standing side by side, watching Matsuda Jinpei, who was very good at mechanics, pick up the tools. Perhaps because Terahashi Nobuyuki's gaze was too intense, Matsuda Jinpei's hands froze for a moment. Why are you two looking at this so seriously? It's okay, but what's wrong with you, Hagi? Hajiwara Kenichi. Because if I don't look at you, my eyes will involuntarily drift to Tong. Terahashi Nobuyuki simply didn't know how to defuse a bomb and was frantically memorizing its structure. Matsuda Jinpei was extremely focused on the task at hand, and it wasn't until he felt a gentle breath on the back of his hand that he realized Terahashi Nobuyuki had come closer to him. Too close. Matsuda Jinpei, he shrank his fingers nervously. His eyes shifted unconsciously to Terahashi Nobuyuki's face, and his hands gradually slowed down. What's wrong? Terahashi Nobuyuki asked. No, it's just. Matsuda Jinpei's stiff scalp was numb. He quickly finished the model, then took out the first spare prop and gave the position to Terahashi Nobuyuki. Come on, I'll teach you. Terahashi Nobuyuki had no objection. He sat down and followed Matsuda Jinpei's instructions. Suddenly, the curly-haired young man paused without hesitation and said, Strange. Why is there something else in there? This model is not the same as the one I just mentioned. Did I take the wrong one? Terahashi blinked. Can we continue? Are you underestimating me? This level of difficulty can be solved in 5 minutes. Okay, next we need to separate the blue line. Zhao Qiaoxin did as he was told, and within a few seconds, he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. At the same time, the people at the next table also questioned, What is this? There is no such model in the textbook? His team members also wondered, Why is the countdown on? We are not dismantling a bomb with a time limit, right? In a flash, a strong sense of crisis rose from Terahashi Nobu's tailbone. He stood up suddenly. The people around him looked over here because of the violent movement. Before the students at the next table could see clearly, they saw a figure snatching their props and rushing towards the window. He stepped on other people's tables and jumped a few times. The speed was so fast that he almost hit the glass. Nobu, Zhufu Jingguang, who realized something was wrong, followed subconsciously. Terahashi Nobuyuki opened the window with great force, not even caring about the pain of his scratched fingers. He threw the 2 bombs in his arms with all his strength, then turned around and shouted, Get down! Bang! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a strong shock wave exploded from outside the house with a deafening sound, shattering the glass and sending fragments flying in the air. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't look back, but pounced on the young man behind him and pinned him to the ground. That was the aftermath of the bomb, the closest distance to death. The young men instinctively protected their bodies and curled up. It was not until the smell of gunpowder rushed into their noses and the horrifying explosions stopped that they realized how dangerous and terrible it was that had just happened. How could it be? The model exploded? No. Who replaced the model? Jing. Tong. The 2 people closest to the window were undoubtedly the most dangerous. Sharp fragments were scattered all over the ground, and it was unknown whether the young man stacked on top was injured. Terahashi Nobuyuki stood up tremblingly, staring at Zhufu Jingguang's doubtful eyes. Really? How come you haven't changed at all, and you're following me like before? His voice contained a hint of complaint and helplessness. He moved his knees carefully and stood up after finding that his legs were not injured. Several people came over anxiously. Tong, are you okay? Terahashi Nobuyuki touched his right shoulder and felt something strange, but he could not feel any pain for the time being. He walked straight to the doll he had placed aside. The cute cartoon bear was leaning against the wall. Terahashi Nobuyuki did not punish him in front of everyone because he did not want to cause any negative impact. But now he picked up the stuffed bear and popped its eyes out with his hands. There is a small camera connected inside. The classroom fell into a suffocating silence. The students, who had not yet recovered from the aftermath of the explosion, immediately saw the camera in Terahashi Nobuyuki's hand, which had obvious meaning. Someone's face turned black immediately, and he cursed in a hoarse voice, "Pervert. How could such a thing appear in our school? Although it's not the first time I've heard of it, and this kind of thing is not uncommon, but seeing it with my own eyes still makes me feel disgusted. The surveillance should have been turned on all the time. We must find out who sent it. The bomb is also... Lucian, are you okay? The wound needs to be treated immediately. Terahashi Nobuyuki's fingertips trembled slightly, not because he was frightened by someone's abnormal desire to spy on him, but his body gradually recalled the details of the bomb that was about to explode next to him in just 1 second. The touch and weight in his hands, the rapid breathing, and the cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. Tong, Kenji Hagiwara, who was closest to him, put his hand on his uninjured shoulder and pressed it with his fingers as if to comfort him. Terahashi Nobuyuki still felt shaky. The incident was so terrible. It was a terrorist attack that made people's backs cold. The police quickly sent people over, even though this place was the cradle of police officers. The mobile team leader in charge of protecting Terahashi Nobu felt horrified. He looked a little embarrassed when he came, and it seemed that he was called from home by an emergency order, but he quickly got into the state of mind. How is it possible? Everything that comes in will be checked. It is impossible for such a big omission, and it is mixed in with the fake model. Have our people been infiltrated? He glanced at the messy classroom. The students had been evacuated, and the remaining models needed to be eliminated one by one. If that's the case, who is the other party? The instructors in charge of teaching and the students who prepared the props were all under surveillance and scrutiny. The inspectors collected the remnants of the bomb and checked other things in the prop room. The surveillance video was played over and over again in an attempt to find some clues, but it was clear that the progress was not smooth. Terahashi Nobuyuki was being treated for his wounds in the infirmary. 2 pieces of glass were embedded in his back and shoulder, but fortunately the angle of embedment was not deep, and if he recovered well there wouldn't even be any scars left. The school doctor was packing up his tools with an almost murderous look in his eyes. He was horrified when he saw Terahashi Nobuyuki walking in. Because his expression was so out of control, Terahashi Nobuyuki could guess what he was thinking at a glance. When he was in high school, he had a high fever and asked for 3 days of sick leave. When he returned to school after recovering from the illness, he found that the whole university was dead. Everyone seemed like zombies, having lost their desire for life so early in the morning. Terahashi was so scared that he thought a disaster had happened, until someone saw him. Terahashi, you are still alive. Terahashi Nobuyuki at that time? His classmates suddenly lost their usual sense of boundaries and were not afraid of his cold face. They rushed to him and cried loudly, "I heard that you were critically ill and only had 3 days left. Oh my God, as long as I think of a beautiful young man in his prime lying alone in a pale ward, crying desperately and waiting for death, I feel that this world is too dark and too unfair. If you must take someone away, then please take me away, Terahashi Nobuyuki." A boy who was hugging Terahashi Nobu raised his tearful face. "Yesterday we held a collective prayer meeting for you, Terahashi. Maybe it was because our sincerity was heard by God. We also placed our blessings on folding 1,000 paper cranes, and the whole school collected a total of 99,999 cranes. We firmly believe that as long as we get 100,000 cranes, God will return you to us." Terahashi Nobuo's confused mind stopped thinking, but he was more concerned about one thing. "Don't you hate me? Huh. You said to your friends on the rooftop before, what's so great about Terahashi Nobuo? He just has a pretty face? Well, that's just a trivial jealousy." He took a few steps back, wiped his tears, and his face gradually turned red. "How could I let you hear such words? But even if you heard it, you never seemed to target me and didn't change your attitude towards me." He gave the day's summary. "That's very kind of you, Terahashi-san." The attitude he was referring to was simply Terahashi's indifference towards everyone equally. But that time, Terahashi Nobuyuki was surprisingly easy to talk to and did not reject anyone's cautious approach. During the 3 days he was on sick leave, rumors spread around the school. At first, it was just a cold and fever, then it turned into being hit by a car, and then it was said that Terahashi Nobuyuki became a second-degree disabled person and could not go out. Finally, it was said that Terahashi Nobuyuki was disheartened by the car accident and was then diagnosed with a terminal illness. Even more outrageous was that some people said that Terahashi Nobuyuki was dead and would never come to school again. After hearing the whole story, Terahashi Nobuyuki said, he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. The current school doctor also thought of asking him to replace Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was injured. But I already have the self-control and won't show it. Somehow, this subtly eased Terahashi Nobuyuki's mood. His hands and feet have been cold since a while ago. Terahashi Nobuo didn't even dare to pick up the water cup. He suspected that he might be so weak that he would break it. Nobuo, are you okay? Zhu Fujingguang beside him asked with concern. He had a small cut on his face and put a band-aid on it himself. Looking at him, Terahashi Nobuyuki clasped his fingers together and hesitated for a moment, then said in a trembling voice, "Not so good." If there weren't other people here, Terahashi Nobuyuki's legs would have been shaking like a sieve. He held his forehead with his hand, and the broken hair cast a dark shadow on his face. It feels terrible. Almost. He won't be able to see Shinmei. Then, his sister would suddenly learn of her brother's death on a normal school day in her senior year of high school, when she was preparing hard for the entrance exam. It was so bad. So bad that Terahashi Nobuhiro was about to cry just by imagining his sister's crying face. His body was shaking a little, and suddenly he saw a hand reaching out to him. The hand had distinct joints and calluses on the joints from practicing with a spear. To be honest, Terahashi Nobuyuki had seen all kinds of hands, but Jufu Jingguang seemed special. It was the only support in the darkness, a source of heat with a pulse. "Wanna hold it?" After a while, Terahashi Nobuyuki said in a low voice, "Yes." Then he held his nose and shook it. "But this is too weird. When did you recognize me?" "I recognized me even before I saw my face." Zhu Fujingguang was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that Date Ko once said that Terahashi Nobuyuki had a bit of face blindness. The cellar was so dark at the time, and Terahashi Nobuyuki was taken away in a hurry. They didn't even introduce themselves to each other in person, nor did they really know each other. Later, Morobushi Kimitsu didn't see Terahashi Nobuyuki for a long time. He didn't want to give up this friend, but he couldn't muster up the courage to look for him. It was Furitani Rei who discovered and urged him, "No wonder you've been absent-minded lately. Go. If he leaves, you won't be able to say what you want to say, and that would be the most regrettable thing." But when they asked the police officer who helped them at the time to find the other victim, they found out that the other party had moved away long ago. I originally thought that they wouldn't even recognize each other if they met again. Terahashi Nobu's heart skipped a beat. Tian suddenly felt that Zhu Fujingguang was a little too calm. "Your psychological quality is better than I thought. After today, the psychological counseling room will probably be very crowded." "No." Zhu Fujingguang denied it gently, because Xian, his brave and decisive appearance, makes people feel safe. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki raised his eyebrows in a weird way. "Don't say such strange things. So gay." "It's true. Many people were probably like me at that time. Rather than feeling the thrill of playing with death, they were more shocked by your, handsomeness? Because they got the result before they realized what was about to happen. An explosion accompanied by screams of terror, shattered windows, surging heat waves, flames that were blocked by arms at a glance, and the blue-haired young man who saved everything. He seemed even more dazzling than before, and even his eyes revealed a terrifying determination. No one died. Their throats were tight. When I came to my senses, I remembered. They hadn't said thank you yet. Zhu Fujingguang's words gave Terahashi Nobuyuki goosebumps all over his body. Before he could say anything, someone opened the curtain and said frivolously, "Jing, you talk too much." Zhu Fujingguang raised his head. "You are here too." The people who quietly walked into the infirmary were Kinji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda. The curly-haired young man pulled a chair over and sat down, leaning his elbows on the back of the chair and looking at them, sneering slightly. "What are you two doing?" Someone came and Terahashi Nobuyuki let go of his hand. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have used too much force. His palm turned pale at first, and then gradually turned red. Zhu Fujingguang sat up straight as if embarrassed. "Is this consolation? Do you need it? You were scared. I'll let you go this time." Hajiwara Kinji sat on the bed in frustration. Jean Ping was directing the bomb disposal at the time. What if he accidentally cut the wrong one? "I was too careless." Now thinking back to my frivolous mentality at that time, I am scared for a while. Matsuda Jinpei frowned. But Tong, how did you find out? Terahashi Nobuyuki. It's just instinct. The school doctor was smoking on the windowsill, and the smell of tobacco drifted over. Matsuda Jinpei slightly shrugged his nose, and his nerve endings were still numb from the tension. I suddenly want to taste the taste of nicotine, he murmured. Exion said with some disdain, not very good, I don't really like it. Have you ever smoked? There are several smoking scenes in Magic Detective, in order to create a more memorable character. That kind of thing. It helps relieve tension. Terahashi Nobuyuki only knew that Terahashi Kokomi didn't like the smell, so he never touched it again. You are very sensitive to things like cameras. I never accept gifts from unknown sources. Terahashi Nobuyuki sighed slightly. Too many people have thrown locators and eavesdropping devices at me. Someone even gave me a set of clothes that become transparent when it comes into contact with water. Jinpei Matsuda smacked his lips. It's really not easy to be a star. At this time, the mobile phone given to him by the public relations officer by Terahashi Nobuyuki rang. He picked it up and took a look. The sender's name was so nameless that he wanted to close the phone after just one glance. But the other party's information is very useful. It's not him. It's another criminal gang that targets you, Lucian. Because of this incident, the evening break was canceled, but the students basically stayed in the dormitory and had no intention of relaxing or playing at all. It cannot be proved that the explosion was aimed at Terahashi Nobuyuki. The police officers protecting Terahashi Nobuyuki did not make much fanfare, and they stood guard outside the dormitory building. Terahashi Nobuyuki took off his torn uniform, washed it, dried it, then took out the needle and thread and began to mend it skillfully. He sat quietly in a seat that was not facing the window. The desk lamp was very bright, and the light reflected on his bright facial features. The light in his eyes flickered as his eyelids drooped. There were intermittent rustling sounds in the room. Zhao Qiaoxin checked his stitches and looked up. Hang, you VE checked it for the second time. I can only feel relieved after checking it 3 times. Don't you think what happened today is particularly strange? When was your whereabouts exposed? That guy said that he would send a fax to the police station before assassinating you. But this time there was no sound, and it went straight into the bomb countdown. Yida Heng put down the bathroom mirror and knocked on the wall again and again. The student who was responsible for preparing the model didn't know anything and had no motive, so the problem was in the prop room. Terahashi Nobuyuki sighed. He never thought that his daily life would turn into such a weird situation. When did he become surrounded by crimes? It may not be that guy who did it this time. That's even more terrifying. Ida Heng paused. Why are there so many people coveting your head? Have you really not offended anyone? I'll even count all the enemies of my ancestors. Terahashi Nobuyuki covered his face. Are there any suspicious persons among the instructors? Those who can become instructors have to go through layers of screening. In any case, this incident happened in the police academy, and it is extremely bizarre. It is serious enough to challenge the authority. Ida Heng frowned. His always relaxed facial features suddenly showed such a solemn expression, which made Terahashi Nobuyuki a little uncomfortable. If the criminal cannot be found for a long time, maybe we can only hastily disclose it as a mistake. After all, we have to give an explanation to the public. That's the funniest joke. This is so weird. Terahashi Nobuyuki always feels that the people in the dark are too strong. But the case that the police racked their brains to solve was solved by the kid far away in Yokohama within an hour after the explosion. Although the result remains to be verified, it is too absurd from any perspective. Exion, you are quite good at sewing. You sew beautifully. Ida Heng walked up to him and glanced at him in surprise. The clothes in Terahashi Nobuyuki's hand. You must be so excited to be seen by your fans. Is there anything you can't do? Terahashi Nobuo nonchalantly tapped the needle. When I was a kid, I helped my sister with her handicraft homework. I spent a lot of time studying to make her work beautiful. If it was too ugly, she would be disappointed. Gradually, I learned it. It turns out that you have a sister. Ida Ko complained, and you never told me. You didn't ask either. I volunteered to help her, but later I found out that the work my sister handed in was not the one I made. Date Ko. Because it's too ugly? Because she thinks that although this kind of thing is small, It can't be faked. Terahashi Nobuyuki doesn't know when Terahashi Kokomi finished her homework. She might have pretended to be asleep so that her family could leave without worry. She secretly shone a flashlight in her bed. She actually finished her homework, but when she saw the handicraft I held in front of her, she showed a very happy expression and then said thank you to me, as if I helped her solve some problem. Ida Hang was stunned and didn't react. The obsession and a little pride on Terahashi's face were unfamiliar to him. During that time, I was immersed in the role of a good brother who helped my sister, until I found my sewing dolls kept in a box in her room. Ida Ko listened and felt that Terahashi Shin was particularly enthusiastic when talking about his sister, and his speech speed was a little faster than before. At this point, Terahashi Nobuyuki stood up excitedly, his body trembling slightly. You must find it hard to imagine how I felt at that time. I felt like there were flowers blooming in front of me, and in the middle of the flowers was my sister, Date Ko. He thought it was strange. Can the description of flowers blooming be used to describe siblings? Usually it's the person you like, right? And the look on Shin's face. Of course. Kokomi is the cutest and the most perfect. Terahashi Shin held Ida Hang's hand, his eyes shining. She is really the most considerate girl in the world. She actually protected her brother's self-esteem and treasured his kindness. I was so moved that I burst into tears right away. I can also make 100 sewing dolls for Kokomi. Oh. Ida Hang opened his eyes helplessly, and then covered his face as if he couldn't bear it. Shink, just say it. Don't get so close, I really. Seeing him avoiding her gaze, Terahashi Nobuyuki said with a hint of disgust, You're not used to it yet. Haven't you been looking at this face for almost half a year? Ida Hang was a little overwhelmed. I can't get used to it. Failed. Keep practicing. About 10 minutes later, Terahashi Nobuyuki hung up the uniform, and Date Ko checked the room again. His tall figure stood aside, pinching his chin in worry, thinking, I'm still worried. Will someone crawl in from outside at night and shoot you in your sleep? In that case, I will wake up immediately. Terahashi Nobuyuki snorted. At least you have some understanding of my abilities, Ko. How about I go to the instructor and ask for permission to live with you tonight? Terahashi Nobuyuki smiled, suddenly walked to the door and pretended to open it. It seems you are not the only one who has this idea. He suddenly opened the door. Ida Hang was stunned and looked at the two people standing outside the door. Matsuda Jinpei hugged a pillow and seemed to want to cover his face. Hajiwara Kinji's smile was as charming as ever, but it seemed a little stiff. Good evening. Good evening. But haven't you ever thought that coming here so suddenly would be very confusing? Terahashi Nobuyuki leaned against the door, feeling a little subtle. You're not really going to sleep with me, are you? That's obvious. Hajiwara Kinji's eyes drifted towards Terahashi Nobuyuki's face and quickly moved away. Then, can I come in? His voice was very soft, and the meaning of his unfinished words was tacitly understood by both of them. Terahashi Nobuyuki frowned in confusion. Are you doing this just because you're worried about me? Matsuda Jinpei raised his head and said matter-of-factly, what else? Terahashi Nobuyuki retracted his fingertips. He suddenly felt that the scene he was facing was extremely unfamiliar. When he thought about it carefully, it seemed that no one had ever run into his room in the middle of the night, said words of protection and worry about him, and breathed together with him in such a small, private space. Wait, what would Shinmei do at a time like this? Terahashi Nobuyuki's brain was a little stuck. Active, too active. People loved and praised him, but at the same time they seemed to be self-aware and distanced themselves from him. There was also a tacit agreement among them that the 6 supernatural powers were perfect and belonged to everyone and the public. Fans are in a circle outside of personal relationships, and colleagues have also cooled down their passionate hearts after feeling the coldness of Terahashi Nobu. So far, Terahashi Nobu has only seen such a thing that night at the police station. A lively scene. You can't let others down. You have to have empathy. They are still Hang's friends, and their intentions are sincere and simple. These messages kept circulating in Terahashi Nobuyuki's mind. After much struggle, he finally made the same decision that Terahashi Kokomi might have made. It was very common for girls to spend the night together. Terahashi Nobuyuki said humorously, Okay, then I'll give you this chance. Pfft, what are you so proud of? Matsuda Jinpei hit his shoulder, and the uncomfortable atmosphere just now disappeared immediately. Hajiwara Kinji explained quietly to Terahashi Nobuyuki at the door, "To be honest, we couldn't sleep today, and we heard that you always encounter so many bad incidents, so we just came to find you. Are you scared? You seem to have recovered well. I don't even have an appetite now. I didn't even have dinner today." The young man with half-long hair had a hint of fatigue in his eyes due to psychological pressure. Because the future direction of Jinping and I is to deal with bombs every day. Terahashi Nobuyuki was a little surprised. Bomb disposal expert? Yes. He closed one eye. His expression was very lively and infectious, and Terahashi Nobuyuki subconsciously wanted to imitate his frivolous and free-spiritedness. But now, the experts' hearts are like motors that can't stop, especially when they are looking at a more dazzling existence. "Huh. It's you, idiot." Matsuda Jinpei made a bed on the floor skillfully. "It's hard to calm down if you're next to us." His frankness made Terahashi a little confused. He suddenly remembered what his agent had told him. "Let those police academy kids practice resistance." What on earth made you say that? Probably stating the objective truth. Like that? Matsuda Jinpei stared at him and said, "To be honest, do you have self-awareness or not? I always feel that you are subtly dull in some places. Do you have no idea of your influence? Or do you only have a vague impression?" Terahashi Nobuyuki. Here it is, that familiar feeling, the arrogant guy who complained about him the first time they met. "How many people have written self-criticisms because of you today? None of us have escaped." The curly-haired young man seemed frustrated, as if he had already accepted it. "If there is any obstacle in defusing the bomb, then you must be the level boss. Whenever I think of it, suddenly hearing your voice while working, suddenly seeing your face on a screen, and then my brain starts to go blank and my fingers start to tremble, this kind of scene, I want to punch myself twice. I am so disappointed. How can I not control myself because of this little temptation?" Matsuda Jinpei bit his tongue and cursed himself. "Even if I had the 6 divine powers, it wouldn't work." Terahashi Nobuyuki pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "Then you can only work harder. After all, I will not disappear from the public eye. In the future, my advertisements will be posted all over the streets and alleys, and I will be more famous than I am now." This ambition sounds pretty good. Hajiwara Kinji smiled. "So we are going to do desensitization training now." Date-ko was excited. "Why don't we start by putting up posters on the dormitory walls?" "Forget about that. Actually, I'm a little moved." "Hagi, whose side are you on?" "I'm on Tong's side." "What an annoying charm." "It's a charm that everyone has to admit." Terahashi Nobuyuki was lying on the bed. It was past lights-out time. Seeing that the room was too crowded with him, Date-ko hurried back to his dormitory building before the door closed. As for the other two, they had completely sneaked in, and judging from their appearances, they often visited other dormitories. Terahashi Nobuyuki turned over and saw the 2 people on the floor who were obviously still awake, looking at the ceiling as if they were thinking about life. Terahashi Nobu suddenly asked, "Why do you want to become a police officer? Why do you ask this question?" Matsuda Jinpei turned his head. "Do you want to know more about me?" Terahashi Nobuyuki. "Yes." The 2 of them breathed hard and felt a heat quickly spread from their hearts to their cheeks, and they heard busy tones in their ears. "Then why did you become an idol? Do you need an equivalent exchange to answer the question?" Terahashi Nobu turned his head and stared at the ceiling. "This kind of time when you are not facing anyone's gaze can best focus on yourself. To be honest, my original life plan was very simple. I just wanted to marry someone." He said so. Little did they know that the 2 people on the floor suddenly turned into stone statues, the kind that were almost cracked. Matsuda Jinpei threw off his quilt and sat up. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed an unusual noise outside the window. Then, a thin figure was reflected outside the translucent curtain. He opened the window and saw a resentful face. "Although I expected it, Lucian. You were too fast." Terahashi Nobuyuki? "What? What's fast? What is this person talking about?" "No, the point is." "Dazai, why are you here?" "And he even climbed the dormitory building of the police academy. Didn't he get discovered? Maybe you can go through the front door?" Terahashi Nobuo was incoherent. "Aren't you very good at it?" Today I wanted to take an unusual route, and the front door is not very convenient, but I didn't expect that. Dazai Osamu glanced coldly around the room and sighed in a helpless tone. Lu Shun, should I say? It's worthy of you. What are you talking about? This is the 4th floor. Are you trying to kill yourself? Terahashi Nobuyuki jumped over the bed and rushed over to grab Dazai Osamu's hand. The boy's expression froze slightly, and his wrist, which was held by Terahashi Nobuyuki, trembled reflexively. He was dragged by an irresistible force until his heels stepped on the edge of the bed. The dark night, the moonlight, the curtains fluttering in the evening breeze, the hem of a dress rising slightly in the air, and the blue-haired young man staring at him with a nervous look on his face. Zhao Qiaoxin pulled him with such force that it was a little scary. Come in quickly. If you really want to see me, send me a text message. I really don't know what's going on in Terahashi Nobuyuki's mind. No, I totally don't understand the train of thought of those people working in the other world. When he played a magic detective, he also filmed a few episodes of destroying evil organizations, but the Mafia in them were just villains in the public's perception, obsessed with power and money, wearing gold necklaces and gold rings, stepping on the victim's head while smoking and saying cruel lines. It was rather one-sided and flat. Accompanying death, dancing with death, this kind of life is really miserable. Can you fly? Climbing stairs is too careless of your life. Terahashi Nobu's tone was strongly personal. He pulled Dazai Osamu into the room and turned on the desk lamp. In an instant, the light fell into everyone's eyes, even Dazai Osamu's. Dazai Osamu landed smoothly on the ground. He lowered his eyes and looked at his hand that was held by Terahashi Nobuyuki. He turned his wrist and touched Terahashi Nobuyuki's skin with the fingers that were not wrapped by tape. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the room, which directly woke up the other two petrified people. Their brains, which had almost stopped working since they heard Terahashi Nobuyuki's wish to get married, finally came to their senses. They didn't even bother to look at Dazai Osamu because they were blown by the strong wind and couldn't open their eyes. Terahashi Nobuyuki was also numbed by the wind, and in addition to the wind, there seemed to be a flash of light, like a special effect. When the wind died down, the few stiff people didn't speak for a while. Zhao Qiaoxin closed the window and said calmly, "The wind is really strong tonight." Matsuda Jinpei. Hajiwara Kinji. Dazai Osamu laughed. Yeah, it's still very cold. The two police officers who were about to join the job in pajamas looked at Dazai Osamu at the same time. But they didn't say anything and immediately turned their gaze back to Terahashi Nobuyuki. The meaning was self-evident. Explain it. It works. Terahashi Nobuka seemed to know what was going on better than them. Terahashi Nobuyuki was silent for a while. Then he put his arm around Dazai Osamu's shoulder and introduced him calmly, "A friend of mine. He missed me so much that he came to see me." Very naughty, right? I'll take him out right now. Terahashi Nobuyuki began to feel dizzy, but his brain was working rapidly as he realized the emergency. What a famous scene. Is Lu Shun covering up Lu Shun's madness? How did the Mafia appear in the police academy and appear in front of the police without any hesitation? Is this a surrender? Should he lend him a helping hand? Terahashi Nobuyuki couldn't help but hold Dazai Osamu a little tighter, as if this could show his harmlessness and friendliness. What will happen if a conflict occurs? Will they fight here? Does this kid bring a gun today? He'd better not. Wait, his waist seems a bit stiff. Is he wearing a belt? Terahashi Nobuyuki's facial features almost twitched. He pulled Dazai Osamu towards him again, and with his other hand he naturally lifted his coat twice, trying to cover what was around his waist more tightly. Hajiwara Kinji looked suspiciously at Dazai Osamu. Young. When I first saw this man, I just thought he was very young. Could he be called a young man? It was a bit reluctant, but his temperament was not as innocent as a teenager. He was strangely lifeless, and even his eyes were frightening. And he looks familiar. Tong, who is this person? Oh, that one. Matsuda Jinpei's fingers quickly tapped on the phone, and finally the screen showed outward, the 274th famous scene of the Six Divine Powers, the Six Divine Redemption. Terahashi Nobuyuki. What kind of famous scene is this? His good eyesight allowed him to immediately see the content on the other person's phone. It was a photo. Terahashi Nobuyuki was standing under the sun with his head up, while Dazai Osamu was standing on the container with his head down, with his backlit. He only showed half of his face, which was vaguely covered by his hair, but he could make people feel the emotional shock that was like breaking through the clouds. It was circulated a long time ago, and everyone speculated that this was a new drama that Terahashi Nobuyuki was preparing, but after such a long time, there was no news at all, so this photo was blown into extinction. It is said that the photographer even won an award, but he has been depressed ever since, and said to the report that he would never be able to take such a touching work again. So the real person is here. The two of them compared Dazai Osamu with the photo. In fact, what just happened is a reappearance of the famous scene. But what do you mean by too fast? Dazai Osamu greeted them casually, but did not introduce himself or ask their names. It's just a meaningless expression of my feelings. He glanced at the hand that Terahashi Nobuo had placed on his shoulder. Basically, the reason I'm here is the same as what he said. Huh. Matsuda Jinpei's tone was full of bewilderment. He frowned. The boy's behavior of climbing onto the bed just now looked really dangerous. Ideological education is not my responsibility. You, come with me to explain to the instructor later. No? Dazai Osamu smiled, but even his smile seemed fake. He didn't look happy, but rather playful and mean. Even if I have to go find the instructor, Lu Shan will take me there. Matsuda Jinpei. Hiss. This kid. The curly-haired young man found it a little funny. He smelled a hint of provocation and fighting spirit. And yet, he just happened to be feeling a little unhappy. Too fast. Could it be that this subtle-sounding statement is because you are jealous? Hajiwara Kinji raised his eyebrows knowingly, turned around and turned on the light. You can't just enter here casually, classmate? Does your police academy allow students to visit other people's dormitories at will? Dazai Osamu glanced at the layout of the room, as well as the floor which had less space for standing because of the bed, or not returning to the dormitory at night. Hajiwara Kinji paused, then opened his eyes wide in surprise. He quietly walked to the door, put his hand on the door handle, and looked back. Terahashi Nobuyuki covered his face as if he couldn't look directly at it. Could it be? The half-long-haired young man suddenly opened the door, startling the two people sitting by the door. Hajiwara Kinji could hardly believe it. You guys. The two people outside the door who were caught off guard and exposed their eyes widened, and the first thing they did was to explain, no, we are not. Yes, we are just. They glanced into the room, and after seeing the situation clearly, they changed the subject. Why are you two here? Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei showed a hypocritical smile of victory, because we are braver. Don't put it in such a nice way that it sounds like trouble. Furuya Rei stood up and pulled Morifushi Kimitsu with him. So, could it be that we are here for the same reason? Then what about the origin? What else? Matsuda Jinpei curled his lips. No wonder that guy said it was inconvenient to go through the main entrance. It turned out it was because you two were blocking the way. Come to think of it, how did you find out? Hey? They looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki's original position, but they couldn't find him. Tong. And that little devil. No. He's not here? No. He was here just now. I also want to ask what he meant by marrying someone. Marry? Can you just talk about this kind of top gossip that will ruin the house if it is exposed? When was the window opened? The magic detective reappears? At this time, Terahashi Nobuyuki was staring at the city with numb eyes. Yes, he was flying over the city. Shinmei, if your brother can't come back this time, please hold my life-size doll to express your longing for him. This angle should be good. Dazai Osamu whispered behind him. Silly Bird is very good at picking city night scenes. They are in a helicopter. I don't know what changes were made, but this helicopter makes very little noise. When taking off, it just makes a whirring sound like a sudden gust of wind, and it rises very quickly. Terahashi Nobuyuki prayed for himself, feeling happy. It seemed that his brother had fallen into the hands of the Mafia again. Where do you want to take me? Terahashi Nobuyuki asked calmly. I still have work to do. If I don't sleep tonight, I will be considered staying up late. And you were still in Yokohama in the afternoon, right? Did you come to find me directly by helicopter? What's the emergency? Obviously, because something happened to you. Dazai Osamu sat in his seat without fastening his seatbelt. The people who targeted you this time are a bit troublesome. The police may not be able to find out. It's a good thing that those people are with you at night. It makes the other party hesitate a little, but with their style, they may still choose to bury a few young people. Terahashi Nobuyuki's pupils trembled. It turned out that their protection was real? They? Have you heard of 48? Terahashi Nobuyuki shook his head. This is my first time dealing with them. They are harder to uncover than any other criminal organization. It is almost impossible to uncover them. Even if there is a big purge in Yokohama, this organization will still survive and continue to commit crimes. Dazio Samu's voice was emotionless, but it was depressing. Because they are, after all, an organization composed of people who were originally police officers. Police officers who fell from the tower of public servants for various reasons have built a small but solid maze organization using the skills, connections, and knowledge of their original professions. And now, this organization has begun to branch out and extend further. Terahashi Nobuyuki was brainstorming, and his numb eyes revealed deep shock. Is this something he should know? Why tell him? He doesn't want to know anything. Dazai looked at him, his smile light and gentle. You destroyed one of their paintings, which contained a deep secret comparable to a treasure map. Lucian, they want to retaliate against you, but they haven't had time to infiltrate you yet, so they can only control you remotely, using layers of mechanisms and connections to carry out some actions that can ultimately be called outrageous, regardless of the consequences, just to get rid of you. Terahashi felt that he couldn't even make an expression. Is my head so popular? If you talk about influence, Lucian, you really don't seem to understand this. That is an unprecedented and rapidly expanding influence. My influence, what influence can I have? I'm just an idol with a good reputation and one or two representative works. Terahashi Nobuyuki said modestly, but celebrities standing in front of the public are more likely to be targeted by strange guys. Some of my colleagues have received death threats, although it was finally found out that they were just malicious threats from anti-fans. What Terahashi Nobu encountered was a heinous crime. Well, in your opinion, it may be true. Dazio Samu made a gesture, and the helicopter rose a little higher. Two subordinates with guns sat in the back seat, and at this time, they all looked excited. Calm down. They are the two with the best resistance. Terahashi sent a few text messages to his new friends who were worried about him. Since he couldn't come up with a reliable reason, he just said vaguely that he had to go home first. He sighed softly. So where are you taking me? Find a safe place, because I can't say how widespread 48 is now, and they may have spies everywhere. Dazio Samu raised his eyes solemnly, even the police who are on the side of justice. He said it so seriously, it didn't sound fake at all. Terahashi Nobuyuki was so confused by the plot that sounded like a police movie that he muttered quietly, one is fine. But why is there another one? He is just a star who works diligently and has not done anything illegal. He just became popular a little faster, but he did not become the prime minister directly. Why do so many people fear him? Thinking of this, Terahashi Shindu became a little dispirited, and the halo surrounding him dimmed. The subordinates in the rear said, Strange, I can't see anything suddenly after wearing sunglasses, but I could see Lord Lyoshin's radiant face just now. Dazio Samu sensed his emotional problems, moved his tongue, and said, When will the second season of Youth and Fantasy start filming? He actually used his skill of grasping people's hearts to divert other people's attention at the first time, causing that person to cheer up. Winter, it's coming soon, because I have to take pictures of a lot of romantic snow scenes. When talking about work, Terahashi Nobuyuki's momentum returned to the familiar confidence and calmness. The two protagonists who missed each other in high school met again in winter. They chased their respective dreams and appeared in the same city. But this meeting ended in disappointment again, and the scenery was all gray and white. Why is it arranged like this? Terahashi Nobuyuki said seriously. Because of the sadomasochistic love, the audience loves to watch it. Dazio Samu choked up. I heard from the screenwriter that there will be a lot of crying scenes in the second season. Terahashi Nobuyuki already felt like he was having a heart attack, but as long as he transformed those emotions into his unrequited love for Kokomi and imagined that Kokomi turned around and found another man to marry, everything would be solved. Shinmei is indeed my angel. She gives me a pair of wings to fly high even in jobs that have nothing to do with me. Dazai Osamu saw the young man's nervous and excited look. Sure enough, I felt happy. Terahashi continued, but actually, the show was not originally planned to be filmed for such a long time. It was just because the first season received good response that the investors thought it could be extended. Terahashi is just a worker. It's just that occasionally, I will ponder. He leaned back in his chair, his voice becoming distant. If you add more scenes like this, my role will be messed up. Miyamoto Kodoche is a sensitive, delicate, and loyal guy. After more than a decade of confusion, the world was finally colored in his youth, but the screenwriter kept delaying it, mixing this heartbeat into an unforgettable, painful, and tearful elegy. Although there are many different points of entry into the role, Terahashi Nobuyuki is very serious about figuring out the role. He looked at Dazai Osamu with some sadness. It feels like he will become a miserable tool. The black-haired boy's pupils trembled, and he felt like something was about to burst out. But a clear sob suddenly sounded, and he suppressed the emotion that had just been brewing. Wow, wow, wow. My Yinche is so pitiful. The subordinate who was trying hard to be a background board choked up. I was still wondering why the heroine didn't agree to such a charming man at the end. It turns out that it was because the screenwriter wanted to make this drama boring and long. Wow. Dazai Osamu gave him a death stare. But the subordinate wearing sunglasses couldn't see it. In the dim light inside the helicopter, he could only see Terahashi Nobuyuki's face with a high-definition soft light filter. To me, it's like Lord Rokushin is being tortured. Their movement finally made the silly bird in the driver's seat unable to hold back, and he joined the conversation with Dazai Osamu's gloomy temperament. So that's how it is. When Miyamoto Kodobukatsu confessed in the finale, I was about to agree on behalf of the heroine. What's the saying, because I met you? I feel that the world is full of hope. What's the saying, don't worry, don't worry. My skills are very good. The boy turned around, and when his eyes met Terahashi Nobuyuki, he exclaimed in respect, and you acted really well. Oh, thank you. Terahashi Nobuyuki said skillfully. They were originally discussing a deep topic, but now it turned into a review of the TV series. Dazai Osamu slightly covered his lips, unable to tell his emotion. Sir, I see you've seen it too. The two subordinates behind him were completely letting themselves go, completely unlike their usual calm demeanor. I'm following the series, waiting to be in front of the TV at 8 o'clock every day after work. Sillybird blinked. Unfortunately, I often have to work overtime. So I asked Chuya or the PR officer to broadcast the plot for me in real time. The subordinate was so excited when he found a like-minded person that he didn't realize he was losing control even when his colleague next to him helped him. And that, I really like you. Before he could finish, Dazai Osamu interrupted him. There is no such line. Huh. I just imagined it. Lord Dazai. So you watch this drama too? The subordinate came closer with enthusiasm, the corners of his mouth raised to his ears. Dazai Osamu. The subordinate was inexplicably proud. Humph, that's true. After all, it was performed by the 6 divine powers. Dazai Osamu. His gaze was as cold as substance, and the subordinate finally came to his senses from his feverish state. He trembled and glanced at Terahashi Nobuyuki again, and then he was instantly revived. Oh! Dazai Osamu turned his face away as if he had given up. Forget it. These guys are hopeless. Does he have it? Tong, I feel that your acting is different from that of a public relations officer. Sillybird said, the public relations officer's acting skills are perfect, but I know him too well, so I know that he is actually acting, but you are not. I don't know how to describe this feeling. Terahashi Nobuyuki was shocked. What? You think my acting is so good that I can't even see any traces of acting? Terahashi Nobuyuki coughed lightly. If you imagine the scenes as happening in reality, it will be easier to immerse yourself in the story. As for those emotional scenes, he looked at Dazai Osamu, still feeling sympathetic about the other party's sudden transformation into Miyamoto Kodobukatsu. I'm good at observation, he said. Terahashi Nobuyuki imitated all of Dazai Osamu's expressions. He replicated the other person's appearance in his mind, including his emotions, the movement of his eyes, the curve of his lips, and even his tone. It was nothing. It was just too similar to Dazai Osamu. When he performed this scene, the experienced female lead even had to do 2 NGs because she was absent-minded. The ratings of that episode were indeed the best in the entire series, and the discussion was also very high. When Terahashi Nobuyuki was free, he read a few hot reviews. In the past, I still felt that Lu Shintong and the character were one and the same. When I saw the face of the magic detective, I would think that this was Lu Shintong. This sense of separation was not serious. After all, my perception was good. But this scene made me feel that Miyamoto Yenchei was Miyamoto Yenchei. I completely forgot the name Lu Shintong. I cried. Why hasn't the heroine agreed to him even after all this? Although the heroine who is wholeheartedly pursuing her ideal life is also very attractive, I am really heartbroken. I will write a fan fiction of tens of thousands of words to help him fulfill his dream. Sweet. So sweet. Ha wowa. Terahashi Nobuya hadn't expected them to say that, because no one had ever mentioned it before. The fact that he and the character were one was a situation that could be considered a disqualification for an actor. So is everyone's aesthetic threshold also rising with what he shows? The stupid bird was flying very fast, and the atmosphere in the helicopter finally became a little cheerful, even until it flew smoothly over the tall buildings, the wasteland, and the horizon. Terahashi Nobuto was still in a good mood. It was not until he saw the ocean appearing all around him and the helicopter flying straight towards the 5 buildings that Terahashi Nobuyuki's mouth drooped immediately, and he even wanted to hold his head and wail. Mafia headquarters, department. Is the safe place that Dazai Osamu mentioned the Mafia headquarters? He shouldn't come here. Shinmei, your brother may not be able to come back in the short term. While he is struggling to death, you can only hug his life-size statue to ease your longing. No, you can't just sit there and wait to die. Terahashi Nobubu hid his face in the dark and gritted his teeth fiercely. What 48? What corrupt detective? What rat hiding in the dark? If it appeared in front of me, Terahashi Nobuyuki suppressed his inadvertently revealed timidity and quietly followed a few people to the rooftop of the Port Mafia building. Dazai Osamu glanced at him vaguely. Amazing. Emotional control. Although his thoughts are easy to guess, he will not let himself fall into a passive situation where he loses his mind. He is obviously an ordinary person who has not experienced gunfire and bullets in the past 20 years. Unexpectedly strong and brave. Dazai Osamu realized this a long time ago during the attack by Verlin. What did I think of this time? How to make yourself calm and sharp. Suddenly, a key word popped up in Dazai Osamu's mind. When he went to the room to get the license letter, he asked abruptly, Tong, do you have a marriage partner? Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his head. Ah, you care about this kind of gossip? I just heard you mention it, and I'm worried that the other party might be targeted as well. Dazai Osamu said, do you want me to send someone to protect her? If you are someone working in a police-related position, it would be very easy to find out Terahashi Nobuyuki's relatives. Terahashi Nobu was stunned for a long time, as if he was at a loss. 6 gods? Terahashi Nobuyuki couldn't help but tremble, but he held back. And your friends and family, your parents have no record of going abroad within 6 months, so they haven't been in the camera yet. Your address has been kept confidential by your agent, but it won't take too long to find out. The rest of the information has been locked up by the police because of the guy who sent the threatening letter. But if the other party... No. Terahashi Nobuyuki said, Dazai, if I'm exposed on the street now, will someone come to kill me? Dazai Osamu's eyes widened slightly. Huh? Terahashi Nobuo paced anxiously. Why didn't I think of it? Why did I think of it only now? He looked very regretful to the point that his lips turned pale, as if his heart was being pinched. They used to be criminal police too, so how could they let their juniors die with such a clear conscience? Terahashi Nobuyuki stood in the corridor and looked out through the window. Thank you very much for protecting me, Dazai. I have a request, and it's okay if you don't agree. If they can't find me, will they change their target and take revenge on Kokomi? Silly Bird was a little confused. Yes? If I'm not mistaken, you also want to take revenge on 48. Terahashi Exine looked at them steadily, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. They are your enemies. Then, can you use me as a bait? After all, they found out that I am their target so quickly. so the action against me is quite urgent and important to them. They have no time to hide their madness and eagerness. Terahashi Nobu seemed to have completely forgotten about his own safety. You can use me in any way you want. I don't care what you want to get from 48. If I can't get rid of them, I will scare them so much that they dare not come out and attack me. The look in Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes at this moment contained a cruelty and desperation that he himself was not even aware of. If something happens to Terahashi Kokomi, so what is the meaning of Terahashi Nobuyuki living in this world? Dazai Osamu opened his eyes slightly. He felt a little moved. It turns out that there is a person who is cherished by Terahashi Shin and is more important than his own life. To destroy any organization, the most effective and least damaging way is to find their leader. The young man immersed in the darkness said, Lu Shan, although you may indeed lead the members of 48 to the street, it is too risky. So, leave it to us for the time being. Dazai Osamu left after saying this. His steps were a little hurried. At least he was not calm and composed. The task of bringing Terahashi Nobuyuki to the room became the responsibility of the fool bird. The young man, who was not even as tall as Terahashi Nobuyuki, led the way with great enthusiasm, but he was walking at the same level as Terahashi Nobuyuki. Lord Dazai is an expert in interrogation. We have captured several members of 48 before. You know, they still have many characteristics of their original professions, such as habits and instincts, so even if they are mixed in the crowd, they can be recognized by Lord Dazai. The fool bird said, I am not good at it, so he was promoted so quickly. He has been in the organization for about the same length of time as me. Terahashi Shin didn't react. It could almost be said that he was not affected by negative emotions such as fear and retreat. It was possible to talk to him about how to deal with the enemy. Why is this organization called 48? I don't know. After all, it's not the area I'm responsible for investigating, but I guess. The boy turned his eyes. His eyes were very bright in the darkness. That's because the police have to send the arrested criminals for inspection within 48 hours. Terahashi Nobuyuki frowned. A bit strange. Everyone in this organization was a police officer or related personnel. As a public servant of the people, he embarked on the road of crime. Even the name of the organization carried the shadow of the police. He felt indescribable bitterness in his heart. After going down a few flights of stairs, Terahashi Nobuyuki entered the building. Only then did he realize that although it should be late at night when everyone was asleep, the building was as bustling as it was during the day. Civil servants were typing on keyboards in their offices. Security guards were standing at every few doors in the corridor, and people were walking around from time to time. By the way, this is the headquarters of the Mafia, and the Mafia belongs to the night. It is common for the mobile team to travel at night, and the intelligence and follow-up teams must also work according to their patterns of action. This is totally different from the Mafia in the dramas he has acted in, who only care about wine, women, and pleasure. Maybe this is the difference between industry giants and the bottom of the pile. Terahashi Nobuyuki lowered his eyes, still with a cold look on his face. He was in no mood to work at all. Bias, but this look is extremely intimidating to others, because Terahashi Nobuyuki is a guy with his own filter. As long as he makes a similar small expression, others can maximize the temperament brought by that emotion, especially since he was on the same level as the silly bird, and looked even colder than this young man who held a good position. The entire corridor was silent, even though everyone turned their eyes to the extreme and looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki through the cover of their sunglasses. Occasionally, when someone's gaze was too intense, Terahashi Nobuyuki would glance over. The man shuddered all over and clamped his legs together for no apparent reason. Too dazzling. The members of today's night shift swallowed. Difficult. Could it be that the boss finally dug out the 6 magical powers? As a public relations officer who communicates with the outside world, he is already a famous international actor, but it is too tiring for one person to handle 2 jobs at once. Even Superman would be vomiting blood. But if he is given a partner, so that's how it is, the boss is really wise. The subordinate's eyes were filled with admiration, respect, and a bit of stupidity. Terahashi Nobuyuki turned to Silly Bird and asked, Are you always so happy when you're working? Huh. Terahashi Nobuyuki raised his finger and pointed at someone. The guy in a suit couldn't help but curl his lips upwards. Even with sunglasses on, One could tell it was a silly smile. They are actually smiling. Stupid bird. The silly bird almost choked on its own saliva. What kind of expression is that? Is he so happy that he is flying up to the clouds? No, this is like a horror movie, okay? Silly bird shuddered, then said truthfully, no, I think they just saw you. He could relate to that. Terahashi Nobuyuki? Terahashi Nobuyuki. You guys are also fans? Silly bird said, nonsense. In all seriousness, we are a serious organization. Every member has free time, and we respect everyone's passion and pursuit. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Oh, that's good. But the boy's voice gradually faded. I think they just have a special liking for you. Accustomed to hearing sweet nothings, Terahashi Nobuyuki remained indifferent and replied coldly, oh, thank you. His lack of reaction made people feel even more aroused. Silly bird moved his lips and swallowed the words that should not have been said. Because Chao Xian saved their lives. Under the attack of the Beyonders, Terahashi Shin had no good feelings towards the Mafia. Although he had never seen any bloody scenes, he had no illusions about them. He waited in the lounge anxiously, and his agent even called him on the phone to greet him. Shin, I heard about what happened today. Are you okay with your injuries? The explosion at the police academy was temporarily disguised as a poorly prepared drill, and fortunately no serious casualties occurred. At this point, Zhao Qiaoxin had gone to bed early, and talking about work late at night was considered overtime, which was terrible. The read mark made it impossible for Terahashi not to reply to the letter. I found a place to hide. In Terahashi Nobuyuki's mind, Ishihara Hoshiro was associated with words like mysterious and powerful. After all, he was the guy who dared to grab him in the crowd. But after a year of being together, Terahashi Nobuyuki never took the initiative to get close to him. After all, no one is more important than Kokomi, that kind of tone. Now he thinks that the other party may have a powerful background. I came to you to ask you to prepare for the autograph session next weekend. He sent a message like this. It was supposed to be held last week, but who knew this would happen? If it is postponed until now, the fans will complain. And that guy, he has been keeping an eye on your movements. That's right, book signing events, but they come in two formats, video and live version. The all-powerful and perfect idol Terahashi Shin is as good at singing as his sister, but being a singer is not his main focus. He has performed on stage once or twice and released 2 songs. When counting the suspects before, Terahashi Shin included Hayato, whose stage he had replaced. Now that I think about it, Hayato's voice is quite similar to Dazayo Samu's. But in fact, Hayato is just a boy of 15 or 16 years old, and he is devoted to singing and dancing. He also regards Terahashi Nobuo as his senior and is extremely polite. Terahashi Nobuyuki suppressed his annoyance and replied in his usual way, I understand. I'll be ready, he added cautiously, telling me about 48. I hope I'll have solved this problem by then. After finishing the conversation, Terahashi Nobuyuki became a little anxious again. He found a reflective object in the room and stared at his face to calm himself down. Then Kokomi, brother is going to defeat the devil. What? Brother is going to do something dangerous? No, I'm worried about you. I won't let Shinmei worry too long, because if I do, I'll be an incompetent brother, but my heart still beats uncomfortably for your brother. Do you think I'll be happy if you do this? In that case, is there anything Shinmei want to give to your brother? What? Since, in this case, I can only give myself to my brother. What are you doing? The superpower user who teleported over had a blank expression for a moment, and finally showed an expression of disgust and extreme shock. The young man stood alone in the room, facing the glass window that reflected his blurry face. Sometimes he acted calm, heroic, and righteous, and sometimes he pinched his throat and choked and trembled in a pretentious manner, immersed in his own world and unable to extricate himself. Seiki Kusua's pupils trembled violently, and his whole body was shaking as if he had seen something and was shocked and contaminated. What are you doing? I know you are a pervert, but this is too perverted. When did you develop the skill of playing 2 roles at the same time? I have to say that your paranoia is quite serious. Aren't you scared silly? Do you need to rely on this kind of performance to comfort yourself? Don't give up. Kusuwa Seiki almost went back in time to try to heal his brain. Fortunately, Terahashi Nobuyuki had finished his self-entertainment. He straightened his collar and walked out of the room radiantly. He walked out of the room. Seiki Kusuwa was stunned for a moment, then followed. Terahashi Nobuyuki approached a subordinate with steady steps. The young man became more and more nervous as he approached, his back straightened. "Where is the interrogation room?" The blue-haired young man asked in a cold voice. Yes. I'll take you there." He agreed in a trance. The torture chamber here was no different from what Terahashi Nobuyuki had imagined. He didn't want to sit there and wait for death, even though he had never fought against any criminal organization. The torture room was soundproofed, but it still couldn't hide the screams and some creepy noises. Terahashi could even hear the intermittent conversations inside. "Oh, you think we have any excuses? I've said what I should say. I'm just a small member of the organization, but like any criminal organization, we have to obey the boss's orders." It's a man's voice, and he sounds quite old. Even though there are some complaints, it's much better than before. Terahashi stopped outside the torture chamber. He smelled blood, dampness, and decay. The police officers in this country are excellent. However, it is hard to say that they have received the revenge that can repay this excellence. They live such a life doing dangerous jobs, but they are paid a meager salary that is completely disproportionate, and the country just turns a blind eye to such contradictions. However, we don't want to be like those stupid people who only complain about news reports and politicians, so we took action. We grabbed the reward with our own hands. Then one day, we suddenly realized that we who live in dire straits and don't get praise are far inferior to idols. Why? Did he fight criminals like us, lost companions like us, and had sleepless nights like us? Dazio Samu's voice came faintly, cold and clear. "So, you are willing to blow up an entire classroom and send him to death?" "I don't want to either." The captured 48 member, the former police officer, said, "But it's still the same sentence. We can't disobey the orders of the boss. The consequences of betraying the organization are not much lighter than you. We have embarked on this path. Originally, we just wanted to make more money. The money I stole was enough to pay for more than half a year's salary. As for the police reserve who may be sacrificed, just think of it as helping them get out of the sea of suffering in advance." Sea of suffering? Terahashi Nobuyuki pushed open the door of the interrogation room. Dazio Samu in the room froze, but he didn't seem too surprised. "Do you regard their love and longing for the profession, their respect and honor for the profession, and all their efforts and awareness as suffering?" Terahashi Nobuyuki stepped into the cold and dark environment, his expression suppressing a sharp anger. "If you were originally a police officer, is this how you look upon those younger generations who are considered fresh blood?" Although he had only spent a short time with those guys, Terahashi Nobuyuki was still a slow and insensitive person. But the passion of young people was hidden in their eyes. The man who looked like he had not suffered much opened his eyes in surprise. His hair was messy and he could not see the person clearly, but he recognized Terahashi Nobuyuki's voice. "You are here?" He made an ambiguous sound. "No wonder this organization is standing up for you. What are you going to announce as a victory? Are you going to give me a speech? I don't care what you think of me. Being a celebrity is meant to be subject to criticism from all sides. It's just that this society needs entertainment." Terahashi Nobuyuki squatted down and looked straight at him. "Every industry has its underdogs and the suffering. This country is especially so. Several shows invite unknown idols to do all kinds of bottom-line challenges. Eating raw insects is just a small appetizer. They are objects of entertainment. Underground idols may even abandon their dignity. The dark rules in the industry treat people as trading resources. That kind of people are just struggling in life between dreams and reality. Capital is hated by everyone, and only capital likes itself. But don't use me as an excuse for your crimes. Your boss, do you want to lead 48 to destruction?" The man stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki in a daze, with a strange look on his face. After being in the dark for too long, his eyesight was somewhat affected. Therefore, Terahashi Nobuyuki's voice and the emotions mixed in his tone seemed more real. Terahashi Nobuyuki said, "The new students who keep pouring into the police station. Their idols are not me, but you seniors. It was as if something was falling from a soft place to a solid place. The man felt a pain in his chest. Key words flashed in his mind inexplicably, and he uttered uncontrollably, "I know the boss. He works at the Yokohama police station." As if influenced by Terahashi Shin, he recalled the information that he had been unable to pry out just now. He is still a policeman, and a policeman of a high rank. This low-level staff member of 48 was originally unaware of this information. The fact that he could speak was simply because a certain psychic used the skill of mind control to transmit key words into his brain, and Police Officer Hara and everyone else would only think that it was Terahashi Nobuyuki's charm that made him reveal the secret without any defense. But Dazai-Osamu felt something was wrong. Something was strange. He used his brain to sort out the information he had just received, and then looked at the man who could only kneel on the ground with a calm gaze. He should have extracted all the information he knew just now. With this person's qualifications and abilities, how could he know so much about the mysterious boss of 48? This was almost enough for him to analyze who the leader was. Then Dazai-Osamu looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki. Although it was just a side profile, his rapidly working brain paused for a moment. Seiki Kusuo was a little confused. Strange? What's strange? No, you are not strange. Everything strange is reasonable in front of Terahashi. Won't you get tired if you keep thinking like this? This is such a powerful CPU. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't know who had favored him. He thought his sincerity had touched someone's heart, and inevitably he felt a little overwhelmed. He felt that he might have made some progress in interpersonal relationships and communication. You have indeed made some progress. The person with superpowers gave affirmation on the side. Rather, he has improved so much that he is impressed. If he is not a pervert, he is really a good person. Although he seems to be hopeless because of his love brain, he drives himself to be perfect for love and abandons his cowardice for love. He is a benchmark of self-evolution. Even if his brain circuits are often strange, he can achieve unexpected results. This is similar to the beautiful girl who is absolutely perfect in behavior even though she is not the same inside and outside. What kind of buff do you brothers and sisters have? Lucian, get out, there's nothing to see here. The interrogation room was filled with all kinds of horrific props. The fresh blood on the floor and walls covered the traces that remained after cleaning. The things here were so dark that they could cast a shadow on the heart of any ordinary person. Even the Mafia, who were used to seeing death, would tremble here. But Terahashi Nobu seemed to have blocked all these things automatically and did not show any abnormality. Do I need to do anything? He asked the question again. Not yet. Not yet. Dazai looked at him carefully, and finally he looked away first. Tomorrow morning, everything should have an answer. The former policeman pursed his lips, his expression gloomy. Terahashi Nobuyuki stood up, and suddenly felt that this man might be feeling regret and guilt, or nostalgia and loss. He said inexplicably, those young people were frightened, but they have all seen psychologists or had self-counseling, so it's not a big deal. No one has quit this path first. The blue-haired young man said sincerely, as a protected citizen, I sincerely admire and thank them. As soon as he finished speaking, the light illuminated the entire interrogation room. Dazai-Osamu's eyes twitched slightly. For the first time, I felt that this non-existent glare seemed to be real, and even the interrogation room became as warm as heaven. The former police officer was silent for a long time. Oha! How could anyone not like the 6 divine powers? He screamed at a high pitch in his head. Was he blind before? This person was obviously not arrogant at all, was considerate and handsome, and especially had rich cultivation and a noble soul. What on earth did he misunderstand? The pink-haired superpower who sees everything. Very good, I don't need to worry about this one anymore. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Terahashi Nobuyuki was still very energetic. Even though his biological clock and professional instinct had knocked on his door many times to tell him to go to sleep, his heart to fight for Kokomi would not be extinguished. It's just staying up late. It's just all night. No problem. Boom. As Lu Shintong was thinking this, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck. Before he could react, everything went dark in front of him. Seiki Kusuo grabbed his collar and dragged him to the bed, then used his mind to make the quilt float up and cover the young man. After doing this, he teleported back to his room, took off his glasses, and prepared to go to bed. All night? Do you think you are alone all night? If you suddenly run out of the room again, he doesn't want to follow you to avoid any accidents, so be quiet. Obviously, that Mafia kid is very reliable. Terahashi, zzzzz. He slept very well this time, and didn't even have the nightmares that occasionally bothered him. When he woke up, he thought his biological clock had forced him to sleep, because he even forgot to take off his shoes. He quickly washed up, looked at himself in the mirror, and found that his complexion seemed to have improved a lot. Then Terahashi turned on his phone. It was already 12 o'clock. What a terrible schedule. Terahashi Nobuyuki. I quickly browsed the text messages on my phone and finished my work, and then slowly replied to the friends who sent me greetings. Hang, are you really going home? Hang, our morning classes are over. Are you still busy? Hang, Xian, you haven't been kidnapped, have you? In addition to him, several other young people whose contact information was newly added also sent messages. Furuya Rei even used Morse code to inquire about the situation, and Matsuda Jinpei used the bomb results he had just learned yesterday to test whether it was Terahashi Nobuyuki himself. Terahashi Nobuyuki patiently replied one by one. The captain of the team responsible for protecting him was not worried about him. It should be because his agent said something. When replying to Date Co., Terahashi Nobu hesitated for a moment and typed on the keyboard. No, I came out to take shelter. I slept too late last night. I knew it. You looked like you would never go home until the trouble was solved. After comforting them, Terahashi Nobuyuki went out. Half an hour later, Terahashi Nobuyuki appeared in a meeting room of the Port Mafia. Strike plan targeting 48. It was just an attack instead of annihilation, which surprised Terahashi Nobuyuki. He thought these guys would do something more ruthless. However, when he arrived, it seemed that the matter had already ended. Terahashi Nobuyuki only came to hear the result. They all seemed to be trying to hide their evil side from Terahashi Nobuyuki. But when Terahashi Nobuyuki took a closer look, he found out from their expressions that were almost the same as usual. Did these guys not sleep last night? There weren't many people in the meeting room, but they were all acquaintances of Terahashi Nobuyuki. If he guessed correctly, these young people had a high status in the organization, which made him a little flattered. Was this kind of help unconditional? Wouldn't it make him work hard in the future? The boss admires you, Nobuyuki, so don't worry. The public relations officer who saw why Terahashi Nobuyuki was absent-minded lifted his hair. Besides, we are friends. Terahashi Nobuyuki. He was so moved that he dared not move. We checked the current staff and senior officials of the Yokohama City Police and did not find any targets with handles. The black-haired boy sitting in the main seat had an aura that made Terahashi Shinko want to imitate him. In addition, their organization seems to have no wise men. They succeeded in stealing so many times only by relying on their personal professional skills. The leader, as the leader, has also made frequent mistakes recently. His ambition has expanded to the point where his ability cannot cope with it. Wrong perception leads to wrong judgment. So, Lu Shun, if you want to solve it quickly, you are the best trigger. In the way that Terahashi Nobuyuki wanted, actively exposed. He desperately hoped that he could focus the attention of the criminal organization. Only in this way could he feel at ease for a short time. In this battle, blood can be shed, but no one can die, because many members do not deserve the death penalty, and in Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes, their trial should be decided by real police officers. Nakahara Chuya tapped the desktop after finding the mouse hiding behind. Can you beat him into the ground? The silly bird snorted and laughed. Chuya, I don't object. The pink-haired superpowered person who was watching the whole process couldn't help but glance at these people frequently. It was fine that Terahashi Nobuyuki had a touching brother-sister relationship, but he was a little too concerned about what these people were doing in every aspect. Isn't the Mafia's style brutal and cruel? To put it simply, they can also release the 6 supernatural signals belonging to them to intimidate, which should be useful anyway. Oh, so that's how it is. Even false information cannot taint the reputation of the 6 supernatural powers. The 6 supernatural powers belong completely to the world of light and have nothing to do with any product of the other world. Seiki Kusuwa curiously tested the favorability of several people towards Biaoqiao Xian and then fell into a long silence. Well, not surprisingly, his situation was no different from Terahashi-san's at school. If it were put in a strategy game, it would have already triggered a fatal multiple-choice Shura field, but they actually lived in the same room harmoniously and unanimously reached achievements such as protection and secrecy, and they understood each other so well that there was no need for explanation. From this perspective, it seems that Terahashi's brother is also having a hard time. The Mafia is an organization that operates at night, and the city police only rest at night. 48 is a criminal gang rooted in Yokohama, and its main members are around the leader. Terahashi Nobuyuki personally went to the police station and said that he would hold a small fan meeting on the cruise ship at the port tonight. The fake assistant beside him explained in detail that although the meeting was not large in scale, there were important partners among the fans, so it was also considered a business party, and some people were needed to maintain law and order. Dazai Osamu was also traveling with him. While negotiating with Kaisiken and others, Dazai Osamu observed everything calmly. From the moment he entered the door, the expressions of every policeman fell into his eyes. No longer human can offset unnatural powers, such as the mark planted on Terahashi Nobuyuki by a person with special abilities at some point in time. Information about Lu Shintong's upcoming fan meeting can be found through official channels, but the fans who will be attending the meeting are all insiders who are behind the scenes, and ordinary people cannot get tickets at all. At 8 p.m., the meeting on the cruise ship started on time. Even though it was a makeshift venue, it looked very presentable. Anyway, even though the fans found the actors, it seems like there is no acting involved at all. The members of the Port Mafia hid their weapons in their coats, skirts, or handbags, and their faces were full of excitement. "Lord Rokusama, I love you so much," they said in a controlled voice in front of Terahashi Nobuyuki. "Keep up your efforts in the new drama. Rokusama is watching. It's Rokusama's deep love. My heart is beating like a deer with Rokusama holding its neck." The police officer in charge of maintaining public order felt a little embarrassed, but his eyes couldn't help but look at Terahashi Nobuyuki. Shine, shimmer. How can someone be so perfect? I am still a little different from the video. It is so dazzling that I can't take my eyes off it. Everything was going well until something unexpected happened when Terahashi Nobuyuki returned to the lounge. The police inspector who had been following him pointed the anesthetic needle at Terahashi Nobuyuki's neck with a struggling look on his face. But Terahashi Nobuhiro dodged as if he had eyes on his back and turned around to punch him in the nose. The punch was so hard and fast that it hurt so much that he burst into tears. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, and then a foot stepped on his chest with such force that it suffocated him. "When I first met you, I felt that you were a man with no sense of restraint in your malice." Terahashi Nobuyuki lowered his eyes. "Although your mind seemed to be clear when you saw me, your first reaction after hearing the 3 words, 6 divine powers, was very exciting, as if the prey had come to you on its own." The inspector widened his eyes in shock. He should have been feeling hatred and regret. But when he looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki's face, he was distracted. So cool, so stylish. Is he the only one who has seen such a 6 god? Actually, it doesn't matter if you push harder. Terahashi Nobuyuki stared at the blush gradually spreading across the man's face, and suddenly felt a chill. There were rustling sounds of footsteps outside, followed by sounds of fighting and muffled gunshots. Team 48, thinking their companions had succeeded, rushed to take over their work. They planned to secretly take Terahashi Nobuyuki away as security guards. But another group of people blocked the door of the lounge. Before they could react, they were pierced by bullets aimed at their limbs. On the other side, the members who tried to rob the wealthy sponsors were counterattacked by the fat sheep in their hands. The few people with special abilities tried to reverse the situation, but were suddenly suppressed to the ground by a force of gravity. The ochre-haired young man snorted coldly, which was a mockery of the weak enemy. The real criminal police who were still working diligently followed the noise and approached with suspicion. What appeared before their eyes were their companions, familiar or unfamiliar, pointing guns at the people they were protecting tonight. It was too easy and too smooth. Dazai Osamu watched all this in the monitoring room. Is it a coincidence, or is it God's blessing? After adding buffs to everyone, Seiki K turned around and said, "Huh, The matter was resolved exceptionally smoothly. Terahashi Nobuyuki was not quite sure how Dazai-Osamu had deployed his troops, nor did he know what the difference in strength between them was, but he had a strong intuition that made him very confident that the other party would not make a mistake. Although he is not much older than Shinmei, he is really an amazing guy. The handcuffed 48 members were originally unwilling and lonely. They were full of all kinds of gray and black imaginations about their future, and their eyes were full of gloom and depression. Really, I didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence today to encounter a fight between the Mafia and the criminal organization. The real detectives took the opportunity to chat with their companions about this incident. What is this? Is it the first cooperation with the Port Mafia? I don't want to have this experience at all. Although 48 is a rare organization hated by both the righteous and the antisocial. The organization composed of corrupt detectives, with the knowledge and skills of detectives, made the pursuers suffer from psychological abnormalities and pressure while being fooled by reality. Although I feel a little disgusted, this can be regarded as a meritorious service. The Mafia guys also ran away without a trace. It's better to say that their escape is a good thing for us. After all, with our current combat power, how can we deal with them? The patrolman who was pulled over to make up the numbers swallowed his saliva. It's terrible. They are really dirty guys with dirty blood in their bones. Suddenly, someone shouted hoarsely, "No." Some people don't admit that they are members of 48, which makes it even harder to arrest them. What? The companion frowned, took off his hat, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. They said that they just couldn't tell the difference between companions and enemies, and they just acted in a confused manner. TSK, where is Mr. Lucian? They finally had time to talk about tonight's mission and their protection. Oh no, this sudden firefight is too much for us to handle, and we have no energy to pay attention to him. Where is he? In the lounge, or the tea room or toilet? Terahashi Nobuyuki showed up at just the right time. He pushed open the door to the hall with a calm expression, not showing any surprise even when facing a room full of people who were suppressed by force. This made the police officers who were watching heave a sigh of relief, and then their mood became brighter. Mr. Lucian, are you not injured? Terahashi Nobuyuki subconsciously counted the number of people, and after making sure that the people still standing in the room had no ill will towards him, he replied, "Well, everything is fine here." Then, Terahashi Nobuyuki walked in, and the people in the room gradually became stunned. Terahashi Nobu grabbed a tall man by the collar and threw him to the ground. This guy wanted to attack me, but his skills were not good enough. He looked like a spy who had practiced for 3 days before going on a mission. He probably couldn't even tell the direction of the anesthetic needle and fainted. Everyone looked at the bruised face on the ground and fell silent. This doesn't look like a quiet faint. Terahashi Nobuyuki kneaded his wrists and fingers and said to the senior police officer in a cold voice, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. I heard gunshots inside. Is anyone injured?" No, the conflict was quickly settled. The police officer who was being watched affectionately by Lucian had tiny lights in his pupils and felt that his limbs were boiling as if fresh blood was injected into his bones. As for these people are. Terahashi Nobuyuki followed his gaze and looked at the arrested members of 48. Those who stay here are those who are slightly injured. Severe bloodshed is inevitable in a gunfight, but real criminal police are different from the Mafia. They will even treat them first. Terahashi Nobuyuki found that there were many young faces among these people, which almost made him hallucinate that they were Ko who had gone astray. Well, although he felt a little sorry for Ko Ida for thinking so, "You guys?" He opened his mouth, but actually hadn't thought of what to say. As a result, the former police officer he was staring at looked extremely shocked, his lips trembling, and his voice lowered in disbelief. "Is this the person we want to kill? Is this the 6 divine powers?" The blue-haired young man standing in front of them had a gentle and compassionate look in his eyes. The soft light in the room shone on him, making him seem to have a delicate and hazy halo around him. His facial features were very regular, with bright and clear eyes, beautifully curved eyelashes, a nose more delicate than a work of art, and light-colored, full lips. This man is like a god. There is not even a single flaw to be found in him. No, how could someone have such pure eyes and such a noble and cold temperament, especially the look he gave them, so clear that it seemed as if he could see through their souls. Sin and selfishness, these things are just a threat to him. Blasphemy. He should look at us with disgust, should turn his head away with disdain, should shout and say that they must be severely punished. But he seems to be forgiving them. I told you I don't want to do this. A young man lowered his head, not wanting to look at the gray blue-haired young man. I've had enough. I don't care if it means ruining my future or being looked at strangely by my friends. I don't want to be a coward anymore. I don't want to escape. Forget about the theft. I just wanted to get the reward I deserved. I don't want to take any lives. Why would someone want to kill Lu Shintong? I deserve to die for this purpose. In order to steal the treasury of the Serra family, I burned his villa to the ground and kidnapped his daughter to threaten him. I stole the ring discarded at the salon exhibition last December. I cut the 4 gemstones inlaid in it into another set of jewelry, and then sold it on the black market for a profit of 78 million yen. I joined this organization last month. My senior extended an olive branch to me, and my mother happened to be in urgent need of money. They spoke one sentence after another, as if describing a confession. Terahashi Nobuyuki was confused by what he heard, but he wanted to maintain his image, so he faced the out-of-control scene with an extremely unfathomable expression and looked indifferent. The policemen in the room were all shocked and confused. What happened? Why did these people suddenly? Just now, we couldn't pry anything out. Even if the sky falls, they have their mouths to hold it up. Could it be? They looked at Terahashi in disbelief. Mr. Lushan, did you do anything? Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobu felt that their misunderstanding seemed familiar. No, you saw it too. I just came in. He would not take credit for anything that was not his. But it is true that their attitude changed 180 degrees after you came in. Suddenly, someone sighed with a tone of sudden enlightenment. So that's how it is. The criminal policeman's eyes revealed a bit of wisdom. After all, they are facing the 6 divine powers. This meaningless reason seemed to give them a great insight. Is that so? So that's how it is? Because that is the 6 gods. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki? Wait, why do I feel like you guys are more outrageous today than ever before? Is it because your imagination has improved? Despite this, the matter can indeed be considered to have been resolved satisfactorily. Terahashi Nobuyuki finally signed autographs for them and took a photo with them upon their request. Until they parted ways, Terahashi Nobuyuki could still hear them mumbling to their companions in a boastful tone. It's true, they say taking a photo with the 6 gods is a magic mirror, but it doesn't matter. I will keep this photo as a family heirloom, and this experience is also particularly unforgettable. Ha 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 ha. He turned around and saw Nakahara Chuya sitting on the motorcycle, looking at him with a smile. Let's go. The senior executive will soon be arrested because of their testimony and the evidence they produced. Only the remains of 48 are left now. Terahashi Nobuyuki walked towards him. The night was still hanging dead above the city. It seemed that there were only the 2 of them on the cold seaside of Yokohama. You seem to like this car very much, Chuya. You re-talking about this? Nakahara Chuya stroked the handlebar of the pink motorcycle, his fingertips sliding lovingly over the smooth body of the motorcycle. Silly bird gave it to me. It's the latest model in his garage. I didn't expect him to be so generous. It suits you very well. Terahashi Nobuyuki suddenly said. Nakahara Chuya's breath was choked, and then he stepped off the bike stiffly, stammering, Do you like it? Do you want to ride it and feel it? Terahashi Nobuyuki passed him by. Aren't you coming up? Walking can help you stay fit. I see you ride a motorcycle very well. You looked really cool when you rushed to the art museum that time. When Terahashi Nobuyuki recalled that time, his legs began to shake uncontrollably. It was horrible. The speed was so terrifying. There were ships parked in the port, and searchlights slid past again and again. Whether intentionally or not, it shone over this side more frequently, especially lingering on Terahashi Nobuyuki's face. Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his head and nodded in that direction, and the light quickly moved away in a panic. At the far end of the road was a black luxury car waiting there, with Daisayo Samu in the car. Terahashi felt that this night was absurd, yet very real. It will soon become popular again, Lushan. Dazai Osamu held the phone with the screen lit in his hand. Leave here quickly, there will be fans trying to block you. Zhao Qiaoxin guessed that the photo just taken was sent out, and he searched after a while. It turned out that someone had figured out their location based on the background of the photo, and the information about the 6 gods appearing at the port was all over the place. However, the Twitter account that shared the photo left this message. I took a photo with Yin Che-jun. It is true that some people like to humorously call an actor by his character, especially since Terahashi Nobuyuki's outfit today is similar to that of Miyamoto Kotoche in some episodes. Someone immediately responded, "So when will the second season of Fantasy and Youth be released? I really can't wait to watch it." Terahashi Nobuyuki sighed inaudibly. He resolutely chose the car over the motorcycle, because he had slept long enough last night, and he was not very sleepy now. "Are you worried?" The black-haired boy next to him asked. "What? You look very resistant to Season 2. Terahashi stared at the scenery outside the window. "It's useless to resist. I've signed the contract, but the role will probably collapse. Terahashi needs to guess Miyamoto's thoughts and understand his feelings. Illogical and crazy products are often difficult to control. It will be painful," Dazai Osamu said softly, his tone so vague that it was hard to tell his emotions. It's very painful to want someone but not be able to get them. There was a dark vortex brewing in his eyes. He was tortured by longing and yearning for something he could never have, and became sick. In the end, he fell into despair and destruction in loneliness and misunderstanding. This was probably what he would become. Terahashi Nobuki looked away in surprise. "Will it hurt?" His tone was somewhat matter-of-fact. "I've never really thought about that possibility, but if the girl I love rejects me and chooses someone else..." Terahashi Nobuyuki frowned and thought hard. If that were the case. It's not like Terahashi Kokomi hasn't gotten angry at Terahashi Nobuyuki before. At that time, Terahashi Nobuyuki went to Seiki Kusuwa's house in the middle of the night to cause trouble for him and said a lot of perverted words. The blue-haired girl yelled at him in anger. "Really? I hate my brother the most?" At that time, Terahashi Nobuyuki felt that his soul had floated away with that disgusting voice, and he returned home in a daze. He is very good at reflecting on himself. After all, it concerns his sister, and anyone who makes his sister unhappy must be wrong. And my sister's happiness comes above all else. Terahashi Nobuyuki murmured in a dreamy tone. "I will still be happy because she is happy. Any pain beyond this is insignificant, and I can do anything to maintain her happiness." The look in Dazai Osamu's eyes at that moment was as if he was looking at an unreasonable monster. "Is your mind filled with love?" Terahashi Nobuo smiled at Dazai Osamu. His indifference to everyone and his special affection for her formed a strong contrast and comparison. Really, there is almost no room for anything else. No wonder. Verlaine called this guy a love maniac. As he is still in the hazy stage of love, he must be moved by this strong, reckless, and unconditional love. How lucky is it to be loved by him? He even worried about gains and losses, but it was clear that no one in this world could refuse the 6 divine powers. Sometimes, people overpraise and glorify the love in their hearts. Love is certainly romantic, beautiful, and great, but pure love is also difficult to produce. Many people are with another person because of feelings, which may be appearance, talent, or being moved by the other person's efforts. Ultimately, they may trust their own experiences more, put their own feelings first, and also pursue feedback and results more. And love is achievement, blessing, and tolerance. If one day you no longer feel the same, if the other person changes, if you accidentally make a mistake, can you still continue to love that person, voluntarily discover their lovable side, and still maintain that thrill and romance? Dazai Osamu stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki, and the blue-haired young man looked back at him unconsciously. The frankness and love in his eyes were more sincere than any other role he had played. At this moment, Terahashi Nobuyuki seemed to have walked down from the altar that was out of reach, becoming a noble and gentle human with desires and thoughts. Until now, when all of Japan is paying attention to Terahashi Nobuyuki and any little movement can become a hot topic, the person he deeply loves has never released any information. Terahashi Nobuyuki is even known as an insulator of gossip and scandals. She was protected by Terahashi Nobuyuki. Dazio Samu thought of this easily. I'm really curious. The woman who can make his heart beat and love deeply. Would his suitors cry if they knew about this? Seiki Kusuwa, who was sitting cross-legged on the roof of their car, was silent for a while. How to put it, it seems like there is a misunderstanding, but it also seems like there isn't. If they knew that the woman was actually this guy's sister, they wouldn't be disillusioned, right? No, everyone would be disillusioned. Kusuwa Seiki found them somewhat funny and somewhat pitiful, and he felt a subtle sense of sympathy for them. But even so, Terahashi Nobuyuki's remarks and views on love are indeed touching. Even he feels that it would be better if this pervert was not a pervert. Maybe he would even like him? Is the problem solved? Can he leave now? He still has to go to school tomorrow. If a superpower doesn't get enough sleep, not only will his mood get worse, but something serious might happen. Terahashi Nobuyuki leaned back in his chair. The warm environment and slight bumps in the car made him a little drowsy, but when he wanted to close his eyes, he opened them again in shock. Wait, why do I feel so safe in the Mafia's car? Even if there's a kid about the same age as Shinmei next to me, it wouldn't be right. Terahashi glanced at Dazio Samu, who quickly said, "It's still a 20-minute drive away, enough time to rest." He knows Terahashi Nobuyuki's daily routine to an outrageous degree and is simply a benchmark for strong motivation. Terahashi Nobuyuki had mixed emotions. He thought about his instinct to sense danger, turned his head towards the window, and closed his eyes. The car suddenly became unusually quiet. Dazio Samu was browsing his phone. The internet is still full of discussions about the bridge letter, and people are flocking to topics tagged with 6 divine powers. Even late at night, the activity is considerable. I also want to take a photo with Lu Shun. Japan is so small. Why can't I bump into him? I understand. I will change my application to the police academy. I also want to be with Master Lucian. Didn't Lord Lucian say that he likes kind, just, and useful people? Aren't police officers typical characters? Maybe he is more gentle and tolerant towards police officers. Ding, checking in at Yokohama port. I breathed in the breath of Lord Lucian upstairs. So cunning. Speaking of applying to the police academy, my child said to me with tears in his eyes after seeing Mr. Lu Shun's interview that he wanted to be a man who could stand tall and proud and make the society where Mr. Lu Shun lived more peaceful and stable. He had always been said to be cowardly, not good at speaking, and confused about the future, and had been hesitant to make a choice. I really didn't expect him to say such things to me. Seeing him like that, I couldn't just describe my feelings with words of relief and touching. Easily changing people's mindsets, perfect endorsements, spiritual pillars, imitated and pursued by everyone. Stars. Dazio Samu took a deep breath. Does this make sense? Terahashi Nobuyuki bought a train ticket back to Tokyo at 9 o'clock in the morning. He came by helicopter that night, but he didn't dare to go back by helicopter in a swagger. He stood at the entrance of the station, with 2 bodyguards assigned by the port mafia standing beside him. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, there were still a lot of people who came to see him off. Regarding the police's explanation, Mr. Ishihara said that no matter what happens, just trust him and leave it to him. Terahashi Shin didn't care much about this kind of thing. As long as there was no threat to Shinmei, his vigilance could be called dull. So many people. It's a bit too conspicuous. The fully armed Terahashi Shin made sure that his sunglasses and mask were worn firmly, and the bodyguards beside him he was also dressed in casual clothes, and the equally gorgeous young man opposite him was also wearing a disguise. I finally came back just to see you, the public relations officer said disappointedly. Nakahara Chuya followed Terahashi Nobuyuki and didn't need to feel the loneliness and sadness of separation at all. He just tried not to laugh too loudly. Hey, look at those 2 people. TSK, they're not perverts. Hurry up, hurry up. The girl passing by glanced over here, frowned and ran away. Terahashi Shin covered his face tightly. He was used to this kind of scene. He even snorted with satisfaction. You are regarded as a pervert, Chi. Don't clear yourself so clean, Shin. The public relations officer lowered his eyes helplessly. He handed the thing in his hand to Terahashi Shin with great care. This is a gift for you. Gift? It's a jammer to prevent signal reception. With it, no one can locate your position, and any electronic device within a meter around you will malfunction. This high-tech product is only the size of a button and is made into a necklace with an exquisite design. Terahashi Nobuyuki took it with surprise. Is it prepared for me? Of course. The public relations officer observed his expression. It's easy to lose if it's made into a bracelet, and it's a bit eye-catching if it's made into earrings. If you don't like the necklace, you can change it into something else. No, this is good enough. I'm not that picky. Terahashi Nobuyuki was a little moved. Thank you. I didn't expect to receive a gift. You prepared this for me without saying a word, and I don't know how to react. Nakahara Chuya chuckled. I've rarely seen you so helpless. It's a pity that I can't see your expression now. The public relations officer also seemed very happy. You don't need to thank me, Exion. I've already said that you saved my life. And even if you hadn't saved me, the young man said slowly and affectionately, you are also our precious sapphire. Terahashi Nobuyuki. Terahashi Nobuyuki was caught off guard and choked. I forgot. I almost forgot that this guy's brain is a little bit off. What does sapphire mean? He muttered softly. It means a priceless treasure. Nakahara Chuya said to him, taking over the words of the public relations officer without any guidance. Has no one ever told you this, Tong? You are the treasure of the world. He said this without any shyness, so frankly that it didn't seem like it is not a confession or praise, but a truth known to everyone. Those cobalt blue eyes looked directly at Terahashi Nobuyuki with vivid and passionate emotions. For the first time, Terahashi Nobuyuki felt that this might not be a joke that could be ignored, because he is indeed protected by a huge organization. Terahashi Nobuyuki. I was so moved that I couldn't move. He returned to the police academy that afternoon. His classmates gave him a warm welcome and asked sincerely, Lucian, have you recovered from your cold? Terahashi Nobuyuki. He remembered that the reason he gave was that he had to go home for something. Lucian, I heard that you had a severe high fever, with a fever of 42 degrees, and you were in a coma in the hospital. That's why I haven't replied to everyone's messages for a long time. Are you okay now? Terahashi Nobuyuki's pupils trembled. This familiar scene. He just took a day off. I also heard that you were kidnapped, and the kidnappers coveted your beauty. After all, this is natural, because you have 6 supernatural powers. Are there rumors spreading even in the police academy? Aren't they the ones who pursue the truth the most? Terahashi Nobuyuki cast his eyes towards Date Ko, who turned away and said, Don't ask me. I almost believed it, too. You didn't respond to my message the entire morning yesterday. Are you actually the original form of rumor? Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his gaze towards Zhufu Jingguang, who knew where he was going. Several people paused for a moment and turned their heads away. You walked too fast. It looked strange from any angle. So? It turns out that you were also the culprit. Terahashi Nobu put on a business smile and denied it in the most gentle manner. Everyone misunderstood. I just went home for something. I am not sick and I have not been kidnapped. Thank you for your concern. I am really embarrassed. Next time I will tell the monitor in advance. Great. Perfect answer. The students suddenly felt uncomfortable. No, after all, we should be ashamed of our wild imagination. After the minor incident, Terahashi Nobuyuki borrowed the notes of the class he missed, and then Terahashi Nobuyuki said to him, Actually, Furuya has the best grades. If you don't understand something, you can ask him for help. Ray Furuya. My ears are itchy, and they seem to have grown longer. Terahashi Nobu smiled. I am good at self-study and comprehension. Don't look at me like this, Hang. Have you forgotten that I got 3rd place in the National Joint Entrance Examination? The people who heard this were shocked. What? 3rd place? Are your academic performance so high? Terahashi Nobuyuki is just like her sister, good at studying and striving for perfection. He originally wanted to major in finance, a very common subject, because his parents were rich, so he planned to do business like his parents. He is not only good at academic subjects. Ida Ko turned around and grinned. There will be shooting training later. Go and get ready. Shooting, the almighty Terahashi Shin is equally good at it. When he stood tall, aimed at the target with sharp eyes, and pulled the trigger with decisive momentum, everyone present exclaimed knowingly, as if Terahashi Nobuyuki had shot not Tamaki, but their hearts. Sick shot. It's a real sick shot. There are scenes like this in The Magic Detective, and the gunfights are the highlights. I didn't expect it to be even cooler in real life. The instructor was also fascinated by Terahashi Nobuyuki's heroic appearance, until he saw a bunch of students with their necks twisted 90 degrees and dull expressions looking around, and suddenly came to his senses. Wait, aren't you training anymore? Why are you staring at Lu Shan? Is there a target on his face? Then the instructor pointed confidently at the outstanding students in the past. Don't you see Furuya? His gunshots are still so crisp. Furuya, your aim has been eaten by a dog. Where did the bullet go? Fuya Ling rubbed his nose and lowered his head with a snort. The focus of the crowd, Zhao Xiaoxin, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled confidently. It seems that I haven't lost my touch yet. Hajiwara Kinji, who was closest to him, raised his hand tremblingly. Instructor, please allow me to change seats. Even if he just caught a glimpse of Terahashi Nobuyuki from the corner of his eye, he couldn't concentrate at all. Suddenly, Kinji Hajiwara felt that he was surrounded by fiery gazes. He turned his head and took a look. His classmates stared at him, and then looked at each other and competed secretly. Instructor, I am willing to exchange with Hajiwara. Let me go. Me, I am willing too. No, I am right next to Hajiwara. It is most convenient for me to exchange. The man gave Kinji Hajiwara a regretful look, as if he was looking at a fool who wasted the gifts of nature, and then became respectful after a few seconds. You don't cherish such a good position, Hajiwara. I will thank you. The people around seemed to be inspired. Wait, Hajiwara. If you change it for me, I will remember this favor for the rest of my life. You guys, don't say such embarrassing things in front of the 6 gods. Hajiwara Kinji. What's going on? I suddenly feel a little regretful. That day, Hajiwara Kinji didn't change his position in the end. The instructor scolded the restless students, but the atmosphere was actually happy and relaxed. TSK, review, it's either corporal punishment or review. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. As long as it's because of Lu Shan, it can be said to be sweet. Yamada, go do 200 push-ups later. Yamada turned around and said to his classmate with a smile, right? The instructor won't do anything new. Everyone showed respect for his fearless love for the 6 divine powers, and then pointed behind him. The instructor is coming. You are on your own. The young man was kicked and fell. He was wronged and was assigned to the position farthest away from Terahashi Nobuyuki, doing push-ups against the wall. After the class, Hajiwara Kinji got a terrible grade, but fortunately he performed at his original level in the last few shots. The instructor gave him a thumbs up and praised his self-control in resisting temptation. Well done, Hajiwara. Kinji Hajiwara wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled bitterly. Terahashi Nobuyuki walked past him and realized belatedly what had happened. He thought that if Kokomi was next to him, there would be only 2 possibilities for his behavior. Either his eyes would be on Kokomi and he would completely lose control of his limbs, and then because of the serious look of the beautiful girl, he would lose control of his expression and reveal a madness that would disillusion his fans, causing his bullets to fly in a mess. Or he would want to show off his majesty and handsomeness as a brother in front of his sister and use all his strength to perform the peacock spreading act. Although Terahashi Kokomi is usually indifferent and ignores Terahashi Nobuyuki's screen opening behavior, occasionally, she will happily say that her brother is very powerful. Terahashi Nobuyuki patted Hajiwara Kinji's shoulder sympathetically. He put himself in his shoes and could deeply feel the other person's struggle. Thank you for your hard work, Hajiwara. Oha. The students who paid special attention to Chao Xian's dynamics couldn't help but sigh. Why is Hajiwara the only one who can get the comfort of Lu Shan? Hajiwara Kinji's eyelids trembled slightly. Terahashi Nobuyuki's face seemed to be shining with special effects. He wanted to look directly at it, but he was a little bit discouraged. He said, "Thank you. I wasn't in a good state today. Fortunately, I adjusted myself later." They walked together to the next training room. Furuya Rei stared at Terahashi Nobuo's hand and couldn't help but whisper, "No calluses." He looked puzzled. "Terahashi, have you never practiced shooting before? But you were so good at it. Even a genius." There were no scars or calluses on Terahashi Nobuyuki's hands. His hands were well proportioned with long fingers, and even the shape of his nails was just right. Anyone who tried to explore him using non-verbal techniques would come to the wrong conclusion, such as thinking that he was useless in physical skills, rarely exercised, or spent a lot of money on maintaining his hands. Terahashi Nobuyuki subconsciously raised his hand and looked at it. Of course I have practiced. I specially learned it when I played the magic detective. As for the callus, it's probably because I don't leave many marks. Fuya Zero thought of his ridiculous physique that could not be contaminated for a second. Just like now, several of them were sweating because of the training, and their hair was more or less wet with sweat. But Terahashi Nobuyuki's hair was still dry and clean. However, even if he was sweating profusely, he should still be the classic Lucian wet hair. A handsome man who was crazily captured by fans. If it comes with a comment, it might also add some hormonal properties. After training that day, they went to shower as usual, but in the locker room, they were surprised to find that Terahashi, your injury, huh? Terahashi Nobuyuki took off half of his clothes and looked at them in confusion. Injury? Zhu Fujingguang, who was close by, turned his head to look at Terahashi Nobuyuki's back in surprise. Scar. Nobuyuki, the wound from the glass a few days ago has healed. There is no trace of anything. The young man's back was intact, with smooth and beautiful muscle lines, showing his vigorous vitality. That. Terahashi Nobu felt that their reaction was a bit strange, as if they were too nervous. It's just a minor injury. Isn't it common sense that a minor injury will heal automatically? Everyone? Minor injury? Zhu Fujingguang, who was in the infirmary with Terahashi Nobuyuki, knew his injury best. He saw the doctor applying medicine and bandaging the bloody wound. Even if it is a wound that does not leave scars, it will not heal without a trace in just 2 or 3 days. Terahashi blinked blankly. But, isn't this normal? If you get hit on the head by a rock, it will heal on the way to the hospital. If you fall down at a small playground, the pain will soon go away. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at the young men. They looked a little unreal, as if their deep-rooted beliefs had been shaken. What's so strange about this? Let's go and take a shower. If we're any later, we'll miss dinner. Matsuda Jinpei was still unbuckling his belt, and when he saw him walking straight past him, he felt it was outrageous again. Wait, you still wearing shorts? Terahashi Xian simply pretended not to hear. In the locker room, several people looked at each other. Their eyes darkened. So, is it really a minor injury? How is it possible? The blood at that time dyed his uniform red. I saw Xian sewing clothes with my own eyes. Daiko also reminded Terahashi Xian to remember to change the dressing that day. Even if the self-healing ability is strong, it is impossible. Jing. Zhu Fujingguang touched his cheek and tore off the band-aid. There was still a shallow scratch on his skin. Go and ask clearly? Is it a secret that needs to be concealed? Does the squad leader know? I haven't heard of it at all. His reaction just now was as if we were making a fuss. The few of them were silent for a while. Terahashi Nobuyuki's frank attitude made them feel strangely self-doubted. So, is it what Terahashi said? That he has a physique that is not easy to leave traces? During the Saturday physical training, the whole school had to record the results, which was a disguised sports festival. Terahashi Nobuyuki rarely experienced the feeling of high school. His results at that time were a myth that could not be surpassed in the school. In his senior year of high school, he took the tram to school. The students on the same tram sat in their seats, each with their faces buried in their school bags, looking extremely tortured by the pressure of the entrance examination. Terahashi Nobuyuki recognized them from their uniforms as being from a private high school, which had always been able to achieve high rankings in the National Joint Entrance Examination and had strict management and control. Although his grades were good, the tense environment also made him feel a little anxious. He canceled his night running activity and devoted all his time to studying. The desk lamp in the room was off and on until late at night. At that time, even Terahashi Shinmi felt that his brother was working too hard. If I want to combine work and rest, in fact, just looking at Shinmi will make me full of blood and feel refreshed and clear-headed. Terahashi Nobu said to Terahashi Shinmi, who came to persuade him. But if you sit at the desk all day, your body will not be able to bear it. Terahashi Shinmi, who was in junior high school, frowned and said worriedly, "Your resistance will decrease, you will get sick, and it will be easier too." Terahashi Nobuyuki was so moved that he almost cried. "It feels so good to be cared for by Kokomi. Brother, please be normal." Terahashi Shinmi sighed and closed the door as Terahashi Nobuyuki sobbed in the background. But his sister's small advice would also make Terahashi Nobuyuki take it to heart. The next day, he stopped taking the train and got up half an hour earlier to run. Go to school. Then he proudly told his sister, "I am a perfect boy who is well-rounded in both sports and studies." Knowing this, Terahashi Shinmi's eyes widened. "I asked you to rest, not to give up your sleep time to run." As long as it is related to Terahashi Kokomi, Terahashi Nobuyuki will have extraordinary mobility. His habit of morning exercise was formed, and he never stopped. So, even if I compete with the strictly trained police academy students, Terahashi Nobuyuki stood at the starting line, and the next moment the gunshot, he kicked the ground and jumped out. "I won't lose. Kokomi, my brother will fight for you." Although you can't see his brother's heroic figure, Terahashi Nobuyuki is the epitome of perfection. With this belief in mind, Terahashi Nobuyuki left the others far behind and turned the 5,000-meter run into a 500-meter sprint. Matsuda Jinpei, who was standing next to him, opened his eyes wide in shock. Furikaya Rei, who was standing on the other side, stumbled. The students who saw Terahashi Nobuyuki's back almost forgot to take a step. Is this guy crazy? This is a long-distance race 6-god sprint. It's a 5,000-meter 6-god sprint. We will be circled. Doesn't that mean the 6 gods will pass by us twice? Stop chatting. Talking affects your breathing rhythm. But Terahashi Nobuyuki's extraordinary speed still aroused the young people's competitive spirit. They secretly competed with each other and sped up. As long as you keep your eyes on Lu Shun's back, the motivation to chase will spread from the soles of your feet to your whole body. That's enough. You are really hopeless. The group speed was getting faster and faster. The students standing by and waiting for the next team to be tested gasped, "Slow down, idiots. If the average value is raised, we will also rush forward." But the people on the field turned a deaf ear to his shouts and just ran harder. "I want to run with Lu Shun too." No, if you think about it this way, we can stand on the sidelines and run with Lu Shun a dozen times. We can watch Lu Shun's running posture throughout the whole process, and we can enjoy Lu Shun's gaze even more when we run later. After hearing this, Zhufu Jingguang said. He sighed. Everyone really likes Nobu. But is this really okay? Ida Ko felt his legs begin to weaken, as if he had experienced it himself. I have never seen Nobu run long distances, and I have no idea how strong he is. I think. Zhufu Jingguang was a little confused for a moment. He met the determined eyes of the gray-blue-haired young man. He is a very amazing person, magical and precious. It seemed as if he could find shadows of all the good qualities in him, and Zhufu Jingguang felt that if he insisted on pointing out one shortcoming of Terahashi Nobuyuki, maybe he was too slow. As the race drew to a close, the only thing that could be seen on the track was the young man with gray-blue hair running like the wind in front of him, and the large group of people who looked almost half dead with painful expressions on their faces. Forget about the explosive power. Why is the endurance of the 6 gods so good? Terahashi Nobuyuki. Fearless. Superman. A student gritted his teeth and said, "Is he a celebrity? Do celebrities have such terrifying physical abilities?" I think his real identity is a professionally trained agent, and celebrity is just a cover. Haha. This remark caused sparse laughter, but Terahashi Nobuyuki, who heard it, suddenly thought of his predecessor Ishiguro Chi. Ishiguro Chi is an internationally renowned actor, but his real identity is a mafia gangster. He became a public figure just to use his skills to clean up the mafia's activities. It's really horrifying to think about it. After the test, Terahashi Nobuyuki still had that handsome face, and even his drinking posture was elegant and calm, but the students who ran with him almost abandoned their image. This is impossible. Someone leaned against the wire mesh and doubted his life. It's okay to run at such a high speed the whole time. How can he still be so handsome? He was sad and angry. Lu Shun, doesn't he have any weaknesses? It's like he is on guard 24 hours a day. Even if someone is pointing a camera at him, his face won't collapse. The young man who was holding his knees and panting raised his eyes and saw Terahashi Nobuyuki smiling gently at the class monitor. It's terrible, too terrible. Instructor Onizuka stared at Terahashi Nobuyuki's data in silence. From fighting, shooting, mastery of knowledge, personality, to physical fitness, Terahashi Nobuyuki has no weaknesses. According to the investigation, his family background is also good. He quietly asked other instructors, is this guy really only interested in being a star? In fact, he can also be a policeman. The other party. If he becomes a policeman, he can become a rising star. At the same time, Terahashi Shinmi declined her friend's invitation with an apologetic look on her face. Sorry, I have to go somewhere on Sunday. Hey, where? Is there anything Shinmi needs to do? Terahashi Shinmei looked at the computer screen, which showed the detailed time and address of the offline autograph session of Lu Shantong. Well, I'm going to meet an important person. Terahashi Nobuyuki's book signing event was held in an extremely prestigious location, the highest observation deck in Tokyo. They once considered holding the event in a shopping mall or business hall, but the floor was too low and there was a high flow of people in the area. Almost everyone who passed by would stop and try to get a glimpse of Lu Shantong's true appearance. This directly caused traffic jams because the queues could snake onto the road. Zhao Qiaoxin signed so many autographs that day that his hands cramped, which also caused heartache for his fans. The entrance to the observation deck was posted with posters of Lu Shantong. There were many rest and entertainment areas in the towering building. Security personnel blocked the door and conducted strict and careful inspections on everyone who entered, but the situation was still a little difficult to control. If I remember correctly, although the album sales were considerable, there were too many people coming here. I heard that many people bought other people's collection albums at high prices just to see Lu Shantong. The meaning of the above is that as many people as the building can accommodate can enter. TSK. In addition to fans, there are also ordinary tourists. The policeman looked at the passers-by and pressed down the brim of his hat with a little shame. Today's workload has already made me feel suffocated. Capital still needs to make money. The sponsors who signed a contract with Lu Shantong attached great importance to this autograph session that had been preheated for a long time, because this might be Lu Shantong's last day as a singer. He has already gone further and further on the path of an actor and does not seem to plan to develop anything else. The poster of Lu Shantong was posted in a prominent position. The face of the young man with gray-blue hair on the screen was so delicate that it made people dizzy. Almost every passerby stopped to admire it. Even the office workers who were rushing to work couldn't help but turn their heads 90 degrees and stood in front of the poster for half a minute. Is it Lu Shantong? Is it his autograph session today? I really want to take a look, but I have a cram school today. This is too unlucky. Will there be a live broadcast? There should be Reuters and broadcasts. I hope the fans will give me some support. I want to see more of Lucian's famous scenes. The previous ones can no longer satisfy me. The friend smiled and understood her feelings. My friend went in. Although she was not allowed to take pictures, she said she would describe to us the handsomeness and expression of the six gods and record it frame by frame with her eyes. What the Hades is frame by frame? Haha, I'm so envious. The security guard looked at another person who had changed his plan and approached the observation building, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I really hope everything goes well and nothing goes wrong. Bah, what unlucky words are you saying? This place was checked 2 weeks before the organizer announced the news, and the monitoring facilities were doubled. There are no problems at all. The police officer who was being taught by his seniors stood up straight and nodded obediently. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Oh, is anyone already ouch now? Ouch, ouch. Oh my God, what on earth is this? Ouch, ouch, oh, 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 oh. Are there too many shouts of oh today? The police officer thought about this, then glanced over there casually. Then, his pupils dilated, revealing a look of shock. Oh, such a sigh escaped from his lips. What did he see? The slender figure that was walking straight towards me from the end of the road. Almost in front of me, the girl with a faint smile on her lips, clear eyes, and hair that was swaying gently behind her back and glowing. Oh my God, she is like the daughter of God? The police officer was so stunned by the beauty that struck his soul that he didn't know what to do. He just stood straighter, but his cheeks turned red. She stood at the end of the line. Wait, how did I get to the front of the line in the blink of an eye? It turns out that the men in front of me gave up their seats willingly. The girl shyly tucked her hair behind her ears. Thank you, everyone. But I'm not in a hurry, and I should be at the back. No, please come to the front. This is my lifelong request. Yes, we are voluntary. It will take forever to stand at the back. It will be very tiring. Ladies first. Terahashi Shinmi blinked, then curved her eyes. Her smile was so sweet that large clusters of flowers bloomed in the background. She folded her fingers lightly in front of her, and her voice was filled with joy and gratitude. You are all really gentlemen. Oh, the overlapping of these O's sounds almost like a choir singing. The police officer was stunned and said to his senior, "Is this beautiful girl also a fan of Mr. Lucien? It's obvious. I really envy Lucien that even a beautiful girl of this level likes him." The senior's voice was filled with reluctance and sobs, but just thinking about it. I also think this is reasonable, because being liked it's the 6 divine powers. What can I compare with the 6 divine powers? The juniors put their hands on his shoulders. At that moment, he felt that they felt the same way. Seniors, we are the same. When the beautiful girl passed by them, she seemed to bring with her a faint fragrance. Her figure was graceful and reserved, and her eyelashes gently pressed down her smart blue eyes. She smiled at them and said, "Thank you for your hard work." No, it's not hard. This is our job, and we are proud of it. The stunned police officer didn't have time to speak before his colleague spoke first. When they looked back, the girl had already walked away for a long distance without any reluctance, leaving them with only her beautiful back. Today's fatigue is completely gone. Peaceful. Terahashi Kokomi entered the observation building. She breathed a sigh of relief and went to the empty bathroom door to look at herself. Very good and perfect. Seriously, I never thought my brother would have so many male fans. I almost got entangled by them. The book signing would not start until 1 o'clock, but people were already queuing up secretly. Although they were interrupted many times by security personnel, she had to grab a front seat. Otherwise, she would probably steal the limelight from her brother, and waiting was indeed boring and tedious. These fans came for my brother. This is the result of his hard work. Moreover, if she falls behind, she will be targeted by certain people. The jealousy between fans is terrible. Although she can completely turn this malice into love, wouldn't it be better to eliminate the trouble at the root? Terahashi Kokomi is as aware and confident of her own charm as ever. There is no deviation between the scene she foresees and the reality. This is the experience and theorem she has summed up after living for more than 10 years. Terahashi Shinmi gripped the strap of her backpack and secretly encouraged herself. Very good. Go meet her brother who has started avoiding her for no apparent reason. Terahashi Nobuyuki was getting ready in the lounge, and the stylist was fiddling with his hair, gluing sparkling diamonds to his ears and neck, making him look gorgeous, delicate, and shining. Do you need to highlight your hair? Would it be more innovative? The color of this outfit seems to clash with the one you wore at a previous event. Let's change it. How about the light pink one? Would a low-cut one be better? Will there be bloodshed? They do the styling just for the sake of more Lucien skins, because Lioshin's face can withstand everything. Terahashi Shin half opened his eyes and stared at himself in the mirror. He had been exercising more recently, and the swelling seemed to have subsided a little, and he became thinner. TSK, now I don't think I should describe you as cool and beautiful, do I? The curly-haired young man sat back on the chair, bent his back and stared at Terahashi Shin in the mirror. It's really a brain-racking job to style you. Hajiwara Kinji handed a shirt to his assistant, who had nothing else to do, so he helped out. Junping, you've been watching for so long. How about I give you one too? Matsuda Jinpei shuddered. No. They got the friendship ticket, which allowed them to be by Terahashi Nobuyuki's side at all times, but also took on the responsibility of protection by people close to him. As long as there are always acquaintances around Zhao Qiaoxin, certain malicious intentions that cannot be made public will not be able to get close to him. Terahashi Nobuo yawned with restraint, and some physiological tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. The stylist behind him immediately suppressed her voice and said excitedly, "6 gods are lazy. 6 gods are sleepy. Perfect." Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at her energetic appearance and chuckled. "Ms. Hananuma, are you feeling all right?" Stylist Hanuma was overwhelmed by the crowd at the scene where Terahashi Nobuyuki received death threats. It was Terahashi's loud shout that calmed the restless and crazy crowd. She almost suffocated and fainted at the time. Later, she seemed to have been left with serious psychological trauma and took 3 days of sick leave. Miss Hanuma was stunned. She knew that Terahashi Nobuyuki was polite and modest to everyone, but she couldn't help but jump for joy when she heard him call her name in person. "Because I still have to work. If I keep being decadent, I won't be able to see Mr. Liu Shan anymore." Hanuma was a little depressed because she knew that Terahashi Nobuo's concern for her was a ridiculous and abominable crime. "Besides, I am also worried about Mr. Liu Shan." Terahashi Nobuyuki closed his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." In fact, there was no solid basis for such words of comfort, because no one knew what would happen in the future. Hanuma only felt that the young man was strong and gentle, and his hand that was fixing his collar unconsciously paused. "We sincerely hope that you can be safe." Jinpei Matsuda, who was sitting next to him, didn't say anything. After a while, he turned his head away. Hajiwara Kinji retracted his fingertips. They all knew that this book signing event was the first time that Terahashi Nobuyuki had planned to face the public since receiving the death threats, and it was different from the last emergency disguise in front of the art museum. "I wonder if the criminal will do it." 5 minutes later, Yidahang opened the door of the lounge. "Exian, I found some chocolates in your suitcase. I don't know how long you will be working today, so remember to replenish your energy at any time." The familiar team leader was on high alert. "There's nothing wrong with the security facilities at the gate. There's nothing unusual in the surveillance equipment, and the police station hasn't received any suspicious faxes." Terahashi Nobuyuki took the chocolate and stared at the clock on the wall. He whispered, "Okay." At nearly 10 o'clock, Terahashi Nobuyuki sat in the meeting place with fans and waited. This was not an independent room, but a spacious viewing hall surrounded by transparent glass on all sides. This structure was very similar to the observation deck in Yokohama, and Terahashi Nobuyuki was in the middle. On his table were pens, posters, water, and some odds and ends. Behind him was a curtain with the name of the sponsor printed on it. There are circular barriers in the front, and fans must be 1 meter apart. There is a door at the end of the room, and the fan line outside the door is not so orderly. This kind of density and sparseness is just to make the scene less noisy and chaotic, and to ensure that every fan has enough time to enjoy the meeting time with their idol. During this time, their vision does not have to be blocked by the unrestricted crowd. As an idol, every meeting with fans must be exquisite and perfect. This is the basic respect for the profession. Terahashi Nobuyuki sat very straight, and his clothes had few creases, as if they were draped over a paper man. The friends who got the friendship ticket stood behind him on both sides and saw Terahashi Nobuyuki at work for the first time. "Are you nervous?" Jinpei Matsuda couldn't help asking, seeing that there was still time. Because Terahashi Nobu looked like he was broken into pieces. "No," Terahashi Nobu said. "Well, maybe a little bit. If I wasn't nervous, my heart would be made of cold iron. But in this situation, it's obvious that you are more nervous than me." The uniformed policeman stood as straight as Terahashi Nobuyuki, with a cold and stern expression. Terahashi Nobu looked back and smiled faintly. "I forgot to tell you guys, you look very handsome today." His new friends were dressed in dark suits. All of them were handsome and had a cool and steady temperament. Also, it seemed quite quiet outside today. In the last time that Terahashi Nobuyuki held a book signing event, the fans were about to shout themselves to death. That time, they were all squeezed into one room, and the air became thin and turbid. Although Terahashi Nobuyuki controlled the situation with just a gesture to silence the crowd, it was a serious mistake for the organizer. "Although I know that none of you have that intention, you may receive some invitations from scouts today." Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at the strange-looking Furuya Rei with a meaningful look. The blond young man stood at the entrance and tried to reduce his presence from the beginning. "It seems that someone has received it." Matsuda Jinpei was surprised. "Furuya, Did you receive the scout's business card? Hajiwara Kinji looked at him. His eyes deliberately lingered near the pockets of his suit for a moment. It seems like there are quite a few. TSK. My mixed-race identity is indeed a selling point, and what we represent standing here is self-evident. We can also be bundled with the 6 divine powers for marketing, so it's reasonable for someone to want to poach me. Hajiwara Kinji analyzed his own commercial value and then laughed. Haha. If I'm hungry in the future, I might as well find a side job. How about being a colleague of Terahashi? His words eased the tense atmosphere in the room, and Terahashi added, Sure, if you want. This is a serious promise. If these people really change their careers, he will not hesitate to give up the resources that belong to the 6 divine powers. Just kidding, huh? It's about to start. Ida Hang helped his assistant move the blocking poster to a position 2 meters in front of the table. It said to block, but in fact, it can't block anything except the sight of certain angles. This is not to protect privacy, but to give fans more solitude. Fuya Rei waved his hand. Then I'll go find Jing first. At 1 o'clock, the autograph session started on time, and everyone had 2 minutes to meet their idol. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked up and saw the first girl who came in almost walked up to him at the same time. She sat in front of Terahashi Nobuyuki and said stutteringly, Strange, who is waiting for me? She started with these words. The bridge letter was connected as soon as it was clicked. Yes. It is waiting for you. His tone became a little soft, as if he was acting coquettishly to someone close to him. The closest person, Jinpei Matsuda? The girl coughed lightly. No, it should be Xingjian's boyfriend who is waiting for me. Matsuda Jinpei? Terahashi Nobuyuki hid his slightly surprised look in his eyes, and the smile on his face became more genuine. Ah, really? I'm not used to calling myself your boyfriend in front of Anjin-chan. You have to get used to it from now on, Tong. That's right. The young man showed his shyness just right. Did Tong miss me yesterday? Yes. Terahashi Nobuyuki lowered his eyes, looking at the girl with deep and passionate eyes. I thought about you every minute and every second. Even when I was working, I would occasionally be distracted, but as long as I thought about seeing Anjin-chan, my chest would heat up, and I would become very motivated every day. Then Tong should also keep thinking about me like this. Think about me every moment. Matsuda Jinpei. Jinpei Matsuda's pupils began to tremble, his vision gradually became unfocused, and then he became so numb that he began to hear hallucinations. What is this? Is this the style of a fan-signing event? He almost thought that Lu Shintong was secretly dating his girlfriend. The 2 people in front of him were speaking sweet nothings like a couple in love. Even though they had never met before and even though Lu Shintong knew the fans' names, he was just cooperating to act out this scene that could bring emotional feedback. As for me, I really like you. I think your existence is very magical and important. I can see your efforts and progress. Next, please continue to be the most dazzling star under the spotlight. When it was almost 2 minutes, the girl suddenly changed her style and began to confess solemnly. Lu Shintong, who was her close boyfriend just now, pulled his voice back to normal calm, but still much gentler than usual. Thank you for your love. I hope all your wishes will come true, Xingjian. I will. The girl, who had been communicating with him in a coquettish tone as his girlfriend for so long, bowed politely and said goodbye, leaving with a restless heart. Then, the next fan, wearing a white long dress, first said hello to Terahashi with suppressed excitement, then changed her expression almost in seconds, and stuffed a bouquet of roses that had been screened and finally allowed into Terahashi's arms. Dear, I want to hear you confess to me, she said with a smile. Terahashi Nobuyuki skillfully held the flower in front of his chest. Huh? Why? But I don't want to confess today. Jinpei Matsuda widened his eyes slightly in surprise. Has his personality changed? The gentle boyfriend who just let his girlfriend act like a spoiled child now seems to have a rebellious nature, and even his smile is a bit playful. If I confess to you, can you say those words to me? Well, what are you going to say to me? Jinpei Matsuda looked a little disheveled. He looked at his childhood friend, and his delicate state of mind was slightly balanced, because Hajiwara Kinji also had a stiff face, and when he looked at him vaguely, he clearly conveyed this message. Who the Hades is this? The temperament of the gray-blue-haired young man was completely different from what they remembered. They thought the book signing event was just a chat with fans, but did they realize there would be such a wonderful script performance? They looked in the other direction at Daiko, who was black. The young man noticed their gazes, grinned, and gave them a thumbs up. How about it? Xian is doing well at work, right? Matsuda Jinpei. Being a celebrity. It's a complicated industry. Afterwards, there were a few fans who did not communicate with the script. They eagerly expressed their love for Lu Shantong, took photos with him, and occasionally gave him one or two small gifts. The whole process was completed in a standard way. The background noise in the room was filled with suppressed exclamations. Oh my God! 6 supernatural powers. I finally see him in person. He's 100 times prettier than in the photos and videos. Oh, I'm a little scared. After seeing him in person, I don't dare to call him my boyfriend. Don't be shy. You spent money. You spend money to buy happiness. Terahashi Nobuyuki's work status has always been at its peak. Even if a male fan clamors to marry him, he can calmly deal with it. Marriage? But that requires a ring, right? Hey, are you ready? The gray-blue-haired young man was silent for a while. You are really thoughtful. Then let's exchange rings. Is this also possible? Watching Terahashi Nobumasa exchanging rings with the strange young man, Matsuda Jinpei glanced at the staff who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and he suddenly realized that this behavior could be rejected. After 2 minutes, the ring on Terahashi Nobuyuki's finger was taken off, and he returned it to the fan with great care. Thank you. He said so. Time and again, everyone's wishes and demands are met without any discrimination or bias. Those who witnessed this kind of scene for the first time gradually got used to it, and the surprise and confusion on their faces turned into a kind of tacit relief and recognition. An hour later, Terahashi Nobuyuki took a short 10-minute break. He drank water through a straw and sorted out the letters and gifts he had received. The assistant came forward to fix his hairstyle. Terahashi Nobuyuki closed his eyes to clear his mind, then met his friend's hesitant gazes. What do you want to say? Terahashi Nobuyuki found it a little funny. No, nothing. You redoing really well. They said dryly. That's what I was saying. You've been standing with me for a whole hour. Don't you want to sit down and take a break? It's only been a short time. Morobushi and Furuya will take over later, and they'll have to accompany you in the second half. Hajiwara Kinji helped move the gifts to the curtain. Then, he hesitated for a while. I have a question for you, he said. Is it hard to say, I like you? Terahashi Nobuo was stunned for a moment. You found it. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes somewhat blank. Right, I won't say it easily, and they know that, so they always try to get me to say it. This makes them feel that I am particularly different, as if I am solemnly keeping a part of my heart, so they are even more moved. The young man raised one hand and counted. I miss you. I want to see you. I like looking at you. I am willing to marry you. These are all words I can say, but if you want me to confess my love, I can only say that so far, no one has succeeded. So, does Terahashi actually have someone in his heart? Hajiwara Kinji recalled that night, when the young man said in a clear voice, My original life plan was very simple, just to marry someone. The topic was dropped because of the black-haired boy who suddenly came in from the window. Someone seemed to be using onomatopoeia to vividly describe the sound of a broken heart. Mr. Rokushin, do you already have someone you like? The police officer standing next to Hajiwara Kinji cried to his colleagues in frustration. My heart just broke. It hurts so much. A colleague patted his chest sympathetically. It's still beating. It's not broken. It's just a sentence. Don't think too much. Celebrities are not allowed to fall in love. Hajiwara Kinji quietly walked to Matsuda Jinpei and said, Hagi, why do you look like that? Hajiwara Kinji made a heart shape with his hands in front of his chest, then broke them apart and uttered, Kacha. Matsuda Jinpei. This gesture is understandable to everyone. It means the heart is split open. Matsuda Jinpei. Hagi, are you heartbroken? Hajiwara Kinji lowered his head dejectedly on his shoulder. I envy your occasional slowness, Junping. The break was over soon, and the assistant at the door opened it, but suddenly paused. Oha, Terahashi Nobuyuki was sitting in his seat waiting when he suddenly heard another voice. Oha! Oha! One after another. The room was unnaturally quiet, and the footsteps came from only one person. Terahashi felt something strange and looked up. He looked over and saw a slender figure walking through the gap between the posters. With just a glance, Terahashi Nobuo froze and even forgot to express his expression. Oh my God! The stylist said tremblingly, good, very beautiful. The girl who was walking over was wearing a light pink long skirt and carrying a simple bag across her body. Her expression was calm, with just the right smile on her face. Her dark blue hair lay softly against her cheeks, and her eyes of the same color were extremely clear. This girl. She stood in front of Terahashi Nobuyuki, her breathing steady and her face without any blush. She was not as excited as other fans, and seemed to be just taking a walk on the observation deck. Nice to meet you, Lord Lucian. She sat down on the chair gracefully and handed over the album to be signed. When she took her hand back, she inadvertently lifted a strand of hair. Her voice was pleasant and gentle. Can you sign an autograph for me? Terahashi Nobuyuki was stunned for a long time. Not only him, but everyone present was stunned. Is there such a pure and elegant girl in the world? She is like an angel descended to the earth. She seems to be dressed in silk, covered with colorful holy light, and behind her is a pair of white wings. In another blink, the fantasy disappeared. Instead, two people sat opposite each other, like creatures created by gods. Oh my God! It feels like a match made in heaven. Another sigh came from behind. Terahashi Nobuyuki wanted to stand up in astonishment, but this reaction was obviously too much. Terahashi Shinmi quickly and calmly took his hand, and his limbs suddenly became limp as if all the strength was drained out of them. Heart, beautiful heart, why is Shinmei here? Terahashi Shin held her hand tremblingly. The joy that surged over him was soon replaced by fear. His face looked a little bleak, and the look he gave Terahashi Shinmi was mixed with indistinguishable emotions. This strangeness made Hajiwara Kinji pause for a moment, and he was surprised. Terahashi Kokomi wrapped one hand around the back of Terahashi Nobuyuki's hand, and a constant flow of warmth came from the skin touching each other. I'm here to see you, Lu Shinjun. Is there anything you want to say to me? She smiled. You only have 2 minutes, so what you say has to be very important. Terahashi Nobuyuki stared at her intently. His voice was low, as if squeezed out from his chest, but he wanted to pronounce every word clearly. I like you. The young man with gray-blue hair said in a sincere voice. I like you. These syllables floated in the air, but exploded in people's ears like thunder. Before they could react, their hearts were taken away by the beauty they had never seen before, and they heard the top star who had declared that she would not confess her love easily just a second ago, uttering the words that countless people dream of in a tone that made their ears blush and their hearts beat faster. Mr. Lu Shan confessed. Is it true? This scene is actually an indulgence and love for fans, which is the same as the script interpretation of playing a couple just now. But can this sentence be said so easily? It was so real that even they were in a trance after hearing it. At this moment, they don't even know who to envy. No, how should I put it? The most important thing now is how could there be two such perfect people in the world? They even appeared in front of me at the same time. Matsuda Jinpei's ears felt hot, and he rolled his tongue to swallow the "oh" that was about to come out, but he held it back, but others couldn't. Ohu. The 6 gods confessed. It was the 6 gods confessed. You have to say the most important words within 2 minutes, and the first sentence is I love you. What a famous scene of the century. He spoke with such deep affection that anyone would not be able to resist, let alone they were just bystanders. They could not bear it and wanted to marry Lu Shan immediately. They could almost feel the restrained yet irrepressible love. Mr. Lu Shan was so good. And Terahashi Kokomi, who was confessed to, said. Terahashi Shinmi's expression froze, and her perfect, beautiful girl's smile almost broke. Stupid brother. Who wants to listen to you say this? She suppressed her extremely depressed mood, and her tone was as clear and cheerful as ever. But Terahashi Shinmi could faintly sense some gritting of teeth. Huh? Really? But I don't just want to hear that. Terahashi Shinmi tightened her fingers. Like me? I don't believe it, because you see so many people every day, but you don't see me. The pupils of the people around me trembled. How could this extremely beautiful girl remain indifferent to Lu Shintong's confession? Terahashi Shinmi caught a glimpse of the assistant and security guard's expressions and adjusted her expression to one of vivid loss and worry, like a depressed girl who was ignored by her lover. You must have a lot of contacts in your phone. In this case, my message will only be drowned out and will be insignificant. Are you going to use the perfunctory excuse of forgetting because you are too busy with work? Or do you actually have other reasons that you cannot tell others? Terahashi Shinmi continued. You see so many people every day, Lu Shinjun. You have actually forgotten me, right? No, how could that be? I really want to see you. Terahashi Shin stuttered. He couldn't bear to see Terahashi Shinmi sad. How could he see his sister sad? At this moment, he was a little at a loss. Even forgot where he was. Terahashi Shinmi was not unable to tell whether Terahashi Shinmi was pretending, including him imitating that perfection, and he was often complacent because he could peek into something deeper in his sister's external performance. The language might be falsely modified, but the emotions brewing in her eyes. That's real, the worry and the concern. Terahashi Nobuo lowered his eyes. It's just that our identities are destined to. In order to protect his important family members, Terahashi Nobuyuki must stay away from them until the crisis is resolved. People who were watching openly. Oh, although I guessed it was fake. The team leader standing at the edge thought vaguely, although he knew that this was probably just an interaction between fans and idols, but Lu Shun, who made the beautiful girl show such an expression, really deserved it. The words he had thought of were completely swallowed up when they touched Terahashi Nobuyuki's face and turned into bitterness spreading from the bottom of his heart. Lu, how could Mr. Lushin show such a helpless and sad expression? Even he couldn't bear to watch it. The one who hurt Mr. Lushin is the one who deserves. The young man's gaze lingered between Terahashi Nobuyuki and Terahashi Kokomi, his heart wavering wildly, and finally he suddenly realized that this was a tragic love story that was so sad that not only the protagonist but also the audience were heartbroken. While they were still watching the show on the edge of the storm, a few people who knew Terahashi Nobuyuki gradually realized that something was wrong. Dateko's eyes almost popped out of his head. Although he also thought the beautiful girl was very pretty, why would Shin be like this? Is he working? It seems like he is, but why does he feel out of place? He is obviously getting more into the role. As for why there is such a judgment, Ida Heng secretly blinked his moist eyes and caught a glimpse of Hajiwara Kinji pressing his chest as if in a trance, and then frowning with a gloomy expression, because they could feel Terahashi Nobuyuki's feelings more than ever before. Terahashi Nobuyuki's temperament is cold, and his vague aloofness and hard defense against outsiders are even more evident in his gentle and polite treatment of others. The contrast, the sense of detachment, and the ever-calm indifference have created the 6 supernatural powers that are desirable but unattainable. And now, the barrier in Terahashi Nobuyuki was broken. That's why the emotions he displays are more touching, and they seem to spread rapidly in the air with every breath. The long and suffocating 2 minutes continued, and all the professionally trained people swallowed their saliva unconsciously, because their hearts were still beating wildly, because of the sudden confession, because of the love that the 6 supernatural powers had never shown before, which seemed so real that it made them dizzy, and because of this scene that seemed like a miracle. The light that does not exist but seems real is too dazzling. They struggled to tear their gaze away from the 2 people who were staring at each other, but their eyes drifted back involuntarily. My heart is broken. I see and tell why I am broken. What a sweet and painful job this is. Due to the convenience of perspective, Terahashi Shinmi glanced behind Terahashi Nobuyuki and happened to meet Matsuda Jinpei's gaze. The curly-haired young man was stunned for a moment, then continued to stare at Terahashi Nobuyuki's profile without changing his expression. 1, 2, 3. 3 people's eyes were clearly fixed on my brother. Very good, with no ill intentions and a hint of concern. They were wearing suits, and their standing posture was exactly the same as that of the policeman. The calluses on their fingers were also very familiar. Are they good people? After confirming that Terahashi Nobuyuki was in good spirits and appeared to be in good health, Terahashi Shinmi breathed a sigh of relief. There seemed to be more security personnel than before, and although the brother, who was communicating with the book signing event as the background, was as unreliable as usual, he was very restrained. So was the brother threatened? Terahashi Kokomi possesses investigative abilities that astonish even those with superpowers, and at this moment she was secretly shocked by her own discovery. Gun. Everyone is ready for battle. Even if he is fascinated by a perfect, beautiful girl, he will not lose his vigilance. The short 2 minutes passed in a flash. Terahashi Nobuyuki signed his blessing on the album, and the sharp-eyed Matsuda Jinpei glanced over and said, "May you always be safe and happy," to Terahashi. He quickly crossed out the 2 words, Terahashi, and replaced them with to Kokomi. "Terahashi? Did you accidentally sign your name on the letter?" Terahashi Kokomi took the autograph and stood up, and the next person approached shortly after. "This is for special fans." He was leaning on a guide stick and was led by the staff to come in front of Terahashi Nobuyuki and passed by Terahashi Kokomi. Blind? Terahashi Nobuyuki barely managed to get his attention away from his sister, but he was still unable to calm down. The fact that Terahashi Shinmi would come to see him was something that Terahashi Nobuyuki had never expected. If there was no one here, he would have been so moved that he would have cried. But this happened to be in public, and Terahashi Nobuyuki was filled with nothing but fear and anxiety. Fortunately, everything was normal, and no one became suspicious. Rather, it might be safer to meet openly in front of everyone, which would make it easier for people to feel that they are not afraid of having their secret relationship known. Even if they were siblings, few people would think that way unless someone took the initiative to point it out. What's more, Terahashi Nobuyuki's masculine features were very obvious and his face did not look feminine. "Okay, let's continue working." Terahashi Nobuo adjusted his demeanor and looked at him. "Please take a seat," the staff member said to the newcomer. The man who came was a man with an ordinary appearance, not young, nor old, and his aura seemed particularly calm. Huh. The team leader stared at his face in confusion, feeling something was wrong. "I always feel like I've seen it somewhere." The next second, Terahashi Nobuyuki suddenly jumped away from his original position, and the blind stick, which was about 1.2 meters long, fell heavily from the air, breaking the table in 2. The loud noise made Terahashi Shinmi pause. Everyone was startled by the movement and immediately rushed forward. Matsuda Jinpei dragged Terahashi Shin behind him. The man swung his cane aimlessly. His arms, which did not look strong, had irresistible power. He knocked the person who approached him away. Hashimoto. The police officer who was knocked flying rolled on the ground for several times before finally stopping after hitting the viewing glass. Attacker. The officers raised their guns and attempted to negotiate verbally. But the blind cannot see their own situation, and they don't seem to be worried about their situation. He was silent for a moment, looking as if he was listening. "There are more people than I thought. Do you have such a treasure?" He was talking to Chao Xian, although I had expected this. After all, he was the guy who could bring down my organization. But his voice was low and hoarse, suppressing some sarcasm and mockery. "Do they know that you were involved with those guys?" A guy who was vague and dangerous. The situation was at a stalemate for a moment, and Terahashi Nobuyuki saw that the man tightly grasped the blind stick, and a tiny light attached to the stick that was used as a weapon. He pointed at a random spot, and the next moment, something spurted out, something like an energy wave that passed through everyone's vision and hit the hard glass plank road. What? They stared in shock at the thing that just flew past. It didn't seem to be a bullet, nor any type of artillery shell or thermal weapon. It seemed that an energy source such as electric current was shot out. Terahashi Nobuyuki's pupils trembled. He recognized it. It's a supernatural power. These weird superpowered guys who only appear in Yokohama have come to Tokyo following the scent like hounds. Which organizations? Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes fell on the man's hands. Although they were already very superficial, the calluses on his fingers and the way he held the cane as if it were a baton, the remnants of 48. Immediately afterwards, the observation deck shook violently because the man launched a reckless attack at the ground at an angle. He didn't attack anyone. He was just destroying the venue. I just found out the true identity of the famous actor Shirhei a while ago. So I was thinking that you should be the same as him. He bombarded everything around him, and the sounds of explosions and fractures came one after another, making people's ears hurt. Terahashi Nobuyuki was pinned to the ground by Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kinji, just avoiding the explosive bomb that flew from his waist and abdomen. Shinmei? He looked towards his sister anxiously. Not far away, Terahashi Shinmei bent down slightly and hugged her head. Fortunately, her surroundings were still intact, but she was forced into a corner with no way out. Terahashi Kokomi couldn't help but hold on to the wall with her weak legs. It's okay. She cheered herself up. Although I don't know what exactly happened, nothing will happen to the beautiful girl who is favored by God. Gradually, a corner of the observation deck began to collapse under the heavy weight. Everyone ran to a safe place to hide. Terahashi Nobuyuki was closely guarded by Date-ko, pulled tightly, and then pushed hard. He saw Terahashi Nobuyuki's hesitation and said, "You run first. I'll go save her." But Terahashi Nobuyuki grabbed his hand tightly and switched their positions before him. His strength was so strong that he wanted to throw him out. "You are the one who should save her," he shouted in such an unquestionable tone. The gray-blue-haired young man ran towards the collapsed corner without hesitation. The man who heard the noise pointed his cane in their direction, and the light of his supernatural power enveloped him again. Boom! The explosion was even more widespread than the previous one. The smoke spread violently, and a corner of the observation deck finally broke away. All the glass shattered, and the crystal-clear flakes flew in the air, reflecting an exceptionally gorgeous and dreamy luster. The broken and melted steel bars stretched outward, showing their sharpness, and the air currents from the high altitude rushed in one after another. Two figures fell down in the chaos. Excite! A loud cry reached everyone's ears. Then came the savior-like voice, "Got it?" At the critical moment, Jinpei Matsuda grabbed the back collar of Terahashi Nobuyuki's shirt. The wind blew his hair into a mess, but he forced himself to open his eyes. "Hold on. I'll pull you up." The fabric of the clothes was too fragile to bear the weight of a person, and cracks appeared the moment it was pulled. "Wait, what are you doing?" Terahashi Nobuo tore off his clothes without hesitation, saying nothing, not even looking up. With bloodshot eyes, he stretched out his hands in panic towards the falling figure and jumped down recklessly. Shinmei, God may make mistakes, but the sister protected by her brother will never get hurt. The air rushed across the skin, cold and stinging. The gray-blue-haired young man hugged the falling girl tightly in midair, and then grabbed his poster hanging on the rope with one hand. But it stopped steadily at the last moment. The wind passed through his fingertips, and the light feeling in his palms made Matsuda Jinpei's heart tighten. Terahashi Nobuyuki. His voice was carried far away by the wind, but was also drowned by the wind and could hardly reach human ears. There were screams from the crowd below. It turned out that the sound of the explosion had attracted their attention a long time ago. People's eyes were focused on this tall building, and they saw two figures falling down one after another in the thick smoke. Their exclamations grew louder as the poster was torn, and then there was a short, high-pitched scream as if their throats were being strangled. It was a moment of extreme tension, and then a sudden breath of panic. "Jinping, come up quickly." Hajiwara Kenichi called him anxiously from behind. The missing corner no longer had a protective fence, and standing on the edge could make one's heart jump to his throat. "Hagi," the letter fell. Matsuda Jinpei clenched the fabric between his fingers. He broke away from me and rushed towards the child. The people in the room gasped and heard a busy tone like fireworks exploding in their ears, which made their brains dazed. "Huh!" The special ability user who caused the destruction exclaimed in surprise, putting himself in danger to save people. Is this something he can do? This short period of hesitation gave the police an opportunity to find an opening. Three of them suddenly rushed over from behind him, holding his waist, abdomen, and limbs, with a passion to avenge Terahashi Nobuyuki. The man was pinned to the ground. But then the police officers who pinned him down felt that the man under them was as hot as a burning flint. What? They didn't care about anything else and just wanted to hold him back with their flesh and blood. Their skin, covered by the uniform, felt an unbearable burning sensation. They looked in pain, and somehow they were pulled up by the collar. How can one describe the terrifying force? Their bodies were suspended in the air, and they were thrown out like trash in the way. Get out of the way. The short young man who suddenly appeared here. No, can he be called a young man? His face hidden under the hat still had a hint of immaturity, but his expression was very cruel. Where did this fish that slipped through the net come from? TSK. Nakahara Chuya raised his foot and stepped on the back of the psychic. It seemed to be just a light step, but spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground. There were exclamations in the room. This strange and unconventional phenomenon refreshed their cognition. But soon, their brains, which were deep in thought, became dazed, and they all began to ignore this. Scene. Matsuda. How is Mr. Lushan? Matsuda Jinpei was looking down from the gap, his hair blown by the wind, revealing a faintly depressed look and a look of brief relief. He seems to have caught it. He shouted over the noise of the wind. The shouts of the crowd below were particularly noisy. If you listen carefully, you can hear too many crying voices. Lord Lucian, hold on to me. Don't let go. Is this a terrorist attack? Why did this happen? What just happened was an explosion. Who is this lunatic who came out? No matter what, I hope no one gets hurt. The gossip media waiting outside started the live broadcast while shaking their hands. The camera zoomed in and out again. The image swayed and reflected the figure of the blue-haired young man, but it was difficult to capture the face of the girl in his arms. I can see it clearly. It's really the 6 divine powers. Nakahara Chuya clenched the phone he was on, and Daisayo Samu's slightly cold voice came from it. Chuya, don't jump. Don't use your supernatural powers in front of so many people. 6 supernatural powers will be saved. No one in this world can kill him. What nonsense are you talking about? Nakahara Chuya asked in a hoarse voice, with a bit of burning anger rising in his eyes. It's my job to protect him, but you're asking me to retreat? The boy's voice on the microphone was unfamiliar to him. You are protecting him by staying here quietly now. Huh, forget it. A gorilla who only knows how to use violence and has an empty head won't understand. He said this suddenly as if giving up, with a tone that was somewhat annoyingly pessimistic. Nakahara Chuya's heart skipped a beat because of this strange name. He intuitively felt that this ridiculous phone call became even more weird. Don't you usually call me Slug? What did you say? Dazai? The person on the other end changed the subject and said lightly, it seems the matter is about to be resolved. Hey. The man hung up the phone decisively. In mid-air, the 2 people who were held by the curtain were trying to hug each other tightly, using all their strength. Kokomi. Terahashi Nobuyuki hugged his sister tightly, as if he had just experienced a heart-wrenching loss and recovery. He felt his nerve endings tingling, but his arms were so strong that there was no trembling. It's okay, brother. I caught you. Even his voice was gentle and steady. Terahashi Shin hooked his feet and let Terahashi Shinmi step on him. The girl hugged the young man's waist and buried her face in his shoulder. Terahashi Shin hugged her tightly, and with his other hand he wrapped the curtain around his wrist several times. He lowered his head slightly and could see Terahashi Shinmi's flying hair, entangled with his. His breathing was a little tight. It's okay. It's okay. We will be rescued soon, Terahashi Nobuyuki said again and again, trying to cover his sister as much as possible. In order to ease his fear, he tried to relax his tone and pour out the conversation that could not be carried out in front of everyone. Why did you come to me without saying a word? You scared me. Terahashi Nobuyuki curled his lips. I've been too busy with work lately, so I went to the police academy to study for the new drama. Look, I've lost some weight, haha. The control of mobile phones in that place is very strict. When I got one, I had a lot of work to do, and I also had physical training every day. I used all my rest time to sleep. Terahashi Shinmei raised her head and could only see the young man's face with a faint smile. His handsome eyebrows were particularly clear, and at this moment he was revealing a familiar, gentle expression. Am I quite handsome when I was the 6th divine power? Were you fascinated by your brother during the autograph session just now? That's what I wanted to ask. Terahashi Shinmei's eyes were filled with tears. She frowned and stared at Terahashi Nobu with a bitter heart. her voice trembling slightly. What kind of danger did you encounter? With that kind of messed up excuse, how could I believe it? You said you were going to participate in a closed variety show, but you frequently appeared in various places, but you just didn't go home. Her eyes were getting redder and redder, and Terahashi Nobuki was so panicked that he stammered, Shinmei, don't cry. Don't say anything. What do you want to bear alone, brother? You were picked up by a police car and went back to work as if nothing had happened. You didn't answer mom and dad's calls, and you weren't there when I went to your apartment. I wanted to see you, but this is the only way. I'm fine. Everyone is trying their best to protect me. Why should we protect you? You only had 1 or 2 bodyguards before. That's because Terahashi Kokomi buried her face in her brother's shoulder again, tightened her arms a little more, and raised her voice to the point where it almost broke. Brother, you big idiot. She seemed to no longer have the gentleness and tolerance of a perfect girl, but she was still considerate. She could tacitly sense her brother's careful protection. She was just worried about her family who were hiding secrets. She wanted to blame him for his silence and avoidance, but she also wanted to blame him for his silence and avoidance. I felt sad because I understood his intention. Being scolded, Terahashi Nobuyuki felt a little bewildered and helpless, and just subconsciously followed her words and said, Yes, 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 what Shinmei said is right. He made Shinmei cry. He was wrong. He is a rascal. Terahashi Shinmei choked up. Terahashi Nobuyuki, you are a big fool. Being called by his name, Terahashi Nobuyuki slightly widened his eyes, his heart pounding, and he finally realized that his sister was worried about him and needed him. Although the situation was dangerous, he was inappropriately overjoyed. Kokomi. Oops, I can't control my blushing. Terahashi Nobu felt full of strength all of a sudden. Don't be afraid, Kokomi. We will be fine. Because the brother is a warrior who protects his sister, and he is also a prince who makes the princess happy. If the princess loses the prince, she will not smile anymore. His eyes sparkled, and the birth of his belief gave him a strong premonition. God, save us. He believed that he was God's favorite from the beginning to the end. By jumping off the observation deck, he can catch his sister as he wishes, he can survive by relying on his poster at the right moment, and he can also escape from this crisis safely. In his arms, Terahashi Kokomi gently wiped away her tears. The emotion in her eyes was completely firm. She was not afraid at all, and her desire to protect her brother was equally strong. God, save us. She didn't believe anything would happen to her, because the world revolved around Terahashi Kokomi. The sun's rays penetrated the clouds, as if casting golden hope upon the two of them. Bang! The window that was almost horizontal to them suddenly opened from the inside out. Sure enough, the dark-skinned blonde young man's pupils trembled. I felt that the shadow cast by the sunlight was not right just now. What on earth is going on outside? High in the sky, a young man with gray-blue hair was hugging someone tightly, and his eyes were filled with deep worry and desire. Anyone who sees this scene would be speechless, and in an instant his mind would be occupied by the thought of rescuing him. He is asking for help. No matter what method is used, we must save him. Morobushi Kimitsu, who ran over a step slower, opened the window as wide as possible, and then he and Furuya Rei stretched out their hands to Terahashi Nobuyuki. Nobuyuki, can you come over here? Terahashi Nobuo gauged the distance, and Furuya Rei quickly realized how fragile the thing holding them was. No, if it swings over, the amplitude will be too large and it won't hold up. He looked around instead, trying to find some useful tools, and finally quickly untied his belt. Terahashi Nobuyuki glared at her and shouted without thinking, Shinmei, don't look. As he was putting his belt together with Jingguang's, Furuya Rei's forehead jumped. Heart. It's such a time, and you're still caring about this. Terahashi Nobuyuki said with clear eyes, I understand. So I didn't say you were hooligans. The next moment, the clear and calm weather suddenly became windy. The poster creaked, and the hanging wires were shaking due to the change in airflow, causing the Terahashi siblings at the rear end to move uncontrollably. The screams from the people downstairs were about to break their throats. This change clearly indicated danger. They prayed tremblingly, hoping that this accident would have a good ending. But Terahashi Nobuyuki had an inexplicable sense of trust. He felt that this strong wind was blowing for him. He tried hard to keep his body steady as he was shaken again and again, and step by step he was getting closer and closer to the open window. Finally, Morobushi Kagemitsu's hand grabbed the hem of his shirt, and Furuya Rei grabbed his arm. On Twitter, topics such as famous actor Liu Shenhong fell off the observation deck, Liu Shentong's life is in danger, Liu Shenhong successfully rescued fans, Liu Shenhong suffered an unexplained terrorist attack at a book signing event dominated the top trends, and other topics included Liu Shenhong hugging the girl tightly under the camera, who was the fan in Liu Shentong's arms, Liu Shentong's figure, Liu Shentong's arm strength, Liu Shentong's book signing event, etc. The discussion was so intense that the server crashed for a time. Dazai Osamu was sitting in his office. The spy-type psychic who was urgently called in was standing in front of him, using his eyes that could open a peephole in the air from an infinite distance to observe the situation more comprehensively and realistically than the monitor. Mr. Liu Shan grabbed the poster and seemed to be out of danger for the time being. The rope suddenly shook violently. Great. Mr. Liu Shan was saved. He was pulled from the window. The blue-haired girl was sent in first, and Mr. Liu Shan seemed to care about her very much. Oh, the psychic suddenly exclaimed, This girl looks... Then, he suddenly realized that his mission was to report the situation of Liu Shantong, and being mesmerized by others would be a mistake that could earn him a beating. So he immediately changed his tone. Mr. Liu Shan grabbed the rescuer's belt, and except for a piece of clothing on the back of his collar that was torn, there were no other obvious external injuries. Dazai Osamu stared at the live camera feed in silence. The video's resolution is not high, and only a blurry and shaky figure can be seen. Even so, Liu Shentong's superior face and appearance with perfect human proportions still allow people to recognize him at a glance. The other half of the live broadcast is the real-time updated comments. People who pay attention to electronic information almost put down what they are doing at this moment. Pedestrians and residents who can see the observation deck are watching the development of the situation with tense nerves. Drivers who receive the real-time broadcast can't help but slow down their speed. Part of the city seems to be stagnant. How terrible. How could this be another terrorist attack? What on earth are the police doing? There seem to be a lot of detectives in there. I hope they are okay, praying the last serious incident was a bank robbery. The criminals had guns and explosives strapped to their bodies. Fortunately, there were no casualties in the end. But this time, they even blew up the observation deck. Did anyone get hurt by the falling rubble? The scene looks horrible. From where I am, I can see the thick smoke rising into the sky. Is there a fire inside? That location is exactly where Liu Shentong's autograph session is held, right? There are many fans waiting. I am at the bottom of the observation deck. I just met with Lord Lucian. Lord Lucian is super handsome and gentle, and he is very good at business. If I stay there for a while longer, the person in Lord Lucian's arms right now would be me. Don't joke around at a time like this. People who are really in danger won't be so relaxed. Although I also want to hug Master Lucian, is it appropriate to say so in this situation? Luckily, the sixth divine power caught him. I was so scared watching him at the scene that my hands are weak now. Once it was confirmed that the six divine powers had entered the building and were out of danger, the netizens' comments all turned to praise, envy, and ridicule, with more and more people talking about the details that they had not been in the mood to pay attention to just now. I have to say, the way Lord Lucian jumped down was so handsome. He was indeed the man I had my eyes on, like a warrior descending from the sky. Although the video quality was a little blurry, everyone could see his expression, anxious and flustered, but at the same time, he was so persistent that he was willing to do anything. I believe the technical department will work overtime to make that section clear. No matter what time, those who sacrifice themselves for the sake of saving others are so precious and shining. Even my brother was tempted. He said that if the target was Liu Shentong, he would be willing to go to Thailand for the surgery. I still want to be hugged by Lord Lucian. When he hugged that girl, he was so manly. The muscles on his arms were bulging. And doesn't anyone think that girl is pretty? Although I can't see her face clearly, she has a great figure. No, don't you care who launched the attack? It's hard not to suspect that the criminal was targeting the six divine powers, and he chose to do it when he was meeting with fans. It's too bad. There is nothing more to see. Dazai Osamu turned off the live broadcast. The man whose eyes were covered by a telescope-shaped geometric object was still diligently observing the situation on the scene. Eagle, how is the 6 divine powers? He seems to be crying. Dazai Osamu's expression was blank for a moment. Huh. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Terahashi Nobuyu jumped off the windowsill with the help of his 2 friends, and then rushed straight to Terahashi Shinmi, who was standing in front of him. Nobu? Zhu Fujingwang's hands were empty, and he turned his head in surprise. The upward airflow lifted Terahashi Nobuyuki's hair, and he looked as light as an elf in the wind. His expression was full of suppressed fear and regret. It was almost. It's all my fault. Terahashi Shin hugged Terahashi Kokomi tightly and wanted to say something like sorry. He wondered if he was targeted because he was too eye-catching as an idol, or if his speed of explosion and popularity blocked the way for some people. He was not careful enough, and he did not understand and care about his family enough. If he had thought of a perfect reason earlier and explained his situation to Kokomi, perhaps she would not have come to him. He thought that as long as he carried everything on his shoulders and stayed away from it, everything would be fine. He forgot that if the positions were reversed and he was on the side that was being concealed, he would definitely be extremely anxious and restless, unable to sleep at night, and would use any means necessary to find Shinmei and confirm her situation. Terahashi Shinmi patted his shoulder. She was calmer than Terahashi Nobuyuki and could rationally judge that such a hug without paying attention to others was inappropriate, because the surveillance camera in the corner was still on, and a drone rose outside to investigate the situation in the house, and Terahashi Nobuyuki was a star that everyone was paying attention to, and his every move would be interpreted crazily. However, Terahashi Nobuyuki is not only immersed in his own world now, but also continues to have no sense of boundaries as before, hugging his sister and not letting go. Wait, you're hugging too tightly. She lowered her voice in distress in front of the 2 strange young men, and said in a decibel that only Terahashi Nobuyuki could hear, I sit and breathe, brother. Nobuyuki? Jufu Jingguang called again from behind him. Terahashi Nobuyuki seemed to come to his senses and relaxed a little, then thought resentfully, Tesuke, I wanted to hug Shinmei a little longer. He let go of his hand, turned his back, sobbed silently, and wiped the moisture from his eyes. When I looked up again, I met the stunned faces of my 2 friends. This scene happened to be seen by an observation-type psychic. Crying? Dazai Osamu's voice was barely audible, with a hint of disbelief. He's crying? Yes. Ing said hesitantly, I'm not mistaken. He's crying. Dazai Osamu immediately said, Who did he save? A very beautiful woman? Ing controlled his words, thankful that he had trained his resistance under the 6 gods for a long time. This woman is as beautiful as a pure angel. Mr. Lucian seems to cherish her very much. No, to be more precise. The voice of the person with special abilities was tinged with envy. Even he felt hot in his heart and dry in his mouth when he saw that look. He would never mistake that look. Mr. Lucian loves her. Unlike the portrayal in the TV series, he seems to love her sincerely. Dazai Osamu's eyelids trembled. He couldn't think of someone who could make Terahashi Nobuo lose his composure. The young man had integrated perfection into his breathing and bones, except for the one who he had never seen but had a strong presence. Is it her? The person whom I deeply love, mentioned by Terahashi Nobuyuki. Morofushi Kagemitsu and Furia Rei were shocked by Terahashi Nobuyuki's tears. Unable to suppress it, they also felt sad when they saw the sadness on that person's face. Fans' quotes even played automatically in Rei Furuya's mind. Lu Shan is sad. It is Lu Shan who is sad. This world that makes Lu Shan sad must be wrong, and he is really guilty for not being able to make him happy. It was a bit funny. Fuya Ling shook his head to put aside those outrageous and insane thoughts. Tong, are you okay? There was no lack of concern in his tone. Terahashi Nobu said with red eyes, It's nothing. Thank you for saving me. His heated mind gradually cooled down. I'm sorry. I ignored you just now. That's too polite. He tried to save his image with a serious face. I didn't cry. It's just that the wind in the sky was too cold and too dazzling. It made me cry. The two looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki's red eyes. Perhaps because of his delicate and fair skin, the redness on Terahashi Nobuyuki's face was usually particularly obvious. Even if his emotions were not strong, it could make people feel so emotional that they felt uncomfortable for him. Zhu Fujingwang frowned. Looks like he's not in good condition. Terahashi Nobuyuki changed the subject. There has been no movement from above for a while. Have they already subdued the criminal? Zhu Fujingwang immediately sent a message to Date Ko, and he had already received a reply from him. The squad leader said that the guy was knocked unconscious by someone with great physical skills, but the other party left too quickly and they didn't keep him. He blinked his clear eyes. The next step is to explain to the public and deal with the aftermath. Fortunately, no one was injured. Under such an attack, it's incredible. He looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki and, Nobuyuki, it looks like you need to show the public that you are safe. The crowd gathered downstairs. Netizens who were keen on following the development of the situation were waiting for an acceptable result. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't comment. He secretly tried to hold Terahashi Shinmi's hand, but Terahashi Shinmi moved to the right and dodged. Oha! Her action allowed the two men to see her face clearly. Terahashi Shinmei wanted to thank the two people who saved them, but before she could say anything, she heard the black-haired young man with bright eyes say something shocking. Exion, is this your sister? Furuya Rei. Huh? His eyes moved back and forth between the brother and sister, and he said in shock, Jing, how did you come to that conclusion? Wait, they do look like. Terahashi Shinmi's light was too bright. It was a kind of stunning that was hard to look at directly, very similar to Terahashi Nobuyuki, and staring at a woman for a long time was very rude, so they subconsciously avoided it. But if they put the two faces together, the two faces are almost interchangeable. Although they look very similar, they each possess extremes of masculine and feminine characteristics, just perfect. Furuya Rei asked the question that he had been holding in his mind for a long time. What do your parents look like? Terahashi Nobuyuki's father was handsome and his mother was beautiful, but from an objective aesthetic point of view, their looks were far inferior to those of their children. Walking on the street would attract amazing looks, but would not cause any sensation. Mr. and Mrs. Terahashi, who were ordinary people in all aspects, were troubled for a long time because of the birth of their son. When I push the stroller out, I will be surrounded by neighbors. When I go to the supermarket, I will be stopped by customers. The most common thing they say is, this child is so beautiful. It's not that Terahashi Nobuyuki hadn't been spotted by scouts when he was young. They said that Terahashi would become the most dazzling child star and offered him a sky-high salary. However, the Terahashi couple not only rejected the people who kept visiting, they also took Terahashi Nobuyuki to live in many places. Their family was financially well off, and Terahashi Nobuyuki had never been short of money. In his eyes, his parents are the kindest people in the world. In other words, they are the most perfect people. Unlike the two brothers and sisters who needed to learn perfection seriously, those two guys seemed to be born with the rules of how to behave in the world and do the right thing at the right time. In an absolute word, there was nothing wrong with their lives. When they were young, they were not like other children who cried and made trouble for adults. Instead, they were so well-behaved and sensible that they attracted people's attention and comfort. In middle school, they studied step by step, as if their brains lacked the lazy parts, and they even thought that their diligence and hard work were just normal. They made choices after calm and careful consideration, and they were almost never irritable or careless. They could always look at things from different perspectives and treat everyone kindly, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, or whether they were in a noble or humble profession in the eyes of the world. They would not speak ill of others, mock those who made mistakes, or divide people into useful and useless. The cannot here means that they do not have this ability, not that they hide their inner thoughts and do not do it. When two such excellent and similar people meet, even their love is perfect without any bitterness. They did not have the misunderstandings, disagreements, missed opportunities, clashes of values, and ideological frictions that might occur between ordinary lovers. They walked towards the end like a straight line. When being implicated by others or making mistakes for various reasons, the only thing they think about is how to save the situation to the greatest extent possible. This is simply the collection of all the good qualities of human beings and the true embodiment of perfection. Ordinary, yet extremely excellent. Terahashi Nobuyuki's uncle once teased Terahashi Nobuyuki in a joking manner, saying, "Your father, mom, and dad are truly a miracle of humanity. That's why God wants his children to be born around them, because they will definitely teach their children well." What he said to Terahashi and his sister when they were young became a powerful belief for them. They believe that they are children of God, so everything goes smoothly and everything they wish for comes true. Although ordinary people do not have superpowers, they still have the power of faith, which is invisible and powerful. You are curious about this. I will take you to my house when I have time. Terahashi Nobu said to Furuya Rei, but the two of them went on a foreign trip some time ago, and I don't know when they will come back. Love that blooms like a rose that never fades is also the future that Terahashi Nobuyuki longs for. The two of them were still so similar in stature, and the size of the clothes was very suitable. Hey, Matsuda Jinpei seemed to want to say something to him. Terahashi Nobuyuki ignored him. He sorted his clothes and walked to the fans' waiting room. He was slightly startled when he found that the inside pocket was a little bulging. The torn corners of his clothes were placed in it. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't understand what the point of keeping it was. Should he sew it back? He sneaked to the podium used by the organizer for advertising, with his portrait printed on the curtain behind him. Well, I'm really sorry, but an unexpected incident happened today that no one wants to see, so the book signing event will be suspended. The young man took the microphone and lowered his voice deliberately. The restless people looked over when they heard the noise. They were filled with fear and resentment, but they suppressed their feelings in their hearts. At this moment, they were in a particularly low mood, and the whole place seemed too quiet. It doesn't matter, as long as Mr. Lucian is okay. Has Mr. Lucian left? Wait, you are. Terahashi bowed deeply to them. I'm sorry, everyone, for not giving you some time alone. There were gasps in the room. The girl closest to Terahashi Nobu couldn't hide her excitement and covered her lips. From her perspective, she could vaguely see Terahashi Nobu's eyes, which were as quiet as the ocean under his sunglasses. 6. Lord Rokusama. Terahashi Nobu gave her a faint smile and said, "What we are going to do next is not to make up for everyone. It's just something I prepared in advance." He stepped aside, and the 6 magical powers on the curtain behind him were in the exaggerated shape of a flower boy, but could also be described as gorgeous and noble. He held a large bouquet of roses in his hand, and the flowers were facing the camera. Terahashi Nobuyuki opened the curtain and the fans cheered. There was still the same wallpaper inside, but the rose in his hand had become real, gorgeous, and fragrant, and the petals were sprayed with brightly colored paint. Zhao Qiaoxin said to them, "This is given to you by Lu Shunong. Please take one each." Compared to the excitement of the fans, Furuya Rei, who was watching this scene from the corner, twitched his lips. It's so tacky, and a little bit absurd and cliché. Who came up with this idea? Taking the rose from the paper man's hand. What a creative idea that is beyond romantic. It's really creative. But why is it so exciting when it is done by the 6 divine powers? The young man on the stage said his final farewell. "Thank you very much for liking Lu Shintong and coming to see him with anticipation." Someone cried out, "I will always love Master Lucian. I will always love Master Lucian. No matter what, Master Lucian must take good care of himself." They shouted and screamed, their voices trembling, and many were moved to tears. Those voices were mixed with sobs and choking, but it seemed as if their bones and blood were ignited and their hearts were boiling. The object of their pursuit is responding to them. Their sincerity is being treated tenderly. Someone raised a hand and shouted like a leader, 1, 1, 3. Everyone held their breath, and then all at once, oh! The fans gave Terahashi Nobuyuki a feast of cheers, which completely overwhelmed him. He appeared for a minute, ran back in a hurry, and was angrily scolded by his assistant. "How could you run out so rashly? It's too dangerous. We don't know if there are any accomplices of the criminal among those people, and the height is high enough for snipers to ambush. If you are out of the sight and protection of the police officers, what if you are shot?" "No," Terahashi Nobu said to him quietly, "the people waiting in there are just ordinary fans. I can tell them apart. What? Today is bad enough. They came for me, but I made today gray. The assistant felt a lump in his throat. He looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki's face, and the courage he had gathered with great difficulty suddenly disappeared. How could someone speak to Lu Shintong in such a bad tone? He really broke his own record just now. The police officers quickly figured out the criminal's attack principle. They said that the other party's blind stick was a modified weapon with many mechanisms hidden inside, equivalent to a small cannon. Terahashi Nobuyuki. No, that is undoubtedly a supernatural power. There was no smell of gunpowder at the scene, only flames that appeared out of nowhere. Terahashi Nobuyuki thought for a moment and immediately understood. He had never heard of any special abilities in his life of more than 10 years, so the government was actually hiding this kind of thing, and of course the explanation to the public had to be scientific and reasonable. No, that was of course my credit. The pink-haired, super-powered person sat cross-legged in the air, watching all this with a frown on his face. He just wanted to solve a world-class disaster that could cause Europe to disappear. Due to the integration of the world, the butterfly effect has become more frequent. He has become visibly busy recently. However, when he teleported back, he heard people's colorful and hysterical voices, as if he had just gone through a life and death crisis. Of course, it is not them who are going to roll around, but the 6 superstars who will make them obsessed and almost become a community of shared destiny. Seiki Kusuwa scratched his head. What the Hades? Although it was a good thing that this guy was more conspicuous, how did he attract so many uncontrollable things? The world of people with special abilities seemed much more complicated. Love can be deeper and more twisted. But fortunately, your Terahashi family is blessed by God in every sense. Otherwise, if someone died, the world would be over. Terahashi Nobuyuki felt a chill on his back and felt the prying eyes again. He turned his head away vaguely, but still saw nothing. He sneezed and then thought with joy, Shinmei must be thinking about me. The next second, Terahashi Nobuyuki was grabbed by the collar and pulled over. The other party raised his fist aggressively, but he just couldn't bear to hit him in the face. After seeing the other person clearly, Terahashi Nobuyuki relaxed his tense muscles. Matsuda? He stared at the fist that was so close to him and raised his eyebrows. Although I don't understand why you want to hit me, but a slap in the face is the most unforgivable thing. Matsuda Jinpei gritted his teeth. His facial lines were particularly cold and hard. He snorted coldly and took back the sunglasses that Terahashi Nobuyuki had hung on his collar. You are brave and kind-hearted. It seemed like I wanted to blame him, but I had no reason to blame him. Terahashi Nobuyuki smoothed his wrinkled collar and looked at Hagiwara Kenichi with a questioning look. The young man with half-long hair couldn't put on a relaxed expression at this time and looked a little depressed. Jinping blamed himself for not holding you back. Hey, Hagi. When you fell, we all thought you were dead. The young man ran towards the unknown, which was only one step away from death, with such determination. When he broke free from his life-saving straw, he seemed to be disdainful because on the other side of the scale stood an existence more important than his life. I'm about to cry. Did you see the hand he stretched out to the girl in the air? At that moment, Lu Shintong was not a star in my eyes, but just a hero who tried his best to save a life. I don't know what he felt at that time, because I couldn't do it, so I respect people with such brilliant humanity. He's so nice. Nobu, it's strange to say this, but maybe everyone is still so nervous that they forgot. Hagiwara Kenichi sighed and said, You deserve to be praised. Thank you for saving her. Terahashi Nobuyuki was silent for a moment, then stepped forward and put his arms around the 2 men's necks. Jinpei Matsuda and Kenichi Hagiwara. How should I put it? The 6-soul hug made their faces completely red. This physiological reaction cannot be controlled just by wanting to. I'm sorry, I ignored your feelings from just now. I even borrowed clothes from Matsuda, but I didn't pay attention to your emotions. Terahashi Nobuyuki reflected sincerely. Now that I think about it, you just looked like you had something to say to me, but I ran away without even a word of comfort. Hey, why did you suddenly hug me? I read a book, which said, in human nature, there is an innate compassion and love for the same kind. But cold and cruel people are also hidden in this society. Terahashi Nobuyuki said, I am just learning from you. The corrupt detective staged a farce, but the real detective is always fighting with his life. When the criminal fired the life-destroying shell, Jinpei Matsuda never let go of Terahashi Nobuyuki's hand, and Kenichi Hagiwara kept trying to block him with his body. My contribution is insignificant and not worth mentioning. Terahashi Nobu lowered his eyes. He went to save her because the person falling was his sister. What if it's a stranger who has no connection with you? Terahashi Nobuyuki thought vaguely. He had a strong intuition, which came from his usual style and cognition he would jump to. Because all this started with him, because perfect people have good qualities. Terahashi Nobuyuki took a step back, rubbed his palms together, and conjured up 2 roses in front of the prospective detective. This was a trick he learned when he was a magic detective, and he used it to show off in front of Shinmei several times. Take it. These are roses given by Liu Shuntong himself, not by a paper man. This was even the same bouquet that Rick had given to his sister. The gray-blue-haired young man's eyes were so sincere, and the light in his pupils was so dazzling that it was unbearable to look directly at. They took the rose from Terahashi Nobuyuki's hand, and then he watched helplessly as 2 streams of blood flowed from Jinpei Matsuda's nose. He had been staring at the rose in a daze, but suddenly he felt his lips getting wet and hot. Following Terahashi Nobuyuki's hesitant gaze, he reached out and touched it. Wait, what is this? Jinpei Matsuda wiped it hastily with his hands, but the nosebleed didn't seem to stop. He felt a little embarrassed, and a little laughter came from beside him. Terahashi Nobuyuki handed over a tissue. Here, use this to wipe it. Such beautiful and dexterous hands can do such a delicate job as defusing a bomb. But it seems that you are not good at stopping nosebleeds. He said it seriously, not getting the funny point of this scene at all, and was worried that Matsuda Jinpei might have a fever. It's already autumn, and the weather is getting drier day by day. Remember to drink water. Matsuda Jinpei. Kenichi Hagiwara pondered. Jinpei, you are the first one. What do you mean by first? Hey, don't tell Shin about this. Jinpei Matsuda covered his mouth, but Kenichi Hagiwara hid back with a relaxed look. He carefully put the flowers behind his back and said with a smile, we made a bet before. Who would be the first to give up in front of you? Because blushing is already an entry-level greeting. What with what? Terahashi Nobu laughed. It was common for people to tease him with his face. But Nobu, Hagiwara Kenichi's eyes were bright, as if he had discovered something new. I didn't expect you to be such a direct shot. You would say something that hit the target when you least expected it. And no wonder Jinpei would. Use simple but eye-catching tricks to create flowers and show them delicate and careful comfort. He became different. Hagiwara Kenichi keenly noticed that the alienation they felt when they first met was fading away, and they didn't know when this person had opened his heart to them. Why do I feel this way? Because whether Terahashi Nobuyuki is sincere in treating others or not, only those who have truly experienced the 2 differences can make a judgment. It is fatal, too fatal. Is this the true affectionate gaze of Lucian? His previous eyes only looked affectionate because of his superior eye shape. The emotions in his pupils were dull and empty. But now it's as if it has been injected with life. By the way, the woman you saved. She didn't want to show up in front of the media and left after thanking me alone. Terahashi Shinko answered directly for Terahashi Shinmi. But Shin. The 2 of them straightened their expressions, checked to see if there were anyone around, and asked the question that had been bothering them until now. You said I like you to that woman, right? They stared at Terahashi Shinko's expression obscurely. Are you attracted to her? Terahashi Nobuyuki blinked and said, yes. He said this answer lightly, and as if it were a matter of course. The 2 young men in front of him were horrified. Terahashi Shin finished his attack seriously. Don't you think she's perfect? Wanting to be with her is the most unshakable truth in the world, right? The 2 people's pupils trembled wildly. Exine, how come he seems to have a love brain? No, I wasn't worried just now because you're a perfect idol, but how dare you answer like that? Matsuda Jinpei's tone was a little anxious. Idols can't fall in love. Do you want to give up your career? If you really develop a relationship with her and it is exposed, it will definitely cause an uncontrollable storm. Terahashi Nobuhiro covered his lips, looking as if he was considering, but I don't intend to lie about this kind of thing. He was so calm that he seemed to be overflowing with happiness, and there was an unfamiliar tenderness in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. There's no hope. Seiki Kusuo frowned. When it comes to Terahashi Shinmei, his intelligence drops to the point of neglecting his disguise. When will this guy be able to get rid of that perverted mind? There are obviously a lot of excellent people around him, but Terahashi-san's heart is so steadfast and unwavering. If they were unrelated, this one-sided love would seem quite touching. Although Terahashi-san obviously didn't buy into her brother's words, Seiki Kusuo pointed at his arm with his index finger, which was his little habit when he was thinking anxiously, and even his brows were slightly wrinkled. I always feel like a strange tragedy is going to happen if this continues, because it's impossible for the brother and sister to be together. This guy seems to know this, so is it wishful thinking? Or is there really something wrong with his brain? Is it some kind of psychological trauma, because he is extremely disappointed with the world, and his sister is the only light and angel who saves him? Or something like that. The more I think about it, the more it's possible. Seiki K feels that the situation is becoming complicated. People with superpowers always feel the love between their loved ones, which is enough to sacrifice everything without regard for their own lives. It is undoubtedly the most solid and shocking emotion in the world, and those with superpowers will be moved by such beautiful feelings. Terahashi Nobuyuki seems to have understood only as a partner, but even with so many reasons and foreshadowing, this guy is still a pervert who would give his sister underwear and a life-size doll of himself. Nobu, although that woman is really beautiful, you just met. Matsuda Jinpei tried to pull out Terahashi Nobu, who was in love, and she looks like a high school student? Isn't it good to fall in love at first sight? Many people fell in love with me at first sight. Hajiwara Kenichi. That being said, that girl clearly has likable characteristics. Moreover, to outsiders, these two guys really seem like a perfect match. They are equally beautiful, equally sparkling, and even have similar temperaments. But if you fall in love with someone else? Hajiwara Kenichi lowered his eyebrows and said sadly in a joking tone, many people will be heartbroken. That day, Terahashi Nobuyuki went to the Metropolitan Police Department to take a statement. As he left the observation building, he glanced at the crowd several times, obviously looking for someone. He and Shinmei had only met in a hurry and panic, and Terahashi Nobuyuki still had a lot to say to her, but meeting in private was obviously dangerous and inappropriate, especially when the crowd had not dispersed. There are many eyes and cold electronic cameras. The figures and whereabouts of the 6 supernatural powers are like shared resources in this society. Terahashi Nobuyuki holds a bouquet of roses. These were the most beautiful flowers that he secretly took out from the paper man Lu Shintong's hands after seeing Shinmei. He selected them with the sharpest eyes in the shortest time. They bloomed brightly and warmly, just like Zhao Qiao Xian's intentions. Is Shinmei really gone? Zhao Qiaoxin secretly shed tears. Oh, at least wait a little longer, brother. I can still give you flowers with a legitimate reason as to comfort you. Terahashi Nobuyuki was about to get into the police car dejectedly, and then someone tapped his shoulder. Terahashi Nobuyuki. He was so scared that his legs went weak because there was no one behind him, unless someone appeared like a ghost. Look back at the bridge letter and follow his eyes widened immediately. Standing behind him was the expressionless pink-haired boy. For eyes? Why is he here? Wait, why is he here? Could it be Kazukomi? It's not what you think. The psychic replied depressedly and skillfully, I was just passing by. Seiki Kusuo took out his wallet, which was empty. By the way, I'm going to report to the police. My money was stolen, and only my wallet is left. He looked at Terahashi Nobuyuki. His eyes under his glasses were as calm as water without ripples. By the way, I'm here to ask the big star Lu Shintong for an autograph. Terahashi Nobuyuki? Never mind. No matter why he appeared here, even if he came with Shinmei, it doesn't matter. It's just a good opportunity to send Shinmei back safely. Woohoo, it hurts so much. I also want to send Shinmei home. Terahashi Nobuyuki tried hard to suppress the jealous sneer on his face, signed his name quickly, and then used the cover of the car door to hand the bouquet to Seiki Kusuo's arms. He threatened sinisterly. Send it to Shinmei. You hear me? Is this your attitude when asking for help? I'm sorry. Please help me send it to Shinmei. Thank you. Terahashi Nobuyuki immediately became humble and polite, saying everything in his sentence without pausing, and he resisted the urge to grab Seiki Kusuwa by the collar. Don't keep it to yourself. Don't let Shinmei misunderstand that it was given by you. You must explain it clearly to her. Seiki-kei, he sighed and said, I would do this without you telling me. Terahashi Nobuyuki hesitated for a long time. Then, I'll leave first. The psychic was about to leave, and he heard the young man's heartbeat. Hey, wait, you. Terahashi Nobuyuki held him back. You're not hurt, are you? No. The psychic said, I already said I was just passing by. The collapse of the observation deck was over long ago. Oh. Terahashi Nobuyuki paused and said to him, Shinmei is fine, but I think she's frightened. Please comfort her for me. I can't be with her. The young man said in a depressed tone, I am quite incompetent. Seiki Kusuwa sighed. I will invite her to my home. My mother likes her very much. Zhao Qiaoxin finally felt relieved. He bowed gently to Seiki Kusuwa and said clearly, Thank you. Thanks. This action made Seiki Kusuwa take a step back. He was a little bit unbelievable, and his expression was blank for a few seconds. Sitting in the police car, this chaotic day is finally coming to an end. Terahashi rested his head on the car door and closed his eyes tiredly. Ida beside him took off his coat and covered him with it. I heard that there is a new famous scene today. 6 gods send roses. Terahashi Nobuo glanced at him with amusement. Do you want it? Anything else? Terahashi Nobuyuki flipped his wrist and pinched out a cigarette for him. I won't forget you. I'll keep it for you. Ha ha ha. A suppressed laughter reached Terahashi Nobuyuki's ears. Are you going to have a video signing event tomorrow? I think so. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked out the window. I have to work. Let me see. There's also a foreign group. Russia. Ida Ko flipped through Terahashi Nobuyuki's itinerary and notes. It seems that no translator was hired. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was almost asleep, spoke in an inaudible voice. Because I can speak Russian, when I was young, my parents took me abroad to avoid the limelight. The storm of this incident is far from over so quickly. The news reports are almost looping the video of the famous actor Liu Shintong jumping off the building to save people. When holding the remote control to control the TV platform, almost every time you press the button, you will see Liu Shintong's impeccable and handsome face. The city's observation deck was violently destroyed. Anyone with eyes can look up and see it. It has become an event that can be mentioned for a longer time than the topic of after-dinner chat. Nobu, your topic is still high. It is estimated that it will not stop for the next half-month. The agent put the latest data in front of Terahashi Nobu. Next, a reporter wants to interview you and may ask you to record a program to restore the crime scene. The book signing event may be delayed for a while. There was a fever-reducing patch on Terahashi Nobu's head. The host on TV interviewed the people at the scene of the incident. From time to time, the screen turned to the smoking high-rise building and Terahashi Nobu's torn poster fluttering in the wind. What a terrible terrorist attack. I have never experienced such a thing. It feels like a nightmare. Did you hear the loud noise? Fortunately, Lord Lucian is fine. I hope he can recover quickly. We want to see him standing in front of the flash again. Pray for the police and pay tribute to all those who work hard to maintain the stability of this society. After confirming that his sister's face was not in any of the videos or photos, Terahashi Nobuyuki breathed a sigh of relief. Someone might dox her online. Mr. Ishihara, please keep an eye on this. He asked anxiously. Although the information of Terahashi Nobuyuki's family members had long been kept confidential by the police, it was difficult for people to find out the relationship between Terahashi Nobuyuki and Terahashi Nobuyuki. However, through word of mouth and on-the-ground searches, Terahashi Nobuyuki's school, home address, interpersonal relationships, neighbors, and even past could be dug out. People who remember them would not keep secrets. The perfect beautiful girl would not leave any handle, but that did not mean they could dig deep into a person's privacy and commit rampant violence. I sent someone to keep an eye on this part, including the information trends in the dark web. Terahashi Nobu tore off the fever-reducing patch. Okay, I'll go get ready for work. Aren't you going to rest? No. Terahashi Nobu straightened his collar. It's a mess out there. Some people are spreading rumors that I was shot or molested, just because my clothes are torn. Zhao Chaoxin looked at himself in the mirror before going out. He had a fever when he woke up this morning, but probably because of his regular work and rest schedule and regular exercise, his physique was very strong. Fortunately, it was not a serious illness. When you are busy, you are being held back. Terahashi Nobuyuki felt ashamed of himself for being so fragile and derelict in his duty. He controls public relations, reports safety to fans, and accepts TV interviews in a good spirit. What is always captured in the camera is Lu Shuntong's handsome face, his gentle and steady expression, which never seems to be afraid or panicked. On weekdays, Date Ko also needs to study at the police academy, so Terahashi Nobuyuki can't stay in the closed school these days. But he will show up during physical training. Did you come back here just to be tortured? To make me look like a graduate from the police academy? Terahashi Nobuyuki said, I am carefully observing your habits and tone, as well as the way you greet the instructors and the eyes. That's the look of a criminal police officer, with a belief that is rare among ordinary people. It is like a spark burning in the eyes that never goes out. Of course, Terahashi Nobuyuki had also seen the fire go out from the members of 48. By making this comparison, we can better understand how valuable it is to keep our original intention. The young people's attitude towards Qiao Xian became more enthusiastic. If they used to just look at him as a walking genius in appearance and respect him as a professional idol, now they seem to be watching an outstanding peer. In this busy time, the postponed video signing event of Terahashi Shin finally started. He doesn't have many fans abroad. In terms of albums, the majority of the European and American markets are still occupied by South Korea. Although his singing skills and looks are not inferior to them, Terahashi Shin is not a singer or dancer. By the way, have you never signed with foreigners before? It's the same. Terahashi Shin thought of Wei Erlao, who had been pestering him for a while. Although the cultural backgrounds are different, they are all very friendly. Zhu Fujingwing looked at him. Xian, when did you go abroad? Terahashi Nobuyuki glanced at him, slightly curved his eyes. It was 2 days after we first met. The kidnapping incident caused a lot of sensation, and it was also the first time that Terahashi Nobuyuki appeared in the newspaper. His face, which was so cute as an angel when he was a child, attracted excessive attention. The Terahashi couple was afraid that some evil people would take the initiative to find them, so instead of moving to another city, they chose to go abroad to hide. They also wanted to take Terahashi Nobuyuki out to relax. Because Terahashi Nobuyuki once fell into autism, he called the people outside monkeys, fools, humanoid frames with empty brains, and superficial guys who might as well be blind. Terahashi's father asked the company for a business trip, and the family went to Russia for nearly a year. Terahashi Kokomi returned home when she was about to go to kindergarten. Because he no longer paid attention to information from the outside world and immersed himself in his own world. Terahashi Nobuyuki learned everything very quickly during that period. His arrogance was punctured, and his naivety of thinking that the world revolved around him made him begin to quickly re-understand the world. Although it went in another unhealthy way. Get in touch with new environments, new cultures, and make new friends. At that time, electronic equipment was far less advanced than it is today. Every time we meet, it is a miracle by chance. In order to communicate perfectly with Russians, Terahashi Nobuyuki made up for his almost forgotten Russian and read 10 sheets of daily expressions and 20 sheets of basic vocabulary all night long to ensure that he could still be elegant and confident even when speaking a foreign language. Why not hire an interpreter? Because it is not a pleasant experience to have an outsider participate in the short time we spend together. There are lights, headphones, microphones, and a tablet in front of you with a larger screen and more details than a mobile phone. The book signing session started on time at 6 o'clock in the evening. With his hairstyle on and a staff member sitting next to him, Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at the screen showing that the video was connecting. Acting out roles with each fan, taking photos with them through the screen, saying some lines to encourage them, or watching them show them the gifts they made with care from a distance, the process doesn't seem to be anything special. After signing 10 people in a row, Terahashi Nobuyuki took a sip of water, and the next video call came in. Terahashi Nobuyuki hadn't even swallowed a mouthful of water when he saw the face on the screen and almost choked. It's not that I was scared, but I had a strange feeling. Terahashi Nobu silently swallowed the water and said gently, "Hello? How are you?" The young man in the video slightly curved his purple eyes at him. "Hasn't it been a long time since we last met? Terahashi Nobuyuki?" Looking closely, it seems like I have really seen this face before. But the racial characteristics of Russia are very obvious. Terahashi Nobuyuki recalled that when he first went there, he was face-blind for a long time. When he walked on the street, he felt that several people shared the same face, only with different heights, weights, and body shapes. The curves of their brows, high noses, thin lips, and pale skin were so similar that they looked like dolls carved by an artist. Even their voices and the tone of their speech were the same. Terahashi Nobuyuki showed some confusion. Generally speaking, this might be the other party flirting with him. S-roll, but Terahashi Nobuo noticed that no, the other person's eyes were so serious. Have we met before? A long time ago. The young man was wearing a heavy coat with a red sunset as the background, and his exposed nose tip was red from the cold. What a pity. I was looking forward to meeting you again with joy, Nobuo. The following sentence was spoken in Japanese, and the other party's Japanese was so good that Terahashi Nobuyuki could not hear the accent. No, wait, etc.? How does this guy know his real name? Terahashi Nobuyuki was stunned for a moment, and then something seemed to rush straight to his brain, causing a lot of fragmented images to flash before his eyes, as if he was brought into a gentle recollection of memories. Terahashi tried hard to recall the almost forgotten childhood experience of living abroad. His playmate at that time? Andrei? He asked tentatively. Sergei? The curve of the Russian's lips gradually solidified and visibly dropped. Terahashi also felt that he was a little disappointing. Or, Maxim? The young man in the picture put his fingers on his chin as if in deep thought. His eyes, shining with strange light, drooped. Could it be that I can be forgotten at will? Am I no different from other people? Terahashi Nobuyuki. This book signing event is going to be a failure. No, the signing event is to satisfy the fans. Why don't you say something to save the situation? The assistant was winking at Terahashi Nobuyuki frantically. The young man on the screen seemed to have a gloomy look on his face. The short 2 minutes ended in an awkward stalemate. Suddenly, Zhao Qiaoxin felt a flash of inspiration, and a name popped into his mind. Feijia? He said happily. I remember it now. No, you shouldn't remember it all. The superpowered person who came to visit the studio frowned solemnly. There were originally no people with special abilities in this world, so how could you have possibly met him as a child? It is true that Terahashi Nobuyuki was kidnapped and did go abroad, but the experience was different. Trouble. Seiki Kusuwa used telepathy to listen to the memories that flashed through Terahashi Nobuyuki's mind, and it was obvious that there were things in it that did not exist. The fusion of worlds changes people's cognition, thus creating non-existent memories. Just like the intersection of two similar routes, people from two worlds may have arrived at the same place at the same time. They have no intersection, but if they want to merge silently, then they should meet and intersect, thus developing a series of chain reactions. Memory is what a person is made of. However, when this memory is obtained by multiple people at the same time, it exists in people's cognition. After all, the world is essentially idealistic. Now it is just an occasional memory confusion of some individuals, but in the future it will turn into more changes in historical facts. The fusion is becoming more and more complicated. How long will it take for Sorosuk to figure out the singularity? Seiki Kusuwa looked at Terahashi Nobuo's obvious increase in favorability, which had jumped by dozens of points out of nowhere. Should I hit him with a banana? What luck it is that I got to sign a video with a friend I haven't seen for many years. Maybe it's not luck, but the other party did it on purpose. To be honest, Terahashi Nobuyuki was not used to remembering Russian surnames and patronymics, not to mention that he had resisted getting along with others when he was a child, so he only remembered the young man's name now, Fedor. Terahashi Nobuyuki's expression softened visibly, and he looked infinitely more sincere than before. You speak Japanese so well. this is not the only sentence you can speak? The young man looked at him thoughtfully. Who is standing behind you? A bodyguard. Terahashi Nobuyuki slightly moved the camera, and the corners of other people's clothes just came into the frame. It costs a lot of money to book an autograph. If you want to see me, just call me directly. Although Terahashi Nobu's current card number is still the one given to him by the PR officer, it was not the same before. His behavior seemed like he wanted to give an old friend a surprise one day. Well, I just suddenly thought of you. Fyodor said, I am very surprised by your change. They chatted about the most ordinary and intimate topics in just 2 minutes, just like ordinary friends. Change? That's for sure. It's been more than 10 years. In your memory, I was still a kid who would fall down when walking. Terahashi Nobu stared at the other person's face, which still looked sick even in the camera, and frowned slightly. How are you recently? I'm very surprised to see you. When he said this, it seemed to be more lethal than I like you. The assistant sitting in front of him was stunned. Then she covered her chest and fell down. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked up and hurriedly stood up to help her. Wait, Ms. Hananuma, hold on. Be careful not to fall on your head. His figure left the screen, but the anxious look that flashed across his face was vivid in Fyodor's eyes. He paused for a moment and pressed his chest in a daze. Children of God, made like humans. In his memory, there was a boy with gray-blue hair, standing alone and quietly in the snow, with an air of alienation and loneliness. In the first month of his overseas trip, Terahashi Nobu was still busy learning the language. His excellent parents both had good jobs and were proficient in at least 3 languages, Japanese, English, and other minor languages that were good enough for daily communication. They created a good language environment for Terahashi Nobu since he was young, just like what people often say, a child who wins at the starting line. In that era, electronic devices were far less developed than they are now. There were no smartphones and no fancy software. People valued every reunion with friends and would use all kinds of reasons to create opportunities to get together. Terahashi Nobuyuki could stay at home with peace of mind because he thought he had no friends and didn't need friends. When they went there, the weather in Moscow was already very cold, with snowflakes falling from time to time. The city center did a good job of cleaning the roads, so there was almost no snow accumulation, but the wet and salt-spattered ground still made Terahashi Nobuyuki very uncomfortable. I always feel like the water stains will gradually get on my pants with my footsteps. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who came out of the dusty cellar without getting a speck of dirt on his clothes, thought seriously. A strange but beautiful city, cold and refreshing air, and people's unenthusiastic attitudes. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who went shopping with her mother at the mall, was wearing a one-piece cotton padded jacket that most children here have, and a thick hat. She stared at the words on the trademark in a daze. For the first time, she felt that the area around her was too quiet. The attire might have been a reason, but along the way, Terahashi Nobuyuki was not stopped by a single old woman. Most people just glanced at him, then chatted quickly with their friends with a look of surprise. They spoke very fast and in a low voice after all. Talking about foreigners in public is not a polite thing. Terahashi Nobuyuki could not understand what they were saying, so he simply would not be disturbed by information from the outside world. People still paid attention to his appearance, but would not approach him because of the obvious racial difference. Even when his mother took Terahashi Nobuyuki to the children's playground in the mall to rest, Terahashi Nobuyuki was not surrounded. He was just not surrounded, and there were still curious kids coming to invite him to play. He was still within the normal range of friends, but this was a completely different experience for Chao Xian. Where are you from? Can you speak Russian? You are so pretty. Would you like to play on the revolving chair together? Or compete to see who can climb the ladder the fastest? Terahashi Nobuyuki rejected all of them, and then swung on the swing alone until he got home. Oh, a monkey with deep and beautiful features is still a monkey, and I don't need to talk to monkeys. He was extremely unwilling to accept the kindness from everyone, and acted like a cool kid, brainwashing himself with his own quotes every day. Only the weak need friends, only the weak are swayed by emotions, and as long as you are ruthless, you won't get hurt. This world is fake, stupid, and empty, and even love is filled with disgusting possessiveness and evil thoughts. That's right, Terahashi Nobuyuki's Chinibu came a little early. The effect of countless rejections was remarkable. In the eyes of the children, Terahashi Nobuyuki became a lone ranger with no desires or ambitions, a mysterious oriental temperament, and an adult-like mind. This evaluation was all due to his face, because if the same thing happened to other people, the children would think he was a foreign freak who didn't fit in. To put it another way, Terahashi Nobuyuki is undoubtedly lonely without friends. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who is just immersed in the cool kid persona, thinks that loneliness is a standard of the strong. Perhaps this can also be called autism in another sense? Now I have no problem even going to school. At the end of the second month of going abroad, Terahashi Nobuyuki said this with a dull expression. His mother pinched his cheek and said, "But Exon, it's the end of the semester now, and the students are going to have winter vacation in the new year." Terahashi Nobuyuki, who had great ambitions to enter a Russian elementary school, hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I'll wait until next semester." The new school term in Japan starts in April, while in Russia it starts in September. Terahashi Nobuyuki doesn't want to stay in kindergarten anymore, so he plans to skip a grade. At that time, he just wanted to isolate himself from the outside world with knowledge, and he thought skipping a grade was cool, and it was suitable for a genius like him who disdained to keep pace with his peers. He also became interested in the culture here, which was completely different from that of Japan, and thought that foreign monkeys might be more interesting. New Year is an important day for every country. The streets are covered with snow, but people are finally there. Decorated lights, music in the malls, and people are busy preparing for family gatherings. But all this has nothing to do with Terahashi Nobuyuki. Apart from walking around the house with his sister, he would watch weird shows on TV, and then go out to breathe some fresh air when the sun was shining, wearing a one-piece cotton jacket that was so bulky that it was uncomfortable for him to walk. But Terahashi Nobuya was curious about the blizzard weather he saw for the first time. The adults knew how bad the weather was, but Terahashi Nobuyuki had never seen snow so heavy that it blocked people's vision. When he saw that the sky was not dark, he sneaked out. The air was so cold that it made his skin red, and the biting wind blew it until it numbed him. Standing in a small park that he was familiar with, Terahashi Nobuyuki took off his hat on a whim to feel the chaos and tranquility of the blizzard day. Russia is a vast country with a sparse population. This city is very large. Terahashi Nobuyuki did not live in the central part of the city. Some places where he lived were so simple that they looked like the countryside. There were no beautiful tall buildings, nor lush vegetation as decoration. The only thing that seems beautiful this winter is the snow. Terahashi Nobuyuki continues to play the cool kid in the snow. No matter how you look at it, he looked very silly when he looked up at the sky, because he took off his hat, and white ice crystals soon fell on his hair, and even his eyelashes were covered with a layer of white, looking like a snow elf. The young man who accidentally saw this scene thought so. He stared quietly at the bare gate in the forest, at the winding and faint footprints, and at the end of the footprints stood a child with a cold expression. Compared to theirs, her facial features are softer, but very dazzling. The light reflected from the snow would be reflected in his eyes, which were surprisingly bright, but there was nothing in them. "Where are your parents?" A child stood here alone, in such bad weather, and looked like he was lost. "Do you need me to take you home?" The young boy Fyodor asked kindly, "Perhaps you can speak Russian?" Terahashi Nobu looked at him and said, "I know the way." Oh, that was their first meeting. But it's not over yet. Terahashi Nobu felt that his lonely atmosphere was destroyed, and turned to leave. His brain was a little slow and painful from the cold, but he tried not to show it and walked away. Pa! Terahashi Nobuyuki fell to the ground. Maybe the snow was too deep, and the ground was covered with a silvery white blizzard in just a few seconds. A considerable amount of snow had accumulated while Terahashi Nobuyuki was standing still. The snow was not only thick, but also very slippery, filling the grooves on the bottom of his shoes. Terahashi Nobuyuki tried not to cry, but stood up and continued walking. He fell to the ground again after taking only 2 steps. This was a huge blow to Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was known as a cold-blooded child. He actually fell down twice in front of a stranger. "Do you need help?" The other party asked again out of humanitarianism. Terakashi got up by himself and shook his head to shake off the snow. "It's so cold. You're not wearing a hat." Fyodor, who was gradually approaching, paused and his voice disappeared unconsciously. In the blurred vision obscured by the blizzard, the child's appearance became clear. Just like a slow-motion movie scene, the child in front of me had flying hair, a delicate face exposed to the air, a blush on the tip of her nose and ears, and a hint of stubbornness in her eyes, but still a dull emotion. Too beautiful. Fyodor was so shocked that he was speechless. Is there such a perfect child in the world? The innocence that is ignorant of the world, the clarity that makes people want to protect it, and the strength that is comforting. Is the other party lost? Looks like it needs a room door that's warm enough. The boy caught up with the kid who was still trying to walk on his own, and quickly caught him when he fell again. Fedor couldn't feel Terahashi Nobuyuki's body temperature due to the contact of countless layers of cloth, but he could feel his lightness and softness. There is a lake ahead. The boy who knew this all along but didn't remind him said, "You look lost. Will you come home with me? I met a pervert." Terahashi Nobuyuki's young heart was deeply traumatized. He felt a little sorry for his broken heart, and then sighed all monkeys in the world are the same. He shuddered, unable to help but recall the 3 days in the cellar. The teacher he trusted also asked to take him away for this reason, but he changed his mind halfway because he couldn't wait to go back to see his sister, so he apologized to the teacher politely and guiltily. Seeing that he was about to leave, the teacher almost immediately changed his expression, covered Terahashi Nobuyuki's face, picked him up and ran away. Terahashi Nobuyuki had never felt such terrifying strength of an adult. To him, they were like an unshakable rock. When they were finally released, he had been thrown into the cellar. The man who did all this seemed to feel guilty and nervous, as if he had stolen a treasure that everyone coveted and hid it with surprise and fear. No, Terahashi Nobuyuki refused firmly. In his eyes, this sentence was the temptation of the devil, and even the hand being held made him feel disgusted. "My father will pick me up later." The other party let go of his hand, and Terahashi Nobuyuki slipped and was about to fall to the ground again. But the boy firmly grabbed the belt of his jumpsuit. Terahashi Nobuyuki, whose face was only a fist away from the ground. Fyodor chuckled, "Someone is coming to pick you up, so you have to wait here, kid." Blizzard just got bigger. The sky turned into a dull yellow color, the snowflakes turned into overwhelming sand, the visibility of the human eye became lower and lower, and the cotton clothes gradually lost their warmth, keeping effect due to being immersed in the cold environment for a long time. They were in a hazy forest. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked around and found that he could no longer find the way home. Terahashi Nobuyuki stood up hurriedly and turned around in circles trying to find familiar coordinates. Something soft was gently put on his head, and the only person who was with him in the snow whispered, "It's very cold outside. You have to wear a hat. Don't take it off casually, or you'll get sick." Terahashi Nobuyuki pursed his lips. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out how to describe the location of his home. The confident child who thinks it's okay to go to primary school has actually never communicated with others in Russian. All his abilities are only reflected in answering written questions and listening, reading, and writing. Terahashi Nobu looked up at him, trying to discern his features. Cotton clothes can also make people look thin. The specific shape of the eyebrows and eyes is not clear. There are no streetlights here, but it gives people a very friendly feeling. "Excuse me, do you have a cell phone?" "No, I don't want to go home with you," Terahashi Nobu whispered. "But it's cold." The other party was stunned, and Terahashi Nobuyuki saw a smile on his face. Then, his hand was pulled up. Although the pulling force was not strong, Terahashi felt that he would not fall. "Come with me, lost snow elf." Zhao Qiaoxin didn't understand the word snow elf, but he didn't care. "If your parents call the police, it will be difficult to send them in this weather." He pressed his lips with his fingers, and his tone was very long, swallowed by the noise of the blizzard. Not to mention the heavy snow blocking the road, the efficiency here is also a bit outrageous. He just sensed from the words that this person might be a good person. He followed the boy step by step, hiding his face in his collar. Fyodor deliberately slowed down his pace for him. "Be careful not to roll down," he said. "What's your name?" "If you don't want to tell me your real name, a Russian name is fine. You have to give me a way to call you." "Should I call you a snow elf?" Terahashi Nobuyuki quickly went through a bunch of Russian male names in his mind and picked one that was not so common, Fyodor. Fyodor. Ah, we have the same name. Terahashi Nobuyuki? He said casually, then call me Vladimir. I always feel that these names are not suitable for you. Fyodor said, well, good evening, dear Vladimir. My name is Fyodor. The child did not answer him, and Fyodor did not force him. Why did you run out alone? The time and environment are not good. Because the weather is very cool, it is very suitable for clearing up the feverish brain. Terahashi spoke very slowly, with strange grammatical errors from time to time, but it was enough for native speakers to understand what he meant. And in this kind of weather, there will be no pedestrians on the street. There will be no sight. Fyodor glanced at him with his eyes lowered. Isn't he a smuggler? Brought it here? Terahashi Nobuyuki looked up blankly. He didn't understand the word smuggling. Fyodor continued, there are many people like this. You seem to be well taken care of, but people's love and desire are always equal. He thought the child had suffered some kind of pain and had escaped under the cover of the weather. After walking in the blizzard for about 10 minutes, a light appeared in Terahashi Nobuyuki's vision. His face was almost numb from the cold. His teeth were chattering uncontrollably, and he had trouble opening his eyes. The boy who was pulling him suddenly stopped, and Terahashi Nobuyuki could hardly raise his head due to the wind, but his exposed skin was covered with a layer of softness with body temperature in the next breath. It was a snow-white scarf. The side that touched the wind and snow was frosted, but it was warm when it fell on Terahashi Nobuo's face. Keep warm, the Russian boy named Fyodor said to him. Terahashi Nobu looked at him blankly. He was slightly bent over, with a pair of gorgeous purple-red pupils under his half-closed eyelids, which seemed to be glowing with a faint light. His delicate chin was exposed, and his lips were only a little bit bloody. He treated the child very gently, which made Terahashi Nobu feel ashamed and at a loss. Let's go. He took Terahashi Nobu's hand again. They finally entered a place that looked like a bar. There was thick snow at the door, but it was so warm that they couldn't help but take off their coats. Let's take shelter here for a while. Fyodor led Terahashi Nobu to the door. The bar was not big and the decoration was very simple, but it was very clean. There was a coat hanger at the door. A bearded Russian man stood at the bar. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Wait for me here, he said to Zhao Xiaoxin, then stood up and went to the bar to communicate a few words with the clerk. The speed of his speech was so fast that Zhao Xiaoxin had difficulty understanding. He was observing the unfamiliar environment when suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder. The man's hand was quite strong, and Zhao Xiaoxin staggered a step. Look, there's a foreign kid here. The man's breath smelled of alcohol. His cheeks were red. His emerald green eyes seemed a little cloudy. He wore a black knitted hat, and his coat looked particularly old. Do you have money? Terahashi Nobu was confused and replied, no. Foreign currency is also okay. You have to have that. The man squatted down, carefully trying to see Terahashi Nobu's face, and then said, Hey, Andre, why does it feel so bright here today? Did you install a new light? Have you soaked it? Terahashi Nobuyuki. The man reached out and rubbed Terahashi Nobuyuki's forehead with his leather glove fingers. The hair is covering the face. Let's see where this kid came from. Gerasim, don't act crazy with a child when you're drunk. The man at the bar shouted over here. You scared him. He doesn't look like he has any money. Who knows? How can people who come here to travel be without money? Last time I got 700 rubles at the airport because I showed a foreigner the way. Gerasim felt in his pocket, took out a piece of chocolate, and handed it to Zhao Xiaoxin. Did you bring this child? I can send him to the police station for a bottle of wine. Terahashi Nobuyuki frowned, silently ran to the bar and grabbed the corner of Fyodor's clothes. Fyodor pushed his hat back on its side. Ignore him, Vladimir. In fact, they are not necessarily homeless people. They may be gangsters or guys with nothing to do. When Terahashi Nobuyuki was shopping with his mother, he encountered this kind of people. They often appeared at the entrance of the underground passage in the commercial district, which was always a must-go place for tourists. They asked people for money on the street and could say the word money in several languages. Where did this sickly kid come from? Grassam walked over here, as if he wanted to swear, But when his eyes met Terahashi Nobuyuki, he stopped and turned around with a hum and took out a few coins. People opened their eyes wide in surprise at his action. The embarrassed man tried his best to make himself look elegant, searching his pockets. No way, this little ruble can't even buy a glass of wine. There are more. Why are you in such a hurry? Grassam took out a mountain of coins from his pocket intermittently. As usual, this weather is perfect for drinking. It's so strange that you actually paid honestly today. The clerk said in disbelief. Are you going to change your ways? Terahashi Nobuyuki shrank behind Fyodor, somewhat afraid to speak. The atmosphere in the bar was mixed, but warm enough that Terahashi Nobu felt his feet, which had been numb from the cold, gradually regaining consciousness, with an indescribable itchiness and dull pain. Snap! There was a slapping sound not far away. Terahashi Nobuyuki subconsciously wanted to look over, but Fyodor covered his eyes. Stay beside me. The boy protected him. I borrowed some hot tea and towels from them. Don't look at the rest. Even with his eyes covered, Terahashi said clearly, I know what happened. The man hit the woman. Yeah, that's right. I thought the men here were all gentlemen. Terahashi said they would open doors for women, give up seats, and take the initiative to lift heavy objects. Fyodor looked at him. You seem to be right, because those people have become pretentious. Because they saw Terahashi Nobuyuki. It's amazing. These guys seem to have suddenly remembered what morals and shame were. It seemed that they knew what behavior was good and had the self-restraint of adults. They were rude to the weak or breathing like numb zombies in the last second, but in the next second they were pretending to be serious. It seemed that they had been awakened to some kind of cognition. The overheated and overcooled environment made Terahashi feel dizzy. He sat down at the bar counter to rest, took off his thick cotton gloves, and took the hot tea handed to him by the waiter. Sprazabu. Terahashi thanked him weakly. Oh, the little guy can speak Russian. Zhao Xiaoxin lowered his eyes listlessly. I only know a little. Why are you here? It's not easy to drive in this weather, so we came out to find something to eat. Fyodor took over the clerk's question. He helped Zhao Xiaoxin unbutton the upper part of his one-piece cotton coat and tied the sleeves at the waist. The boy was wearing a light blue warm coat that was convenient for indoor movement. Fyodor carefully wrapped a hot blanket around him. This will keep you warmer, Vladimir. So your name is Vladimir? Is he mixed blood? The clerk looked at Zhao Xiaoxin's face with interest. Fyodor watched the expression on his face soften, and he couldn't help but show a protective gesture. So cute. The child is indeed from God. Terahashi Nobuyuki was a baby who made doctors blush when he was born. He drank the hot tea silently, trying hard to fight his headache. There was heavy snow outside, and the air in the house was warm. The Russian girl who was slapped stood up angrily, walked to Fyodor's side in her 11-centimeter high heels, and asked directly, Do you want to be my 19th boyfriend, boy? Terahashi Nobuyuki glanced at them secretly and saw the girl winking at him. Others still don't know why she approached Fyodor, but it certainly didn't seem like she was sincere. Fyodor's eyes seemed to be moistened by the heat of the tea. I'm still very young, miss. It's okay to be a friend I can talk to. I actually have 3 boyfriends, and I might not be able to keep up with you if I add you. How about that? Terahashi Nobuyuki. Did he hear the number wrong? Fyodor said something, and the girl left. The boy seemed to see that Terakashi was depressed and whispered to him, Do you know that there is a tradition or a rule that can exist by default in Russia? What? A person can date many people. If they tell him in advance, as long as both parties accept it, it's not a rare thing. The boy rubbed his teacup and turned his chair to the side. For example, if A and B are dating at the same time, and C calls while A is dating B, then A is likely to say to B, C needs me, so I'm going to see him now, and then she can leave. Terahashi Nobuyuki understood that this relationship was a bit confusing. What, ain't BB disappointed and angry? Maybe, but he has no reason to refuse, and we can't blame him. Fyodor shrugged lightly. Because this is their relationship, it was agreed from the beginning, and they both agreed to be together like this. Terahashi Nobuyuki blinked in surprise. I thought people could only love one person. He drank the tea in one gulp, wanting to hear more from Fyodor as if he were hearing a new story. Is it the same for you? Me? I probably don't have a lover. The other man looked away and observed the guests in the bar calmly. People who indulged themselves at night carried information like labels on them, and he could roughly guess what each person did for a living and what they had experienced. The man who had been committing domestic violence for years had sharp eyes, and he probably wanted to insult and slander his wife with his friends, but at this moment he suppressed his temper and drank silently. The woman with a ring on her ring finger was lying in the arms of a young man who was obviously too young, but she pulled up her collar, which had slipped down. Someone took advantage of the dim light to reach into a stranger's wallet, but in the end he didn't take anything and walked away with the money in his pocket in disappointment. There was another man. He had a scar on his mouth. His light blonde hair was combed meticulously, and he wore a neat suit like a gentleman, but he was the most heinous criminal here. If he did not admit his mistake, and the other party was a death row prisoner who was released a week ago, it is easy to imagine why he was able to get out. It was nothing more than money and power. Or did he have other availability? Fyodor didn't look over there too much. He gave Zhao Xiaoxin a gentle smile. I told you a secret, so you have to tell me one too. Is that a secret? At least no one will tell you in advance, right? If you want to date someone in the future, you may get hurt if you don't tell them. He pulled up the towel that had slipped off Zhao Xiaoxin's shoulder. When you grow up, you will probably have many suitors, but you just said that people can only love one person. Sincerity is such a small and precious thing. Terahashi Nobuyuki frowned. I probably won't find a lover here, because I'll only be here for a short time and then go back. I'm here to seek refuge. Fyodor's eyes flickered, and he listened to the child continue talking without saying anything. It is not because my parents did anything wrong, nor was it because I did anything wrong. It's just that I was in the newspapers and became a little too famous. Suddenly, the surrounding area became very lively, and my parents were worried that I would get hurt. The words used in Zhao Qiao's letter were sometimes in the past tense and sometimes in the future tense. To Fyodor, it sounded like Mom and Dad are worried about me because I was hurt. Being hurt? Fyodor understood the meaning of this almost immediately. Because what? But he asked anyway. The child's eyes were dull, as if he had closed off his humanity, leaving only a pair of eyes that looked at the world indifferently. Because everyone is just an idiot who only looks at the surface and cares about themselves. They approach me because of their own will, but they don't care about my thoughts at all. Stupid adults will still use their extra years of physique to bully weak children. Suppression by force is the worst. The child who exuded divinity said so. Apart from these, people who can make others willing to follow and submit with their noble character, and people who can change the world without using violence, are the most worthy of sincere admiration. The handsome Russian boy stared at him quietly, and it seemed as if his breathing stopped for a moment. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who had this thought at that time, is now calm enough. He has learned to use this advantage of his and face the love of others in a more gentle way. There is a distance between idols and fans. They know that the people they like have their own lives. They also understand that the people they like are liked by many people at the same time, and they take it for granted. Establishing a connection with them as an idol and naming this love as an idol is cruel and gentle. The positioning of Terahashi Kokomi is actually the same. She is the campus goddess. No one would want to monopolize her. They already feel inferior to her and have no courage because there are too many competitors, so no one would bother her. After helping his assistant lie down on the sofa, Terahashi Nobuyuki hurried back to the screen. The young man with purple eyes who looked like a teenager was still waiting for him. Sorry, something went wrong just now. The staff should be able to extend our time. He looked a little flustered, but still so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Facing his friend, Terahashi Shinji couldn't help but smile and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you fascinated by me? But I am indeed not the little kid I used to be. I look more charming now, don't I? What with what?" Stand next to him, Kusuwa Seki's vision went dark. What were those things you just recalled? The people with superpowers were worried that the past had been changed from their state, so they teleported back to watch a live version, and also went to an earlier time point to watch the non-existent companionship in the darkness. The true history is that there was only Terahashi Nobuyuki locked in the cellar. On the third day, the criminal fell down the stairs and climbed out by himself. He cleverly closed the cellar door to buy enough time and ran to a populated area. Because the real events were much worse than what Xiao Xian remembered, his mental condition was actually very serious at the time. He had become so autistic that he was unwilling to communicate with others. One day, his parents were surprised to find that although he refused to speak his native language, he could still read English while studying, so they took him abroad. As for their first meeting on a snowy day, it was fake and didn't exist. Terahashi Nobuyuki didn't meet any strangers. After realizing that the weather was terribly wrong, he found the right direction and ran back by himself. After returning home, he was taken a wash by his parents and was educated by Wonsheng. And now in the memories of both of them, they even went to the pub. Seiki has seen it, and the tavern does exist, which means that it is actually Fyodor's memory, and now their memories are mixed together. Next, the two people who were signing books chatted intimately about their own topics. For example, that day Terahashi Nobuyuki was picked up by his parents who had come to see him. Because there were mobile phones in the bar, Terahashi Nobuyuki remembered his parents' phone number. For example, two people who did not leave any information met in the library 3 days later. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who only told him a pseudonym, read out his real name carefully this time. Nobuyuki, my name is Terahashi Nobuyuki. The Russian boy rolled these unfamiliar syllables on his tongue for a few times, and then said in a gentle tone, my name is Fyodor, Mihailovich Fyodor Dostoevsky. For example, their third meeting was still accidental, but Terahashi Nobuyuki's attitude obviously softened. He showed some childish intimacy around him and would talk about his new friend with his parents at home. They didn't exchange contact information, but they often met in the small park that Terahashi Nobuyuki loved to go to. The winter snow covered the few scattered entertainment facilities. The swivel chairs were frozen, and the swings were too cold. Terahashi Nobuyuki went back and forth on the icy surface of the slide 5 or 6 times by himself. After seeing Fyodor coming back, he quietly hid behind the slide. His shadow on the ground had already betrayed him, but the boy pretended not to notice anything and passed by. A snowball hit him right in the face, and the chill instantly spread to his nerve endings. Cough, cough, cough. Fyodor bent over and coughed, his chest shaking. Feeling that he had gone too far in his joke, Terahashi Nobu hurried over and reached out to wipe the snow off his face. Sorry, sorry. Fyodor's eyes touched his red fingertips, his pupils trembled, and he took a big step back violently, as if he was avoiding some ferocious beast. Zhao Xiaoxin could no longer remember how he felt when he saw Fedor avoiding him. He only vaguely remembered that the other party used the excuse of being sick to refuse his contact, and Fedor forgot whether Zhao Xiaoxin really touched him. His ability Crime and Punishment is a passive and active ability at the same time. The conditions for the passive activation of supernatural powers are touch and a subjective psychology. If the person who comes into contact with him has a sense of guilt, he will almost without exception be killed instantly. The extent of this sin was still vague. He believed that his own existence was a sin, and he wanted to be punished to atone for his sin. In any case, Terahashi Nobuyuki, who had played a prank on him, undoubtedly felt guilty at that moment. Afterwards, the two of them endured the cold weather, and Fyodor helped Teruki Nobuyuki build a snowman. Even though the boy repeatedly emphasized that he looked weak and needed to rest, Fyodor just stayed outside without caring. The white smoke they exhaled hung in the air, floating and elusive. One more. Teruki Nobuyuki, who had put a head on the snowman, took off the hat and put it on the lifeless snow pile. Look, Fedia, does it look like a person? A winter hat that covers the ears is a must-have item for almost every Russian, but few people buy the white one, which is not resistant to dirt. Terahashi Nobuyuki and Fyodor are exceptions. The boy quietly stared at the snowman whose features were very similar to his own. 2 purple-red artificial flowers were inserted in its eyes, which was funny and cute. It was the result of Terahashi Shin's handicraft class. Well, it's me at first glance. In fact, it's not detailed enough, and it looks a bit stupid. Feijia, you have a face that looks very smart at first glance. It would be great if I could learn to carve. Terahashi Shin pinched a high nose for the snowman and poked its 2 nostrils vividly. But as expected, Japan doesn't often have such heavy snow. If the workers hadn't cleared the snow in time, I wouldn't be able to move at all. The snow was piled up to Terahashi Nobuyuki's waist, and he had the opportunity to experience swimming in the snow. The excitement of seeing the ultimate snow scenery for the first time was almost completely worn out by the inconvenience of difficulty in moving. Fyodor chuckled. His face, which looked like he had read a lot of books, had a bit of dignity and the delicate feeling of a teenager. Even though Xiaoqiao Xian was not very smart, he felt that he should be very popular among his peers. The boy reminded him, Xian, remember to keep warm. Put on your hat quickly. Terahashi Nobuyuki spread his hands, as if he was hugging a snowman. Do you know why I did this? Why? Because your body doesn't look good. I lend you my hat in order to share with you my health. The gray-blue-haired boy with a red nose had bright eyes. I never get sick. Even if I'm tortured by a very bad environment, I only have a fever for one night. Let me tell you a secret. I have always had a belief, that is, I must be blessed by God. He turned around and said, So, I just made a wish to God. Taking off my hat when making a wish shows sincerity and respect. And blessings often require a carrier, such as a talisman or amulet. Under Fyodor's stunned expression, Terahashi Nobuyuki muttered in Japanese, I just hope that the Russian God can hear it. I just made a wish in Japanese. I wonder if he can understand it. The one who loves me should be the God of creation, regardless of country. A gentle and clear child. God's favorite who can be described with all the beautiful words. With the belief that we are blessed by God, of course we must do things that are worthy of God. This memory was frozen in Fyodor's mind, and then constantly beautified, making him almost afraid to imagine what the other person would look like when he grew up. A dazzling soul may be tainted by worldly disputes, may become snobbish and insidious as society settles, may develop evil thoughts for selfish desires, but no matter what you think, the time when he observes the world ignorantly and soberly, and gets along with the world with self-cognition that is not influenced by others is the most perfect. Later, Terahashi Nobuyuki returned to his country. He did go to find Fyodor to say goodbye, but the two of them were like two straight lines that never turn, coming from their own directions, and after meeting each other, they went to distant places where they would never meet again. Until today, Terahashi Nobuyuki recalled the past sentimentally and felt that it was fortunate that today's book signing event was not cancelled for various reasons. The superpower who was holding the banana and was hesitant to hit him on the head was very conflicted, because he found that this memory was too long and was not something replaceable like keywords. He didn't know what would happen if he hit him. Moreover, two people had the memory at the same time, and it dated back to more than 10 years ago, which was almost unverifiable. This encounter could be confirmed to have existed, but this person, if he had any contact with Terahashi's brother. Kusuwa Seiki stared at the decent-looking Fyodor on the screen with a gloomy brow. Can a mouse turn into a cat? Terahashi Nobuyuki felt a chill on his spine. It came again, that feeling of being stared at, that nauseating feeling of not being able to find the source of the gaze. Did someone put a micro-aperture camera somewhere? Head? That shouldn't be the case. He could have sensed it even with the camera's prying sense. Is he too sensitive? No, that's impossible. He won't be wrong if he follows the bridge letter. There must be some twisted guy using dirty channels to monitor him. Terahashi Nobuyuki had a smile on his face, but he was gritting his teeth in his heart. The superpowers he had speculated about crossed their chests and turned their heads away. It was just an unreasonable detective skill. They were just the superpowers of the Zhaoqiao family. Xian, is there a policeman behind you? Another half of someone else's body appeared on the screen. The person was wearing a conspicuous police uniform. Zhao Qiaoxin shifted his angle, and the police officer who saw his action also hid to the side. Yes, it's normal to ask the police for security. However, the location of Lu Shentong's video signing event is not announced. It is a private indoor location and can be completed at home even if it is not in the studio. The demon Fyodor looked at him solemnly. I understand. Seiki Kusuwa leaned over here. Is it true that mice will turn into cats? Follow the internet cable and listen to your heart's voice. The superpower disappeared in a flash, and the next moment, Zhao Qiaoxin felt his whole body lighten. He looked back, and then the alarm bells rang. A person with special abilities. I remembered that this world is not a scientific world, but a world filled with a group of guys like Superman on TV. The invisible superpower can't be wrong. Next time, install a thermal imaging camera in the room. Terahashi Nobuyuki quietly noted this incident, and the autograph session with Fyodor came to an end. He said hurriedly, "Feijia, take care of yourself and don't come to see me suddenly." Am I disliked? No. It's just that I'm too busy and always flying around. It would be a waste of time to see me. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly. I understand. Have a nice day, Exion. Goodbye. Seeing the screen showing the call was disconnected, Terahashi Nobuyuki checked his appearance in the mirror and hurried to communicate with the next fan. When the video was connected, Terahashi Nobuyuki was stunned for a moment. Hang, why are you here too? The black-haired young man on the screen grinned and was about to say something when suddenly 3 or 4 people squeezed into the picture. They looked at the camera curiously. Hey, so beautiful. It's not common to see such a dazzling appearance. Don't we see each other usually? It's a little free. I'm a little bit sick. After all, he was quite simple when he met us. The energetic and handsome young people greeted the camera, and Hajiwara Kenichi shouted teasingly, Hey, Master Lucian, I didn't expect that you would sign 5 of us with 1 quota. Terahashi Nobuyuki glanced at the list. 6 God's Pants is Hang? Why did you give such a shameless name? Matsuda Jinpei smiled wickedly, because someone didn't take off his pants when taking a shower. How unique and eye-catching. That bathhouse brawl was a highlight of your police academy life. I've never seen anyone hide things to that extent. Some people even secretly discussed online whether you were a transgender. Furuya Rei whispered, It's your police academy life. Terahashi Nobuki was shocked. Even this kind of speculation has been made. There are even more outrageous ones, saying that you might have a hidden illness. He was covered by Hajiwara Kenichi's mouth. Okay, Shinping, be careful that the staff will hang up on you. Terahashi Nobuyuki's pupils trembled. He managed to manage his facial expression with great effort. Does this count as 6 divine powers black material? No. Anyone who dared to bring up such a topic would have been attacked by the crowd. His fans tried very hard to maintain his perfection. Ida Hang comforted him. It's not that serious, Exi. Hugging the curly and golden hair in front of him. Although the name is a bit strange, we are looking forward to meeting you in this way. Although the experience of video chatting with a celebrity is very fresh and rare, why did you spend so much money on my autograph session? We are not thousands of miles apart. Terahashi Nobuyuki has a reasonable consumption concept. I estimate that the minimum purchase amount is 200 copies. That is about 200,000 yen. You mean that? Zhu Fujingwang glanced at his phone. We pooled our money to buy 250 albums, 200 of which have been reserved by people who couldn't get them. At double the price, we made a lot of money. Nobuyuki, I can't help but think that if the salary can't support us, we should do this business. His eyes were smiling. As for why I want to sign with you, because Nobuyuki, this is the side of you that you don't show in front of us. The state of youth work is fascinating. Furuya Rei pointed at Matsuda Jinpei. That rascal lost his soul after he came back that day. Hajiwara said it was because you were too good at flirting during the book signing, and he was too close to you and was affected by your charm. Although I don't know if I should believe this. Book signings allow you to do whatever you want to your idols to a certain extent, because you have to listen to the fans' voices and respond sincerely, but we don't know what to say to you. Isn't it a bit corny? Hearing this, Terahashi Nobuyuki straightened his expression and controlled his tone to be gentle. His voice sounded even gentler and more charming than usual. What a surprise, you guys. His expression changed, as if revealing his soft inner self, and he took the initiative to get close to them. Language is the greatest invention of mankind. Even if we meet often, even if we are embarrassed to speak, we still have to say what we should say. 5 people on the screen. Their expressions were dull, and they all opened their eyes wide, looking at Terahashi Nobuyuki with visible expectation and surprise. As friends, I like you guys. I like you guys. These syllables lingered in the air like an echo. The 5 people on the screen had frozen expressions as if their souls were drained out. Their eyes were always clear and bright, but at this moment they were in a trance to the point that their pupils were shaking, and then a visibly flushed face appeared on their faces. Breathe. How to breathe. My heart is beating so fast. The gray-blue-haired young man on the screen is still dazzling and can't be looked away. He is breathtakingly beautiful, with eyes that are filled with joy when being looked at. He speaks corny words calmly and seriously without any preparation. How does the saying go, sincerity is always the secret weapon? After a few strange moments of silence, the assistant couldn't help but come to see if the network was stuck. Why are they not responding? Ah, I see. After all, it was oh. Six gods confessed. It's true. No, I should say. Matsuda Jinpei was the first one who couldn't help himself. He covered his steaming face and disappeared from the camera. Shin, you don't look like you're acting. Huh, who said I was acting? Terahashi Shin was a little frustrated to see them frozen for such a long time. It's okay that Kokomi didn't react at all when she heard what he said, but why didn't these people even respond? Wouldn't it be awkward? Even if it's work, I'm sincere. Those scripts about love don't count. After all, I don't know them, but I'm serious about the blessings I say to fans and the feedback on my mood. It's terrible. You're actually a straight shooter. Hajiwara Kinji's voice trembled. Although I've noticed before that you're actually a little bit different in interpersonal communication. Could it be that you're actually the two extremes of coldness and warmth? Think about Ida Ko, who was taken seriously by Terahashi Nobuyuki. In the past, they inevitably had some gaps between them because of this different treatment. What about now? When will the other party accept them? The perfect six supernatural powers coupled with the sincerity without coldness are simply irresistible. Zhu Fujingwang looked away erratically, holding onto the table to avoid the gaze of Lu Shan. Fuyaling beside him finally found his voice, but for a moment he didn't know what to say, and just whispered to himself, "Why do I always feel like I lost somewhere?" They had come to the book signing event with a playful attitude, and had no intention of breaking the other party's defense. I like you, but I won't say it easily. This was the standard set by Terahashi Shin himself. They seemed to have achieved it with ease. Although the nature is different, the weight and carrier of the emotions are the same. Isn't this another case of being held in a tight spot? Even though I didn't have much resistance to begin with, Idahang was deeply touched, and tears welled up in his eyes. Exine, I am so touched. You have never said such words to me before. It turns out that you were in super good condition when you were working. He raised his voice. I like you the most too. His response woke up the other four. Yuhang responded to the confession, and Terahashi Nobu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why aren't you embarrassed? Matsuda Jinpei returned to the screen, his expression somewhat gnashing his teeth in anger, but not out of malice. Say something like this suddenly. It's like you're waiting for someone to spit out a sincere heart of equal value. Terahashi Nobuki pondered for a moment. You guys want to see a different side of me, right? I guess I understand you correctly. You understand it very well. The psychics who teleported back basically heard the most exciting part and truly felt that Terahashi Nobuyuki was terrifying. A guy who can handle so many emotions is truly a different kind of strong person. Ruthless Arya. Moreover, this kind of scene is really rare. It is rare for people to express their true feelings directly in their interactions. No matter who confesses, there will be a long period of hesitation and preparation, and the person being confessed is like being forced to a crossroads, having to make a summary and correction for this relationship. Well, the metaphor of using lovers is not quite appropriate. In fact, in essence, it is like having your heart that is used to hiding suddenly opened up, and no matter how shameful or ridiculous it is, you have to face up to another person's feelings. The initiator of this relationship turned out to be Terahashi Nobuyuki, a guy that everyone thought was slow-witted and cold-hearted. Isn't this even more incredible and exciting? That day, Terahashi Nobuyuki heard the young people's like with some pretending to be indifferent, some smiling, some sincere and gentle, or some stuttering. Even God was moved. This is the meeting of two worlds, a miracle that should not exist. At this moment, Seiki Kusuo felt a little worried about the future. What should we do if the worlds are separated? No matter what, they cannot be integrated. Perhaps this normal world where everyone still has golden brown and black hair can be barely included. After all, the historical processes of the two sides are not much different. What has been changed are nothing more than cognition and physique. However, the world of people with special abilities must be separated. Unless it is absolutely necessary, people with superpowers do not want to resort to violence. Blood means, as the two worlds separate, the existence of each other should become increasingly blurred, appearing silently like fusion and then being forgotten silently. When one day someone recalls that Japan once had a national star, the person being admired may have been replaced by another person or no longer exist. What's going on? It's like I'm watching a TV series. The superpowered person teleported back to Kongju's laboratory with a headache. In the technologically advanced room, the blond young man turned to look at him, as if he had sensed something. What's wrong? You look so upset. Seiki Sosuke, the brother of a psychic, an immeasurable genius, and a great scientist. He always finds a way to solve problems that his younger brother finds difficult, whether it's creating a suppressor time space shuttle or creating a bunch of messy work. How long will it take to calculate the singularity? So far it's the highest efficiency, but the speed of the machine always has a limit. This is similar to creating a time-space machine, but the strange superpowers are mixed in. Even I find it troublesome. In front of the blond young man are densely packed screens and scrolling codes, which make people's scalps numb. When can the singularity of the fusion be calculated? I'm not sure. It's more like a process of elimination than a calculation. It could be the next moment, or it could be the next month. Be thankful that the singularities in the universe are almost negligible. Seiki Kosuke pinched his brows. But it's rare to see you in such a bad mood. What happened? Are you dissatisfied, Kusuo? This is already the safest way. Seiki Kosuke said with a cold look. We are all minimizing the damage. After work, Terahashi Nobuyuki left the room alone and met Nakahara Chuya's hesitant gaze. Thank you for your hard work, Chuya. Terahashi Nobuyuki was still protected by this fearsome gravity user today. I'll treat you to a meal. The ochre-haired boy turned around and followed him. The identity of that man has been found out, along with the few remaining accomplices in his organization who cannot be ignored. 48 is gone, but the guy who still uses his position for personal gain is definitely still alive. Terahashi Nobu put on a mask as he walked. Got it. Thanks. Nakahara Chuya hesitated for a moment. Do you remember anyone else who would want to take your life? I confessed all my connections to the police. All my classmates since childhood are on the investigation list. No matter how many more there are, they are still. Terahashi Nobuyuki sighed. Why do you ask that? Have you found any new clues? Nakahara Chuya was thinking about the phone call in the observation deck that stopped him from taking action. That day, he wanted to ask Bluefin Fiber about it, but the other party said in an incredible and slightly horrifying tone, Huh? What are you talking about, Chuya? I just want to ask why you didn't show up in time to save him. If it wasn't for your good luck, he would have been smashed to pieces now. You can't be so careless about your mission as a leader. Exposing supernatural powers and the 6 magical powers, are these two comparable? The black-haired boy's voice was like thunder in his ears, causing Nakahara Chuya's heart to shrink violently. Dazai's words also surprised him. I thought you had already made a plan. Nakahara Chuya said, plus, the curly-haired boy said he had caught something, so I didn't chase him. The ochre-haired boy clenched his phone anxiously. The voice and tone of the person who called was exactly the same as yours, but the words he used. The wording is full of loopholes. He just caught Chuya's weakness. Even though the order he gave was so absurd, there was no doubt that Chuya would trust Dazai. We are being monitored, Chuya. Dazai's eyes were gloomy on the other end of the phone. We are completely controlled by that person. Nakahara Chuya quickly realized who that person was. The person behind the assassination letter. Possessing hacker skills that even the most advanced Japanese technology cannot unlock, he was able to keep an eye on Terahashi Nobuyuki's whereabouts, and even figured out the identities and characteristics of the people around him. If I'm not mistaken, there are 3 possibilities for the other party's identity. Dazai Osamu's tone did not reveal obvious emotions. 1. It is now unanimously agreed that the criminal is a person with extraordinary wisdom and top technology, and perhaps he has superpowers or people with special abilities to help him. 2. The closest person to Rokushin, who may be hiding in the Metropolitan Police Department. 3. Rokushin's accomplice, that is to say, this assassination is just a self-directed drama. When Nakahara Chuya's breathing became rapid, Dazai Osamu changed the subject, although it would not be much easier. But the third point can be ruled out, because Lu Shan is a lunatic. Hey, don't scold him. It's not an insult. Maybe it can be called a compliment. Dazai Osamu looked at the photo on the screen. The gray-blue-haired young man hanging in the air hugged the girl tightly, showing a shocking survival instinct, because precious love is hard to come by. Huh. Nakahara Chuya was stunned. Huh? What are you talking about? Stupid Chuya, you're with him every day. Don't you realize that the guy you like already has someone in his heart? What do you mean my favorite home? No, what do you mean with what? When did you fall in love? I can't tell at all. A sigh came from the microphone. If his acting is so bad that you can see it, his career can also come to an end. Wait, let's be clear. If it's not true, then isn't it a rumor? Lu Shun is serious enough to marry her. Marry? He's only in his 20s. You've completely missed the point. He was just asking the person who was eyeing Lu Shuntong. Don't leave your words half-sentenced. Thinking of the phone call that was hung up in such a rude way, Nakahara Chuya felt a lump in his throat. I really want to know if that is true. Later, Mackerel seemed to say that he wanted to ask for help from outside, to find some powerful detective to solve the case, and let them catch the man who hid deeper than a rat, but his mind was wandering, and he heard a mess. What do you want to ask? Terahashi Nobuyuki still noticed Chuya's abnormality. I don't think I have anything to hide. In a quiet private room in a high-end restaurant where no one would disturb them, Nakahara Chuya asked with gritted teeth. Tong, do you have someone you like? Did you listen to my book signing? Well, I did hear it. Many people at book signings are just putting on a show. Don't take it seriously. Nakahara Chuya saw that the young man looked normal and thought that the topic was over. Who would have thought that Terahashi Nobuyuki's eyes would light up, as if he couldn't help but share his joy? Although I don't have someone I like, I do have someone I love so much that I want to be with him for the rest of his life. Why? Why did he suddenly seem to have lowered his guard, and even spoke of his marriage partner with a proud tone? Zhongyuan Chuya was greatly shocked. This was the legendary love envoy. Are people losing their minds? Tong, promise me that you won't say such things to anyone who asks you. He patted Terahashi Nobu's shoulder heavily. It's very dangerous. Whether it's Zhao Qiaoxin, that woman, or the whole society. Oh, sorry. I got carried away just now. Zhao Qiaoxin pushed up his sunglasses and reflected on himself. Then he said, your face suddenly turned bad, as if your confession was rejected. The word confession appeared very frequently today. Nakahara Chuya. It's nothing. I'll get used to it. After a while, he said with difficulty, do I have to wear sunglasses in the room? Yes, because there will be paparazzi taking pictures, and our room has windows. Nakahara Chuya was startled, and then he wanted to get up. I'll go close the curtains. No need. The young man glanced at the window calmly. Closing the curtains will only make more news. You can't be photographed from this angle. I've been too popular recently. Everyone is discussing the incident of me jumping off the building. The public is too excited and nervous. It would be nice to have some entertainment gossip news. As he spoke, the curve of his eyelids revealed a hint of coldness, and his posture was elegant and reserved, with elegance etched into his bones. Nakahara Chuya retracted his gaze and chuckled. Will there be another famous scene of the Six Gods? I can't say for sure. After the turmoil at the book signing event was over, Terahashi Nobuyuki's Police Academy experience ticket, which had been forced to be extended for a few days for 2 weeks, would also expire. On the day of his departure, Terahashi Nobuyuki arrived at the classroom as usual, but the air was filled with a tangible oppressive atmosphere, as if a black miasma had invaded. When Terahashi Nobuyuki walked in, the holy light still illuminated the area around him. Everyone seems to be in low spirits today. Several young men in the front row said weakly, Lu Shun is leaving, and life in the police academy is going to become boring. It was okay before Lu Shun was gone, but now I can imagine how hard it will be in the future. There is a poster of Lu Shun in my room. Will I have to think of him every day? But should I say it's okay? Because Terahashi Nobuyuki also received the movie script from his agent this morning. The screenwriters did not stop the progress because of Lu Shuntong's experience, and time finally came to the day of separation. Although it has only been more than half a month, humans are indeed highly adaptable creatures. Terahashi Nobuyuki is almost used to the collective life here. After he started working, the place became much quieter, so he was very surprised that it could become lively again. Not only is Terahashi Nobuyuki adapting, but the resistance of these young people seems to have improved a lot. Terahashi Nobuyuki heard fewer sounds today, but the relationship has become closer. Putting posters in the room. Won't it fail the housekeeping? The instructor who checked it saw that it was Lu Shintong and immediately pretended not to see it. Terahashi Nobu, who did not participate in the topic, welcomed his own small group. What are you going to do next, Nobu? Zhu Fujingwang placed a cup of beauty tea with a recipe that Terahashi Nobu personally revealed on his desk. The work I came here to study will come to an end. Filming a movie, Terahashi Nobu said, probably in the form of seclusion. Then it's been a long time. The young man's tone was a little disappointed. What's wrong? Several other people came over. We are about to graduate. Click. Very good, very good. Mr. Lucian, your performance has completely exceeded my expectations. The director shouted excitedly with a loudspeaker. Be careful. Put him down. Terahashi Nobuyuki, who was slowly descending under pressure, pushed the loose hair on his forehead back, took the script handed to him by his assistant, and reviewed it in a hurry. The progress of the movie was very tight, especially after the director found out that Terahashi Nobuyuki had amazing physical strength. He suddenly became more strict. The jumping scene just now was a replica of the most outstanding international action movie star. Mr. Lu Shun's martial arts ability is exceptionally outstanding. The assistant director clapped his hands and couldn't help but sigh. I always feel that Mr. Lu Shun's condition is more than twice as good as that of the magic detective and Yin Che. Although it was only filmed for a month, it seems that Hui Exai and Ryosuke is standing in front of me. Ryosuke Aishin is the male lead of this movie. This is also Terahashi Nobuyuki's third role. He bit a straw to replenish his water, and immersed in the script, he felt very depressed and heavy. Next is the tomb sweeping part. Mr. Lyoshin's makeup will be half preserved. Where is the props team? Hurry up and put on the plaster for him. The gray-blue-haired young man raised his hands silently, letting the staff fiddle with him. He always looked depressed, but no one around disturbed him, because anyone could see that Lu Shintong was in the play. The filming process went more smoothly than I thought. Fireworks will definitely be loved by the public. Fireworks, Terahashi Nobuo's first film movies. The budget is sufficient to allow the luxury of using special effects to mold a city and then put the actors' images into it, but this is just a metaphor. The protagonist, Ryosuke Aishin, is an ordinary criminal policeman. He initially became a policeman with the purpose of finding his long-lost friend. His motto is to cherish life, but his body does things that run counter to his words. His personality has its highlights, but is often boring. As a key figure that connects the entire story, his special thing is that he is lucky enough to always survive various dangers. Ryosuke Aishin first worked in the mobile team as a bomb disposal worker. After being injured, he went to the first investigation team. After experiencing countless cases, he had no choice but to resign. In the end, with a resolute mentality, he dragged his broken body to avenge his friend who had finally reunited with but died tragically as an undercover agent. Yes, this movie has a strong sense of drama. There are many martial arts action scenes that Terahashi Nobuyuki expected, with people flying in the sky, souls chasing behind, bullets killing 2 people at a time, and explosions sending a lot of people at a time. Correspondingly, the characters' emotions are also very full. The story is intense, with tight cases, unstoppable sacrifices, and comrades who are forced to separate. Terahashi had never acted in a plot with such a big plot twist, not to mention that as a movie with a tight time limit, many things cannot be laid out in detail for a long time like in a TV series. Cut. Very good. The director shouted excitedly again. Mr. Lu Shun, the expression just now was very good. He looked like a young man who seemed a little decadent, which fits the casual and friendly temperament of Ryosuke. You are worthy of it. Yinming and Yin Che are both noble characters. I didn't expect you to challenge such characters. His flattery was just as strong as ever. Terahashi Nobuyuki filmed The Magic Detective when his acting was terrible. The other party praised him to the skies, saying that the magnificence and mystery of The Magic Detective were perfectly grasped by Lu Xun, and his expression was very handsome. Terahashi Nobuyuki almost lost his mind. The next scene is after a fierce battle with a violent gang. Ryosuke hides in the ruins under the cover of the rain. "You have to roll in the mud here, Mr. Lu Xun, you." The director immediately understood when he saw Terahashi Nobuyuki's look. "You're going to do both the long and close shots yourself, right?" The cameraman at the side couldn't help but complain. "No, I should say, who can be the stand-in for Lu Xun? Even the distant view needs to be beautified." In that scene, Ryosuke Aishin lost his comrades again, and the environment was created as a rainstorm with a very impactful atmosphere. His first loss occurred during a bomb disposal mission that involved almost everyone. The background was an underground passage, and the detonated bomb instantly submerged several figures in heavy protective clothing. At the corner, Ryosuke Aishin was held tightly by his friend and barely survived, but the bones in his hands were shattered by the shock wave. The specific events were not filmed. The scene in the movie was presented in the form of a sudden transition from a warm chat to a tombstone filled with death, followed by countless fragments, noisy shouts, roaring sounds, a jumping countdown, and dazzling flames, as well as several seconds of heart-wrenching cries from Ryosuke Aishin as an opening that gives the audience a huge psychological shock. The scene when Terahashi Nobuyuki performed this scene was actually a bit funny. He was crying and acting vigorously in the set, and the staff outside the scene were also crying hard, which made the sound recording on the scene strange. Somewhat appropriate? The original sound is very good. It can't be cut, the extra crying. The director wiped his tears and said in a hoarse voice, "It fits the situation at that time." Good director. The editor of the archive was crying and couldn't help but muttering, "The acting is really good. The acting is really good." So far the most outrageous version of Six Gods Crying 3.0 so far. Every time I watch it, I will be brought into the emotions. What are the 1.0 and 2.0 versions? Someone asked. One is the God's Tears in Magic Detective. Yiming shed tears because of a criminal struggling in pain. The criminal killed his father for his mother. The other is the heartbroken tears in Fantasy and Youth. It was very distressing when Yin Che confessed but was rejected. Some people burst into tears in the bathroom, and some resigned on the spot, saying they dared not watch it a second time. The actor who acted opposite Terahashi Nobuyuki, the one who used his body to protect Ryosuke Aishin, an excellent second male lead expert, also found it difficult to separate himself from the play at that time. He wanted to change the script and revive on the spot to catch the young man's tears. However, the reality was that when he got up from his dead state, Terahashi Nobuyuki had already wiped his face and prepared for the next scene. Ryosuke. Terahashi Nobuyuki turned his head. The second male expert said with an expression as if he had just had a big dream. "Sorry, Lucien. I recognized the wrong person." Terahashi Nobuyuki went to see the finished product with red eyes. When the people in the room saw him, they all choked up, and some even sobbed like a young girl. Ryosuke, Wuruo. "Don't cry." Terahashi Nobuyuki. "I didn't cry. Where's the ice pack? Why didn't anyone prepare an ice pack for Mr. Rokushin? I don't need that because my eyes don't get swollen." How could Lu Shintong have swollen eyes? Lu Shintong's face is always there in the country. Terahashi Nobuyuki looked at himself on the screen. His expression was both ferocious and beautiful. Ferocious because of the pain, beautiful because of the hardware. Although he could cry as long as he thought of the scene of Shinmei leaving him, there was actually a lot of empathy in this scene. When his friend's body was pressing down on his own, Terahashi Nobuhiro was overwhelmed by despair and pain. The emotion carried by this plot is not some cool crime-solving, nor is it a sweet and sour crush, but a real separation of life and death, a great tragedy. Even Dazio Samu, who had already spoiled the scene, sent a message of sympathy before Terahashi Nobu went asleep. "How are you feeling, big star?" Terahashi Nobuyuki, who had been cherished by his colleagues for the whole day, was able to handle this scene with ease. Excellent actors need excellent emotional controllability. The young man rubbed his temples in dismay. "Don't worry. I just cried for a while. It's just that her crying was so contagious that even people who didn't know the cause and effect would be moved by it. Apart from that, the most common scene in the movie is tomb sweeping. Ryosuke Aishin has good luck, but also extremely bad luck. The people he cherishes are all detectives, and the sacrifice of detectives is always regrettable and heroic. The tragic color is full of color. At the same time, the light of humanity that is made more dazzling by the tragedy will be deeply imprinted in people's minds. For more than a month, Terahashi Nobu seemed to be possessed by Aishin Ryosuke, and the frequency of passing the single-player scenarios in one take was so high that it was astonishing, reaching an unprecedented 90%. Your work status. Is it too good? Nakahara Chuya, who was disguised as his assistant, was wearing a relatively low-key vest, as if he had finally recovered from the shock. I can't say that you are too invested. I can only say, you seem to be standing on the crest of a wave of talent. He has made great progress in acting, which is called awakening in a sports anime. Are you okay? Terahashi Shin imitated the policeman's standing posture and responded calmly to what he said. I was just thinking. I must not mess up the performance. He stared at himself in the mirror. The young man, whose eyes were reflected by the light, lifted up his hair. His brows were clear and firm. Aishin Ryosuke is an excellent criminal policeman. The profession of police is a sacred label. At the end of the movie, Ryosuke Aishin, who inherited the flower shop after resigning, unexpectedly reunited with a friend he hadn't seen for many years. Although they met again, they could not recognize each other. His friend became a stranger, and he scolded Aishin Ryosuke in a bad and angry way. This scene was NG many times, because once Terahashi Nobu showed a confused and hurt expression, the actor who acted opposite him would get stuck, and stuttering was considered good. At one point, he even comforted Terahashi Nobu. Realizing that he had to NG again, Terahashi Nobu helplessly restrained his expression. Mr. Chikuri, don't be soft on me. I'm sorry, but, he said with despair, has the person who can remain indifferent to you been born now? Finally, that scene was spliced together by cutting shots. Mr. Chikari cursed fiercely at the air, and the editor inserted the scene of Terahashi Nobuyuki at the right time along with the lines, which looked very realistic. Will I be scolded? Mr. Chikari put his hands together in front of the camera used for the behind-the-scenes footage. Seeing the edited scene, I also want to scold myself. The person filming smiled bitterly and said, maybe people will admire you instead? Aishin Ryosuke met the young man who scolded him again at this moment. The tone of the plot was completely suppressed, and the heavy color was directly filled. The friend that Aishin Ryosuke had been looking for a long time and missed so much would never come back. His friend who had left him for many years was disemboweled and thrown into an abandoned factory. On his bloody clothes were written codes that only the operator could understand. Following these codes, they found a drug trafficking gang. Only then did he realize what his friend had been doing for the past few years undercover, forced to transport things inside his body. And because it took too long to expel them, the cruel organization just abandoned one of its members and had those things removed from his stomach by dissection. This part had the most NGs by Terahashi Nobuyuki because he couldn't quite imagine what expression he should have when facing his friend's dead body. In fact, no matter how he plays the role, the director will always say perfect, perfect. But Terahashi Nobuyuki feels that is not right. There were no dialogues in the script, nor any further descriptions. The director, who was a little annoyed by Terahashi Nobuyuki's strictness for the first time, suggested using a combination of empty shots, long shots, and background music to highlight the characters' moods. But Terahashi Nobuyuki still wanted to struggle. Just as Terahashi Nobuyuki closed his eyes and pondered, the silent Nakahara Chuya spoke hoarsely, "You're not crying, nor are you looking dull. I think you'll comfort and praise him instead." Terahashi Nobuyuki opened his eyes and looked at Nakahara Chuya with a glimmer in his eyes. The ochre-haired young man still remembered the tampered past. In the ruins of the bar, he said to his blind companion who was dragging half of the young man's body, "Well done, silly bird. You completely saved him. It's amazing." As a friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time, it was difficult for Aishin Ryosuke to raise any intense emotions to the point of losing control, But who could say that dull pain was easier than outwardly expressed emotions? So, Terahashi Nobuyuki stood in front of the camera and put his forehead against the motionless and embarrassed young man on the shelf. Your mission is accomplished. His voice was heard by no one else. Well done. His voice can be heard by souls far away. Leave the rest to us. The movie has 3 endings. One is that Aishin Ryosuke is ready to go, and with the tacit approval of his predecessors, he joins the team to eliminate the criminal gang, and their figures disappear in the dazzling morning light. The openness also indicates a hopeful ending. One is Ryosuke Aishin lying in the rain, his pupils gradually dilating. The police had an insider for the criminal gang, and he accepted a generous reward, just like black and white and black. The background sound is the gentle voice of a friend, which is the most likely to resonate with people and bring tears to their eyes. Yamamoto Cheese once said, "Next time you hold an umbrella and look down at the puddles, you will remember that I said rain is God's fireworks." How about this sentence? Isn't it good? But I want to continue with the next sentence, or understand it. Just slightly changed it. Next time you are splashed by rain, don't complain about hating it. It's me who has come back to hug you. It is the most disappointing thing. There is another one, which is Terahashi Nobuyuki's favorite. Finally, the young man in the rain held the umbrella towards the child who forgot to wear a raincoat. Clean bandages could be vaguely seen through the wide cuffs. He asked, "Do you want me to take you home?" Cheers. At the wrap-up ceremony for the male lead Lu Shintong, Terahashi Nobuyuki drank champagne mixed with water, accepted congratulations and blessings from all sides, and rescued Chiya Nakahara, who was pestered from time to time. "Mr. Lu Shun, thank you for taking care of me for the past 2 months. Your performance was wonderful and I learned a lot." The junior who just entered the industry said shyly, "If you don't mind, can you leave me your contact information?" Such a request would naturally not be rejected. Of course, Terahashi Nobuyuki, crazy memorization of faces and features to make character cards in the mind.jpg Rokushin, thank you for your hard work. It's a pity that I can't call you Ryosuke anymore. These 2 months have been like a dream. Mr. Rokushin, I don't know if this is rude, but for me, Aishin Ryosuke is the most attractive character you played. The magic detective carries your own shadow. The campus prince is like your experience, and Aishin Ryosuke. You stand in front of me, completely different from him. He had heard similar words when Terahashi Nobuyuki played Yen Che, which was probably the kind of thing that the only one who can defeat me is my future self, and the characters I created will be surpassed by someone taller and more perfect, but Terahashi Nobuyuki still felt a little excited. The gray-blue-haired young man smiled indifferently, revealing a sense of relief. To be able to receive such an evaluation, I think I have finally not held everyone back. Brush. Holy light opens. Oh, I thought I was used to it. Today's 6 gods are better looking than yesterday's. I like the 6 gods the most compared to Aishin Ryosuke. After dealing with the initial craze, Terahashi Nobuyuki discovered Nakahara Chuya in the corner. The boy was wearing a suit for formal occasions today and was listening to a man speaking with a frown on his face. Terahashi Nobu walked over and interrupted. "He's not filming, sorry." "Oha. So this boy is Mr. Lu Shun's friend. He looks really promising." The man in the suit was a combination of facial features in Terahashi Nobu's eyes. He relied on the 2 moles at the corners of the other's mouth to match the name. The man's eyes were reluctant to stay on Nakahara Chuya. His hair is very beautiful. His eyes are also beautiful. Although he has a baby face, his temperament is very tough, and he is very malleable. Terahashi Nobuyuki stood a little closer to Nakahara Chuya. "Not everyone wants to be in the entertainment industry, Mr. Kaneda. If you don't want to act, you can also choose other ways. How about singing?" His image is very suitable for the rock style such as cyberpunk, with warm and rich ochre hair and eyes that are brighter than the sea under the sun. This person's words always involve the appearance of Nakahara Chuya. Terahashi blinked and pointed at himself. "Are my eyes not bright enough?" The man's body trembled violently. How could it be? Mr. Lyoshin's eyes are recognized as the most dazzling sapphires in the world. After a few words back and forth, seeing that it was completely impossible, Mr. Kaneda left with a grim look on his face. 浑身绷紧的中原中也松了口气，
将被他弄皱的手套整理了一下，真是让人忍不住对着他那张脸揍下去。
But that would cause trouble for Tong, and Zhongyu and Zhongya didn't want to bring the mafia style of work into the other party circle. Yeah, I think so too. What Zhongyu and Chuya didn't expect was that Terahashi Nobuyuki actually agreed with him seriously. That person's style is very bad. Senior Chi has been harassed by him. It's better to say that the PR officer was harassed too much before he became famous. He has an outstanding appearance, but no strong background. He is like a sheep entering a wolf's den. However, being an actor is just his second job, a tool to cover up his main job, so he was beaten by anyone who came. Did he have any thoughts about you? Nakahara Chuya asked sinisterly. If so, the Port Mafia would be happy to greet him. Terahashi Nobuyuki rushed towards him with his glowing face. You ask me? Nakahara Chuya. I understand. How could anyone not want to get close to the 6 divine powers? In fact, I am quite clean around you. Although I have heard a lot of rumors and sometimes accidentally discovered someone's ill-intentioned plans, when they face me, they all change into a good face. Rather than having a deep understanding of this point, it would be more appropriate to describe Terahashi Nobuyuki's feelings as it's natural, and this is right. Because how could anyone show his ugly side to Lu Shintong? Will it offend him? He is the investor, right? Nakahara Chuya said. Terahashi Nobuo said calmly, it doesn't matter. Now all that's left is the movie promotion. But if you ask what is the most abundant source of funds when cooperating with Liu Shintong, it is undoubtedly publicity. Lu Shintong himself is a walking signboard. As long as you are in the official of the 6 divine powers, if a post is sent from a Fong account, it will be trending in 5 minutes. Even in the middle of the night when users are not very active, the number of views of Liu Shintong's news will increase at an incredible speed. Mr. Lucien, please come over here for a photo. Thank you for your hard work. Someone called him, and Terahashi secretly exchanged glasses with Chuya. The boy's glass contained a drink mixed with water. Terahashi was a little afraid of his alcohol tolerance. I'll go over first. Chuya, send a message if there's anything. Yes. If you have other work, don't worry about me. No matter how many times you say this, it seems useless, Tong. You were put first. You should have this awareness. Terahashi Nobuyuki. I was so moved that I couldn't move. In the past 2 months, even if Nakahara Chuya tried to hide something, Terahashi Nobuyuki had already known everything he should and shouldn't know. Words like Mafia wouldn't appear in their conversations, but it was just a superficial effort. Will Terahashi Nobuyuki, who occasionally wonders about having a relationship with them, be put at gunpoint by Ko and the others one day, and then have an extreme drama of a friendship breakup with extreme tension, with lines like how could it be, why are you with them? Are you? I don't want to do this to you. Let me arrest you myself. I'll wait for you and so on. It was exciting to imagine, but Terahashi Nobuyuki would not let himself fall into that situation. Otherwise Kokomi would be sad. Come to think of it, that guy hasn't appeared for a long time. Nakahara Chuya said. Terahashi Nobuyuki paused for a moment. Well, it feels like he forgot about me. The guy who sent the assassination threat letter never sent a fax to the police again after the weird art museum hostage incident, nor did he secretly take action elsewhere based on the letters. The peace during this period made people unbelievable and inevitably fatigued, as if nothing had happened. But Terahashi Nobuyuki is still suffering from this. The reason is very simple. He hasn't seen Shinmei for 2 months. Not to mention meeting in person, there's not even a video chat. Not to mention hearing Shinmei's voice, I can't even read the word Shinmei typed with my own eyes. The world without Shinmei has gradually faded. Terahashi Shin doesn't know how he manages to smile with his precarious sanity every day. He occasionally stares blankly, or stares at the mirror for a long time with a deep expression. In the eyes of others, he is just Mr. Lu Shun. You have been immersed in the role for a long time, which is amazing. Is he looking at Ryosuke? What a famous scene, I really want to take a picture of it. This kind of temperament of Lu Shun is really irresistible. This situation became even more serious after the filming of 6 Divine Powers was completed. Others thought that he should let go of the past and step out of the role, but with his free time, Terahashi Nobuyuki missed his sister even more and looked a little depressed. So everyone began to feel sorry for him. Mr. Lu Shun, You must have mistaken yourself for Ryosuke. There are also examples of people being affected by roles to this extent. When I was in the crew before, the actor who played the villain, I think he must be reminiscing about Ryosuke's life. Although it is a fictional story for us, Lu Shan, who is forced to return to reality after integrating into it, must be lonely. They added a lot of drama to Terahashi Shin because of his melancholy, handsome face. Someone even tweeted, writing sensitively, Mr. Lucian hasn't eaten well these days. He often stares blankly with his water cup in his hand. When others call him Lucian or Tong, he actually takes a few seconds to respond, as if he doesn't know that others are calling him. I really hope that Mr. Lucian can return to his cheerful self. Mr. Lucian, we are always with you. Can't get out of the role? Dazai Osamu put down the latest updates on Lucian handed over by his subordinates in disbelief. Is he that kind of person? For excellent actors, this is very normal. The subordinate who was using the 800-meter filter of Lucian Tong said with difficulty, there is an actor in the United States who played a murderer brilliantly, but because of psychological torture, he became depressed and committed suicide a few days after filming. Dazai Osamu opened his eyes slightly, but there was a bit of curiosity in his eyes. I have read the script. The character's burden is indeed heavy. He keeps losing things, keeps his heart, and fights against human instincts countless times. And every time he chooses the noble side. Did he completely get into it? Dazai Osamu understands the 6 supernatural powers and is in a subtle and ignorant stage of understanding human nature. He is a gentle but cold-hearted person. He had a hard time acting in a romance drama, but even with this stereotyped performance, the effect was surprisingly good. Lord Dazai, I have a request. The subordinate took the pressure and risked his life for the 6 divine powers. We want to protect the 6 gods, right? Does this protection only refer to his personal safety? Dazai Osamu raised his eyes, and the iris-colored eyes that his subordinates said could give a death gaze stared at him quietly. It was not surprising that these people became strange and brave because of the 6 supernatural powers. The strong man in black said tremblingly, Mr. Lioshin's mental health is also very important. He raised his head and choked. I can't bear to see him sad.